This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, Book Crossing, Get Extra Space. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. It was pitch black outside the window. The screen of the mobile phone on the bedside table in the room lit up and dimmed. The ringing sounded persistently. Fuck. The person in the quilt was annoyed by the noise. Then a white and slender hand stretched out from the quilt, took the phone, impatiently answered it, and threw it on the pillow. Ming Si, I've already said, I'm nice to Ya, just because she's a girl and needs to be taken care of. Can you please stop targeting her? And I only treat you as my brother, don't have any other ideas. I only like girls. If you're still so petty, then we won't meet again. The person on the other end of the phone was chattering endlessly. Ming Si sat up from the bed, rubbed his eyes, and looked gloomy. Hello? Ming Si, where are you? Don't think I'll let it go if you don't say anything. Are you fucking sick? Ming Si finally couldn't help it, and took the phone and cursed. Ming Si. You? The person on the other end of the phone couldn't help but look at the phone, to make sure that he had not dialed the wrong number, and was even more angry. Okay. Ming Si. You dare to scold me. Let's not meet again in the future. The voice of the person on the other end of the phone was a little exasperated. Ming Si was disturbed from his sweet dream, and was upset. Hearing such a childish threat, he was quite disgusted. If we don't want to meet, then don't meet. Who wants to meet you? Meet. Meet. I think you are a bitch. Get lost. After saying that, Ming Si hung up the phone angrily, and threw it on the bed. You beast. Do you know that disturbing someone's sweet dream is like stealing money and killing someone? Ming Si cursed and fell on the bed. He covered himself with a quilt, and was about to go back to sleep. But he suddenly opened the quilt, and sat up a second later. Sister? Ming Si murmured. He was obviously an orphan. Where did his sister come from? The mattress he supported with his hands was soft. He remembered that the bed in his rental house was a plank bed. How could it be so soft? Ming Si stood up from the bed barefoot. In the dark, he could vaguely see the furnishings in the room and frowned. He remembered that his rental house was only a dozen square meters, with a bed and a wardrobe. Nothing else. Why is this house so big? After groping for a long time, Ming Si finally found the switch and turned on the light. Seeing this magnificent place in front of him, Ming Si couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Was he dreaming? If he was really dreaming, he hoped he would never wake up again. He didn't want to live that kind of life again. Working hard for a month, but only getting enough food and clothing. Ming Si wanted to see what else was in the dream, but he didn't expect to take 2 steps. His head suddenly felt dizzy, and he fell straight to the ground. Then, a memory that did not belong to him ran into his mind like crazy. Because he had received too much, Ming Si's brain could not bear it, and he could not even scream out in pain. He could only grit his teeth tightly, and sweat like rain. After about 5 minutes, the pain disappeared, and Ming Si gradually let go of his hands on his head. Ugh! Ming Si slowly lay on his back on the ground, closing his eyes, gasping loudly. His dark blue pajamas were already soaked with sweat. Fuck! After the pain subsided, Ming Si cursed in a low voice, and then sat up. It hurt so much. Ming Si rubbed his right foot that had just kicked the bed leg, cursing. But compared to everything he had just experienced, a new realization made him even more angry. Because he had traveled through a book. He had traveled through a book that was about to face the end of the world. Continuous heavy rain, floods, acid rain, drought. Even when everyone thought the natural disaster was about to end, the surviving humans had no time to be happy. Some people were infected and turned into zombies. In the zombie siege, some humans have evolved superpowers. He just complained about a supporting character in the book whose name was the same as his. However, at the beginning of the natural disaster, he was pushed into the flood by his secret crush and stepsister, and died without a burial place. These 2 shameless guys not only became the male protagonist's right-hand men, but also managed to survive until the end of the apocalypse. Even under the witness of the male protagonist, they held a first wedding after the apocalypse. When Ming Si saw this, he scolded the author for his distorted values and made the perpetrators happy. He gave a bad review, removed the novel from the bookshelf, and went to bed angrily. How did he get into a book? Just now, he had a severe headache, which meant he was not dreaming. There was no sign of getting into a book, and he had no idea how to get back, so he might as well find a way to deal with the end of the world. Ming Si had become accustomed to facing any bad situation with a positive attitude. In the real world, Ming Si was an orphan. When he was 16, he moved out of the orphanage and started working while going to school. Serving dishes, washing dishes, and even moving bricks at the construction site. As long as it was a job that could make money, Ming Si had done it. Therefore, Ming Si was able to accept the current situation very well. He could even find a bright spot, which was that Ming Si was very rich. No, he was very rich. Ming Si relied on his memory to open the safe in the closet, and found all kinds of property certificates, stocks, funds, and the like. After sorting out his memory, he found that the company had a capable assistant left by Ming Wan, and in the past 2 years, he had been helping to handle the company's business. So Ming Si sorted out his things, and planned to let that person sell them as soon as possible. After all, the apocalypse will last for a long time, and only enough food can survive it, and money is the prerequisite. Ming Si joined a rock climbing club in college, and went out with them when he had nothing to do. He even participated in several wilderness survival activities, so he was very good at preparing things. Sitting at the table, Ming Si took a notebook and a pen, and began to list what he needed. In addition to basic daily necessities, there are also many extreme survival items. Twisting his neck, Ming Si looked at the papers in his hand and sighed. I don't know where to store these things. It would be great if I could have a portable space like the one in the novel. Suddenly, Ming Si felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was actually in a dark space. Looking around in confusion, Ming Si was still thinking, is he going to go back? At this time, in the black sky, a few golden words appeared. Materials worth 10,000 yuan can expand the space by 1 square. Ming Si's eyes lit up. Could it be that he really got what he wanted and got the space? According to the description in the book, Ming Si thought about getting out of the space, and he really appeared in the room again. There was no time to take a closer look at the space, so Ming Si chose to enter the space again. However, this time, the 2 lines of gold characters above the space disappeared, and turned into 2 bloody words: revenge. Ming Si touched his heart and thought of the tragic death of Ming Si, who had the same name as himself. Ming Si said loudly, "Don't worry. I will definitely avenge you." After he finished speaking, the color of the word revenge faded. As for the method, Ming Si had already thought about it. In another month, it would be the end of the world. Ming Si decided to fight back. In the building described in the book, he would get rid of these 2 people without anyone noticing. In this way, he would not have to take responsibility. The word revenge seemed to be very satisfied with Ming Si's idea and gradually dissipated. Chapter 2 Preparation. Start with selling the property. As the words faded, the space became brighter. Ming Si continued to observe the space. The space was only 100 square meters, and there was a wooden house of a few square meters in the center. Ming Si went in and found nothing. Based on years of reading experience, I think this house will become bigger and bigger as the materials in the space increase. There is muddy ground under my feet, no water, no electricity. I wonder if other functions will be added as the space gets bigger. After leaving the space, Ming Si spent half an hour reading the list twice. He added some things that he hadn't thought of before. And then he lay down on the bed. This bed is so comfortable. Ming Si wrapped himself in the quilt, curled up, and thought about buying a few soft beds. After sleeping on such a comfortable bed, Ming Si said that even in the end of the world, he didn't want to sleep on a hard plank bed. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the bedside rang again and again. But Ming Si, who was on the bed, didn't hear it at all because he went to bed late last night. When he woke up, the sun had already shone brightly in the house. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang again. Ming Si stretched his body and took the phone. When he saw the note "Dad" on it, his eyes darkened. Ming Si's mother Ming Wan and Ming Si's father Li Shanong were college classmates. Because of their excellent academic performance, they were often called by their tutors to work together. After a while, the 2 gradually became familiar with each other, and Li Shanong began to pursue Ming Wan fiercely. Because Ming Wan's father had already expressed that he hoped Ming Wan would find a partner who was willing to marry into the Ming family in the future. After all, the Ming family's property could not fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, after seeing that Li Shanong, although from a poor family, was a down-to-earth and capable person, and was handsome and good to her. Meng Wan agreed to Li Shangyang's pursuit. After graduation, the two got married soon. And at the request of Meng Wan's father, she got pregnant with a child. Meng Ci. Meng Ci was going to be the next head of the Meng family. So Meng Wan was strict with him, since he was a child. However, Li Shangyang would secretly take Meng Ci out to play from time to time, and buy some food that Meng Wan said was unhealthy, but very attractive to children, compared with the strict Meng Wan who was away from home for many years. Li Shangyang, who took Meng Ci out to eat, drink and have fun from time to time, and even took him to school, was the one Meng Ci wanted to get close to since he was a child. 5 years ago, Meng Wan suddenly fainted, and was diagnosed with stomach cancer in the hospital, which was even in the late stage. Meng Ci was still young and could not handle the heavy responsibility. So Grandpa Meng, who had retired for many years, came out to take charge of the heavy responsibility, allowing Meng Wan to recuperate well. Unfortunately, Meng Wan passed away 3 years ago. Grandpa Meng taught Meng Ci while handling the company's business. He was already old, and he died of illness last year. The two heads of the Meng family passed away, leaving behind a helpless man. And Li Shangyang showed his true colors. One day, Meng Ci, who was in the first year of high school, came home from school and saw two strange women in the house. Li Shangyang explained that this was because Meng Wan had passed away. Meng Ci was still young, and could not lack maternal love, so he planned to remarry. However, it still depended on Meng Ci's opinion. If she didn't like him, she would not remarry. The older woman was Zhang Lu, and there was a girl who was only half a year younger than him named Li Xiaoya. Zhang Lu treated Meng Ci well, cooking some home-cooked meals from time to time, and even taking them out for fun. This made Meng Ci feel an unprecedented maternal love, so he quickly accepted her and got the two of them married. Li Shangyang always said that he met Zhang Lu and her daughter unintentionally, but Meng Ci, who had read the book, knew that Li Xiaoya was his biological daughter, and Zhang Lu was his childhood sweetheart. In order to become rich, the two plotted against Meng Wan. Over the years, Li Shangyang had given them a lot of money to help them. Fortunately, Meng Wan did not let Li Shangyang touch the Meng family's property. The will left by Meng Wan and others stated that Meng Ci could only inherit it when he turned 18. So the family had been nice to him in the past few years. After Meng Ci came of age last month, several people began to coax Meng Ci to transfer all his property to Li Shangyang. However, because Liang Xiao, who was in charge of the Meng family's inheritance and also helped manage the company's property, was away on a business trip last month, Li Shangyang had not succeeded. Is there anything? After answering the phone, Meng Ci had a blank expression on his face. This is a guy with a beastly heart. Even in the book, before Meng Ci was killed, he let Meng Ci be abused in exchange for food. Such a bad person is not worthy of being a father. Li Shangyang said happily, Xiao Ci, I heard that your uncle Yang is back. When are you going to transfer the contract? In 2 days. I just started school these 2 days. I am quite busy. Meng Ci is now in the 3rd year of high school, already 18 years old, because he is facing the college entrance examination. After a dozen days of vacation, he was forced to return to school in August. Okay. Then don't forget Xiaozi. Then Li Shangyang pretended to care about Meng Ci for a few more words, before hanging up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, another call came in. The caller's name was Lu Jie, and he was the person Meng Ci had always liked. However, this person knew his feelings, and while enjoying the material money he gave, he was flirting with other female classmates. After Li Xiaoya transferred to their school, he even flirted with her. Meng Ci hung up the phone directly, and put the person on the blacklist without hesitation. Then he thought about it again, and blocked all those people from Li Shangyang at once. He would deal with several properties today. As for these people, he would leave them for the beginning of the apocalypse. He called Liang Xiao first and confirmed that they would meet at the company. Meng Ci had breakfast outside, and then came to the company. After the meeting, Meng Ci said frankly that he wanted to sell the company's shares, and deal with the properties under his name. Liang Xiao listened to this, and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Young master, this company is the hard work of President Meng and Mr. Meng. How can you do this? Liang Xiao knew that he had no right to say anything bad about Meng Ci, but he had been supported by Meng Wan since he was a child. Even after graduating from college, he followed Meng Wan and Mr. Meng to work, so he naturally knew how much they valued the company. If the company fell into the hands of others now, how could he have the face to meet the two benefactors after his death? It was Li Shanong again. Did they say anything in your ear? When Meng Xiai was not yet an adult, they urged Meng Xiai to ask him for money, but Liang Xiu always remembered Mr. Meng's words, and only gave him 10,000 yuan a month. Instead, Meng Xiai hated him, and said that when he turned 18, he would kill him. Meng Xi's eyes were red, and he shook his head and said, "No, I don't want to have anything to do with them. Uncle Liang, please help me this time." Meng Xiai hadn't thought of a good excuse yet, but he thought that as long as he pretended to be hurt by those people, Liang Xiu would definitely agree. "I want to get rid of all these things, and then go abroad and never come back. When I open another company abroad, Uncle Liang, you can help me manage it." "Okay." Liang Xiu had never seen the young master so arrogant, and he just thought that he was wrong by those people. Besides, he was just managing the company on behalf of the company. Since he wanted to sell it, then let him sell it. "Master, do you need me to help you with the procedures for going abroad?" Liang Xiu asked. When Meng Xiai heard this, he nodded and said, "Yes." Liang Xiu was sure. It seemed that the master really didn't want to stay in China. The company has been developing well in the past 2 years. Because the two heads of the Meng family passed away, many people wanted to buy it. There was only one Meng Xiai. The highest bidder would win. As for those houses, they were bought for investment. The terrain was good, so they were sold quickly. As for funds and stocks, Meng Xiai didn't understand. Anyway, he would leave it to Liang Xiu, and he would handle everything within 10 days. Chapter 3: Buying a House. Starting the explosive reform plan. The first thing Meng Xiai did after leaving the company was not to buy supplies, but to go house hunting. To survive in the end times, you must first have a strong residence, to be able to find a safe place in an environment where people eat each other. When Meng Xiai was an adult, he had 500 million in cash, which was directly transferred to his card. Except for the 2 million that Meng Xiai transferred to each of Li Shanong and the other 3 at the beginning, the rest had not been spent, which was enough for Meng Xi's early actions. After meeting with the reliable agent that Liang Xiu helped to contact, Meng Xiai went to buy a villa first. There are 2 floors above ground, and a basement, and a yard outside, but the wall is only 1 meter high. This villa area is located on the mountain, and in the late apocalypse, it became the gathering place for the male protagonist and his friends. Nowadays, every inch of land is worth 150,000 yuan per square meter, so Meng Xiai spent more than 100 million yuan after buying it in full. Let the agent help contact the construction team. First demolish the wall and rebuild it, 50 centimeters thick, 3 meters high, plus a 1 meter electric fence, and the wall spikes must also be arranged. All the glass outside the house was replaced with bulletproof and explosion-proof ones, and the door was also replaced with the highest security level. Redesign a drainage system to ensure that even if there is a once-in-a-century heavy rain, the house will not be flooded. The project is required to be completed within 20 days, and the price is not a problem. Although the agent does not understand, he thinks it is not beautiful. But thinking about this client, he can spend more than 100 million to buy a house without blinking an eye. He is probably a rich second generation with a lot of money. He should not say too much and do everything according to his requirements. Maybe he will get a lot of tips. It just so happens that this agency has business in Jinshangjia Jiayuan, the community where the protagonists live. So Meng Xiai directly asked him to take him to see the house. The unit Meng Xiai wanted had 17 floors in total, but only half of them were occupied now. Meng Xiai chose the 17th floor without hesitation. There were 6 units on 2 elevators, and the 2 units on the east and west sides had already been sold. There were 2 units on each side of the north and south sides, and Meng Xiai chose the north side, where he could see the community downstairs. He originally wanted to buy both units on this side, but the agent said that the unit had just been sold a few days ago. Meng Xiai only bought 1 unit, which had 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, and cost more than 10 million yuan. The doors and windows remained the same, but were replaced with bulletproof and explosion-proof ones. However, he also asked the agent to find someone to weld a protective net outside the window, and bulletproof glass was also installed above the balcony outside the living room. He also added a protective net outside, and used the lowest density, because he planned to keep a cat. As for other soft furnishings, they were just like those of an ordinary family. There were 3 bedrooms, and he only decorated 1 for himself. The other 2 were left for later viewing. Meng Xiai gave the agent a 50,000 yuan tip. asking him to help supervise the construction team and complete the construction within 15 days, and said that money was not a problem. The agent was naturally very happy to receive the money, and promised to complete it on time. Ming Xiai suddenly thought of Li Shiyao. In the book, Ming Xiai bought her a house here. So before the heavy rain came, a group of people came here to celebrate for her. Ming Xiai would definitely not buy her a house this time. But if they didn't come, he would not be able to take revenge. So Ming Xiai proposed to rent another house for 1 month. Originally, it was impossible to rent this house for only 1 month. But because Ming Xiai bought a villa and a house at once, so the agent told their boss about the situation. And then, they signed the contract. Ming Xiai took a photo of the purchase contract for the top floor, deliberately hiding the floor. He removed Li Shiyao from the blacklist, and then sent the photo. Ya, didn't you say you wanted to buy a house in this community? I have already bought it. But the agent said it will take a few days to hand over the house. I will ask them to mail the key directly to you when the time comes. As soon as the message was sent, Li Shiyao called. Brother, are you serious? Did you really buy me a house? The girl's voice was light and graceful. If she hadn't been the first one in the book to suggest pushing Ming Xiai off the balcony to reduce food consumption, it would be easy for people to think that she was a kind and innocent girl. Of course it's true. When has my brother ever lied to you? But I'm busy with my studies this month, so I don't have time to pick furniture for you. Do you still have the money I gave you before? Go pick the furniture you like first, and I'll give it to you later. Okay. Thank you, brother. After Li Shiyao hung up the phone, she happily threw herself into the arms of Lu Jia, who was standing opposite. Brother Jia, brother really bought me a house. I'm so happy. Li Shiyao felt embarrassed after a while, and withdrew from Lu Jia's arms. Brother Jia, I'm sorry, I was just too excited just now. Lu Jia curled his fingers slightly, shaking his head and said, It's okay, I'm also your brother, you can do whatever you want to me. After hearing this, Li Shiyao looked at Lu Jia shyly, and then shook her head and said bitterly, No, brother Jia. Brother likes you. If I get too close to you, he'll be angry. As she said this, a tear slipped from the corner of Li Xiao's eye. Lu Jia quickly reached out to wipe the tears from the man's eyes, and hugged him in his arms with heartache. Ya, I only regard Ming Xiai as a younger brother, and he only regards me as a brother. Don't think too much, or I'll find a time to make things clear with him. Li Xiao also reached out to hug Lu Jia's waist, shaking her head and saying, Brother Jia, don't. If you explain, my brother will definitely be sad. I can't bear to see him angry. Lu Jia sighed helplessly. Ya, you are just too kind. Sometimes, you still have to think more about yourself. Ming Xiai didn't have time to know what happened here, and after arranging everything, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Ming Xiai found another agency, saying that he wanted to rent a few warehouses. The only 2 requirements were, the more remote the location, the better, and the larger the area, the better. It just so happened that this agency had resources, and there were 3 warehouses in the suburbs for rent, and the price was cheap. Ming Xiai looked at the location, and it was not far from several wholesale markets, so he rented all the warehouses at once, but only for 1 month. Anyway, no one would care about this warehouse no matter where it was placed, and now it could be rented for 1 month. So the contract was quickly finalized, and Ming Xiai successfully got the key. After handling the big incident, Ming Xiai felt very hungry on his way back. Ming Xiai now lives near the school, in a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house. Because it is a school district house, there are many food options around, and there is also a small alley with all kinds of snacks. Ming Xiai entered a store and ordered a braised eggplant rice bowl. After the rice came, it tasted very good. Ming Xi's favorite dish is braised eggplant, so he asked the boss to make 100 braised eggplant lunch boxes tomorrow. The excuse was that the head teacher thought that the senior year was hard, and wanted to treat the students of their 2 classes to a meal as a reward. Then he asked the boss to help buy 100 cups of passion fruit at the beverage store next door. Braised eggplant rice is 12 yuan per serving, passion fruit is 7 yuan per cup, a total of 1,900 yuan. Ming Xiai also gave 100 yuan as hard work fee. After paying a deposit of 1,000 yuan, Ming Xiai went home. Sitting at the table, Ming Xiai started to search online where he could wholesale things, and checked again what he needed to prepare for the extreme challenge. After completing yesterday's list, he will start shopping tomorrow. Chapter 4 Shopping. The more the better. It was already past 8 when I woke up. My phone prompted me that there was another sum of money in my bank card. Ming Xiai was very satisfied with Liang Xiu's speed. He went downstairs and found another restaurant. It was still braised eggplant rice. It tasted good. So Ming Xiai followed yesterday's request and asked the boss to make it for 5 consecutive days. 100 servings a day. This time, the excuse was to order meals for the company's employees. In the shocked eyes of the boss, Ming Xiai directly paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan to make him believe it. I went to the boss yesterday to pick up the stuff and paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan and asked the boss to work for 5 consecutive days. Ming Xiai can drive. And it just so happens that Ming Xiai in the book got a driver's license when he was an adult. Although Ming Xi's family has many cars, they are either sedans or sports cars, which are not convenient to use. So last night, Ming Xiai contacted people and asked them to get a van. He put 100 lunch boxes in the van with foam boxes. And after the car drove a distance, Ming Xiai put them into the space. Then he opened the map. And according to the location, he went to the wholesale market he had found last night. After more than 3 years of natural disasters and nearly 5 years of zombie siege, there was still a long time to recover. Therefore, Ming Xiai planned to calculate how much to buy based on 10 years, which was more than 3,600 days. He consumed a bag of rice and a bag of noodles in a month. And 3,006 divided by 30 equaled 102. Forget it. 500 bags of 50 kilograms of flour and 500 bags of 50 kilograms of round grain rice would be fine. Anyway, the space has a fresh keeping function, so there is no need to worry about the things going bad. Buckwheat flour, soybean flour, corn flour, high gluten flour, medium gluten flour, low gluten flour, etc. 20 bags each. 1,000 barrels of rapeseed oil. 50 barrels each of peanut oil, corn oil, soybean oil, olive oil, sunflower oil, etc. 1 large bag of edible salt and 50 small bags. Let's have 1,000 bags. In daily life, you can't lack anything but salt. Red pepper, ginger, scallion, garlic, peppercorn, star anise, bay leaf, clove, cumin, nutmeg, fennel, tangerine peel, turmeric powder, perilla, mint, amomum, sayoko, onion, safflower, cinnamon and other spices. 20 kilograms each. White sugar, rock sugar, granulated sugar, honey jam, brown sugar. Bring 200 kilograms each. Yes, 500 kilograms of honey is fine, I love it. MSG, chicken essence, oyster sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, super fresh, vinegar, white vinegar, hot pot ingredients, cooking wine and other seasonings. Bring 200 boxes each. Boss, do you have any fast food here? Ming Xiai said while sketching on the paper. Boss? The boss didn't say anything. Ming Xiai looked up in confusion and saw the boss' mouth opened in shock. Boss? Ming Xiai waved the hand holding the pen in front of the boss a few times. The boss came back to his senses, nodded uncertainly and said yes. I do. But do you really need so many things? I also transferred these things from other places. If you don't want them, I won't have a place to put them. Ming Xiai nodded and confirmed, of course. Then he said, do you know Ming Group? The boss nodded. It is the largest enterprise in the city. They are going to invest in a department store. I am here to be responsible for purchasing. As he said that, he handed the buyer's badge that he took from the company yesterday to the boss. After the boss read it, he nodded and felt relieved. Such a big company should not owe money. Boss, the company needs these things urgently. If you can deliver them in 2 days, I will come to you directly if the company has other needs in the future. No problem. The boss nodded. Being able to contact a big company, there will be many discounts in the future. Even if he has to work overtime, he has to complete it. Seeing that the boss believed it, Ming Xiai continued. Chestnuts, thundernuts, hazelnuts, cashews, walnuts, melon seeds, pine nuts, almonds, ginkgo nuts, pistachios, pecans, desert nuts, ginkgo nuts, white melon seeds, pumpkin seeds, peanuts, etc. Can still get 500 kilograms. Caramel-flavored melon seeds, 1,000 kilograms please, otherwise. How will we survive the long doomsday? Dried cowpeas, wood ears, seaweed, shiitake mushrooms, dry goods such as yellow lily, 200 kilograms each. Soybean paste, bean paste, sweet noodle sauce, tomato sauce, chili sauce. All the sauces the boss has here, 50 boxes each. Self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, self-heating dumplings and other self-heating foods. Ming Ci asked the boss to choose big brands, 200 boxes each. And instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, turkey noodles, etc. 500 boxes each. The total cost of these things was only over 1 million yuan. So Ming Ci quickly paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Then he asked the boss where to buy shelves. The boss was a wholesaler and was very familiar with these things. So he showed him the way. And Ming Ci gave him the keys to the 2 warehouses before leaving. When the things were ready, he asked the boss to take them directly to the warehouse. And then, he would pay the money with one hand and the balance with the other. The boss happily sent Ming Ci away, and then called various suppliers with a smile on his face. When he arrived at the place where he bought the shelves, Ming Ci directly asked for 2,000 iron racks, and asked the boss to arrange for someone to deliver them tonight. What? Time is too tight, it doesn't matter originally. It's 500 yuan for one shelf, I'll give you 600 yuan. As for the labor cost and installation fee, double it. The boss immediately said that there was no problem, and he would work overtime to deliver it tonight. After giving him the key to another warehouse, and paying half of the deposit, Ming Ci left. After finishing the work, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Ming Ci drove to a noodle shop, and ate a bowl of noodles, but the taste was not very good, so Ming Ci didn't order. After returning home, Ming Ci began to plan what to buy after receiving the iron rack tomorrow. Ming Ci directly opened his phone, searched the names of fruits and vegetables, deleted the ones he didn't like to eat, and printed them out directly. Tomorrow he would go directly to the fruit and vegetable wholesale markets, and ask them to follow the list. Circle the ones that are not available, and then buy them online, or take a plane to choose them in person. There are also clothes and shoes. Ming Ci doesn't have much interest in brand names, so he directly searched for where there are wholesale clothing markets, and planned to go there tomorrow to buy these 3 things. Oh, and meat. Ming Ci didn't like meat very much, so he only wrote down 100 pigs, cattle, and sheep, and 1,000 kilograms of chicken and duck meat. As for other meats such as dog meat and donkey meat, Ming Ci didn't consider them at all. Ming Ci liked seafood such as fish and shrimp. However, it was impossible to buy in large quantities in M City. So Ming Ci ordered it online, and agreed to pick it up directly in 10 days. Crucian carp, grass carp, cod, sea bass, etc. Ming Ci ordered a total of 5,000. Ming Ci didn't know much about the types of shrimp and crabs, so he asked the boss to classify and pack them, and ordered a total of 10,000 kilograms. Scallops, oysters, clams and other seafood. Ming Ci didn't know how to cook, so he only ordered 100 kilograms. Ming Ci hadn't eaten these things yet, and he could try them in the end of the world. After paying the deposit, Ming Ci once again said that after returning, if the customer's response was good, he would continue to cooperate in the future, for a cooperation of more than 1 million. Ming Ci thought that if the boss was not a fool and wanted long-term development, he would choose the best for him. It was only a little after 8 o'clock in the evening to finish these things. Ming Ci opened his phone and called an errand boy, chose a barbecue restaurant, picked a few he liked, and ordered 50 sticks. After receiving the items, Ming Ci said they tasted good and planned to place another order tomorrow. Then he continued to list the things he needed in the end times: flashlight, candle, lighter, match, life jacket, hovercraft, speedboat, life buoy, life raft. Ming Ci began to check online what to prepare for floods, what to prepare for heavy snow, quilt, charcoal fire, hat, gloves, scarf, cotton coat, cotton shoes, warm clothes, socks. After 13 days of heavy rain, the tap water and power supply systems were completely paralyzed. At that time, cooking still relied on firewood and charcoal, so a stove for cooking was also needed. Chapter 5 Dense, the space continues to expand. The next morning, Ming Ci got up at 9 o'clock again, and asked the boss to help put the food in the car. This time Ming Ci changed to noodles, and it tasted good. Ming Ci flipped through the menu. There were a lot of noodles and rice, and thought about what excuse to make the boss make one for each. After eating, the car drove a distance. Ming Ci took advantage of no one noticing, and put the things into the space. Ming Ci took a detour, and put the braised eggplant from another store in the car, and after driving out, he put the things into the space. The money spent on food and drinks these 2 days fell into the space without a sound. Ming Xiai first drove to the wholesale market to buy fruits and vegetables, and handed them the list. The fruit seller was a woman in her 40s, who looked very surprised. "Young man, are you sure you want so much? This stuff is not easy to preserve. And these things are picked from the trees by ourselves. When we pick them, if you don't want them, what should we do?" The fruit seller and the vegetable seller were actually from the same village. In recent years, with the help of the government, each village is encouraged to develop industries. Their village chose to grow vegetables and fruit trees. Vegetables are grown in patches, and fruit trees are planted in categories. Vegetable greenhouses, cold storage and other things are all available in the village. Ming Xiai went to them and found the right one. Of course it's true. Look at the ones on this list first. If you don't have them, circle them. If you have them, weigh them according to the weight above, and send them to this place within 3 days. Ming Xiai gave her the address of the warehouse. "I plan to do business, and sell these things to Country H. You also know that fruits in their country are very expensive. I will definitely make money. They are all simple farmers, so they don't know that there will be taxes on exporting fruits, and how much manpower it will take. But they did see it on the internet, that people in Country H can even eat watermelon rinds. So they thought what Ming Xiai said was true." Then the two bosses of the fruit wholesale department and the vegetable wholesale department sat on small stools and started to look. If they were unsure, they would call to confirm. "Hui, how many kilograms of apples do you have left?" It's okay, I need 1,000 kilograms. Can you collect them in 2 days?" "Okay, then I'll tell the boss." Shouting, "How many potatoes do you have left?" "Oh, I need 500 kilograms. "Okay, then you pick them up, and I'll contact a car to pick them up when the time comes." Ming Xiai sat on a small stool, but he was not idle. He started buying snacks on his phone. "Spicy Prince, very spicy, slightly spicy. I want 2,000 boxes. 1,000 bags of potato chips, yeah. 2,000 bags of lemon flavor, delicious. 1,000 boxes of dried fish. Popcorn, lollipops, dried fruits, candied fruits, plums, instant noodles, dried mangoes. Order snacks from scratch, 300 to 500 bags, write the warehouse address. It takes about 3 to 5 days. It seems that I have to hire someone to receive express delivery, otherwise it will be a waste of my time." Ming Xiai spent 2 hours buying in a row, and the two people over there finally confirmed it. "I have drawn some lines here, which are off-season fruits and vegetables. Do you want them?" "Yes. It's the end of the world, who cares whether it's off-season or not? It's good to have something to eat." This time, most of the things on the paper were gone. Ming Xiai didn't hesitate and paid 2/3 of the money. "As for the remaining vegetables and fruits, I'll buy them if I can buy them later, and forget it if I can't. Auntie, you see I paid so quickly, remember to ask them to prepare it for me." "No problem." The aunt looked at the money in her mobile phone and nodded happily. "Okay. If it's fruits and vegetables that are less bad, I'll come back to you after I finish buying them." Ming Xiai didn't change his words, which would make the two people more convinced. Okay. We will definitely pick the best for you." Now the two aunts who sell fruits and vegetables, the wholesale department, closed down directly, took the orders and hurried back to the village, and asked them to work overtime. Some young people heard about this and thought they were scammed. I came back to persuade them not to believe it. But I saw that there was actually extra money in the card, and it could be withdrawn, and I was shocked for a while. Under the urging of my parents, I called the company and school to ask for leave and help. After 2 days, I prepared everything and called Ming Xiai. Ming Xiai asked them to deliver the things that night, saying that he would contact the transportation team to go abroad tomorrow morning. The rice, flour and other things that had been delivered to the warehouse had long been stored in the space by Ming Xiai. There were about 2 million things, and the space was increased by 200 square meters, and the room in the middle was also larger. Fortunately, Ming Xiai bought the shelves in advance. Otherwise these things would not be able to fit. After the fruits were unloaded, it was already late at night. Ming Xiai not only paid the remaining 1/3, but also paid an extra 10,000 yuan. Those people didn't want it at first, but Ming Xiai asked them to accept it, saying it was a reward for their hard work. Besides, money would be useless in the end of the world. In the past few days, Liang Xiu helped sell several properties, and Ming Xi's card had several hundred million yuan in it. The company and other shares would also be deposited in the next few days. So Ming Xi now has no shortage of money at all. After everyone left, Ming Xi put everything in the space. Seeing the space so crowded, Ming Xi had a headache. Rice and flour are not expensive. If I want to increase the space, it seems that I have to find a way to buy something valuable and not take up space. What should I do? Ming Xi thought as he drove back. Yes. You can buy gold. Paper money is no longer useful in the end times, but gold is the currency. I just don't know if gold can change the size of the space. I remembered that there were a few gold bricks in the safe in the house. I will put them in and try it when I get back. A gold brick weighs 500 grams. Ming Xi stuffed all the gold bricks in at once. It really worked. The moment he put them in, the space became more than 100 square meters. However, gold is different from food and other supplies. After entering the space, it disappears. Ming Xi doesn't feel sorry for having a lot of money. Lying in bed at night, Ming Xi didn't feel sleepy and continued to shop online. This time he bought daily necessities. Toothpaste, toothbrush, shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, body lotion, hand cream, towel, bath towel, etc. All in 1,000 pieces. Four-piece bedding set, underwear and other personal items, Ming Xi directly found big-name products online. 100 sets of the former. 200 by 230 cm, 2,000 pairs of underwear. If you don't have time to wash them, just throw them away. Summer quilt, silk quilt, down quilt. Ming Xi also bought 100, the same size as the quilt cover. 24 days to the end of the world. After Ming Xi washed up early in the morning, he went downstairs to collect the food for the two families, then drove to several nearby hotels. These hotels were all selected by him online last night, and the reviews were good. Ming Xi booked 50 tables of banquets for each family, which meant that in 10 days, they would hold weddings, birthday banquets, full moon banquets. A total of 6 families were booked. Ming Xi arranged the opening time of the banquets at different times, and planned to finish the banquets in one day. After booking the hotel, Ming Xi had a quick meal. He went directly to several banks, and exchanged 200 million gold in one go. Luckily, the Ming family had done business in various banks, and the heads of several banks did not ask too many questions, and sent the people out respectfully. Put the things in the car, and after driving a distance, Ming Xi put all the gold into the space. In this way, the space became larger instantly, so there was no need to worry about having no place to put things. Chapter 6 Shopping, Drinking is Essential. Ming Xi went to order another 2,000 iron racks. While waiting for fruits and vegetables to enter the warehouse, Ming Xi went to take a look at the villa and the house in Jinchang Jiayuan. The progress was satisfactory, and the quality was okay. The agent had been supervising the work these 2 days. Ming Xi was not stingy, and transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Let him buy some food and drinks for the workers, and he could keep the rest of the money. Before Ming Xi bought villas and houses, he earned several million commissions from the agent, and now he still gives tips from time to time. The agent worked even harder. At 22 days before the doomsday countdown, the things bought online were delivered one after another. Ming Xi found 2 runners, and asked them to receive the express here every day, and to dismantle the outer packaging, and put them on the shelves in different categories, for 1,000 yuan a day. As for the dismantled cartons and the like, they handled them by themselves. This job not only paid well, but also earned extra money, so the two were naturally happy and worked very hard. Ming Xi roughly looked at the delivery time, and it would take at least 5 days to receive all the express deliveries. Ming Xi went to do other things. 50 quilts, 50 mattresses, cotton coats, and 20 military coats. Hats, gloves, scarves, earmuffs, etc. Ming Xi didn't care about the price or style, as long as they were warm, 50 each. The boss was curious. Although summer was over, it was still early for winter. Why did he buy all these? Besides, he bought too many. Ming Xi had already thought of an excuse. He explained, I am responsible for purchasing at the Red Cross. I received a notice. I bought them while they are cheap now, and store them. When winter comes, I will donate them to children in remote areas. The boss understood and gave him a few more. After all, it was a little love from him. Ming Xi didn't say anything, but gave an extra 10,000 yuan when paying. After all, he didn't really want to donate this thing. He also reminded the boss indirectly that October was a rainy season, and asked him to keep some for himself to keep warm. The boss happily expressed his gratitude. Ming Si rejected the boss's proposal to deliver the goods to the door, and drove the van to transport the goods one trip at a time. On the way, when there was no one around, he put the things in the space, waited for half an hour, and then went back to get them. It took 5 trips to transport all the things. Ming Si sat in the car and ate a box of braised eggplant rice, and drank a cup of passion fruit. This space has a fresh keeping function, and whatever is put in, the taste will not change when it comes out. So Ming Si planned to buy more finished products, so he didn't have to cook. Then he drove to buy assault boats, rubber boats, diving suits, diving respirators, and other items needed during the flood season. These things are difficult to buy. So Ming Si ran around for more than 2 days and supplemented the missing items online. In the evening, Ming Si continued shopping online. The end of the world is long. Without electricity and the internet, entertainment is indispensable. So Ming Si opened the largest DD website in the shopping software, selected the book category he was interested in, clicked from the beginning to the end, and bought 1 copy of each. Then he searched for educational games and toys, such as Lubon Lock, 9 Links, Flying Chess, Go Bang, etc., and bought 10 copies of each. He even bought hundreds of Lego, which is a good way to kill time. He also took time to go to the mobile phone store, and bought 50 tablets, and 100 mobile phones. Let the boss download all kinds of TV series, movies, and variety shows from home and abroad. From movies that require membership to cash, let the boss open them for a month, and then Ming Si will pay in one lump sum. There are also standalone games, electronic novels, paid and free, all downloaded. When it is handed over to him, it is best to have the battery fully charged. Ming Si paid a total of 2 million. The boss was naturally willing, and began to bring his family and friends, staying up late to download everything on time, and handed it over to Ming Si. The fish, shrimp, and other seafood ordered online, the boss has already prepared. Ming Si took a 2-hour flight, went to see the things and found them fresh, and paid the balance. He asked the boss to give him the key to the cold storage, and then he would contact someone to take it away at night. He also paid 10,000 yuan and rented the boss's cold chain truck. Then, under the cover of night, Ming Si turned off all the surveillance cameras installed by the boss around the cold storage and put all the things into the space at once. After these things entered the space, they were sorted and put away by themselves. There was a dirt road outside the cold storage, and Ming Si drove back and forth several times to fake the scene. Ming Si took out another bucket from the space, filled each cold chain truck with half of the oil, and then left. At noon the next day, Ming Si had returned home. Now that the food had been bought, Ming Si ordered 20 tons of coal in S City. Ming Si booked a warehouse nearby through an intermediary online. He asked the coal boss to pack the coal according to the weight of a bag of 10 kilograms, and piled it all in the warehouse, and then he would go to get it himself after it was ready. He was busy for 3 days, running around everywhere, and now he had nothing to do. Ming Si lay on the bed and slept soundly. It was around 6 p.m. when the owner of the mobile phone store called, saying that the goods had been downloaded according to Ming Si's request. Ming Si got up, went to the store to collect the goods, and went to the warehouse to put the express deliveries received in the past few days into the space. The countdown to the end of the world was 19 days. Ming Si began to stay in the warehouse, collecting the remaining express deliveries, and continued shopping. He called the largest local pure water company, ordered 10,000 barrels of 15-liter bottled water, and asked the boss to deliver them to the warehouse in 10 days. Then he opened the food delivery app and started buying food. Drink shop, full cup of passion fruit, peach spring, lemonade, pineapple sweetheart orange, strawberry shake milkshake, mulberry mimi, etc. Collect 50 cups, place an order, then change to another shop, continue to come. Burger shop, McFish, spicy chicken leg burger, cheese double Angus thick beef burger, etc. 20 in one shop. Steamed bun shop, forget it, this one is probably not fresh. I'll go to the breakfast shop early tomorrow morning and ask the boss to pack everything, and porridge, fried dough sticks, soy milk, etc. Noodle shop, 10 orders per shop. Noodles and soup are served separately. Rice noodles, hot and sour noodles are the same. Cooked noodles, fried noodles, steamed noodles, braised noodles, etc. are also ordered 10 times at a time. Mala hot pot, Maokai, Xianghua, Ming Si asked us to order 10 times at a time. The food is almost the same. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to buy drinks. Coke, Waha, green tea, yogurt, orange juice, etc. 200 boxes at a time. Dried lemon, dried passion fruit, dried kumquat, rose tea, jasmine tea, cassia seed tea, etc. are also ordered 200 times. Well, I still have to buy tea leaves. Longjing, Bilyukan, oolong tea, any green tea, black tea, white tea, black tea. Mingxi can't tell the difference between good and bad tastes. He drinks tea mainly because he doesn't like drinking boiled water, so he doesn't have any requirements for the taste. Anyway, 50 kilograms, the address is the warehouse. He called the owner of the wholesale store that sells iron racks, and asked if there are any plastic buckets, the bigger the better. Hearing the boss say that the largest one can hold a ton of water at a time, Mingxi directly asked for 50. In the late apocalypse, the water is polluted, and I don't know if 50 tons of water is enough. There are faucets in the 3 warehouses. Mingxi found that water could flow out after opening it, so he asked the boss to put it in the 3 warehouses separately. After everyone left, Mingxi only left 1 bucket in each warehouse, and the others were placed in the space. Mingxi connected them with a water pipe and started to collect water. Then he continued to receive express delivery and takeout. Chapter 7:0. And there is also transportation. After receiving takeout for 3 days, Mingxi suddenly thought of a serious problem. Transportation. It was not necessary for the natural disaster in the early stage. But with the speed and attack of the zombies in the later stage, it was impossible to escape with just human legs. So Mingxi closed the shop for a day and ran to a 4S shop that was most loved by the rich second generation in the local area. The reason why this place is popular is not only because of the complete range of cars, but also because this shop has first-class car modification technology. Mingxi doesn't know much about cars, but he knows how to take advantage of the situation. In the book, Mingxi had never played racing before because Ming1 was strict. But the Ming family still has a great reputation in M City. So Mingxi only said that he wanted to buy some cars, and invite other rich second generations to play together. Mainly motorcycles, off-road, and SUVs, and other cars suitable for mountains and harsh terrains are also available. Hearing Mingxi's name, the manager of the store personally met him, and naturally promoted good cars. Mingxi also came for 5 cars, and asked for 2 RVs. For modification, the glass was replaced with bulletproof and explosion-proof ones, and other engines, bumpers, etc., all had to be the best. 23 cars, including modifications, cost nearly 400 million. Mingxi didn't feel bad at all after all. This was a life-saving tool. He paid 300 million directly, and said that if the modification was good, he would buy cars from him in the future. The manager smiled happily, and said that he would definitely fix it, and then respectfully sent Mingxi out. After returning, the manager told the master who modified the vehicle, whatever is expensive, he should be replaced. Back to the warehouse, Mingxi continued shopping. Barbecue restaurant, grilled sausage, grilled gluten, grilled eggplant, grilled enoki mushroom, grilled steamed bun, etc. All for 10 servings. Mingxi placed orders from 10 stores in a row. Braised food, grilled chicken feet, grilled duck feet, grilled peanuts, etc. All available in the store, all for £5. Change to another store and continue. While waiting for takeout, Mingxi was not idle, continued shopping online. Alcohol lamp hot pot, buy 100 directly, and bought 1,000 alcohol solid blocks. Rainstorm, snowy days are the best for cooking hot pot. And copper pot, later there was a power outage, so we had to cook with coal. Hot pot meat, I'm drooling just thinking about it, I'll order 20 of them. I only bought winter cotton shoes before, so Mingxi directly ordered 500 pairs of sports shoes. I also need 100 pairs of sandals and slippers. There will be extremely hot weather later, so you should wear something cooler. You can also buy some short-sleeve shirts, shorts and other clothes. Oh, there are also insect repellent, mosquito repellent spray, floral water. I'll order 500 boxes. I also need 10,000 hot packs. I'll order 100 boxes of mosquito coils, sleeping bags, tents, and other things needed in the wild. All need to be brought. 100 sleeping bags. As for tents, according to the size, 20 tents are also needed. On the 14th day before the end of the world, Mingxi did not go to the warehouse, but went to the hotel he had booked before. The first family. Sorry. The bride and groom had a fight, so the wedding was cancelled. As for the prepared banquet, It was packed and placed in the truck outside, and the host asked to take it to the nursing home to send warmth. The second family, sorry, the birthday child caught a cold, so the birthday party was cancelled. The prepared banquet was packed and put in the truck outside. They asked them to take it to the orphanage. The third one, sorry, the 60th birthday is not going to be celebrated. The old man insisted on traveling. Ming Xiai drove the car to a secluded place, put the things in the space, and drove to the next one. When it was almost dark, he finally finished. After returning, Ming Xiai did not rest. Instead, he opened the dessert shops in the city and asked them to make 2-inch small cakes with all the ingredients in the store and send them to his home tomorrow. Of course, the address Ming Xiai filled in was where Li Shanong and his family lived now. The owner of the house was Li Shanong, and Ming Xiai did not have the title deed, so he could not deal with it. Let them enjoy the good life for 10 days. Ming Xiai woke up at 5 o'clock the next day, drove the van, and went to the place where he bought breakfast. He picked a place that looked the cleanest, and asked the boss to pack everything and put it in the car. The boss did not believe it at first, so Ming Xiai paid a deposit of 1,000 directly. The boss's wife, and a waiter quickly packed the food, and if there were any that were not cooked yet, they also quickly packed them. After finishing one place, Ming Xiai drove away and went to the next one. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Ming Xiai finished buying breakfast and arrived at Li Xiaoya's house. Ding, ding. Ming Xiai kept ringing the doorbell. That damn guy. Why don't you sleep so early in the morning? What are you ringing? You've never seen a doorbell in your life, right? You keep ringing it. The door opened and a woman's cursing voice came out from inside. When she saw Ming Xiai, a smile immediately appeared on her face. It's Xiao Xiai. How come you have time to come back today? Come in and sit down. The person who came was Zhang Lu, Li Shanong's childhood sweetheart. Ming Xiai sneered in his heart. No wonder Li Shanong looked down on the gentle and pretty Ming Wan. So that's why. But Ming Xiai didn't feel anything. Xiao Xiai, come in quickly. Why are you standing there? Okay. Ming Xiai agreed and walked in front. Zhang Lu fell behind a step, wondering why Ming Xiai was so cold today. Could it be that he knew their true colors? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Yaya say that Ming Xiai bought her a house a few days ago? Auntie? Hearing Ming Xi's voice, Zhang Lu quickly came back to her senses and smiled at Ming Xiai, who was sitting on the sofa. What's wrong? Ming Xiai said. I said I want to borrow my house for a while. I'm inviting classmates and friends to my house for a party today. So you and Dad. Can your sister go out? But I've used all my money this month to buy a house for my sister. Can I give you money next month? Of course. Zhang Lu agreed. She was cursing Ming Xiai in her heart for inviting classmates. But why did he let them go out? When she heard that they had to pay, she agreed. Then she went up and called Li Shanong and the others. The three of them came down, all smiling. Li Shanong asked again, Son, that company. Ming Xiai answered fluently, Uncle Liang and I have discussed it, and we will start to transfer slowly next month. Don't worry. Okay. Okay. Li Shanong said several good as happily. Li Shanong has not been able to get in touch with the real industry of the Ming family in these years, and even thought that the rich people he met in the past 2 years were very powerful. But he didn't know that those people didn't even know the changes in the Ming family in recent days. Let him be happy for a few more days. Li Xiaoya sat down and took Ming Xi's arm, and said kindly, Brother, can I go see the house you bought for me? Of course. Ming Xiai resisted the nausea and took his arm away from her hand while taking the key. Here, you are going out for a walk today, so you can look at furniture. Buy some beds and other items first. I will buy you the expensive ones next month. Wow, brother, you are so nice. Li Xiaoya jumped up excitedly. Ming Xiai looked at the backs of the three of them and sneered. The house is now empty. If it starts to rain heavily, they may try their best to leave. But if they buy some furniture now and send some food later, there will be a reason for them to stay there. There is no way to leave until the end, and they can only be trapped in that building. Chapter 8 Going Abroad, Buying Life-Saving Weapons. Before the rainstorm, some people had food at home, and they thought the rainstorm would pass quickly. So many people took the opportunity to make money, exchanging food for money. In the book, Li Shanong and others, in the early stage, used the money given by Ming Xiai to exchange for food, but later they cruelly killed Ming Xiai. Now, Meng Ci tricked them into spending the money, and then they would be even more miserable. Ding. Hearing the doorbell ring, Meng Ci went to open the door, and it was the waiter from the dessert shop who came. Hello, excuse me. Is this Mr. Li Shanong? These are the cakes you ordered. It's me. Meng Ci stepped aside. Put them wherever you can, I'll have someone arrange them later. Okay. Sir. Several people agreed, and brought the cakes in one after another. When these people unloaded the cakes, the first batch of people came in to deliver drinks, and Meng Ci also let them put them wherever they wanted. After the two groups left, Meng Ci pulled the curtains tight, and put all the things into the space in one breath. The space has an automatic storage function, which can sort things according to their types. And even cakes can be sorted and placed according to their flavors. After the house in the space was expanded to 2.5 floors, there was no change. According to the size of the room, Meng Ci planned to build 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on the first floor, and the kitchen would be open. There were 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on the second floor. Meng Ci didn't put anything on the third floor, and he didn't even consider a cloakroom. In the open space outside, Meng Ci bought a lot of clothes drying racks and clothes racks. When he received express delivery before, he asked the 2 express delivery workers to sort and hang them up. They had already been put into the space by Meng Ci. After planning how to allocate the rooms, Meng Ci started shopping again. Beds, sofas, water heaters, showers, pots, bowls, ladles, basins. Prepare a few more of each, and have them delivered to the warehouse. Since they are in the same city, they can be delivered by tomorrow night at the latest. Meng Ci directly placed an order for 100 generators. He bought 50 solar power generation equipment, 100 solar lights, solar fans, solar mobile chargers, solar monitoring. Whatever solar products Meng Ci could buy, he bought them. After the heavy rain and snowstorm, there will be a half year of scorching sun. Solar products will be a good thing at that time. Then he looked at the drones. Meng Ci had never played with them before, but he picked a few and ordered them all. Anyway, he had enough money. Meng Ci packed up everything and left. When he returned home at night, Meng Ci received a photo sent by Li Shirya. A very dreamy princess bed. He looked at the invoice, and it turned out to be more than 500,000. Meng Ci was shocked. He was so rich now, but he couldn't bear to buy such an expensive thing. It's really nice. I'll reimburse you next month. Meng Ci sent the message and received Li Shirya's voice message. Love you, brother. Meng Ci got goosebumps all over his body. In the next few days, Meng Ci continued to order takeout and receive parcels at the warehouse. After the car was modified, Meng Ci asked the boss to drive it directly to the warehouse, and then received everything in the space. The space had not changed since Meng Ci put the gold bars in it. Meng Ci roughly walked and measured it, and estimated that it was a place of 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters. There are shelves, and the things are neatly arranged, so there is a lot of free space. On the 10th day of the countdown to the end of the world, Meng Ci went to the United States. After getting off the plane, it was getting dark, but he had slept all the way on the plane, and he was full of energy, and went into a bar that he had checked out long ago. It was filled with smoke, and the music was deafening. Meng Ci walked around inside, and finally chose a bald, muscular man with tattoos. He took out a handful of dollars, and said in fluent English that he wanted to discuss a business with him. Meng Ci had already checked that those who could play in this bar were all gangsters. Meng Ci chose this man because he had met many people when he worked part-time before, and his intuition told him that this man was quite capable. The man drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, took the money from Meng Ci, and led him into a room. What do you want? The man asked. Meng Ci said directly, guns, knives, bows and arrows, bulletproof vests. The United States does not ban guns and ammunition. In the end times, if you want to save your life, a handy weapon is naturally indispensable. So at the beginning, Meng Ci asked Liang Xiao to help him get a passport, just to buy these things. No matter how powerful you are in the end times, you are far less intimidating than a gun. Oh, by the way, there are also gasoline and diesel, and various medicines from country Z. Some of the generators Meng Ci bought use diesel, and some use gasoline. And all the cars in the space need gasoline. But because there are more restrictions on getting these things in China, he doesn't want to be imprisoned for buying dangerous goods before the end of the world. Money is not a problem. You can name your price. As for quantity, the more the better. The man seemed to be frightened by Meng Ci, and swallowed his saliva. What do you want these things for? He thought to himself, isn't it said that Orientals advocate peace? This man wants so many things at once. Is he going to launch a violent attack? If he is found out, will it be dangerous? Ming Xiai did not answer, and said solemnly, can you do it or not? The man nodded and said, of course. But the man was finally moved by the white cash, and took the order. He is an American. Even if the man in front of him wants to start a riot, it has nothing to do with him. It's just that they say that Orientals are more tactful in speaking. Why are you so direct? Ming Xiai chuckled and said, we also have a saying that goes straight to the point. I am not my type to beat around the bush. Since you can do it, I'll leave it to you. By the way, remember to rent a warehouse for me to store things. No problem. The man agreed. Ming Xiai took out a card directly. There are 500 million renminbi in this card. And the password is 4 6s. Use it first. And ask me for more if it's not enough. He disliked the trouble of exchanging RMB for US currency. So Ming Xiai gave RMB directly. Ming Xiai believed that this person must have a way to exchange money. The most important thing in Ming Xi's card now is money, which is useless in the end times. Now, anything that can be done with money is not a big deal. The man took the card and said, no problem. Then he asked the man to find him a safe place to stay. On the 5th day, Ming Xiai went out during the day to buy some things that were not available in China, and sighed that Western food was not as delicious as Chinese food. However, he still bought some steaks, salads, pizzas, pasta and other things and put them in the space. He found another winery and bought a batch of red wine. On the last day, the man came to deliver the goods. But Ming Xiai didn't order. He knew that although these people were desperate, they were trustworthy. So he didn't hesitate and paid another 500 million yuan. The man took some money and left with satisfaction. Ming Xiai put all the things into the space. He didn't care whether there would be surveillance or whether he would be discovered. After all, there were only 5 days left before the end of the world. When the end of the world really came, the United States and Country Z were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and he couldn't be found. Besides, if he said it now, no one would believe it. So Ming Xiai was not afraid at all. If it really didn't work, Ming Xiai would hide in the space for 5 days, so that the people who wanted to catch him would have no way to start. After returning home, Ming Xiai had a good sleep, and after paying the 2 guys who helped to receive the express, Ming Xiai started to receive the express by himself, and ordered takeout. Chapter 9. Oh my god. This guy is just right for me. Before going abroad, Ming Xiai measured the dimensions of the space, and customized the kitchen counter. Now it has been completed and sent to the warehouse. Ming Xiai put the things into the space. The last day of the countdown to the end of the world. Ya, I happen to be free tomorrow. Call dad, aunt and brother Jia. Let's celebrate together in the new house. Next month. This house will be transferred to your name. It's an early celebration for you. Otherwise, I won't have time later. Okay. Li Xiaoya agreed, and then acted like a spoiled child, asking Ming Xiai to buy some crabs for her. Ming Xiai agreed, let them have one last big meal. After hanging up the phone, Ming Xiai tore off the calendar for September 29th. Tomorrow is the 30th, and it is also the first day of the end of the world. Li Shangyang, Zhang Lu, Li Xiaoya, Lu Jia, it is time to settle our grudges. Ming Xiai went to see the villa and Jinshang Jiayuan's house these days. If there are any unsatisfactory places, it has been renovated. Especially the villa, the door has the same security level as the door of the bank vault. In addition to the password, it also requires a fingerprint or pupil to open it from the outside. The walls are very high, with dense anti-climbing spikes, and high safety performance. The drainage system has also been redesigned, so there is no need to worry about flooding. As for the house in Jinshang Jiayuan, there is an iron sliding door at the main door and an anti-theft door. Safety bars are installed on every windowsill, and even anti-climbing spikes are installed on the windowsill outside. If someone wants to come down from the roof, they have to consider whether their feet can bear it. After hanging up the phone, Ming Xiai drove to Jinshang Jiayuan. The building is 17 stories high, and the house rented for Li Xiaoya and others is on the 5th floor. Ming Xiai did not stop, and went back to his own house. There were 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. The cabinets and sofa beds had been placed according to Ming Xi's requirements. A house without a balcony. Ming Xiai had the windows blocked from the inside. Turning on the light, it was empty inside. Ming Xiai took out 5 bags of noodles, 5 bags of rice, and some other daily necessities from the space. There were also some decoration materials next to it, which Meng Xiai did not let throw away, in case they were useful in the future. After locking the door from the outside, Meng Xiai went to the kitchen and took out the pots, pans and bowls and placed them one by one. A few days before the rainstorm, the electricity and water were still on, so I cooked my own food. After all, there would be no water or electricity in the later period. Even if I had alcohol blocks, coal and other things, I would still have to worry about the smell of the food being smelled by others. Meng Xiai took out a few buckets from the space and began to collect water. Although there were 50 tons of water stored in the space, Meng Xiai used to use 3 or 4 tons of water per month. Even if we save more in the end times, it might not be enough. So while we have water now, it is always good to store more. Electric blankets, 10 kilograms of cotton quilts were taken out for 2. 1 military coat, warm clothes, 5 sweaters each, all placed in the closet, 100 hot packs, 2 electric stoves. Put away the daily necessities needed temporarily. Meng Xiai stood on the balcony of the living room, looking through the fence at the people coming and going downstairs. A few children were playing downstairs, a few old people were sitting on the side playing chess, and some old ladies even took fans to dance in the square. This lively and warm scene will no longer exist tomorrow night. Although Meng Xiai was a person who traveled through a book and knew the general plot, he was powerless. After all, human beings seem so small and ridiculous in front of the punishment of nature. Even if everyone knew that the end of the world was coming, it would only increase their fear, and they might even call him a psychopath. So Meng Xiai could only protect himself. Putting away his sadness, Meng Xiai comforted himself in his heart that this kind of life was at least much better than his life in the real world. He slept on a bed worth tens of thousands of dollars, and ate food that he dared not touch on weekdays. It was just that the living environment was a little worse. There are gains and losses. Meng Xiai is very open-minded. He scooped a bowl of flour, took a tomato, an egg, a green pepper from the refrigerator, and made a bowl of hand-rolled egg noodles. Turning on the TV and listening to the sound, Meng Xi's fear can be reduced a little. After all, it is the end of the world. Thinking of the news in the real world, when the flood hits, people don't even have a chance to react. How can it not make people afraid? After dinner, Meng Xiai started to check the news, wanting to see if there was any report, predicting that there would be heavy rain tomorrow, but there was none. Even the weather forecast reported that tomorrow would be a sunny day. Lying on the bed, Meng Xiai forced himself to sleep. This might be the last night he could sleep peacefully. But when Meng Xiai woke up the next day, his head was still dizzy. Last night, Meng Xiai had nightmares all the time. Either he dreamed of being washed away by the flood, or he dreamed of being bitten by zombies. He even dreamed that Li Xiaoyao and the others sent him to a man's bed again, and wanted to exchange his body for food. Putting all these things behind, he scooped up a handful of water to make himself look more energetic. After washing up, Meng Xiai saw the message from Li Xiaoyao, saying that everyone was going to come to the new house at noon, and asked Meng Xiai to buy some food and send it to the house. Meng Xiai replied with okay, then went downstairs to eat a meal of Maokai, and went to the supermarket to buy some snacks and vegetables, as well as crabs. Of course, the food was only enough for Li Shanong and the other 4 to stay in the house for 3 days. As long as these 3 days passed, the rain would get heavier and the water would accumulate on the road. At that time, it would be impossible for them to leave. When entering the gate of the community, Meng Xiai was still thinking about whether there was anything missing in the space, which he could buy before the end of the world came. As a result, he didn't pay attention to the road and was almost hit by a car. Fortunately, a hand pulled Meng Xiai. The car stopped, and a head came out from the driver's seat and spat on the ground with a bad tone. Can you look at the road when you walk? If you are blind, go home and don't get in the way here. Meng Xiai didn't know if he was scared at that moment, or what. He was stunned. He even thought in his mind, if he was hit by a car like this, would his equipment be dropped? There are so many things in this space, and I don't know if passers-by will go crazy to grab them. Will some scientists dissect him to find out the truth? The speed limit in the community is 5 kilometers per hour. You know how fast you were just now. If you can't drive, don't drive. Or call the police and let the traffic police handle it. The man who saved Meng Xiai retorted. The car owner seemed to be frightened by this, and drove away cursing softly. Meng Xiai only reacted at this time and looked at the man to thank him. But when she saw the man's figure, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. A black short-sleeved shirt, a tall figure, and perfect muscles, all of which showed off his masculinity. Neat short hair, sharp eyes, and a straight nose. This figure, this face. How can it be so suitable for my taste? Frightened? The man frowned, looked outside the community, and seemed to be thinking about whether to take him to the hospital. Meng Xiai came back to his senses and shook his head and said, "It's true that there is a little bit, but it's not a big problem. Thank you for saving my life. Brother, I'll treat you to dinner when I have time." Meng Xiai was also polite. After all, the end of the world will come at 6 o'clock this afternoon, and it is not certain whether we can meet in the future. No need. The man refused, and then the two said goodbye. One walked out, and the other walked in. Chapter 10. The wind rises, and the end of the world finally comes. Meng Xiai thought for a moment, and thought, after all, he saved his life. If he just gave him a little reminder, it should be fine. He ran over to stop him. "Well, I heard that October is the rainy season. You should buy some more food and leave it at home." Meng Xiai couldn't say it too clearly, so he could only try his best to remind him, which was also a way to thank him for saving his life. As for whether he would listen or not, he couldn't control it. But the only pity was that he could only see this man who suited his taste and his dreams in the future. "Okay," the man agreed, and the two said goodbye again. Meng Xiai carried the things to the 5th floor. Li Xiaoya and the others were already in the room. Lu Jie saw Meng Xiai coming in, and his tone was unfriendly. "Why did you come at this time? You made us wait so long. Don't you know we are all hungry?" John Lu hurried over to take the things from Meng Xi's hand, and said with a smile, "Xiao Jie, how can you say that?" "Xiao Xi, don't be angry. He is just like that. You just sit here obediently. Auntie will make you delicious food." Meng Xiai didn't want to talk to this person anymore. There was no need. Li Xiaoya happily pulled Meng Xiai to see her bed. Meng Xiai just touched the mattress with his hand and found no difference from the one he bought. The only difference was that this bed was too princess-like. Then Li Xiaoya showed off her new skirt. "Brother, do you think I look good in it?" As she said that, Li Xiaoya turned around, with a happy smile on her face. "It looks good," Meng Xiai praised sincerely. Li Xiaoya has a standard oval face, S-shaped body, fair skin, and can attract Lu Jie. So she has the capital. It's a pity. The wardrobe I like costs more than 1 million, and I don't have the money to buy it. An ordinary wardrobe. It's not suitable for my skirt at all," Li Xiaoya hinted. Meng Xiai comforted perfunctorily, "It doesn't matter. After tomorrow, I will have money, and I will buy it for you then." "Okay. Brother is the best." Li Xiaoya happily grabbed Meng Xi's arm, calling him brother sweetly. Meng Xiai followed Li Xiaoya around the house. A princess bed, 2 princess skirts that have little ability to keep out the cold, a sofa worth more than 1 million, and a complete set of pots and pans in the kitchen, which looked expensive. They probably don't have much money left. Meng Xiai was very satisfied. "Well, plus the vegetables I bought. They should be able to stay here for 3 days. But I didn't expect that Zhang Lu would waste the materials, throwing away the materials. And 2/3 of the materials were consumed." When Meng Xiai saw it, he almost laughed out loud. "Really? I wanted you to eat something good in the last 3 days. But since you don't want to, forget it. Anyway, the person who picks up garbage from the trash can to eat is not him." At the dinner table, several people didn't notice that Meng Xiai blocked Li Shanong and the others. But it was true. These people would only call him when they wanted money. At other times, they probably forgot who he was. After dinner, Meng Xiai said he would go back to school to get something in the afternoon, and buy lobsters in the evening, and give them food. When the party was over, Meng Xiai drove them back. Li Xiaoya was naturally happy to have delicious food, and nodded repeatedly, and even said she wanted to eat the biggest shrimp. Meng Xiai went out, and went directly to the roof. When he entered the house, he heard the sizzling sound next door, and felt strange. Is this house under renovation? Ignoring others, Meng Xiai opened the door, and laid down on the bed, setting an alarm for 6 o'clock. When Meng Xiai woke up, the alarm had not yet rung. He moved a chair to sit on the balcony, made a pot of green tea, took out a box of spicy prints, and ate leisurely. September 30, Thursday. The sun was setting, and people could still feel the heat. Meng Xiai did not install air conditioning in the room, After all, the power went out in just half a month, and it was useless to press it. Besides, the temperature in the space was suitable. If it was really too cold, Ming Xiai could enter the space. While thinking about things, Ming Xiai saw a man in a black short-sleeved shirt downstairs, pushing 2 large suitcases. Although the distance was a bit far, Ming Xiai could imagine the muscles on his arms bulging. This man was the man who grabbed Ming Xiai and saved his life in the morning. And he actually entered his building. Ming Xiai licked his lips. If he had saved the man when he was in a desperate situation, he didn't know if he could get someone to repay him with his own life. Of course, Ming Xiai was just thinking casually. After all, there is a space in the apocalypse, and there are so many things stored there. Anyone would be jealous. What if that person repays kindness with hatred? When Ming Xiai was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the sound of the door next door opening. Ming Xiai suddenly had an idea, picked up half a bag of garbage, and walked towards the door. After all, it was separated from him by a wall, and the balcony of the living room was adjacent to that side. If something was wrong, it was better to be on guard early. In the apocalypse, only the ruthless can survive to the end. If something was wrong, in order to protect himself, Ming Xiai would not mind taking the initiative. Opening the door, Ming Xiai, who was carrying the garbage, just took a step. The door next to him opened again. "It's you?" Ming Xiai was surprised. This man turned out to be the one who saved Ming Xi's life in the morning. The man held a suitcase in one hand and said in surprise, "Hello." "Hello." Ming Xiai smiled and said, "I didn't expect that we are so destined." Then he shook the garbage in his hand and said, "I'm going to throw away the garbage. What are you doing?" Ming Xiai looked at the 2 new suitcases in his hand. The man said, "I just moved recently. Some things haven't been taken away yet. I'm going to take them again." "Oh." Ming Xiai nodded, took the garbage and threw it into the trash can in the corridor. When the man was about to enter the elevator, Ming Xiai suddenly spoke. "If it's not something important, it's better not to go get it." In the man's puzzled eyes, Ming Xiai explained, "I just forgot where I saw the weather forecast, which said that it would rain heavily in half an hour. If you can stay at home, it's better not to go out." "Thanks for reminding me." The man picked up 2 suitcases, and did not accept his advice. "You still have to go get it, otherwise you won't be able to use it at night." "Oh, okay." The man entered the elevator, put the suitcase on the ground, put his hands in his pockets, and his eyes accidentally met Ming Xi's closing door. Ming Xiai smiled at the man, and closed the elevator door the moment it closed. Then he leaned back on the sofa, worried. He knew that the person who saved him lived next door, and judging from his appearance, he would not do anything dirty. But if they really fought, Ming Xiai would probably have no chance of winning. He opened his phone and swiped it a few times. Ming Xiai saw a circle of friends posted by Li Xiaya. A gorgeous skirt, delicious crabs, and a big hand holding her hand. What was the copywriting? Thank him for accompanying her on the weekend. Ming Xiai rolled his eyes. Ding ling ling. Boom boom. The alarm was accompanied by thunder, and Ming Xiai hurried to the window. Then he watched the sky change color in front of his eyes. A thunderclap sounded in the clouds, and the wind blew violently, and pedestrians walked quickly with their arms folded. The white clouds turned black, and lightning flashed, and dust rose. All this happened in just 5 minutes. Ming Xiai seemed to hear someone cursing at the sky. But then the person fell silent, and then swear words were heard everywhere. It seemed that the sky was not happy with the person cursing him, and the wind howled violently, and sand and rocks flew everywhere, and even blew down a thin girl. Chapter 11. So, please treat me to a meal. The passers-by looked hurried, just wanting to go home quickly. No one cared about the poor girl. Suddenly, it started to rain, from the drizzle to the downpour, in less than 2 minutes. And the wind seemed to be weaker. The girl got up from the ground with difficulty, holding her scratched hand in one hand, limping, and returning home wet all over. A wooden board that came from nowhere was blown up by the wind, and hit a car, and Ming Xiai heard someone cursing in the next building. "I just bought a new car." Ding ling ling. The phone on the sofa rang. Ming Xiai answered it while sitting on the sofa, and then took the remote control to turn on the TV. "Ming Xiai, when you come, remember to drive and pick us up." Lu Jia's commanding voice came from the phone. At the same time, Lu Jia also heard some sounds through the phone, which seemed to be the same as what he said. "Ming Xiai, what was that sound just now?" Ming Xiai turned down the TV volume, but his eyes were fixed on Lu Jia, who was frowning on the TV, and he said perfunctorily, "Nothing, My roommate is watching TV. Lu Jia was not suspicious. In his opinion, Ming Xiai could not lie to him. Then he ordered in a cold voice, "Come and pick us up quickly." Ming Xiai hesitated and said, "It's raining too hard now. Wait a while." "No." Lu Jia was furious. "What time is it now? You don't come and pick us up quickly. Do you want us to starve to death?" Zhang Lu, who was watching the show, quickly took the phone and said in a red face. He said in a gentle voice, "Xiao Xiai, it's raining a little hard now. You can come back later. Don't be anxious. Safety first. Safety first." Zhang Lu and Lu Jia sang in unison, one red and one white. And Ming Xiai also followed their wishes, and said that he would come as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jia said unconvincingly, "Auntie, why are you so polite to that guy? That's right. If he doesn't come again, I'll starve to death." In order to maintain her figure, Li Xiaoyao only eats a little each time. And now she is already hungry. Li Xiaoyao has just gone to the kitchen to see that there are only a few bags of snacks, and a bunch of stale vegetables. Li Xiaoyao would rather be hungry than eat those. Zhang Lu said, "He was yelled at by you just now. And now I comfort him. I think he will feel embarrassed. And he will definitely speed up. You just wait." Li Shannon on the side snorted coldly. "Let him come to pick me up. It's natural. If he comes late, I will beat him." The words that several people scolded Ming Xiai were all transmitted to Ming Xi's ears through the TV. But Ming Xiai didn't react. After all, he had no feelings for these people. Moreover, he had to avenge the original Ming Xiai. Ming Xiai asked the intermediary to install the surveillance camera, which was guaranteed to be high definition. He turned down the surveillance camera volume, closed the curtains, and prepared to cook. Ming Xiai also released the phone numbers of several people from the blacklist, mainly to appease them and prevent them from leaving, although there were a lot of cooked food in the space. In order to prevent people from finding out that he had food, he tried to reduce cooking as much as possible to prevent people from smelling it. So now, Ming Xiai can cook by himself if he can. Ming Xi's cooking skills are good. In the real world, Ming Xiai has been cooking by himself, just to save some money, to buy a house, and have a stable residence. After steaming the rice in the pot, and preparing the dishes, Ming Xiai decided to cook later. Pulling open the curtains, raindrops hit the windows with a bang. Ming Xiai noticed that downstairs, a figure walked in from a distance. When he got downstairs, Ming Xiai found that the man was actually the man next door. He was wearing a raincoat, carrying 2 suitcases, and walking into the building with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. He pulled the curtains tight, and Ming Xiai did not wait and see, even if the man looked like what he liked. The natural disaster had already begun, and being obsessed with appearance would only harm oneself. A large pot of rice was steamed, and Ming Xiai took eggplant and beans from the space, planning to make a bean and eggplant dish, and then took a fish prepared by the hotel from the space. 2 dishes, plus a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, were perfect. The rice was just ready, and he heard a knock on the door unexpectedly. Ming Xiai had to open the door. When he opened the door, he found that it was the man who saved him. His hair was still dripping with water. He had a towel hanging on his shoulder, and was wiping it with one hand. He held a small bag of noodles, a bag of loose rice, 2 large cabbages, a few tomatoes, and peppers. Ming Xiai looked puzzled. The man said, "I think the rain won't stop for a while, and I thought you didn't prepare any supplies, so I sent you some." Ming Xiai refused without thinking. "Thank you for your kindness, but you need it too. If the rain really doesn't stop, I'll buy it myself." Now that he has received a favor from others, he will be unable to get rid of it later if he becomes dependent on him. The man looked Ming Xiai up and down, and said, "You are so small. You might get blown away by the wind if you go out." Ming Xiai was furious. He was at least 178 centimeters tall, and weighed nearly 140 kilograms, which was the standard weight. How could he be blown away by the wind? You underestimated him too much. Ming Xiai smiled but didn't smile. He gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you for your kindness. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you." The man shook his head and said, "No need. My name is Shin Quebec. Since we live next door, please take care of me in the future. My name is Ming Xiai. Please take care of me." Ming Xiai had no choice but to take the things and then pay for them. Shin K declined. "No need for money. I smell the aroma of food in your room. Why don't you treat me to a meal this morning? Didn't you say you would treat me? It was all because the food I cooked was too fragrant, and this person could smell it. Ming Xiai could only stiffly invite the person in. For some reason, Ming Xiai felt like he had let a wolf into the house. Luckily, Ming Xiai had drawn the curtains, and the TV was turned off. The doors of several rooms were closed, so Shinkei didn't notice anything wrong. Shinkei brought the things to the kitchen, and saw 2 dishes, and 1 soup already prepared on the workbench. Ming Xiai said, "Since you want to eat, let me cook another one." "Okay. I'll help you." Shinkei was a bit familiar with him, and Ming Xiai didn't know how to deal with him. He could only bite the bullet and say, "No. I can do it myself. I can't cook. So I just want to learn from you," Shinkei said. Since he said so, Ming Xiai had no choice but to nod. Shinkei took the cabbage, and he made a vinegar cabbage, which was enough for 2 people and 3 dishes. During the meal, Ming Xi's phone rang several times. Ming Xiai turned the phone to silent mode and put it upside down on the table. "Girlfriend?" Shinkei asked. It's no wonder Shinkei thought too much. After all, the name on his phone was Li Xiuya. Ming Xiai shook his head and said, "No, my half-sister." Shinkei knew he had said something wrong and apologized quickly. But Ming Xiai didn't care at all. After dinner, Shinkei helped Ming Xiai wash the dishes and left. Ming Xiai closed the 2 doors tightly and turned on the TV. Li Xiuya and the others' angry expressions appeared on the TV. What does Ming Xiai mean? Does he not want to pick us up? Dad, Mom, please call him quickly. Lu Jie gently comforted her. Ya. Don't worry. I'll call him. He will definitely answer. Hearing Lu Jie's confident voice, Ming Xiai shook his head, and then turned off the phone in his hand. Chapter 12. Ming Xiai, come and pick us up quickly. In the surveillance, Li Xiuya looked at Lu Jie expectantly. Brother Jie, what's up? Lu Jie listened to the busy tone beside his ear. His face was livid. His phone is turned off. Lu Jie seemed to be unable to believe that. Ming Xiai, who usually bowed his head in front of him, dared not answer his call, so he called again. Beep beep, the number you dialed is turned off, please. Lu Jie hung up the phone angrily. Brother Jie, don't be angry. Seeing Lu Jie was angry, Li Xiuya comforted him caringly. Maybe Ming Xiai forgot to charge his phone. He will definitely call you back when he sees your number. Li Shannyang and Zhang Lu didn't feel anything at first. But now they saw Ming Xiai didn't answer the phone. They were extremely anxious and cursed. The usually obedient rabbit now had a hint of resistance. Of course, whether this resistance was voluntary or involuntary, it was unforgivable in their eyes. Wait until the assets under Ming Xi's name come into my hands, and I will beat him to death. A bitch. Dare to disobey. Li Shannyang smoked a cigarette and didn't stop cursing. Zhang Lu patted Li Shannyang's back affectionately, telling him not to get angry, so as not to hurt himself. Ming Xiai listened to the scolding of several people, and when he felt that the time was about right, he called Lu Jie back with his new phone. Hello. Lu Jie's voice was unfriendly. Ming Xiai said expressionlessly, Brother Jie, it's me. When Lu Jie heard Ming Xi's voice, his tone became even worse. What do you mean, you don't answer my call, and why don't you come and pick us up quickly? Do you still want me to care about you in the future? Ming Xiai waited until Lu Jie had said enough, and then explained in a low voice. I was going to pick you up, but the car was damaged by water, and my phone was lost. I don't care. You come and pick us up. Lu Jie didn't listen to Ming Xi's explanation at all. Li Xiuya also took the phone. Brother, you come and pick me up. I'm so scared. I'm sorry. Sister, I remember there is a bed in the room. You can rest there for one night. I will find a way to pick you up tomorrow. Ming Xiai said apologetically, but his face was full of amusement. The end of the world has begun. He wants to see how these hypocritical people will kill each other. Zhang Lu snatched the phone away and said, Okay. Xiao Xiai must remember to pick us up tomorrow. You should also pay attention to safety. Okay. Auntie. After hanging up the phone, Ming Xiai turned up the volume of the TV. Mom, why are you still so polite? He won't come to pick us up. That's right. Zhang Lu said. It's raining so hard outside now, and we can't get a taxi. If you don't speak to him in a nicer tone. What if he doesn't come to pick us up? He dares. Li Shannon was the first to be unhappy. I'm his father. He dares not to pick me up. Ming Xiai didn't want to watch it anymore. He turned off the TV sound, lay on the coffee table, and began to sort out the plot. On the third day after the rainstorm, the floodwater continued to rise, and the residents living on the first floor began to have water in their homes. Because this was a new community, many rooms were unoccupied, so they began to pry open doors and break into houses. On the 8th day, some floors began to have no water, and even if some floors had water, it was no longer water from the water plant, but rainwater. Many people began to have diarrhea and get sick after drinking it. On the 13th day, the intermittent power supply system finally stopped working. At the same time, many families had run out of food, and those who could not stand the hunger began to pry open doors in the middle of the night. There were elderly people or women living in the house. If they couldn't beat them, they could only let them rob them, or even be violated. Order began to be in chaos. Meng Ci drew a heavy circle on the 6th day with his pen. Then he set an alarm on his phone for 6 days later, which was October 6th. On this day, the surveillance would stop for 10 hours at midnight, and the surveillance could no longer be used. People were still constrained by laws and regulations for the time being, and they didn't dare to go out and rob things. Meng Ci could use these few days to start buying things for free, especially medicine. Although it is sold abroad, Meng Ci previously wanted domestically produced drugs, so he bought less. He turned on his phone and checked several pharmacies with relatively high terrain. Meng Ci saved the route and then turned his eyes back to the TV. In the surveillance, Li Xiaoya reluctantly let Zhang Lu sleep on her princess bed, while Li Shanong and Lu Jia lay in the living room. Because Lu Jia liked Li Xiaoya, in order to show himself in front of his future father-in-law, he deliberately gave him the long sofa and fell asleep on the single sofa. Meng Ci lay comfortably on the bed, sleeping soundly with soft music playing. Ding ding ding. Meng Ci was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone, but it was only a little after 7 o'clock. Meng Ci did not answer the call right away, but stretched slowly, wearing long-sleeve pajamas, and then took the phone to the balcony to call back. Lu Jia's scolding voice came from the phone. "Why did you answer the phone after so long? Don't you want to pick us up?" Meng Ci explained in a low voice. "No. This phone belongs to my roommate. He gave it to me just now, and I quickly took it." Lu Jia did hear the voice coming from the other end of the phone, and only then did he calm down a little. "Hurry up and arrange for someone to pick us up." "Okay." Meng Ci hung up the phone, yawned, went to the living room to boil a pot of water, made himself a cup of coffee, turned on the TV and continued to watch Li Xiaoya and the others. Lu Jia was furious. He didn't sleep well on the sofa last night, and Li Shanong snored loudly on the sofa. If it wasn't for Li Xiaoya, why would he suffer so much? Lu Jia's family conditions were average. If it wasn't for Meng Ci's love for him, how could he dress like a decent person? His father worked overtime at the company yesterday, and now he is still at the company, and can't help it all. His mother is a housewife, and she only complains about the weather when she calls, and worries about whether Lu Jia is in danger, and can't do anything. Lu Jia can't bear it, and directly blocks his mother. No one at home can be trusted. Lu Jia looked at the rain outside, which had already submerged the roadside, and there was no sign of the rain stopping. There was nothing here except a bed, a set of sofas, and some vegetables that Meng Ci bought yesterday. Goo. Lu Jia touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten anything last night, and he was already too hungry to bear it. Looking at Li Shanong sleeping like a pig on the sofa, Lu Jia quietly went to the kitchen. In addition to vegetables, there were some bread, snacks like potato chips, etc. in the bag. Lu Jia turned around and closed the door tightly, and ate his fill in one breath. Seeing the remaining snacks, Lu Jia lowered his eyes, stuffed everything into the plastic bag without hesitation, and then stuffed the things out of the kitchen and tied them to the guardrail, with the plastic bag protecting it. Water shouldn't get in. But Lu Jia was still a little worried. After searching the kitchen for a long time, he finally found half a floor tile in a cabinet. Lu Jia put the floor tile on the plastic bag. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the food getting wet, nor did he have to worry about Li Xiaoya and the others finding out. Lu Jia then left the kitchen. Li Shanong was still sleeping soundly on the sofa, and he had no idea what had just happened. Meng Ci saw this scene and laughed sarcastically. Sure enough, people are selfish. He thought Lu Jia was sincere to Li Xiaoya, but he didn't expect that he would be so vulnerable in the face of life and death. Chapter 13. No. I'm in love. Meng Ci stopped looking at them. As long as tomorrow passes, everyone will be in danger. Li Shanong and his cowardly people will never be able to go out again. In the kitchen, Meng Xiai cooked a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. After serving himself a bowl, he packed the rest into disposable lunch boxes and stuffed them into the space. He fried another egg, 2 sausages, and heated up the leftovers from last night. And breakfast was ready. Meng Xiai ate and drank his fill, and then continued to look at the map and observe the nearby shops, to see if there was anything he needed. Knock. 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 Meng Xiai heard a knock on the door, turned off the TV, and then looked outside vigilantly. He saw Shen Kai standing outside, all wet, with his hair still dripping. "What are you doing?" Meng Xiai opened the door and was very surprised. Could this person have some masochistic tendencies? He got caught in the rain yesterday, and he got caught in the rain again today? Shen Kai handed Meng Xiai a plastic bag. "I checked the forecast. It will rain for several days in the future. I saw that you didn't have much food in your room yesterday. These are for you." Meng Xi's hands on the door tightened. He has been an orphan since he was a child, and he has never been cared for so much. It would be a lie to say that he was not touched. "No, keep it for yourself. I'm out of food later, find a way. It was raining so hard outside, I didn't know how this guy bought it. Although he was very touched, he didn't need it. Take it." After saying that, Shen Kai stuffed the things directly into Meng Xi's hands, and then pushed open the door of his house next door and walked in. Meng Xiai had no choice but to take the things back home. Just a few packs of instant noodles, 2 handfuls of noodles, a bag of potatoes. Although the things were few, it was not easy to bring them back in this weather. "It's over. I'm going to be in love." "No." Meng Xiai got up, packed the things in one go, and then stuffed them into a corner of the space, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, if you keep watching, you will be unable to restrain your love brain. Then Meng Xiai entered an empty bedroom, took out a treadmill from the space, put on headphones to listen to music, and started running. In the end times, you still need to have a good physique, and exercise is naturally indispensable. So in addition to buying 20 treadmills, Meng Xiai also bought dumbbells, exercise bikes, yoga mats, elastic bands and other exercise equipment. After running for half an hour, Meng Xiai stopped, sat on the yoga mat, and began to rub his legs. It was pouring rain outside. The TV news, the radio, etc. began to report that there would be heavy rain for the next 10 days, and it was best for everyone to stay at home. In the mobile group, in Meng Xi's classmates group, some people were happy that they didn't have to go to school because it was raining. Meng Xiai saw this and thought that he should be even happier in the future. For at least the next 10 years, let alone going to school, they wouldn't even have to touch books. Some people outside the window probably had no food at home, and several people hugged each other, trying to go out, but the rain had already reached their knees. One person fell to the ground, either because he was tripped or stepped on something wrong, and was almost washed away by the flood. Fortunately, the people who were with him did not give up on him and pulled him up together. Meng Xiai remembered that there was a supermarket at the entrance of the community, and these people did not have to go too far to buy things. In the surveillance, Li Xiaoya and the others woke up and saw that the rain outside was still not stopping. Everyone was frowning, and Li Shanong sneezed several times in a row because he did not cover himself with a quilt when he slept last night. There was no food here, and Lu Jia and the others were trapped here, which was definitely not okay. So Li Shanong and the others took turns to call Meng Xiai. But Meng Xiai didn't answer. The rain was heavier than Meng Xiai had imagined. Meng Xiai had just seen the scene outside, and Li Shanong and the others had also seen it. In this case, I'm afraid that those who cherish their lives will not go out easily. There is no need to worry that they will leave. Ignoring the phone, Meng Xiai took a good rest and took out an electric noodle press from the space. Then he kneaded a bowl of noodles and pressed fresh noodles with the noodle press. Only 2 portions were left outside, and the rest were placed in the space. Meng Xiai fried another pot of shredded potatoes, looked at the noodles and hesitated for a long time, then opened the door and knocked on Shen Kai's door. "Is there anything?" Shen Kai had changed his clothes, a white short-sleeved shirt, which was filled with chest muscles. "I made noodles. Do you want to eat?" Meng Xiai swallowed his saliva. Today's meal was just a thank you for the 2 gifts he sent. I would never open the door for him again. "Eat." Shen Kai didn't even think about it. He immediately agreed. He went in and got the key, and went into his room with Meng Xiai in his flip-flops. The water was already boiling. and the noodles were cooked in a short while. Each person scooped a bowl, put shredded potatoes on the noodles, and a bowl of shredded potato noodles was ready. Add the chili oil Meng Xiai had poured, and it tasted delicious. The two of them finished their meal quietly, and Shen Ke went in to wash the dishes. Thank you for the gift. I won't need it in the future. You should keep it for yourself. After all, we don't know when the rain will stop, Meng Xiai said as he sent Shen Ke out. Okay. Shen Ke paused when he entered the door, answered and went in. Meng Xiai leaned against the door, sighed deeply. What a pity! If it weren't for the end of the world, he would have pounced on this person and taken him down long ago. In the real world, Meng Xiai had to make money, so he had no time to fall in love. Now in the book, he has money, but he doesn't dare to fall in love because he has to survive. After being sentimental for a while, Meng Xiai sat on the sofa and started to eat melon seeds. In the surveillance video, Lu Jia was soaked. It looked like he had just gone downstairs and tried to go out. But he probably didn't succeed. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. The 4 people must have been very hungry. They finally remembered the things in the kitchen that Meng Xiai had brought yesterday. They had no idea what was in the kitchen, so they didn't notice what was missing. There were only a few vegetables and 2 handfuls of rice left. Zhang Lu cooked them all. When Zhang Lu was cooking, she couldn't help herself and ate several mouthfuls while cooking. When the food was served, no one had even half a bowl of rice, and they were fighting over it. Meng Xiai saw it and shook his head. He thought these 4 people were so united. But it turned out that they had an internal conflict. It seems that dealing with them in the future will be easier than imagined. It was past 3 o'clock when Meng Xiai called them back. Meng Xiai, can you come to pick us up? Even if you can't come, you can send someone to bring us some food. We are staying in this hellhole because of you. If you dare not come, I will make you pay. On the other end of the phone, several people were judging Meng Xiai. Meng Xiai chuckled. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't contact anyone now. I haven't eaten since yesterday. As he said this, Meng Xiai sipped a passion fruit. It tastes so good. I don't care. You find a way for me. I'm your father. If you don't solve it, I'll break your legs when the rain stops. Meng Xiai sipped another passion fruit. Someone on the other end of the phone finally noticed and asked him if he was eating. Meng Xiai denied it. No. I'm so hungry that I can't stand it anymore. I'm drinking water. Li Shanong and the others didn't doubt it. After all, they had been drinking water all morning. Who cares if you're hungry or not? Find a way for me quickly. Chapter 14. Wait. Give me your phone. I saw some classmates buying food from others. Do you want to try it? Meng Xiai suggested. Meng Xiai calculated that Li Shanong and his friends probably only had tens of thousands of yuan. So let them spend some of it now. When things become more expensive later, they won't be able to exchange anything. I don't know what they will do for a bite of food. Which is really exciting. Transfer me some money. Li Shanong asked directly. Transfer 1 million. No. Transfer 10 million. Meng Xiai rolled his eyes. At this time, he was still thinking about money. I can't transfer it. My phone is broken. If it works, I won't have to starve. Meng Xi's tone was pitiful. But there was no expression on his face. I borrowed a classmate's phone. Put the card on it and called you. What's the use of you? Li Shanong hung up the phone fiercely. Then several people started to collect money. Lu Jia didn't have much money to begin with. And he was also cautious. He unbound the card with more money in it. And finally only took out more than 1,000 yuan. Li Xiuya used her money to buy a bed and clothes. And now there is less than 10,000 yuan in the card. Zhang Lu couldn't take out a penny now, because most of the 2 million yuan Meng Xiai gave her was used to buy clothes. And the rest was used to recharge the beauty salon. And she even owed the beauty salon 20,000 yuan. Li Shanong used all his money to spend on wine and women. And now there is only more than 20,000 yuan left in the card. Meng Xiai heard what the people in the surveillance video said, and laughed sarcastically. It seems that these people spend money more than he thought. 6 million yuan was spent by them. There was no surveillance outside, so he could not see Lu Jia going out to exchange things. After waiting for a while, Meng Xiai saw Lu Jia carrying 4 packs of instant noodles back, and his face was not very good. Those guys who took advantage of the fire actually asked for 100 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. The rain had only lasted for 1 day and 1 night. Those who had food stored at home did not know that this was the end of the world. Seeing that Lu Jia was well dressed and looked hungry, he only asked for 400 yuan for 4 packs of instant noodles. Seeing Lu Jia and the others complain, Meng Xiai sneered. In a few days, let alone 100, I'm afraid that 10,000 people will be extremely hungry and will buy it. When people realize that something is wrong, food will be priceless. And then we'll see how Li Shanong and the others fight each other. These 2 days, while the voltage is stable, Meng Xiai has been kneading and pressing the noodles. When he bought things, Meng Xiai forgot to buy fresh noodles. There is a lot of noodles in the space now, but rolling and cutting noodles wastes too much time, and it is far less fast than pressing noodles. Fortunately, Meng Xiai saw a noodle press at the wholesale market and bought a few, which happened to be useful these days. Meng Xiai bought a lot of fresh-keeping bags. Each bag contained a handful of them, just enough for him to eat a meal. Oh right. Meng Xiai suddenly remembered that there were few kitchen utensils in his space, and this was the only knife for cutting vegetables. It seemed that if he went to the 0 yuan shopping mall later, he would have to find a few more kitchen knives. Bang, bang, bang. After Meng Xiai washed his hands, he heard a frantic knock on the door, and looked through the peephole, and found that it was a woman in her 30s. Meng Xiai did not open the door, but the man kept knocking. There was no other way. Meng Xiai could only go to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, put his hands behind his back, and open the door a crack. What's the matter? The crack in the door was relatively small. Meng Xiai stood in the middle, blocking the situation in the room. The woman kept looking behind Meng Xiai. Little brother, do you have anything to eat? Can you give me some? I haven't eaten for several days. I have money here. I can give it to you. And I have a 5-year-old child at home. Please have pity on me. Meng Xiai shook his head and said, I have no food, and I have been hungry for a day. How is that possible? The woman said as she was about to enter Meng Xi's room, looking like she would not give up until she achieved her goal. You look ready. Young man, you don't look hungry at all. Meng Xiai used his legs to hold the door shut and pushed the woman away with one hand. The woman was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Meng Xiai grabbed the key, locked the door directly, and stood at the door with a kitchen knife in his hand. I'll say it again. I don't have anything to eat. If you want to come in again, don't blame me for being rude. The woman was obviously frightened and stood up quickly. Meng Xiai saw a figure swaying not far behind her, near the elevator. Click. The door next to him opened. Shinkei came out with a towel around his waist. His hair was wet. Meng Xiai couldn't help but wonder, could this guy have gone out again? Otherwise, why would he take a bath in broad daylight? However, this guy has a really good figure. Meng Xiai quickly stopped his wild thoughts, really wanted to slap himself on the face. It was already so late, and he was still being delayed by beauty. What's wrong? Shinkei locked his eyes on the woman. The woman swallowed what she was about to say, and quickly turned around and left. Nothing. Just asking me for food, Meng Xiai said. Shinkei nodded. It's raining so hard outside, and I don't know when it will stop. You should keep the food for yourself. Shinkei stretched out his hand and said to Meng Xiai, give me your phone number. What for? Meng Xiai was alert. Shinkei said, if this happens again in the future, call me, and I will help you deal with it. No need. Meng Xiai refused. We are all men, and we need help. And I've already said that I should stay away from him. Shinkei didn't say anything, but quickly, he took out the phone from Meng Xi's pocket, raised the phone and unlocked it with Meng Xi's face, and then dialed his own number. Shinkei didn't hang up the phone until he heard the ringing in the room, and handed it to Meng Xiai, and his movements were smooth and flowing. Okay, the number is saved, call me if you need anything. After saying that, Shinkei pushed the door and went back to his room. Meng Xiai pushed the door and went in, looking at the number saved on the phone, and sighed again. Why is this person so nosy? Is it a central air conditioner? The central air conditioner warms not only me, him. I must stay away from it. On the 5th day of the heavy rain, more and more people have no food left at home. The supermarket at the entrance of the community has long been sold out and closed. Either asking in the group if anyone has food, or shouting with the window open to see who has food and is willing to pay a high price for it. Meng Xiai ignored them all and concentrated on exercising. When he saw the phone ring, it was Lu Jia calling again. What's the matter? Meng Xiai asked. Lu Jia was so hungry at this time. He only dared to eat a few bites of the snacks hanging outside the kitchen window, fearing that they would be gone after he ate them all. Do you have any way to get food? Try to send some. Lu Jie asked every day these days. And Meng Xiai always said the same thing. No. But maybe there is a way to help you. Meng Xiai suddenly spoke. Lu Jie hurriedly asked. What is it? Meng Xiai said with some difficulty. Last night, one of my roommates exchanged his body for a pack of instant noodles. Look. In the book, it was Li Shanong who proposed to exchange Meng Xi's body for food. This time, he would bring it up, and see whose body Lu Jie would be willing to use. Lu Jie didn't say anything, and hung up the phone directly. Then he walked into the kitchen, locked the door, and wanted to go to the kitchen to get some snacks. But this time something was wrong. The weight of the plastic bag was wrong. When he picked it up, he found that there was a hole at the bottom of the plastic bag. Chapter 15 Yaya, he said he likes your mom. Lu Jie opened the kitchen door, and was going to settle accounts with that person downstairs. It must be that someone downstairs saw the food he hid, otherwise. Why would such a strong plastic bag rot? And only the bottom was rotten. Brother Jie, what's wrong? Li Xiaoya came over at this time and asked worriedly. Lu Jie shook his head and said, It's okay. The food outside the window was hidden by himself, and Li Xiaoya must not know about it. Besides, even if he went down to look for it now, he would probably be eaten by them. If the matter got out of hand, Li Xiaoya and the others would understand the cause of the matter, and would probably not let it go. If he was kicked out, he would be homeless. So for now, Lu Jie could only swallow his anger. Now he had to find a way to get food. The heavy rain had been going on for 5 days, and there was no sign of stopping. The mayor's hotline, the helpline, or the police were called for help. Since the second day of the heavy rain, people who had no food at home were calling. But the rainstorm was so heavy, there was nothing they could do, and since yesterday, the phone has been unreachable. People could only hear on TV and radio that everyone should stay in the house, so as not to be washed away by the flood. I just called Meng Xiai, and he said that they have roommates who exchange their bodies for food. When Li Xiaoya heard this, she exploded. Lu Jie, what are you thinking about? I won't do such a thing. If you want to do it, do it. Lu Jie quickly comforted her, and hugged Li Xiaoya in his arms. I didn't say I asked you to go. I like you so much. How could I let you do something with another man? Woo woo woo, I knew Brother Jie was the best. Li Xiaoya hugged Lu Jie's waist, and then looked at Lu Jie expectantly. But Brother Jie, what should we do now? I'm so hungry. In modern society, it is very convenient to buy things, and many families will not stock up on food. Nowadays, even if someone pays 1,000 yuan, no one is willing to sell a bag of instant noodles. Li Xiaoya and her friends have been hungry for nearly 20 hours. Lu Jie thought for a while and said, When I used money to exchange for food, I saw a house in the north, where a fat man lived. It's probably a fat otaku. And there are a lot of food at home. Why don't I go and ask him what he wants? We'll find a way when the time comes. Okay. Li Xiaoya nodded and instructed, Brother Jie, you must pay attention to safety. Yes. Lu Jie opened the door and went out. Li Xiaoya followed behind him worriedly. Hiding in a corner, Lu Jie knocked on a door. But after a while, the door was opened. Li Xiaoya saw a fat man in his 30s, with a greasy face and untidy beard. The two talked quietly, and Li Xiaoya didn't hear anything. Seeing that the negotiation between the two was over, Li Xiaoya hurried back. Li Shanong and Zhang Lu were lying on the bed hungry, and didn't want to move. Li Xiaoya didn't want them to lie on her bed, but she couldn't persuade them. What's going on? Brother Jie? Li Xiaoya pulled Lu Jie into the kitchen and asked expectantly. Lu Jie hesitated and said, I asked him, and he said he likes married women, especially young women in their 40s. Hey, you see? Li Xiaoya shook her head, tears in her eyes. Hey, no, my mother. Gurgle. The two people's stomachs started to growl again. Li Xiaoya touched her stomach and hesitated. Hey, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Then she left the kitchen. Lu Jie was looking at the kitchen door, looking determined to win. Because the rain continued, the weather cooled down, so Meng Xiai put on his coat, and then took out a one-person electric frying pan, and cooked a spicy hot pot base. Mutton rolls, beef rolls, tripe, hot pot meatballs, lotus root, potato chips, gluten, bean curd. Meng Xiai took 2 9-grid hot pot grids, selected the dishes in the space, and made a bowl of secret oil bowl. He also took a large bottle of Coke, and filled a bowl of fragrant rice, and ate it on the coffee table. When Ming Ci saw the surveillance video again, Lu Jie said that the fat man across the street liked young women. Ming Ci couldn't help laughing. That fat man obviously likes men. And in the book, it was for this reason that Lu Jie and Li Shanong sent Ming Ci directly to the fat man in exchange for food. Now Lu Jie actually said that the fat man liked young women, and I don't know what he said, but it actually changed the man's orientation. Ming Ci didn't quite believe it. After finishing his meal slowly, and digesting it for a while, Ming Ci lay on the sofa and started watching a movie. I don't know when I fell asleep, but I was awakened by a roar. The room was dark. Ming Ci stretched lazily, turned on the light in the dark, and then looked at the surveillance camera, taking out a cup of hot bubble milk tea from the space. Ming Ci leaned on the sofa and crossed his legs. Uncle Li. Aunt Zhang. Ya. What are you doing? Why did you tie me up? This kind of joke is not good at all. In the surveillance camera, Lu Jie was tied up and looked panicked. Ya. Please persuade uncle and aunt to let me go. Lu Jie looked at Li Xiaoya for help. Seeing his current situation, Lu Jie guessed what he would encounter later. The fat man really liked men. But Lu Jie negotiated with the fat man, saying that he could give him less food. And then he reluctantly accepted Zhang Lu. But he didn't expect that he would become the prey. Li Xiaoya covered her mouth, stood behind Li Shanong and Zhang Lu, tears in her eyes, and shook her head. Brother Jie, I'm sorry. I can't do anything. They overheard it. I can't stop it. Zhang Lu came up and slapped Lu Jie. Bitch. You dared to instigate my daughter to send me to someone else's bed. Don't you see what you are? Li Shanong was so angry that he kicked him a few times. You dare to plot against us. You really want to die. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Li Shanong hurried over to welcome the person in, smiling flatteringly. We have prepared the person. Take a look. When will it be sent to you? The fat man walked in before, looking at Lu Jie with lustful eyes. Get lost. Lu Jie spat at the fat man. Don't touch me. The fat man wiped the saliva off his face with his hands, and pinched Lu Jie's face firmly. You have a hot temper. I like it. Then he stretched out his tongue and licked Lu Jie's face. After seeing the hatred in Lu Jie's eyes, the fat man didn't take it seriously at all. No matter how hot-tempered he was still a lamb on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Send it now. After saying that, the fat man walked out with a swagger. Zhang Lu and Li Shanong hurriedly carried Lu Jie outside. Lu Jie was still struggling, and turned to Li Xiaoya for help. Ya. Save me. Save me. Brother Jie. Li Xiaoya's reluctant voice came out. After she was sure that she could not see Lu Jie, Li Xiaoya put away her tears and took the initiative to go to the kitchen to boil water. As long as she thought that there would be food later, she could not help but feel happy. Ming Ci saw this scene and chuckled. It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and they started to bite each other. It was really interesting. However, Ming Ci was still very curious about why Li Xiaoya turned against him. So he adjusted the surveillance and planned to see what happened before. Chapter 16 Mom. Let Lu Jie try. In the surveillance video, Lu Jie felt very hungry after discussing with Li Xiaoya. After drinking a lot of water in the kitchen, he did not feel better. He could only lie on the sofa, hoping to forget his hunger temporarily after falling asleep. When Li Xiaoya saw Lu Jie again, she went straight into her bedroom without hesitation, and woke up Li Shanong and Zhang Lu. She told them what Lu Jie said. The two of them were naturally angry, and said they would go out to settle accounts with Lu Jie. But they were stopped by Li Xiaoya. Dad? Mom? When I went out with him, I saw that fat guy seemed to be very interested in Lu Jie. Why don't we go ask him if he likes men? If so, tie Lu Jie up and exchange for some food. Li Xiaoya thought of what she saw outside. That fat guy's eyes seemed to linger on Lu Jie's butt. So she made this guess. Although Lu Jie was good to her on weekdays, Li Xiaoya believed in her parents more when facing danger. After hearing this, Li Shanong and Zhang Lu thought their daughter's idea was good. Not only could they reduce one mouth to eat food, but they could also exchange food for a heartless guy. The two hurried out of the door. But a moment later they came in, with a rope in their hands. Smiling, he really likes men. And he said that if we send Lu Jie there, he can give us a box of instant noodles. Li Xiaoya was very excited when she heard this. I didn't expect that a man could be exchanged for a box of instant noodles. It was really a good deal. She quickly helped John Lu and the others tie up Lu Jie. But after Lu Jie woke up, Li Xiaoya took a few steps back, pretending to be innocent, with tears in her eyes. Ming Xiai stopped watching after seeing this. This Li Xiaoya's acting is pretty good. But speaking of it, if her acting was bad, wouldn't Lu Jie have discovered who he was long ago? As for the food Lu Jie hid outside the kitchen balcony, it was actually Ming Xiai who found that person's WeChat and told him. Ming Xiai just thought that the end of the world was too boring and wanted to watch a show. And in the surveillance, Li Xiaoya's family of 3, each of them made 2 packs of instant noodles at a time, and ate them with relish, even finishing the soup. Ah, so satisfied. Li Xiaoya touched her belly. Li Shanong and Zhang Lu also looked satisfied. I should have kept Ming Xiai here, so that we could exchange more food. Zhang Lu couldn't help but speak. Li Shanong's face darkened when he heard Zhang Lu's words. That idiot's phone still can't be reached. What's the use of him? Li Xiaoya also felt that if Ming Xiai was here, Lu Jie wouldn't have to exchange food, and she would have one more person to protect herself. After sighing, several people were afraid that the other party would steal the remaining instant noodles, so the 3 of them grabbed the box and refused to let go. The result of the dispute was the remaining 18 bags of instant noodles, 6 bags for each person, and they kept them well. Seeing them holding the instant noodles tightly in their arms, looking at them as if they were enemies, Ming Xiai found it funny. It turns out that family affection is still vulnerable in the face of these things. It's good that he can kill a few people without doing anything, which is not bad. On the 6th day of the rainstorm, Ming Xiai was awakened by the sound of an engine, and when he came to the balcony, he found that someone had put a speedboat in the water. 3 days ago, the water flooded the first floor. The residents on the first floor were unable to help, and had to move upstairs. This community was opened not long ago, so there were many vacant houses. So they tried their best to pry open the houses that had no response and moved in. It was far away, and it was raining non-stop. So Ming Xiai couldn't see the people on the speedboat. But according to the plot, the people on the speedboat were probably the male protagonist and his friends in the book. The male protagonist Si Chen is a sports student in college. He joined a local rescue team with several classmates and had sufficient flood rescue equipment. It was probably that several people were starving, so they went out to find food. Ming Xiai was not in a hurry to go. Anyway, there was a lot of food in the space. Even if he went out to buy for free, food was not the first choice, but other things. For example, gas. Before the end of the world, Ming Xiai did not dare to buy too many gas tanks. Not only did he need an ID card, but what if he bought too much and the police came to his door? Ming Xiai had already planned the way to the gas company, and he was just waiting for the power outage to start implementing the plan. Please note, citizens, there will be a rare torrential rain in the next few days. Please do not go out unless necessary. The female reporter on TV was still shooting on location at first, but as the rain got heavier, she had already moved into the studio, and Ming Xiai could clearly see the fatigue on the female reporter's face. Without watching TV, Ming Xiai turned on the surveillance camera. Mom, they are not going out to find food. Are they? Li Xiaoya and Zhang Lu stood in front of the window, watching the male protagonist's speedboat getting farther and farther away. It's possible. Zhang Lu nodded, and then looked at Li Xiaoya. Ya, you are so beautiful. Li Xiaoya was suddenly praised by Zhang Lu, and she was puzzled. Do you think they are a group of men? Will they be lonely? Zhang Lu watched the speedboat leave, as if she saw gold. Mom, what do you mean? Li Xiaoya understood instantly. We'll see which floor they go to when they return. Wear your skirt, put on some weak makeup, and knock on the door. Li Xiaoya is smart. After hearing this, she understood what she meant and hurried back to her room to start dressing up. Ming Xiai sneered. This Li Xiaoya is really cold-hearted. Lu Jie was just sent to someone else's bed by her, and now she is going to sleep in someone else's bed again. But Ming Xiai is not worried that Li Xiaoya will succeed. After all, this Si Chen has a lover, and he is a man. Without paying attention to the things in the surveillance, Ming Xiai went to the kitchen to cook a pot of tomato beef porridge, fried a plate of shredded potatoes, and used the electric griddle to make 2 pancakes, intending to roll the shredded potatoes to eat. Bang, bang, bang. Ming Xiai heard the knock on the door, and immediately took the knife, looked through the cat's eye vigilantly, and saw Shen Kei's handsome face. After putting the knife on the shoe cabinet beside him, Ming Xiai opened the door. Is there anything? Ming Xiai asked. Shinkei handed Meng Xiai a bag of things. This is the food I went out to find last night. I'll give you some. Meng Xiai didn't take it. No. I still have food. You can keep it for yourself. Meng Xiai often wondered if Shinkei was not in a good mind. It's already this time. If he has food, he should just keep it for himself. Why take it out? He's not afraid of being a bad guy. He will be the first person to be killed. I'll find a way to find it myself when the time comes. Meng Xiai added. Shinkei insisted. It's raining hard outside now. You'd better not go out easily. I have a rubber boat in my room. If you go out and don't have any tools, you can use mine. Or we can go out together and take care of each other. Meng Xiai was not convinced when he heard Shinkei told him not to go out easily. They are both men. Shinkei can go, but why can't he? Take the things. If someone knocks on the door, don't open it easily. Shinkei stuffed the things into Meng Xiai's hands, and was about to leave after giving instructions. Looking at Shinkei's back, Meng Xiai spoke. Well, I made breakfast. Would you like to come and eat? After saying that, Meng Xiai regretted it. We had agreed not to contact this person again, but why couldn't he control himself? Chapter 17 Yaya. You can definitely do it. You go eat first. I'll make 2 more pancakes. Meng Xiai scooped a bowl of porridge for Shinkei and handed it to him. After Shinkei took it, he did not go out, but put the bowl on the operating table beside him. No. I'll wait for you. Meng Xiai saw that he couldn't get him out, so he could only try to ignore him. At the same time, he was still glad that he didn't put too much beef in the pot. The tomatoes and potatoes were given by Shinkei before, and the noodles were also the first time Shinkei sent them. So he was not afraid that he would find something wrong. You don't have to save food. Tell me when you're done. I'll find a way. Shinkei suddenly spoke. Meng Xiai didn't stop spreading the pancakes. Refusing. I don't eat much. These are enough for me for a long time. You don't have to send me more. But Shinkei didn't answer whether he would send me more in the future. After the 2 of them finished their meal, Shinkei rushed to wash the dishes and left. Meng Xiai leaned against the door, really not understanding what Shinkei was thinking. Could it be that he fell in love with me? Meng Xiai touched his face and thought narcissistically. It's not impossible to fall in love with him. After all, he is so handsome. Shaking his mind, Meng Xiai shook off the idea of love, and then went into a bedroom. He took out a standing boxing sandbag from the space and placed it in the middle of the room. Meng Xiai put on a pair of boxing gloves and started to hit the sandbag, either punching or kicking, to exercise his strength. After hitting for 15 minutes, Meng Xiai took a break, opened a video on the tablet, and began to learn Sanda from it. At noon, Meng Xiai heard the sound of the engine again. Meng Xiai panted and went to the window, and saw that Si Chen and his group had returned, and there were a lot of things on the speedboat. At this time, the water on the first floor was at least 1 meter deep, and the door had been washed down by the water. So Si Chen and his group drove the speedboat directly into the building. At this time, many people were looking around in the stairwell on the 2nd floor, and some of the brave ones even spoke directly when they were moving things. Brother, how much did you buy this thing? I'll pay 10 times more. I'll pay 20 times more. Many people looked pale, obviously because they had been hungry for too long. Some of them had fierce eyes, and they were probably planning to rob. But soon, several footsteps came closer from the upper floor. Make way. The people who were surrounding them had to make way, and 3 young men in their 20s came down. Si Chen, we are here. There were 3 people who went out to look for supplies, and including the 3 who came down now, there were 6 young men in total. They were all over 1.8 meters tall, with strong bodies, and they were scary when they stood there. Therefore, those who wanted to rob had to give up their thoughts. You guys come and move the things. The 3 of us will stay here, Si Chen said. Okay. The 3 people who came down took 3 trips in a row to move all the things. When Si Chen was about to put away the speedboat, someone spoke. Brother, can we use your speedboat? We can give you any price you want, or we can give you some of the stuff we find out. Si Chen said, no, you can use the speedboat for free. But it burns diesel, there's not much left. If you can find diesel, use it freely. As he said that, Si Chen put back the half-received speedboat and left with the others. A man in the crowd immediately grabbed the speedboat in his hand. I have diesel at home. I have diesel at home. I'll use it first. He was about to move the speedboat upstairs. Others probably didn't have diesel at home, so they didn't fight for it. and could only look at him with envy. "Brother, it's raining so hard. Why don't you let me go with you, so I can take care of you?" A man in the crowd suddenly spoke up, and immediately attracted others to agree. The man thought about it carefully, and felt that he should find someone to go with him. After all, it was raining so hard outside, and the river was turbulent. It was indeed dangerous to go out alone. "Okay," the man agreed, and then looked around, picked the man who spoke at the beginning, and found two other strong-looking men. These people were eyeing them covetously. If they didn't find strong men, they might have to take away the food they brought back before it was warm. The man was smart, and didn't let them follow him in. Instead, he went into the house, and found a plastic pot. He estimated how much diesel would be needed to go to the nearest supermarket and back, and then poured half a pot. "Mom, Xiaoping, you stay at home to look after the children, and don't open the door unless you hear my voice." "Okay." The two agreed, and told him to be careful on the way. Then the man got a table, and asked them to wait until he left, and then he blocked the door, and then he left. The man's name is Wei Hung. He usually drives a forklift in a factory, and sometimes he secretly brings back some diesel, and now he has a lot of it at home. It was still unknown when the rain would stop, and there was a crying baby at home, so he was cautious and could not let anyone know. After the man took out the diesel, several people quickly added it to the speedboat. Although it was not smooth at the beginning, Wei Hung soon mastered the skills and drove the speedboat out steadily. "Brother, bring more back. I will spend 10 times. No, 100 times. Me too." Many people stood in front of the windows upstairs and downstairs, asking them to bring back more food. Even several buildings nearby joined in the shouting. Whether the 4 people on the speedboat listened or not, it was unknown. Meng Xiai didn't know what happened downstairs, but seeing them driving the male protagonist's speedboat, he thought that the male protagonist was generous. Without the excitement to watch, Meng Xiai turned back to continue watching the surveillance. In the surveillance, Li Xiaoya had already put on her newly bought skirt, with delicate makeup, and walked outside at Zhang Lu's urging. Now that Meng Xiai had eaten and drunk enough, he had no intention of sleeping. He just wanted to watch the show, but he didn't intend to let Li Xiaoya and the others discover his existence. Suddenly thinking of the things in the space, Meng Xi's eyes lit up, entered the space, and found something from it, held it in his hand. After seeing that there was no one outside, gently pushed open the door, and walked down the stairs. Si Chen lived on the 8th floor. Meng Xiai just arrived at the staircase on the 8th floor. He heard Zhang Lu's voice. "Ya, did you learn everything I taught you just now? Mom, is this really okay?" Li Xiaoya pulled at her collar that was pulled open by Zhang Lu uncomfortably. "Of course it's okay." As she spoke, Zhang Lu pulled Li Xiaoya's clothes open a little more. "Men like this. And you are so beautiful. Which man wouldn't be moved when he saw you?" Li Xiaoya was praised by Zhang Lu like this. She was full of confidence. "Go." Then Zhang Lu stepped back a few steps and hid in a blind spot, urging Li Xiaoya to knock on the door quickly. Chapter 18. Baby, please forgive me. "Go." Meng Xiai put a black thing in his hand on the ground, and then operated the remote control in his hand. Soon, he saw the thing on the ground slowly flying up. When the thing was completely flying, it was found that its shape was similar to that of a fly, and its size was about the size of an adult's little finger. This was what Meng Xiai saw by accident when he bought a drone before. It is said that it has a super long standby time, super clear shooting, super clear recording, and it will not be easily discovered by others. It just so happened that Meng Xiai had a lot of money in his hand. He didn't buy anything, and in the end it would just be a string of useless numbers. So Meng Xiai picked up several of the ones he was interested in and bought them, which just happened to be useful now. The fly surveillance, under Meng Xi's command, flew silently into the air, and then flew forward for a distance. After the camera could accurately capture Li Xiaoya and the others, Meng Xiai let the robot fly stick to the ceiling. After adjusting the camera and testing the headphones to hear the sound, Meng Xiai went up 2 floors and came to the 10th floor. Through Meng Xi's observations over the past few days, no one lives on the 10th floor for the time being, and several rooms have long been quietly pried open. Meng Xiai found a room, walked in, and locked the door from the inside. Meng Xiai first took out a stack of useless cardboard from the space, and spread it on the ground. He then took out a lazy sofa, a small table, and lit an aromatherapy candle. He then placed a cup of yogurt cow's Yangji Ganlu on the table, potato chips, spicy strips, melon seeds, and other snacks all on the table. Only then did she put her phone up with satisfaction. and then looked at the screen. Knock, knock, knock. On the surveillance side, Li Xiaoya had been knocking on the door for a long time. Seeing that no one came to open the door after knocking for a long time, Li Xiaoya could no longer maintain the elegant and charming smile on her face. Turning her head back frequently, Li Xiaoya wanted to leave. But Zhang Lu kept waving her hand to signal her to continue knocking. Li Xiaoya could only bite the bullet and continue knocking. Are you done yet? With a click, Li Xiaoya heard the sound of the door opening, her eyes lit up. Then he quickly adjusted his expression. But he didn't expect that he would hear an impatient voice. Yes. I'm sorry. Li Xiaoya took a small step back, lowered her head, and apologized in a wrong voice. Meng Ci, who saw the scene, couldn't help but be amazed. If he didn't like men, and if he didn't know what kind of person Li Xiaoya was, he would probably be fascinated by Li Xiaoya. This pitiful look really easily aroused a man's desire to protect her. But he didn't expect that the man opposite was not seduced at all, but rolled his eyes directly, and didn't appreciate it at all. You know, I'm sorry, but you still knocked. Then he looked Li Xiaoya up and down, with a disdainful tone. And you're dressed like this. Are you trying to seduce me? Li Xiaoya shook her head quickly. No. No. I just saw you guys go out and find food, and I wanted to buy it from you. I have absolutely no other thoughts. Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes at this man in her heart. He was a grown man, talking to a little girl like this. It was really too much. Is there any gentlemanly manners left? The man snorted coldly. Buying things? Where's the money? Take it out, and let me see it. When they were carrying things back just now, several people wanted to buy things, but they were all rejected. This guy came again, and he was dressed seductively. He just saw that they were all men and had other thoughts. How shameless. Li Xiaoya didn't have money. They spent all their money on food on the third day of the rainstorm. Now the four of them didn't even have 200 yuan on them, so they naturally couldn't take it out. I can sign an IOU. Li Xiaoya's eyes were already filled with tears. On ordinary days, as long as Li Xiaoya did this, the men around her would give her everything she wanted. But it was obvious that the man in front of her was not an ordinary person. The man's expression of disgust was obvious, and then he pointed at himself and said, Come on, do you think I'm a child? Is signing an IOU a meal, or can I spend it as money? Get out of here quickly, or I'll beat you up. Li Xiaoya saw the man's raised fist, and this time she was really scared. Before Li Xiaoya finished her words, she saw another boy coming out of the house. Li Xiaoya recognized that this man was the one who drove the speedboat out to look for something before. She was about to leave, but she swallowed it back, and then looked at the man with a more pitiful expression, as if she had been bullied. Meng Ci, who was monitoring all this, also recognized that this man was Si Chen, the hero of the book. Baby, what's wrong? Hearing this, Meng Ci realized that the man who had just argued with Li Xiaoya was Si Chen's childhood sweetheart Wensheng. She keeps knocking on the door, Wensheng said in a bad tone, pushing away Si Chen's hand that was about to hug him. Li Xiaoya saw Si Chen's sunny and strong appearance, just like the boys who usually gathered around her to show their courtesy, and knew that the opportunity had come. I just wanted to buy some food. Li Xiaoya's tears fell as she spoke. I haven't eaten for several days. I'm sorry. Li Xiaoya began to bow and apologize. The neckline of her skirt was originally large, and now when she lowered her head, her chest was exposed. I didn't mean to knock on the door. I just wanted to buy some food. I don't know how I offended this brother. If I did something wrong, I will definitely change it. Li Xiaoya had been hungry for a few days, and now she put on a pitiful makeup, which made her even more lovable. When Shang turned sideways, he was not interested in these things. And what did this guy mean? He didn't hit anyone. He was crying like this just for a while. Why are you crying? Are you crying at your own grave in advance? But then he thought that Li Xiaoya was like this because Si Chen came. So he pinched Si Chen's ear with one hand and twisted it hard. Tell me, did you invite this person here? Do you like her? Si Chen raised his hands in surrender. No. No. Baby, I like you the most. I haven't even met her. How could I like her? That's more like it. When Shang took his hand back, pushed Si Chen away, and walked angrily to the living room. If Li Xiaoya hadn't been knocking on the door, for fear of disturbing everyone's sleep, he wouldn't have come to open the door. Now that Si Chen, who can solve the problem, has come, when Shang naturally doesn't want to stay any longer. Li Xiaoyao was excited when she saw Wen Shang leaving. The opportunity had come. She took a step forward and thought that the annoying guy had finally left. She could then implement Zhang Lu's teachings. But she didn't expect that after Wen Shang left, Xichen didn't even look at Li Xiaoyao. He just closed the door and followed Wen Shang away happily. Baby. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Xiaoyao couldn't help but kick the security door hard. How come these people don't know how to be gentle with women? It's too much. Ming Xi saw this scene and almost choked on his own saliva. He said, Xichen likes boys. How could he like Li Xiaoyao? Moreover, Wen Shang's appearance is much better than Li Xiaoyao's. I don't know where she got the confidence to compete with Wen Shang. Then Ming Xi expressed deep doubts about the description in the book that Li Xiaoyao and Lu Jie eventually became the male protagonist's right-hand men. Could it be that all this was Lu Jie's credit? Chapter 19 Breaking the Law? I was acting in self-defense. Hiss. Li Xiaoyao forgot that she was wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes with open toes. She kicked hard, and it hurt so much that tears streamed down her face. Mom. Seeing Zhang Lu come out, Li Xiaoyao felt very aggrieved. The security door was opened again. The mother and daughter looked over together. Get lost. Xichen's face was gloomy. Just now, Wen Shang said that if he didn't get rid of this annoying guy, he would not forgive himself. Now that he came out, not only did this guy not leave, there was another one. She is really sick. And she smells like dust all over her body. I don't know if she has contracted any disease. I'll see if there is any alcohol at home later. I need to disinfect the door. Li Xiaoyao was obviously frightened. I don't know how to react. But Zhang Lu, a veteran, would never be frightened by a young man. She protected Li Xiaoyao behind her and started to show her teeth and claws. What did you do to my daughter? A grown man actually bullied a girl, and you still have the nerve to tell her to get out. Do you have the nerve? However, Xichen didn't give Zhang Lu a chance to continue talking. He took out a baseball bat from behind the door. Say it again. Get out. The boy in the next room seemed to hear the sound, and came out with sleepy eyes. Xichen. What happened? The boy saw Zhang Lu and her son, and said sarcastically, Are they here to beg? TSK. I said we don't sell food. Why are there still blind guys coming? Zhang Lu said coldly. You are a handsome boy. Why are you talking so harshly? We just came to take a look. If we don't want to buy, then don't buy. Why are you insulting others? Yang Zhe. I leave this to you. I'm going to coax my baby. After saying that, Xichen closed the door mercilessly. No problem. Yang Zhang hadn't finished his words when he saw the door was closed. Hiss, how could this guy be so excessive? Asking someone to do something, with this attitude, you can't get it done. Then Yang Zhe decided to vent his dissatisfaction with Xichen on Zhang Lu and the others. Turning his neck, pressing his knuckles, there was a loud crackling sound. Zhang Lu and the others saw the scene, and they turned around and ran away in fear. Boring. Yang Zhe regretted. At this time, another boy came out of the room, obviously also woken up. What's wrong? Nothing. Yang Zhe closed the door with a snap, and returned to the living room, where there was a standing boxing sandbag. Yang Zhe punched it several times. After being yelled at by another boy who was sleeping in the room, he sat down on the sofa in dissatisfaction. If you don't want to yell, then don't yell. Why yell? Yang Zhe sat on the sofa with grievance, and began to pick up the sofa cushion. Seeing that the show was over, Ming Xi operated the remote control to let the fly monitor fly to the 8th floor, put away the things, and quietly return to the 17th floor. What are you doing here? Ming Xi saw from afar two sneaky figures wandering in front of his door. One of the figures, Ming Xi recognized, was the woman who knocked on his door before. The two people were obviously startled, especially the middle-aged man who was hunched over, whose hands and feet were flustered and straightened up. Ming Xi saw that the man had obviously stuffed a wire into his sleeve. These two people actually wanted to pry open the door. In broad daylight, are there any laws left? No, nothing. The two people leaned against the wall, trembling and walking behind Ming Xi. Ming Xi stretched his hand behind him, and a fruit knife appeared from space, and he held it in his hand. Stop! The two people saw the knife, and immediately stood still, and dared not move. The woman stuttered, What are you going to do? Murder is illegal. Ming Xi snorted coldly. Illegal? It was you who broke into the house first. I was just defending myself. How is it illegal? Speaking of this, Meng Xiai took 2 steps forward, and the fruit knife was about to be placed on the man's neck. The man wore glasses and looked like he was working in an office all year round. He was thin and weak, and didn't have much strength. He didn't dare to resist at all. Brother, calm down. We won't dare to come again, the man stuttered. In the past month, Meng Xiai has been doing exercise besides buying supplies. In addition to his height advantage, he now has a knife in his hand, which is really scary. Tell me, why do you come to my house again and again? When this woman came before, Meng Xiai had been wondering if he had seen this person before, or if he was caught by her when buying things in bulk. Otherwise, why didn't he knock on Shinkei's house, but came to his house? The man swallowed his saliva and looked at the knife in his hand warily. I saw the boy next door to you before, and he brought you food twice, so that's why I came. On the night of the rainstorm, the man saw Shinkei carrying 2 suitcases in the house, coming back in the heavy rain. Out of curiosity, the man wanted to see what he took, so he quietly came out to observe. After Shinkei entered the door, he did not close the door, but opened the suitcase directly at the entrance. The man saw Shinkei pick some vegetables, rice and noodles from a suitcase full of them, and give them to Meng Xiai. The man didn't think much about it at the time, and even despised Shinkei in his heart, thinking he was a starving ghost who actually hoarded things. But he didn't expect that he would become a starving ghost. 2 days later, the heavy rain did not stop, and the things in the house were almost gone. The man had no choice but to knock on several houses downstairs, and they all said they had no food. Later, when he came to Meng Xi's place, he saw Shinkei giving things to Meng Xiai again. He thought, would it be easier if he asked his wife to ask for food? Unexpectedly, he was still met with a cold shoulder. And 4 days passed, and all the food in the house was completely eaten up. It happened that the man's wife saw Meng Xiai going downstairs, and went back to tell him about it. The man got brave, and found a wire in the house, trying to pry the door open. Meng Xiai heard what the man said, and cursed Shinkei in his heart from beginning to end. He was told not to send anything, but he insisted on sending it. Besides, he was also soft-hearted. Why should he accept it? He even gave Shinkei several meals. Thinking of this, Meng Xiai felt sorry for the food he cooked. As expected, beauty can lead people astray. He put away the knife. Get lost. If I see you sneaking around my door again, I'll throw you downstairs. It's raining so hard outside, even if your bodies are found, no one will find out that it was me. The 2 people were obviously threatened by Meng Xi's words, so they nodded repeatedly. Attention, citizens. Please pay attention. At this time, the broadcast suddenly sounded outside. The couple quickly leaned on the window and looked out eagerly. They saw a small helicopter parked in the air. Meng Xiai did not go home either, but stood outside the door and listened. Starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the government will send people to deliver supplies to everyone. At that time, residents need to bring their household registration books and ID cards. If you do not have these 2, please take a 2-inch photo of yourself. We will distribute supplies according to the population. When the couple heard this, they jumped up happily. Woo woo woo, there is food for lunch. The 2 did not care that there was someone around them, and they hugged each other directly, and even started to eat. When other residents heard the broadcast, they all made cheerful sounds. But when Meng Xiai heard the news, he was puzzled. Chapter 20 Brother Jie. Blame me if you want to. It is clearly written in the book that on the 3rd day of the rainstorm, the government began to send volunteers to deliver food and drinks. And there were no restrictions such as ID cards. They gave as much food as possible, for fear of causing panic. It was not until half a month after the rainstorm that most of the granaries were flooded and the roads were blocked by the rainstorm that they began to deliver food based on population. Why is the food delivery now 4 days later than described in the book, and it was delivered based on population from the beginning? This is really far from what is described in the book. Could it be that because I came in, some changes have occurred? I just don't know if this change is big, and whether it will cause the end of the world to last longer. Meng Xiai began to think. If the end of the world lasts longer, the food he stored in the space might not be enough. So Meng Xiai planned to find an opportunity to store more. After entering the house, he closed the outermost iron sliding door and locked the security door. The TV monitoring was on. So after Meng Xiai came in, he heard cheers from inside. Dad, Mom, we finally have something to eat. Li Xiaoyao was so excited that she almost cried. It had been raining for 6 days, and she felt that she had never been full. Thinking that there would be food tomorrow, Li Xiaoya ran into the bedroom she had locked herself in, and took out the 3 packs of instant noodles hidden in the quilt. I don't want to diet anymore. Li Xiaoya boiled water, while saying to Li Shanong and Zhang Lu, who also came in, with instant noodles. They both thought so too. Each of them took a bowl of soup, boiled 2 pots of water, and finally made instant noodles. Li Shanong had a big appetite, and quickly finished a bowl of noodles, and lay on the sofa with satisfaction. Li Xiaoya and Zhang Lu, although they had been hungry for a long time, usually ate little, and now they didn't even finish half of the instant noodles. If it were a few days ago, they would force themselves to finish it. But now that the government has sent food, they naturally won't. Dad? Mom? The broadcast said that food is distributed according to population. Should we go and bring Lu Jie back? Li Xiaoya suddenly thought of Lu Jie, who had been sent to the fat man for 2 days. Of course, Li Xiaoya wanted to get Lu Jie back. Not out of kindness. She just felt uncomfortable with the lack of a bootlicker around her. Zhang Lu nodded. Of course. That fat guy has so much food. Of course he can't get more food. Li Shanong also nodded. Lu Jie is still useful. Unlike Meng Xiai, the bitch, who is useless. When mentioning Meng Xiai, Li Shanong gritted his teeth. Of course, Meng Xiai had heard a lot of insults from them in the past 2 days. So Meng Xiai was no longer surprised. Zhang Lu also gnashed with hatred when she heard Meng Xi's name. Humph, looking at how he looks, I'm afraid he's been played to death. It's better to play to death, so that he won't be hated when he's alive. Li Shanong touched his pocket. Now he didn't even have cigarettes to eat. He had been addicted to cigarettes for a long time. Meng Xiai touched his heart. When he heard this, his heart was obviously stabbed. What's hurting? Meng Xiai touched his chest. Didn't you know who Li Shanong is a long time ago? What's so painful about it? Meng Xiai had no expression on his face. After the pain in his heart eased, Meng Xiai took out a piece of strawberry cake from the space, made a cup of green tea, sat on the carpet, and ate afternoon tea happily. In the surveillance video, Li Xiaoya took advantage of the argument between Li Shanong and the others and went out. Meng Xiai guessed that she should have gone to find Lu Jie. Sure enough, half an hour later, Meng Xiai saw Li Xiaoya walking in with the pale-faced Lu Jie. Zhang Lu pretended to go up to help Li Xiaoya, but Lu Jie directly waved Zhang Lu's hand away, and then looked at Zhang Lu and Li Shanong with resentment. It's all her fault. If it weren't for Zhang Lu, how could I have suffered such a great humiliation? Why are you still pretending here? Zhang Lu spat on the ground. If I didn't want to tire Ya, do you think I would be willing to help you? You are just a guy whose butt was broken by someone. What are you so proud of? When the rainstorm is over, stay away from our family. At first, Zhang Lu agreed to let Li Xiaoya and Lu Jie play, just because he had a good family background. Now, Meng Xiai might have died, then wouldn't the company and property under his name be theirs? Zhang Lu is now fantasizing about how she will be rich when the rainstorm is over. Lu Jie is naturally not worthy of their family. It's just that her daughter is kind-hearted. She just hopes that after the rainstorm ends, he will leave on his own accord. Otherwise, don't blame yourself then. Li Xiaoya supported Lu Jie. Mom, you are not allowed to say that about brother Jie. Zhang Lu snorted coldly. Why do you still want to be with a butt-selling guy? If you dare, I will break your legs. Li Xiaoya pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, Mom, don't say anything more. Brother Jie, no matter what. He has kept you full for several days, isn't it? Then Li Xiaoya supported Lu Jie and went into her bedroom. Zhang Lu was still behind him, saying aggressively, Our current status is different from before. Don't put your mind on him. You should learn what the ladies of the upper class are like these days. Don't embarrass yourself. But Li Xiaoya had already helped Lu Jie into her bedroom and slammed the door shut. Zhang Lu was furious and pushed Li Shanong. Why don't you take care of her? Why should I take care of her? Li Shanong yawned, changed to a comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Meng Xiai saw that these people were still dreaming of taking the Ming family's property. It was really ridiculous. They didn't even consider whether they would be able to inherit it. Meng Xiai pressed the remote control and switched the surveillance to Li Xiaoya's room. Li Xiaoya helped Lu Jie to the bed. Brother Jie, my mother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't blame her. Lu Jie lay on the bed and said nothing. Brother Jie, blame me if you want to blame someone. I was unable to stop their behavior. Don't blame you. Lu Jie shook his head. He knew that Li Shanong and Zhang Lu were strong and Li Xiaoya was weak. she would definitely not be able to resist them. Brother Jia, you are so nice. Li Shiya smiled easily. Brother Jia, you take a rest first. I will go to boil water to wipe your body. Looking at Lu Jia's expression, he seemed to be very grateful to Li Shiya, and he probably regarded her as the white moonlight in his heart, and the cinnabar mole. Li Shiya was busy wiping Lu Jia's body, and even took the medicine from the fat man to apply to Lu Jia. After Lu Jia took off his clothes on the upper body, the purple wounds of different sizes covered his chest and back, and went down along the waist of his pants. It seems that the fat man is quite cruel. Thinking of the story in the book where Meng Ci was sent to the fat man, stayed there for 5 days in a row, came back with skin and bones, and was finally thrown downstairs, and died in the flood without a burial place. Meng Ci felt that Lu Jia deserved it. The alarm clock rang at 17 o'clock. Meng Ci did not watch the surveillance again, but went to cook a pot of rice, fried 2 dishes, and sat at the table and drank leisurely. At 8 o'clock, as Meng Ci's alarm clock rang again, the whole city fell into darkness. After a while, people who were already scared and uneasy because of the heavy rain, and hungry for several days, began to make loud noises and quarrels, and there were even sounds of smashing things. And Meng Ci, after taking out a diving suit and putting it on, went downstairs quietly. Chapter 21. Let's go. Find something useful. Splash. The sound of entering the water, amid the noise of people, cannot stir up any waves. After 6 days of heavy rain, the flood has submerged the windowsill on the first floor, so people can swim directly in it. Meng Ci carried an oxygen tank, and wore goggles, so he didn't need to surface to breathe, so there was no possibility of being discovered. Meng Ci remembered the route out of the community in his mind, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost. The sound of people's arguments was drowned in the rain, and it became smaller and smaller in Meng Ci's ears. Gradually only the sound of rushing water remained. After leaving the community, Meng Ci took out a rubber boat from the space, and then put on a safety helmet and paddled all the way in the direction he had checked. Along the way, there were all kinds of wood, clothes, shoes floating on the water. Sometimes, the water was blocked by fallen trees, and Meng Ci had to take a detour. After paddling for half an hour, when there were few people around, Meng Ci went into the space to change to a speedboat. The rain hit the helmet, making a bang. Meng Ci squinted his eyes, and tried to identify the direction. By the way, I sighed in my heart. Luckily I wore a safety helmet, otherwise it would be so painful if the raindrops hit my head. The further we walked to the suburbs, there were fewer and fewer floating objects on the road, so Meng Ci walked very fast. It took nearly an hour for the speedboat to reach the gate of the industrial park where the gas tank factory was located. In order to prevent people from entering the park, Meng Ci put away the speedboat, took a lifebuoy and put it around his waist, so that swimming would not take too much effort. The gate of the park, still stubbornly sticking to his post. Meng Ci originally wanted to climb up by grabbing the door, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable place to step on, so Meng Ci had to give up. Then he set his sights on the guard room next to him. Fortunately, the window of the guard room was open a crack, and now the rain had flowed in through the crack. Meng Ci opened the window with all his strength, jumped in, and made a splash. The furniture in the room had been submerged in water, and its original appearance could not be seen. The anti-theft door was closed tightly, and Meng Ci couldn't do much in the water, so the door couldn't be opened. Gradually, Meng Ci lost his patience and took out a chainsaw from the space. He didn't care whether the sound would disturb the people trapped in the park. Meng Ci directly opened a hole in the security door and then got out. The sound of the chainsaw did not attract the attention of others. It seemed that there was no one in the park, so Meng Ci took out the kayak and continued to paddle forward. The kayak was slow, so Meng Ci could observe what factories were here. Automobile manufacturing plants, chemical plants, clothing processing plants. This industrial park is very large, and there are all kinds of industries in it. In the rainstorm, Meng Ci couldn't see the name of the factory, but he vaguely remembered the location of several special factories. He thought that after collecting the gas tanks, if time allowed, he could try his luck and see if he could get anything good. When he arrived at the destination, the gate of the gas tank factory had been damaged by the flood, so Meng Ci paddled in directly. The factory door required an access card to open, and although the power was out, it still couldn't be opened. Meng Ci came to the window nearby, took out a glass suction cup from the space, and fixed it firmly on the glass. Ming Ci grabbed the suction cup with one hand to prevent himself from being washed away by the flood, and took out a glass cutter from the space with the other hand and cut a hole in the glass. Bang! The glass fell on the factory floor, making a shattering sound. The factory was well sealed, and not much water got into it. The rope of the rubber boat was tied to the glass suction cup, and Ming Ci got into the hole and stepped on a machine. After putting the rubber boat and the glass suction cup into the space, Ming Ci jumped down. After putting away the helmet, Ming Ci put a mining lamp on his head instead. The factory was clearly divided, so Ming Ci easily found the place to store gas tanks. Gas tanks of various weights were neatly arranged in categories, and Ming Ci did not hesitate to put them all into the space. After walking around inside, Ming Ci also found thousands of portable gas tanks, as well as mini gas stoves, and Ming Ci put them all into the space. After making sure that nothing was missed, Ming Ci left the gas tank factory. It was still early, and Ming Ci thought about whether there were any factories here that could be searched for useful items. There is a seed factory not far from the entrance. There is a lot of open space in the space. Although I don't know if I can grow vegetables, I can give it a try. There is a car manufacturing plant in the east. I can go there to get some auto parts, so that if the car in the space has an accident, there will be no parts for repair. Of course, if I can collect some more vehicles, it will be worth the trip. There seems to be a pharmaceutical factory. Ming Ci entered the space and studied the route for a long time before he found the place. Various medicines, vaccines, and even raw materials such as Chinese herbal medicine. Ming Ci didn't hesitate, and put all kinds of incubators and low-temperature boxes into the space. Because Ming Ci didn't see anyone in several places, he thought that the industrial park was empty. So he moved without hesitation. Bang! Without seeing the road clearly, Ming Ci's shoulder hit a shelf, which moved a few centimeters. Ming Ci hugged his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Who's there? Ming Ci, who was rubbing his shoulder, suddenly heard a male voice, and quickly dodged behind a shelf where medicines were placed. Ming Ci thought that if someone walked towards him, he would go directly into the space. The reason why he didn't go in now was to see what was going on. The footsteps echoed in the enclosed space, and a light slowly lit up in the darkness. Who is here? The man walked back and forth in the room. And Sue? He found that all the Chinese herbs disappeared. Medicine. Where is the medicine? Where is my medicine? The man's collapsed voice gradually became sobbing. Ming Ci heard clearly from the man's vague mumbling that the reason why this man didn't starve to death or risk going out for food was because he had been eating ginseng, wolfberry, Houtuinia cordata, and other herbs. Thief, get out of here. Come out. The man's spirit had long collapsed. These few days, several of his colleagues were washed away by the flood one after another because they couldn't stand the hunger or didn't want to eat Chinese herbal medicine anymore, and went out to find food, and now they don't know whether they are dead or alive. And the man is alone in this huge factory. All he hears every day is the sound of his own footsteps. Even the only mobile phone that can contact the outside world has run out of battery and automatically turned off. No one talks, the food is not normal. The man imagines every day that the gate is washed away by the flood, putting himself in a desperate situation. Now that the only surviving herb has been stolen, how can a man not collapse? Hearing footsteps getting closer and closer, Ming Ci flashed into the space. He found a potato shredded rice bowl inside, opened a bag of spicy strips, made a cup of milk tea, replenished his energy. After setting an alarm, Ming Ci lay on the bed, relaxed his body and mind, planned to rest for a while, recovered his energy. An hour later, Ming Ci turned off the alarm and left the space. There was no man's voice in the room. Ming Ci did not dare to return the same way, but could only find a piece of glass nearby, cut it with a glass cutter, and got out. But when leaving, Ming Ci took the cut glass into the factory, and then dived into the water, swam out of the park. Chapter 22. Oh my God! The boat hit a corpse. Who? After the herbs disappeared, the man knew that he would die without a doubt because he had nothing to eat. He leaned against the corner in frustration and fell into chaos. Suddenly, he heard the sound of glass breaking, and he was startled. The only flashlight in his hand emitted a weak light, and the man walked over with weak footsteps. The man was surprised to see the things on the ground, and he searched around the house. After failing to find anyone, the man knelt down in front of the broken glass and cowed out hard. Benefactor, save me. Please. Take me away. Please. I don't want to eat. I want to leave here. Save me. After begging for 5 or 6 minutes, the man could only hear his own voice, and sat down on the ground in frustration. What's the use of these? What's the use? The man waved his hands to push down the 2 things in front of him. His eyes bloodshot. The man calmed down for a while, straightened the things in front of him in a frustrated manner, and then lay on the ground and grabbed the things on the ground with his hands, and fed them into his mouth. It turned out that when Meng Xiai left, he put a warm tomato, an egg rice bowl, and a box of instant noodles on the ground. It wasn't that Meng Xiai was kind, but he felt that it was wrong to take away the things that kept him alive. Leaving him some food was also a way to make himself feel at ease. As for whether the man could be rescued or how to save himself before the food was finished, it was not within Meng Xi's consideration. The man knocked over the lunch box because of his previous action, and now he could only lie on the ground and eat the rice. The lunch box was still warm. Could it be that the gods in heaven, who saw that he was pitiful, showed up and sent him some food? The man knelt on the ground, kowtowing and making a strong argument. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother Lao Jun. All the gods who save people from suffering, please save me. I don't want to stay here anymore. Meng Xiai checked that there were no cameras in the factory, and the man didn't see his face, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. After leaving the park, Meng Xiai changed to a speedboat and headed towards Jinshan Jiayuan. Bang! Halfway through the journey, Meng Xiai felt the speedboat hit something. After stabilizing the speedboat, he looked back and saw that Meng Xiai was so scared that he almost hit a fallen tree. Fuck. Meng Xiai quickly stabilized his body and mind, stepped on the accelerator, and ran away. But the scene he just saw was still in his mind. A long-haired girl in a red skirt, with her eyes closed, was floating in the flood. Her face was pale, and her body was swollen. Although he knew that people died in the end times, it was a normal thing. But Meng Xiai, who saw this scene for the first time, couldn't stand it. In the end, Meng Xiai stopped the speedboat aside, and vomited while lying on the side of the boat. After a while, Meng Xiai took out a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth, and continued to walk back. It's okay. It's okay. It's no big deal. Just treat it as early adaptation. Maybe you will see more dead people in the future. After changing the speedboat to a kayak, putting away the kayak, carrying the oxygen tank, Meng Xiai swam back to his apartment building. It was already past 3 o'clock. Because of the power outage, the residents went to bed early. There was no other sound except the sound of rain. After returning home, Meng Xiai took a shower, set an alarm for 8 o'clock, threw himself on the bed, and fell asleep quickly. However, the next day, Meng Xiai was not awakened by the alarm, but by the noise of the residents downstairs. Why do you only give me this little food? Who can eat it? There are 5 people in my household registration. Why do you give it according to 4 people? Is there any law? I want to complain to you. Quiet. A sonorous male voice came from the loudspeaker. If you feel it's unfair, you don't have to accept it. If you want to complain, just do it. After the male voice came out, people were even more unwilling. Is this how you serve the people? Are you worthy of the clothes you wear? I want to complain. I want to expose you. Meng Xiai just stood up and stood in front of the window, and saw all kinds of boats parked downstairs, and soldiers in military uniforms stood on each boat. What's going on? Meng Xiai was puzzled. The book clearly states that, a month later, due to heavy rain, some volunteers accidentally fell into the flood, and even lost their lives, and the army began to take over the mission of delivering things. What does this mean now? Why did the army take over so quickly? Did I wear the wrong book? Or is there something wrong with my memory? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and everyone present fell silent. Plop! Because the water had already flooded half of the first floor, the army placed an elevator on the ship, which went all the way up to the window of the corridor on the 2nd floor, and delivered things to people through here. A man was dissatisfied with the lack of food, so he climbed up the windowsill and tried to jump onto the elevator to grab the food from the soldiers. However, because of the gunshots, the man was so scared that he lost his balance and fell into the water. 2 soldiers quickly jumped into the water. One of them held him up by one arm and sent him into the building. After a while, the 2 soldiers swam out. After climbing onto the boat, the 2 stood straight, not caring about their wet clothes. This is the first time. We can let it go. But if it happens again, You don't have to come to get food in the future. The man spoke, and no one dared to speak again. Continue. This time, the food delivery went smoothly. People did not dare to question, and received the food in silence. Having been woken up, Meng Xiai turned off the alarm clock, changed his clothes, took his ID card and prepared to go downstairs to get the food. Although there was a lot of food stored in the space, someone on the 17th floor already knew of his existence. If he did not go down to get the food, they might think that there was a lot of food stored, and then they would unite to besiege him. Do you want to go down to get the food? Just as Meng Xiai closed the door next to him opened, and Shinkei's voice came out. Yeah. Meng Xiai nodded. Although this guy sent him food twice, which caused him to be remembered by others, causing unnecessary trouble. But Meng Xiai was angry and let it go. After all, he was kind. Let's go together, Shinkei said. Okay. Meng Xiai suspected that this guy had been watching him all the time, otherwise how could he know so accurately when he came out? The elevator had a problem a long time ago, and the two could only walk down the stairs one after the other. Shinkei, who was walking in front, was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, revealing his strong and powerful arms. Meng Xiai thought, it would be nice to go down with this guy to get food. At least, he could use his power to show off his power, and let people know that they were not easy to bully. Did the people from 1701 come to see you yesterday? Shinkei suddenly spoke. There was a big surveillance camera at the door of Shinkei, so he knew that he was in trouble yesterday. And Meng Xiai was not surprised at all. Of course, this was also an important reason why Meng Xiai chose to go out for free shopping after the power outage last night. Yeah. Meng Xiai nodded, and did not deny it. This matter was caused by him, and he should know it. Shinkei did not refuse, and said domineeringly, next time if they cause trouble to you again, call me directly. After all, it was caused by me, and I should be responsible to the end. Since they said so, Meng Xiai had no reason to refuse, so he agreed directly. Chapter 23. Meng Xiai, why are you here? Why don't you give me food? Do you think you are so great just because you have guns? Say it again. You have already received food at 7 hours 35 minutes and 41 seconds. Each person can only receive food once. Please leave. You said I received it. Did I? You are obviously bullying me because I am an old woman, with no one to rely on, and deliberately not giving me food. Meng Xiai and Shinkei had just reached the stairs on the second floor, when they heard another quarrel at the place where the food was placed. Although the two people came down a little late, many people who received food were still watching, and did not leave. The two people walked to the end of the line, started to line up, and watched the show. Your information has been registered here. The soldier in charge of distributing food was still patiently explaining. It shows that you have received food at 7 hours 35 minutes and 41 seconds. If I say no, then there is no. Someone must have used my ID card to claim it. The soldier called up the record of the woman receiving food on the tablet. There were not only photos of the clothes the old woman was wearing today, but also photos of her ID card. And even her appearance was clearly photographed. The evidence was irrefutable. But the old woman still refused to give in. This must be fake. It can't be me. The residents who were queuing behind the old woman did not urge her, obviously thinking that if she succeeded, the soldiers would give her more food, and they could take the opportunity to ask for more, seeing that he was not getting through. The soldier did not waste his breath, and if he wanted to waste time, he would waste time. Since you said that someone else claimed it, then go find him. If you can't find him, leave quickly. We are not responsible for affecting the people behind to collect food. Still no one spoke to drive them away. The three soldiers on the elevator stopped talking nonsense, and the soldier in charge of delivering things below also stopped. Residents who have not received food yet, please pay attention. Residents who have not received food yet, please pay attention. The food distribution will end in 30 minutes. The food distribution will end in 30 minutes. After the time is up, residents who have not received food, please come back tomorrow. A drone flew from a distance, conveying the message. The residents who heard this suddenly became excited and accused the old woman, saying that she wasted everyone's time. Even the woman behind her rudely pulled her away, and then handed her ID card to the soldier. The old woman was pulled away, and no one paid any attention to her, even though she screamed in dissatisfaction. When Meng Xiai went to get the food, he saw the soldier took his ID card, not only registered his ID number, but also took a photo of him. And then he got the food. The food was just 2 handfuls of rice, which looked like it had been soaked in water, plus 2 potatoes, a quarter of a cabbage, and 2 green peppers. Ming Xiai looked at the food in his hand and fell into deep thought. How could this be so different from what was described in the book? After Shinkei got the food, the two of them went upstairs. It's you? Ming Xiai, why are you here? Just as I reached the second floor stairs, for people came down from the stairs. Why can't I be here? Ming Xiai rolled his eyes when he saw the people coming. The people who came were Li Shanong and his group. Zhang Lu saw Ming Xiai holding food in his hand, and thought that since he was not dead, how would the Ming family's property come into his hands after the rainstorm ended? No, I have to think of a way to make him die. Xiao Xiai, you are here too, why don't you come to us? We can live together, and take care of each other. Take care? Ming Xiai looked at Lu Jie, who was supported by Li Xiaoya, and said sarcastically, take care of him like that? Zhang Lu smiled awkwardly. Xiao Jie is sick. Li Shanong took 2 steps down and raised his hand to slap Ming Xiai. Ming Xiai could have dodged it, but he didn't expect that Li Shanong's hand was directly blocked by Shinkei. Let go, Li Shanong said. I take care of my son. Why are you, an outsider, meddling in other people's business here? Shinkei said coldly, and pushed Li Shanong back. Li Shanong had been hungry for a few days, and had no strength. He fell to the ground after being pushed, and almost hit someone. The man avoided him with disdain, and probably had a bad temper. So he kicked him directly, and then walked away cursing. Zhang Lu went over and helped Li Shanong up, accusing Ming Xiai. Xiao Xiai, what are you doing? He's your father, how can you let others beat him? Li Xiaoya helped Lu Jie down the stairs, and began to blame Ming Xiai. Brother, Dad's health is not good, how can you treat him like this? Ming Xiai stood there, listening to their accusations without any expression on his face. Are you done? Ming Xiai raised his eyebrows. I'll leave when you're done. After that, Ming Xiai went upstairs. How could Li Shanong let it go? After he stood up, he wanted to make trouble for Ming Xiai. Shinkei stood in front of Li Shanong. Say it again. I teach my son a lesson, and I don't need you, an outsider, to intervene. Li Shanong didn't dare to hit Shinkei this time, and could only be tough on his words. Parents who beat their children at every turn? Shinkei looked Li Shanong up and down with contempt. I think he is right not to recognize you. Thinking of the half-sister Ming Xiai mentioned before, and looking at Li Shiya, who is about the same age as Ming Xiai, you can know what a bastard Li Shanong is. Cheating during marriage, and still being so arrogant now, really deserve a beating. You? The dispute here was evenly matched, but there was a problem with the food distribution over there. I haven't got the food yet, why are you leaving? Come back quickly. Woo 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 my food. 30 minutes were up. As the whistle sounded, the soldiers stopped distributing food, then packed up and began to evacuate. There were still a dozen people behind who hadn't received the food, and at this time, they all crowded in front of the window, and shouted for them to come back. However, it had no effect. As the engine sounded, all the boats left in an orderly manner. Some residents relied on their good swimming skills, and jumped into the water, and rushed madly in the direction where the soldiers left. However, the speed of the person swimming could not match the speed of the boat. In the end, the person was washed away by the water because of exhaustion. When Li Shanong and others heard the sound, they no longer cared about Ming Xiai and ran to the window together. They could only see the backs of the boats leaving in the crowd. A few people cursed and even blamed each other. I told you to come earlier. Come earlier. You can't get up because you sleep so hard. It's all your fault. Zhang Lu collapsed and beat Li Shanong with both hands. They finally got food. But they missed it. How could they not be angry? Even if Li Shanong was hungry, he was stronger than Zhang Lu. Moreover, as a male chauvinist, how could he let Zhang Lu beat him? So he beat him back. During the shove, Li Shanong pushed Zhang Lu against the wall, causing Zhang Lu's head to hit the wall. Blame me? If I can't get up? Can't you come by yourself? A woman can't even cook. What's the point of you? And you? Li Shanong didn't think he had any problem at all. Instead, he blamed others, and this time he aimed his fire at Li Xiaoya. I told you not to care about him. Not to care about him. He is a useless person. Why did you bring him here? How much time was wasted on the road? Women are trouble. Chapter 24 Shinkei, have you had breakfast? You dare to push me. You dare to push me. After Zhang Lu recovered, she wrestled with Li Shanong. For so many years, she had followed Li Shanong without any status, just because of his plan, watching him marry someone else and have children. How wrong she was. This guy actually dared to hit her. How dare he? The more Zhang thought about it, the angrier she became, and her hands became heavier. The few people who had not received food were also angry, seeing someone fighting. They also started fighting for no apparent reason. Li Xiaoya saw that the situation was not right, and helped Lu Jie to the side to avoid being injured by mistake. Dad? Mom? Stop fighting. Li Xiaoya only dared to persuade them verbally, and did not dare to go up to stop the fight. Li Shanong and Zhang Lu did not listen to their daughter's persuasion at all. Instead, they fought and somehow got into a fight with those people. When the farce was over, everyone present was injured to some extent. Then someone in the crowd said that they didn't get any food, and it was all because of the old woman. If she hadn't been so unreasonable and delayed time, everyone would have definitely gotten food. Someone said that they knew that the old woman lived in 0904, and a group of people immediately decided to go and settle accounts with her. Li Shanong and Zhang Lu discussed it, and also followed them secretly to see if they could find food in the chaos. After Li Shanong and the others left, Meng Xiai and Shen Ke returned to the 17th floor. If they come to bother you again, remember to tell me. Shen Ke grabbed the door handle and said to Meng Xiai, who was about to enter the house. It's okay, I can handle them. Meng Xiai didn't want to trouble others too much, and revenge was his own business. It would not be good to involve too many people. Yeah. Shen Ke naturally couldn't let Meng Xiai be bullied, so he didn't agree. As soon as he opened the door, Shen Ke was stopped by Meng Xiai again. Shen Ke, did you eat breakfast? Shen Ke shook his head honestly. How about we eat together? Meng Xiai suggested, shaking the plastic bag in his hand. It just so happens that food was delivered today. Okay. Shen Ke agreed without hesitation. You go in first. I'll put the things down and come back. Okay. Meng Xiai didn't close the door. Now that the residents have taken food, they must be cooking at home, and no one will break in. After returning home, Meng Xiai looked at the rice in the bag. It was wet, probably because it was soaked by the rain outside. It didn't smell anything strange, so Meng Xiai washed it a few more times, and then cooked a big pot of porridge. Peel the potatoes and cut them into strips, and stir-fry some vinegar-fried potato strips. Cut the cabbage into pieces, and make it into dry-fried cabbage. Meng Xiai had not touched the flour Shen Ke had given him before, and now it was just right for use. He put some salt in the basin, and stirred half of it with chopsticks while pouring boiling water, and stirred the other half with cold water. Then he kneaded it into dough with his hands, and then pinched it into small pieces, and applied oil on them, and then rolled it out, and put it in the electric baking pan to bake. Bang! Meng Xiai heard the door close. But soon, he heard Shen Ke's voice. Do you need my help? Shen Ke put a bag in his hand on the operating table. Meng Xiai didn't know what was in it, but it looked like a lot. No need. Meng Xiai moved quickly. There was nothing he needed Shen Ke's help with. Also, don't bring me food next time. I don't know when the rain will stop. Besides, the government will send food now. I don't need it. This guy always sent food, which made Meng Xiai feel embarrassed, and then he would stay for dinner. So Meng Xiai wondered whether this guy wanted to eat for free, but was too embarrassed to say it. Shen Ke washed his hands and did not answer. But Meng Xiai did not want to let this matter drag on. Drag it on, it would only cause more trouble. If you bring food again next time, I won't open the door. Then, next time you go out to find food, I'll go with you. This way, I can go out for a walk, replenish what I lack, and refuse Shen Ke's kindness. Okay. Shen Ke agreed this time. Shen Ke offered to help again, and Meng Xiai had no reason to refuse. So he asked him to roll out the small dough and put it in the electric baking pan, while Meng Xiai started cooking. The two of them performed their duties, and they seemed quite harmonious. Meng Xiai couldn't help thinking, if there was no apocalypse, this scene would be so harmonious. Bang! There was a sudden bang from somewhere downstairs, followed by people arguing and crying. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke were not curious people, so they didn't care what happened. By the way, don't you think it's strange? Meng Xiai suddenly asked. Shen Ke was obviously not good at cooking, and he kept using a rolling pin to modify the dough that was not very round. What's strange? It's just food said by the government. Meng Xiai thought that Shen Ke was a person from this world, and he might be able to tell him some rules of this world. Ming Xiai had also experienced a heavy rainstorm in the real world. At that time, the government would rescue the trapped people, and the food was delivered in large and small packages, fearing that people would not have enough to eat. But in this book, the government was too stingy in sending food. Not to mention that the rescue did not start until the 7th day of the rainstorm. The army sent food at the beginning. It was really weird everywhere. Ming Xiai even suspected that someone was reborn, or that he had entered the book like himself. But in the more than 1 month since he came here, he really didn't hear any clues. After hearing this, Shen Kai gave a reasonable explanation. The whole world is experiencing heavy rainstorms now, and we don't know when it will stop. It will probably be difficult to get food from other places. That's why food is distributed according to population. This is also reasonable and fair. After listening to Shen Kai's explanation, Ming Xiai reluctantly thought it was reasonable and stopped worrying about it. After finishing his meal, Ming Xiai suddenly remembered that the water supply system of the water plant would start to be paralyzed tomorrow. In view of the fact that Shen Kai brought him food, Ming Xiai decided to kindly remind him. It's raining so hard. Will the water plant be flooded? The water we drink will be rainwater, and it may have soaked some corpses. Ming Xiai thought of the female corpse he saw last night and shuddered. If the water is not clean, it will be difficult to get medical treatment if you get sick. Shen Kai nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. There will indeed be this problem. We can stock up more water while there is still tap water. Shen Kai agreed with Ming Xi's words, wiping the water on his hands and looking at Ming Xi's kitchen. Do you have anything to store water? Ming Xiai nodded quickly, fearing that Shen Kai might give him something again. Yes. Yes. When they renovated the house before, the workers put a lot of iron buckets. I haven't thrown them away yet, so you can use them to store water. It's just tap water. The paint bucket can still be used to store water. And it's come to this point, how can I care so much? Do you have any? If not, I can give you a few. Shen Kai said that he also renovated his house some time ago, and he also had iron buckets. After sending Shen Kai away, Ming Xiai opened the room with the windows blocked off, took out 5 iron buckets, washed them, and filled them with tap water. Of course, Ming Xiai only used the water for show, and would not drink it. In the space, Ming Xiai had bought many food-grade plastic buckets, each of which could hold about 20 to 30 liters of water. Ming Xiai filled them up over the past few days, and stuffed them all into the space. Chapter 25. Ming Xiai, hurry up and open the door. Mom, we only have this much food, it's not enough for anyone. Li Xiaoya, Zhang Lu, and Li Shanong gathered in the kitchen, staring at the porridge in the pot like wolves and tigers. The bang that Ming Xiai and the others heard just now was the residents who had not received food before all rushed to the woman's house on the 9th floor and broke open the security door together. After rushing in, they not only beat the people in the house, but also swept away all the food in the house. Zhang Lu and Li Shanong followed behind, and also took the opportunity to search for things inside. The family probably realized that it was because of their fault that some people did not get food, so they hid the food they brought back. It took some time for everyone to search for food. Zhang Lu was sharp-eyed and found 2 handfuls of rice behind a cabinet. He quickly stuffed them into his clothes and then took Li Shanong back home. It's good to have something to eat, but you think it's not enough. Why didn't you follow me when I was looking for food? Hiss. When Zhang Lu spoke, he accidentally pulled his cheek and grimaced in pain. She was in a bad mood now, so she didn't have a good face towards Li Xiaoya. She felt a little resentful towards Li Shanong, who dared to hit her. She had endured all these years for Li Shanong, first bearing the reputation of having a child out of wedlock, and then the stigma of being a mistress. After finally getting rid of Ming Wan, she went from being a rich man to having no food to eat. And Li Shanong not only didn't understand her, but also hit her. Didn't I have to take care of Lu Jia? Li Shiya defended herself. And they were fighting so fiercely. What if she rushed in rashly and got hurt? She didn't want her beautiful face to have a few more wounds for no reason. He is a useless person now. Why should we take care of him? Zhang Lu now looked down on Lu Jia, thinking that he was a useless guy. As the 3 of them talked, they suddenly thought of Ming Xiai. If it weren't for Ming Xiai blocking our way, how could we not get food? Li Xiaoya stirred the porridge in the pot. Furious, Li Shanong and Zhang Lu, of course, both thought so. And they didn't realize that they were the ones who caused trouble for Ming Xiai first. And he has been staying in this building all the time. And he didn't even come to find us. John Lu gritted his teeth. They were starving here. But Meng Xiai was full of energy. Maybe he had hidden a lot of food. Then they realized it later, and suspected that Meng Xiai knew it was going to rain heavily, and brought them here on purpose. Definitely. Li Xiuya threw the spoon in her hand onto the operating table, thinking of the phone call she received before, and felt heartbroken. This house is clearly rented by Meng Xiai. But he lied to me, and said he bought it. The day after the rainstorm, Li Xiuya received a call from a local real estate agency, saying that the house she lived in was actually rented. Li Xiuya didn't believe it, and even forwarded the contract Meng Xiai sent her to the real estate agency. However, the real estate agency also took a photo of the complete contract, indicating that the house was only rented, and asked her to pay the rent in time or move out. At that time, Li Xiuya called Meng Xiai, but Meng Xiai just said that he didn't have enough money and would buy her a house after the rainstorm. It was raining heavily outside. The agent kept calling to urge them to pay the rent. Li Xiuya could only transfer 1 month's rent. Now that everything was connected, the three of them felt that something was wrong. Meng Xiai, this little bitch, dared to lie to me. I think he deserves a beating. Now that they had figured it out, the three of them naturally had to go and settle accounts with Meng Xiai. But before they went to settle accounts, they still had to fill their stomachs first. After dividing the pot of porridge, Li Xiuya did not forget to leave a few mouthfuls of porridge for Lu Jie. Of course, when she went in to feed Lu Jie, Li Xiuya did not forget to play the victim for herself. She said that Li Shanong and Zhang Lu did not allow him to bring food, and she hid it secretly. After hearing this, Lu Jie looked at Li Xiuya with more affection. Meng Xiai sighed. Lu Jie is really in love. Whatever Li Xiuya said, he would do it. He was not afraid that she would sell him out. Without paying attention to the surveillance, Meng Xiai opened the door and released a fly surveillance, letting it hang on the stairs to see when Li Shanong and the others would come up. Then Meng Xiai entered the space and came to the place where weapons were stored. Pistols, machine guns, long swords, short swords, bows and arrows. These were all weapons that Meng Xiai bought when he was in Country M. Meng Xiai picked and chose a long sword, which was much more suitable than a gun at the moment. Seeing the target for shooting practice on the side, Meng Xiai thought that he should find time to practice shooting recently, so that the pistol would not be a useless piece of scrap metal in his hand. After leaving the space, Meng Xiai put the sword on the coffee table, and then took 2 5-kilogram barbells and lifted them. Do a good warm-up exercise. If we start fighting later, you will have a better chance of winning. Li Xiuya and her friends went up 1 floor at a time, with great momentum. Dad, Mom, Meng Xiai will not run away after we find him. Right? Li Xiuya's voice came from the mobile phone surveillance. Meng Xiai put down the barbell, turned his neck, ready to go. Running away is the best. It was raining so hard outside, Meng Xiai had no tools, and if he went out rashly, he would definitely be washed away by the water, so he didn't have to do it himself. Zhang Lu thought badly. But just in case, she decided to check the 17th floor. Meng Xiai followed Li Shanong with a fly surveillance camera, and saw them knocking on the door of 1701. The couple was very alert. They first asked what was going on, and then opened the door, after seeing the photo of the person they were looking for through the cat's eye. What are you looking for him for? Li Ping, the woman in 1701, opened the door a crack, and her husband Xiao Zhe hid behind the door with a stick in his hand, just in case. Seeing Li Ping say this, it means that they must have seen Meng Xiai. Of course we're going to settle accounts with him. Li Shanong touched his lower back. If it weren't for Meng Xiai who delayed the time, how could he be beaten? Seeing the angry looks on the faces of these 3 people, Li Ping thought of the threats she had received before, and told them without hesitation that Meng Xiai lived in 1706. And I saw him bring a lot of food home before. Li Ping didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. That guy had so much food in the house, but he didn't even give them any, so he deserved to be in trouble now. When Li Shanong and his companions heard this, they stamped their feet in anger. I want to see what this guy means. He didn't know how to send food to his father, but hid it. Li Shanong led the way, and when he left, he took a broom that Li Ping and his companions had left outside. Meng Xiai saw all of this clearly through the fly surveillance. But at this point, it didn't matter if he had to fight with them. It was time to catch the turtle in the jar, and he was not afraid that they would run away. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Xiai, open the door for me. Don't think I don't know you live in there. You have the ability to hide in there. But you don't have the ability to open the door. Are you still a man? Seeing that no one opened the door, Li Shanong directly kicked it, and kicked it a few times. And Li Ping and Zhao Zhe made a plan and followed the three people secretly. Maybe they could take the opportunity to sneak into Meng Xi's house, just in case they could take away some food. Chapter 26 Meng Xi, you dare to really do it. What are you doing? Meng Xi took the long knife and prepared to open the door. Unexpectedly, he saw Shen Ke opening the door and questioning him harshly. When Li Shanong saw Shen Ke, his eyes retreated for a moment. But then he thought about how he was going to teach his son a lesson. Why was this outsider meddling in other people's business? I'm here to find my son, so don't meddle in other people's business. As he spoke, Li Shanong moved the broom in his hand. Now he had a tool in his hand, so he had a better chance of winning than Shen Ke, who was unarmed. Shen Ke came out, pulled the door. He was half a head taller than Li Shanong, and felt very oppressive. What if I have to intervene? Shen Ke had been watching the surveillance, just to prevent these guys from causing trouble for Meng Xi. So when they came, Shen Ke could come out in time. Zhang Lu relied on the fact that she was a woman, and directly blocked Li Shanong, with her arms around her chest. Young man, it's not a good habit to intervene in other people's business. When Li Xiaoya saw Shen Ke, her eyes lit up. When she was collecting food just now, she was only concerned about taking care of Lu Jie. And she didn't expect to miss such a handsome guy. Brother, we are not bad people. The person living in the room is my half-brother. We just want to confirm whether he is in danger. Don't think too much. Shen Ke didn't even look at Li Xiaoya. This person was very talkative. And he knew what kind of person he was at a glance. His vision was not that bad. Bang! Meng Xi in the room opened the door and walked out. What? Is there something wrong? If there is nothing, can I come to you? You? Li Shanong was about to say something more unpleasant. But he saw Meng Xi holding a long knife with his right hand. And the sound was suddenly turned off. But then he thought, he is Meng Xi's biological father. And now we live in a society ruled by law. If he dares to do it, he must be trying to intimidate him by taking out a knife. What do you mean? Ah! What are you doing with the knife? Do you want to kill someone? Zhang Lu and Li Xiaoya were also shocked when they saw the knife. But they thought that Meng Xi was usually very obedient after being coaxed by them. So they naturally didn't believe that he would dare to do it. After seeing this, Li Ping and Zhao Zhe didn't dare to stay here, and hurried home to close the door. Oh my god! What kind of crazy people are this family? Yes! Meng Xi nodded. It's for chopping you. Meng Xi picked up the knife, turned the blade left and right, and a nasty smile appeared on his face. I asked a knife sharpener to sharpen this knife. It is said that it can cut iron like mud. Do you want to try it? Okay. Come here. Chop here. Li Shanong tilted his head and stretched his neck out. If you don't dare to chop today, get out of here. Li Shanong felt that according to Meng Xi's past courage, he would definitely not dare to do it. The door behind Meng Xi was wide open, and there were sofas and carpets inside, which must be more comfortable than downstairs. Why did Meng Xi live so comfortably, while he could only suffer from the cold and fatigue here? Originally, Li Shanong only wanted to deal with Meng Xi, but now he wanted to seize his place. Okay, since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, Meng Xi had already put the knife in his hand on Li Shanong's shoulder. Li Shanong's legs trembled slightly. He didn't expect Meng Xi to dare. The cold blade was very close to his neck. If he was not careful, it would cut his skin. Brother, what are you doing? Take the knife away quickly. It's too dangerous. Li Xiaoya wanted to grab Meng Xi's arm, but was shaken by Meng Xi. Hiss. Although Meng Xi's movement was small, because the knife was too close to Li Shanong's neck and the blade was too fast, he directly cut a wound on Li Shanong's neck, and then blood flowed out. Meng Xi, he's your father, how can you be so harsh? Zhang Lu was still trying to catch Meng Xi. Meng Xi took a step back, and the blade went a little further into Li Shanong's neck. I advise you not to come over, otherwise, the swords won't have eyes. Several people didn't dare to move for a moment. Xiao Xi, you calm down. Seeing that Meng Xi was going to get serious, Zhang Lu panicked. Although she had some complaints about Li Shanong, but thinking of the old woman being beaten and robbed, she felt that having a man at home was more secure. Li Shanong also became scared. That, son, I won't let you leave. Li Xiuya secretly took the phone, turned on the camera, and started filming. She wanted to take pictures of the evidence of Meng Xi's injury, show it to the soldiers tomorrow, and ask them to arrest Meng Xi. What are you doing? Shen Ke saw Li Xiuya's action, snatched the phone, and the video was still going on. I didn't do anything. Give me the phone. Li Xiuya's impression of Shen Ke suddenly became much less. He was handsome, but not a gentleman at all. Seeing Li Xiuya coming over to grab the phone, Shen Ke took out a folding knife from his trouser pocket. Don't move. Shen Ke's eyes were fierce, full of threats and warnings. Li Xiuya didn't dare to move anymore, and could only let Shen Ke delete the things she took. Of course, Shen Ke was not interested in looking at other content. But after making sure there was no backup, he threw the phone to Li Xiuya. Seeing that Shen Ke had solved the problem, Meng Xi moved the knife away from Li Shanyang's neck, but still put it on his shoulder. Remember? From now on we will sever our father-son relationship. Don't think I don't know. Li Xiuya is your biological daughter. As for the Meng family's property, don't even think about it. How did you? Li Shanong was shocked. How did Meng Xi know about this? Can he still get the Meng family's property? What do you mean by me? From now on, we'll have our own way. If you dare to come to me again, it won't be solved by a small wound. After saying that, Meng Xi put away the knife. Go away. Li Shanong and the other two got free and hurried away. Because they walked in a hurry, Li Xiuya didn't step firmly, and she even sprained her heels in her high heels. Dad, Mom, wait for me. However, in order to save their lives, Li Shanong and Zhang Lu ignored her, and didn't even turn their heads. Li Xiuya looked back and saw Meng Xi holding a bloody knife in his hand, looking at her with no expression, and didn't dare to stay here any longer, and limped away holding the wall. Thank you. After everyone left, Meng Xi coughed lightly, and thanked Shen Ke for his help. He felt a little embarrassed. His actions were too rough just now. He might have given Shen Ke a bad impression. Then Meng Xi thought, it would be bad if he didn't give Shen Ke a good impression. He was in the end of the world anyway, and he didn't deserve love. It's okay. Shen Ke didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, he thought Meng Xi was doing well. At least he could protect himself when in danger, and he wasn't afraid of being bullied. He helped him. And Meng Xi thought about treating him to a meal. Shen Ke was happy not to have to cook for himself. There was still some flour that Shen Ke had sent, so Meng Xi planned to make some noodles. As for the sauce, he used the eggs and tomatoes that Shen Ke had brought this morning to make some tomato and egg noodles. After Shen Ke saw how easy Meng Xi's noodle press was to use, he said he wanted to borrow his noodle press. Meng Xi said it was no problem, and even explained some techniques to him when he was kneading the noodles, and how the noodles should be made. Shen Ke listened very attentively, and learned very carefully. Chapter 27 Exchange, Send your father here? Be gentle. There was no alcohol or other disinfectants at home, so Zhang Lu boiled some water, wet the towel, and wiped the solidified blood stains for Li Shanong. After Li Xiuya came back, Li Shanong and Zhang Lu did not find anything wrong with her feet. Without receiving any attention, Li Xiuya went back to her room angrily. At this time, Lu Jie had recovered most of his health, but he only ate a few bites at each meal, so he still looked very weak. Ya. What's wrong with you? Lu Jie leaned on the bed, and when he saw Li Xiuya limping in, he asked with concern. Li Xiuya had been aggrieved, and when she was cared for, tears started to flow. Wow, Brother Jie, I sprained my foot. Li Xiuya threw herself into Lu Jie's arms and started crying. Lu Jie patted Li Xiuya's back to comfort her. How did you sprain your foot? Don't cry. Ya. Put your foot up, and I'll massage it for you. Li Xiuya nodded, wiped her tears, took off her high heels, and put her sprained left foot in Lu Jie's arms, letting him massage it. No, Brother Jie. Be gentle. It hurts. Before Lu Jie put too much force on her feet, Li Xiuya started to cry out in pain. Ya. You must rub it hard. Otherwise it will swell and cause trouble. Lu Jie advised softly. Lu Jie hadn't eaten well for a few days, and he couldn't hold Li Xiuya's feet at all. Ya. Don't move around. Otherwise you will feel even worse tomorrow. Li Xiuya was in great pain, and she would rather have her feet swell than let Lu Jie rub them. Lu Jie had no choice but to get up, boil some hot water, and give Li Xiuya a hot compress. But after he left the house, he was discovered by John Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, and rolled his eyes. "What are you doing here? Since you can leave now, get out of here quickly, so you don't have to eat and drink for free. A grown man. He is useless and only an eyesore." Lu Jie ignored John Lu. He had heard enough of John Lu's sarcasm in the past 2 days, and could ignore it completely. He went to the kitchen to get a pot of water, and Lu Jie was swiping his phone while waiting for the water to boil. But he didn't want to hear the loud conspiracy of the 2 people in front of him. "Brother Yang, do you think the fat guy still wants Lu Jie? Why don't we find another way to send him to the fat guy in exchange for some food?" Seeing that Lu Jie was well again, John Lu's idea of sacrificing him came to mind again. Previously, Lu Jie was brought back in order to have one more person to share food. As a result, not only did he not get any food this time, but he also got one more mouth to feed. What's the use of the little food he got? It would be better to take him and exchange him for a box of instant noodles. Li Shangyang didn't dare to move his head, for fear of bleeding again. "That's a good idea. By the way, ask him if he has any alcohol gauze to bandage my wound." Hearing this, Lu Jie wanted to pour the basin of hot water on him. However, the 3 of them in this room were a family. 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, not to mention that he was very hungry now, so he couldn't act rashly. But he would not accept the humiliation in vain. Lu Jie carried the basin of water, without even looking at John Lu and the others, and went straight back to the room. Of course, this action again caused John Lu's dissatisfied murmur. Li Xiaoyao was rubbing her feet gently. Of course, she heard John Lu's sarcasm against Lu Jie, and hurried to comfort Lu Jie. Lu Jie shook his head to indicate that he was fine, and then he wanted to tear off his clothes to use as a towel to give Li Xiaoyao a hot compress. After Li Xiaoyao knew the reason, she offered her skirt. "Brother Jie, you are so good to me." Li Xiaoyao was touched when she saw Lu Jie's hands were burned red in the hot water. "Ya, this is what I should do." Lu Jie concentrated on giving Li Xiaoyao a hot compress, working hard without complaint. "I was thinking, is there any way to turn Li Xiaoyao against me? Let her help me." After Meng Xiai finished his meal and sent Shen-Kei away, he turned on the surveillance camera and saw the 2 of them being affectionate here. Meng Xiai was moved by their love, and then began to think about revenge. It was only 2 p.m., and it was still early in the evening. After exercising for half an hour, Meng Xiai thought of the seeds in the space, and decided to plant some vegetables in the space to see if they could grow. The space was 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. Although there were many things, Meng Xiai bought a lot of shelves and placed them neatly, so there were still many empty spaces. Meng Xiai picked a bag of Shanghai green cabbage seeds and a bag of cabbage seeds, left the space, downloaded videos of growing these 2 vegetables on his phone, and entered the space again after studying them clearly. First, he loosened the soil in a vacant lot, sprinkled some fertilizer on it, and then sprinkled the rapeseed on it, turned it over with a hoe, covered the rapeseed, and poured some tap water. Because time in the space is still, so in order to prevent the space from not being able to grow vegetables, Meng Xiai took 2 flower pots from the space, filled them with soil, and then took them out of the space. Move the flower pot to the balcony, sprinkle the remaining rapeseed in the pot, and water it thoroughly. The video says, generally these 2 vegetables can sprout in 3 to 7 days, but there is basically no sunlight now, and I don't know if it will work. Sweating and sticky, Meng Xiai took a hot shower, and then cooked a refreshing meal. After eating and drinking, Meng Xiai sat in front of the sofa. In the surveillance, Li Xiaoyao has fallen asleep, and Zhang Lu and Li Shanong are sitting on the sofa outside, watching the food column on their phones. Lu Jie was holding his stomach, obviously too hungry to sleep, and tossing and turning in bed. Although it was only 6 o'clock, it was already dark outside due to the continuous heavy rain. Meng Xiai began to implement his plan. He took out a drone from the space, and put 3 packs of instant noodles in it. He then took out a piece of paper, wrote a string of words on it, and put it in the bag. He opened the balcony window, unplugged the latch on the protective net, and let the drone out. When renting a house for Li Xiaoyao and her family, Meng Xiai chose a location for the house, so he only needed to fly the drone down to the corresponding floor. The curtains in Li Xiaoyao's house were not drawn, so through the camera on the drone, Lu Jie and Li Xiaoyao could be seen clearly. The window was closed, but it didn't matter. Meng Xiai flew the drone against the window glass, and after 3 hits, Lu Jie was sure that he had heard it right. When he came to the window, he saw a drone, and after seeing the plastic bag hanging on it, Lu Jie quickly let the drone in. After grabbing the drone, Lu Jie took the plastic bag down and saw 3 packs of instant noodles inside. He opened one pack and gobbled it up. After finishing one pack of instant noodles, when Lu Jie took the second pack, he saw a note inside. Send your father here. You can get more food. The note was written by Meng Ci, but he used the name of the fat man who abused Lu Jie before. The book once implicitly wrote that the fat man liked middle-aged men more than young men. It seems that because he lacked fatherly love since childhood, he is particularly obsessed with middle-aged men. When Lu Jie saw this note, he suddenly remembered that he was in the fat man's house, and saw the photos of middle-aged men he posted on the wall. Ugh! Thinking of the days there, Lu Jie couldn't help but feel sick. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Lu Jie's eyes gradually became murderous. Chapter 28. No. He is my father. Ya ya. Ya ya. Lu Jie threw the instant noodles bag he had eaten out of the window, and then came back to wake Li Xiaoya up. Brother Jie, what's wrong? Li Xiaoya finally fell asleep, and was suddenly woken up at this time. She was upset, but she didn't show it on her face. Look at this. Lu Jie handed 2 bags of instant noodles to Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya's eyes lit up when she saw the instant noodles, and she greedily held the 2 bags of noodles in her arms. Brother Jie, where did you get this from? Shoo! Lu Jie signaled Li Xiaoya to keep her voice down, and then went over and gently locked the door from the inside. Li Xiaoya also found the note on the quilt at this time, and couldn't believe it. These 2 packs of instant noodles were brought by this drone. Then Lu Jie turned the note over. If you agree, write a note, and release the drone. Ya ya, what do you think we should do now? Lu Jie was very tempted. He hadn't had a good meal for several days, and didn't want to live a hungry life anymore. At this moment, this note is the savior that saves his stomach. And as long as he can persuade Li Xiaoya to rebel, he will not only not have to worry about being sent to the fat man, but he can also fill his stomach. So for Lu Jie, he must make this happen. Li Xiaoya held the instant noodles in her arms tightly, but her head shook violently. I can't do this. He's my father. Li Xiaoya still took into account the father-daughter relationship, and didn't agree with this at all. In fact, Lu Jie was going to eat these 2 packs of instant noodles by himself at first, but then he thought, Li Shanong is a middle-aged man, he definitely can't take it away by himself. Moreover, the 3 of Li Shanong had a close relationship, and it was impossible for him to get rid of them quietly. So Lu Jie wanted to turn Li Xiaoya against him. Holding Li Xiaoya in his arms, Lu Jie patted her back to comfort her. Okay. If you don't want to, then don't want to. We don't want to eat. After Li Xiaoya was slowly comforted, Lu Jie began to seduce Li Xiaoya with words. Before, I was at that fat guy's house, and I saw that he had hoarded a room full of food. Chicken feet, potato chips, spicy strips. I don't know when the rain will stop. When Li Xiaoya heard the names of the snacks Lu Jie said, the picture of eating food in her mind lingered, and she couldn't help playing with her saliva. She hadn't eaten a full stomach for 7 days, and she often woke up hungry in the middle of the night. Seeing that Li Xiaoya showed signs of relaxation, Lu Jie decided to make more efforts. Ya. It's okay. Didn't I stay at Fatty's place for 2 days? I just laid down for 2 days after I came back. And my body is fine. Uncle will definitely be fine. Wait until the rainstorm is over, and we will find a way to get the money from Meng Ci, and then compensate Uncle. Li Xiaoya's mind was in a mess at this time, and she didn't know what to do. Lu Jie knew when to stop, so he stopped the topic in time. It doesn't say when we should send Uncle over, Ya. Why don't we agree first, and keep the fat guy stable, so that he won't go looking for someone else? Wait until we can't think of a way to find food later, and then send Uncle over. Li Xiaoya hesitated for a moment this time, and finally nodded. But Brother Jie, we have a deal. We can't send Dad over unless it's absolutely necessary. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Jie agreed. As long as Li Xiaoya couldn't stand the hunger anymore, he would agree easily. The 2 searched the house for a long time, but couldn't find a pen that could be used. In the end, Li Xiaoya reluctantly took out her eyebrow pencil and wrote the word OK on the paper. Lu Jie stuffed the note into a plastic bag, hung it on the drone, and threw the drone out. Meng Ci was always paying attention to the situation here, so he quickly controlled the drone to fly. Seeing that the 2 people were always paying attention to the drone, Meng Ci controlled the drone to fly in the direction of the fat man. After the two people could no longer see him, he controlled the drone to fly home. The words and deeds of the two people were monitored, and Ming Xiai knew the answer. So after receiving the drone, Ming Xiai did not read the content of the note, and went to do other things. The tap water was gone soon, and Ming Xiai filled all the things in the house that could hold water with water. The next morning, Ming Xiai got up at 8 o'clock as usual. After a day and a night of heavy rain, the flood had completely submerged the windows on the first floor. The book described that these floods would eventually flood the fourth floor, because Jinshangjia is a newly built community. Except for the flooded first floor, there are no other problems. But some old communities, due to years of disrepair, could not escape the danger of collapse, and collapsed in an instant along with the residents inside. Ming Xiai sighed. Human beings are really too small in the face of natural disasters. Heavy rains flooded the land. Acid rains eroded houses. Heavy snow froze the earth. Even though Ming Xiai had hoarded so many things, he still did not have the confidence to live to the end of the world. He was afraid that one day he would suffer an accident. Sometimes he even dreamed that the space and the food inside disappeared in an instant, and he could only starve to death. Or when people can't find food, they will catch him and cut their own flesh. They even dreamed that they were the Ming Xiai in the book, being pressed down by the fat man, because they knew what would happen in the future. They were even more afraid. Ming Xiai sometimes even hoped that there would be no space, and they didn't know what would happen in the future. Just like these residents, they just thought it was an ordinary rainstorm, and it would be over when it was over. But all this was impossible, so they could only make all preparations before the worst weather came. The residents who were collecting food downstairs seemed to know that the army would not pity them, and they really would not give them food if they said they would not give them food. So today was quieter than yesterday. When they went out, Shinkei came out in time and followed Ming Xiai. Didn't you sleep well last night? Shinkei asked. Ming Xiai nodded. I had a nightmare at night. It's okay. Dreams are the opposite of reality. I didn't expect that Shinkei, who usually had a cold face, would actually comfort people. Yeah, Ming Xiai yawned. With the premise that the army left on time yesterday, the people who came to line up today were very active. So when the two of them went down, they were at the end of the line. Soldier, you have to make the decision for us. Ming Xiai and Shinkei were both tall, and even if they stood at the end of the line, they could clearly see what was happening in front. The family that was rushed into the house by several people who didn't get food yesterday, and they not only beat people, but also had their food robbed, was now standing in front of the window with the old woman who was breathing heavily, complaining pitifully. My mother was beaten up by a group of robbers yesterday, and they even stole our food. Is this fair? Do you know who beat her? The soldier asked. The beating happened too suddenly yesterday, and the man only vaguely remembered a few faces, and the surveillance at home was destroyed. Seeing the man's hesitation, the soldier said, keep the evidence, and when the rainstorm is over, relevant personnel will deal with it. The people behind him urged them to leave quickly. The man was afraid of being beaten again, so he could only reluctantly take the food and leave. Then the horn of the officer outside sounded, asking everyone to get along in a friendly manner. Chapter 29. Good, you dare to hit me. Ming Xiai and Shinkei went upstairs after receiving the food. This time, they did not meet Li Shanong and the others. Originally, Ming Xiai thought that Li Xiaoya and the others had learned their lesson yesterday, and would be able to come down in time to receive the food today. But after entering the house and turning on the surveillance, he saw several people still sleeping. Oh, these people are really dogs that can't change their eating habits. However, for Ming Xiai, it was a good thing. When they are extremely hungry, then the dogs will start to bite each other. Ming Xiai likes to eat on the coffee table when he eats alone, and he adjusted the surveillance. He saw that Li Shanong and Zhang Lu were hungry and couldn't sleep in the first half of the night, and drank a lot of water. In the second half of the night, they had to wake up every half an hour, and fell asleep at around 5 o'clock. No wonder they haven't woken up yet. Lu Jie and Li Xiaoya secretly boiled water while they were sleeping, and soaked instant noodles in the room to eat. They were quite satisfied with the soup and water. So Li Xiaoya was sleeping happily in Lu Jie's arms at this time. Has anyone noticed that the tap water is yellow today? Is it safe to drink? Can anyone get through to the water plant? Is anyone here to take care of this? I didn't see clearly when I was cooking this morning. A bucket of water ruined the whole pot of rice. If I hadn't been hungry for a few days, I'd have ruined it. The person above, I understand you. I had already cooked the porridge this morning when I saw a bug in it. In several mobile phone groups, everyone was complaining about the turbid water in the tap pipes, and some even had the bodies of small bugs. After dinner, when Ming Xiai was washing dishes, he wanted to save the dishwater to flush the toilet. But then he thought that he could use rainwater outside to flush the toilet. And the sewer would be blocked in 2 days. So the toilet would not be usable. And saving water would be useless. Let you sleep. Let you sleep. Li Shangyang's furious voice suddenly came from the surveillance. When Ming Xiai wiped his hands and came out to see, he saw Li Shangyang grabbing Zhang Lu's hair and knocking her hard on the ground. What's the use of you? What's the use of you? Li Shangyang. You dare to hit me. Zhang Lu, whose hair was grabbed, was powerless to resist, and could only hold Li Shangyang's hand tightly to try to relieve the pain. What's wrong with beating you? I'm going to beat you. You didn't get up in the morning to get food, so I'm going to go hungry again. If I don't beat you, who should I beat? Li Shangyang was like a mad dog at this time, with veins popping out on his face, and he looked like he was going to kill Zhang Lu. Li Xiaoya and Jiujiu, who were sleeping in the room, heard the noise and hurried out barefoot. Dad, what are you doing? You beat Mom, and she's bleeding. Dad, stop it. Brother Jia, help me. When Li Xiaoya pulled Li Shangyang, she not only failed to pull him away, but was pushed to the ground by Li Shangyang. Her foot, which had already been sprained, hurt even more. But he couldn't watch his mother being beaten to death, so he could only look to Lu Jia for help. Lu Jia was very happy to see Zhang Lu being beaten. After all, he had not forgotten the words she had mocked him these days. But since Li Xiaoya asked him for help, Lu Jia would naturally not refuse. In addition, after this battle, Li Xiaoya might agree to send Li Shangyang to the fat man. Thinking of the food that would soon be in his hands, Lu Jia's mouth could not help but drool. He grabbed Li Shangyang's hands, and then called Li Xiaoya to quickly get a rope to tie him to the chair. Li Xiaoya saw her father's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he was furious. Even though Lu Jia caught him, his legs did not stop, and he wanted to kick Zhang Lu. Li Xiaoya could only limp to get the rope. Ming Xiai saw this, and could understand why Li Shangyang was like this. Li Shangyang was a phoenix man. He had kept his fangs and been humble in front of Ming Wan for many years, fearing that he would be driven away by Ming Wan if he got angry, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. So when he returned to Zhang Lu's house, his male chauvinism emerged, and he would instruct Zhang Lu to do this and that. But at that time, Li Shangyang had money, and it was just a small matter, so Zhang Lu would not think it was a big deal. Now life is not comfortable. Li Shangyang is angry, but he dare not vent his anger on others, so he can only vent it on himself. His wife and daughter, 2 weak people, naturally became the targets of his venting. Ming Xiai sneered at Li Shangyang, a guy with a human face and a beastly heart. Zhang Lu and Li Xiaoya, mother and daughter, were injured and twisted, and the burden of taking care of them fell on Lu Jia. After boiling water, Li Xiaoya applied a hot compress to her feet, while Li Xiaoya wiped Zhang Lu's wound. Even though Li Shangyang was tied up, he still cursed the 3 of them. Lu Jia could only find a piece of cloth to stuff his mouth, which gave him some peace. Ya, do you think what happened last night is okay? Suddenly hearing Lu Jia's words, Li Xiaoya paused while wiping Zhang Lu's head, and looked at the struggling Li Shangyang, with hesitation in her eyes. What happened last night? Zhang Lu asked vigilantly. Could it be that these 2 guys found food and didn't want to give it to them? Seeing that Li Xiaoya was unwilling to talk, Lu Jia told her what happened. Auntie, that fat guy has a room full of food. We just let Uncle sacrifice a little, in exchange for everyone's hope of survival. It's a good deal. And I promise that when the rainstorm is over, if Uncle has any problems, I will do my best to treat him. If you don't believe me, I can write a letter of guarantee. Seeing that the 2 were still hesitating, Lu Jia continued. Aunt, Uncle has mental problems now, and he beats people from time to time. This time, Ya and I came out in time. If we are late next time, Lu Jia didn't finish his words, but his meaning was very clear. Zhang Lu touched the wound on her head, which showed signs of loosening. Li Shangyang had beaten her for the 2nd time, and Zhang Lu didn't want to be beaten for the 3rd time for no reason. Otherwise, she could send Li Shangyang away, and the food she got in exchange would be used as compensation for her wound. Moreover, seeing Lu Jia's hard-working attitude towards his daughter, Zhang Lu felt that he was much more reliable than Li Shanong. The fat guy has a lot of food, so uncle will definitely not be hungry. This is a win-win situation. Auntie. Ya. You should think about it carefully. After hearing Lu Jia's words, Li Shanong wanted to beat him up. He actually dared to send himself to a dead homosexual. He really wanted to die. The chair struggled with Li Shanong's rage, making a thumping sound on the floor. Woohoo! If you two dare to agree, I will beat you to death. Zhang Lu and Li Xiaoya saw Li Shanong's furious look, and they were scared. Are you sure you're okay? Zhang Lu was still a little hesitant. Although this guy beat her, after all. They had slept in the same bed for many years. Zhang Lu couldn't bear it. Of course. Lu Jia was very sure. Auntie, look. I'm fine now. Aren't I? In order to exchange for food, Lu Jia did not hesitate to expose his scar. Zhang Lu thought about Lu Jia's recent days. After returning, he just lay down for 2 days, and there was really nothing else. Gurgle. Touching his stomach, he was really hungry, so Zhang Lu could only agree. Okay, I agree. Chapter 30. No, everything is wrong. Bang bang. Lu Jia held Li Shanong, and Zhang Lu knocked on the fat man's security door. The fat man knew that this was a special period, so he would not open the door easily. But when he saw Lu Jia and Li Shanong through the cat's eye, he still couldn't resist his desire, and opened the door a crack. What's up? Then he looked at Lu Jia with a lewd look, and spoke frivolously. Or do you love the feeling of being fucked by me? You came to see me on purpose? When Lu Jia heard this, he thought of the previous humiliation, and wanted to rush up and beat him up, but Lu Jia held back. The most important thing now is to exchange for food and fill his stomach. As for this guy, one day he will be forced to die. Here, see how much you can exchange for. Lu Jia said. The fat man saw Li Shanong tied up. His eyes lit up. 1 box of instant noodles 3 days. 2 boxes of instant noodles. I'll give them back to you when I'm done playing. The fat man thought to himself, this family is really interesting. It was agreed to send a young woman, but it was sent a young man, and now it sent a middle-aged man for no apparent reason. However, the fat man could not help swallowing his saliva. He was very satisfied with the gift this time. The middle-aged man had fair skin. If he left a mark on it, it would be very conspicuous. As for food, the fat man had no shortage of it. 2 boxes of instant noodles, in exchange for a satisfactory person. The fat man said it was a good deal. Hearing about 2 boxes of instant noodles, Zhang Lu's eyes lit up. They were all delivered. Playing for 1 day was playing. And playing for 2 days was also being played. Since it was all playing, of course, he would choose the option with more food. 2 boxes. It's up to you. Zhang Lu chose the latter without thinking. When Li Shanong heard this, he looked at Zhang Lu in disbelief. He didn't expect that. As a couple, Zhang Lu could be so cruel. But in Zhang Lu's opinion, Li Shanong was the cruel one. She wanted to become rich for Li Shanong, and helped him pursue Meng Wan, watched him get married, and has been a so-called mistress for many years. But it was obvious that she and Li Shanong knew each other first and fell in love first. Now Li Shanong is so cruel. He beats her whenever he wants. And his men are so cruel. That's what he deserves. Moreover, thinking of Lu Jia's persuasion just now, Zhang Lu was very tempted. If Li Shanong was tortured to death by this fat man, then as Li Shanong's legally married wife, wouldn't the Ming family's property be in her hands? What kind of man would not be there by then? Thinking of this, Zhang Lu became more determined to send Li Shanong away. The fat man closed the door and took out 2 boxes of instant noodles. One hand handed over the money, and the other hand handed over the goods. Both parties left with satisfaction. After returning, the 3 people looked at the 2 boxes of instant noodles. Their eyes sparkled. Now Lu Jia is the only boy in the room. If there is any danger in the future, he will have to rush to the front. So Zhang Lu was no longer harsh to Lu Jia as before. Instead, she suggested that the 3 of them share the instant noodles equally. Lu Jia knew Zhang Lu's little trick. Of course. But he didn't expose it. The 3 of them lived in peace. With instant noodles, the 3 of them no longer had to get up early and go downstairs to get food. Sometimes, whoever woke up would go to get some to improve everyone's meals. But more often, the 3 of them stayed at home, playing with their phones or sleeping. On this day, Meng Ci got up and turned on the surveillance camera as usual. Then the unbearable voices of Lu Jia and Li Xiaoya came out. Meng Ci quickly turned off the surveillance camera. Oh my god! These two people are too shameless. They can't even eat enough in the end of the world. And they have the energy to do such a thing. And she remembered that Li Xiaoyao was half a year younger than her. Jean Lu didn't care. Of course Jean Lu didn't dare to care. Lu Jie is the only man in the family. When they encounter danger on weekdays, they have to rely on him. How dare Jean Lu care? The 11th day of the end of the world. 3 days had passed since Li Xiaonan was sent to the fat man. Ming Xi would fly a drone every night to take a sneak peek. Li Xiaonan had been tortured to the point of lying on the bed like a dried corpse, with more and more wounds on his body, and his breathing becoming weaker and weaker. The fat man sat at the computer desk and started playing games. When he had enough of the games, he would open pornographic websites and watch them. When he had enough of watching them, he would vent on Li Xiaonan. When he was hungry, he would only feed himself. Li Xiaonan didn't care at all. When he remembered, he fed him a bite. He was just hanging on to his life for his own amusement. The fat man's house was filled with various snacks, some fast food. And after eating every day, the packaging bags were thrown around the house at any time. There were 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The floors of 2 of the bedrooms were covered with garbage, and soup was spilled all over the floor. It was impossible to tell what color the floor was. If it were summer now, Ming Xi could foresee the scene of flies flying around. The 12th day of the apocalypse. The flood had already reached the 2nd floor, and the residents on the 2nd floor began to move up. Some residents on the 3rd floor, seeing that the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, prepared for the rainy day and began to move up. This morning, during the food distribution, drones were flying in the sky and began to convey the latest news. Attention, residents. Please pay attention. Due to the heavy rain, the road was blocked by collapsed houses and trees. After discussion, it was decided to deliver food every 3 days. Residents who have not received food, please come down to receive it in time. Residents who have not received food, please come down to receive it in time. Something was wrong. Could it be that someone really traveled through the book like him? Or was reborn? Whether it was according to the book or the real world. In this society where people are supreme, how could such a decision be made so easily? Moreover, they were very stingy from the beginning. Everything was wrong. What's wrong? Shinkei saw Ming Xi standing at the door with the food he had received, and he couldn't even insert the key in his hand into the chain, looking like he was not in good shape. Ming Xi came back to his senses and shook his head and said, "It's okay. If you are worried about not having enough food again, we can go out and find it." The food he received this time was enough for 3 days, but the amount was only a little more than before. So Shinkei thought Ming Xi was worried about not having enough food. Okay. Ming Xi had not been interested in $0 shopping before, thinking that he had already stockpiled so much, there was no need to go out and take risks. But now all these signs, all indicate that the end of the world may be worse than he thought. There are still many spaces, so if there is a chance to fill up the space, it might not be a bad idea. The power will be cut off tomorrow, and surveillance and the like will be useless. So Ming Xi and Shinkei agreed to go out to find food at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. As for why they went at night, of course, it was because neither of them wanted to be discovered when they brought food back. Ming Xi returned to his room. After dinner, he thought he had nothing to do, so he entered the space to practice his shooting skills. After getting the gun, Ming Xi asked the man to teach him the basics of how to use it, but he didn't have time to practice his accuracy. After setting up the target, the pistol didn't need to be too far away. It was just that the recoil was too strong. So Ming Xi had to practice more. So he took a box of bullets and began to adapt himself. After firing only half of a bullet, Ming Xi felt that his arm was no longer his own. This time, Ming Xi didn't rush out of the space, but returned to the room in the space, took a can of gas to the kitchen, and started to assemble according to the instructions. I don't know if this thing will blow up the space if it is not installed correctly. Chapter 31 Rice. Brother Jia, give me some food. Oh my god! What's going on? Ming Xi stood in the living room, looking at the surroundings, and hadn't realized what was happening. Was he kicked out of the space? Ming Xi couldn't believe it, and was ready to go into the space again. Ming Xi couldn't help but swear he couldn't enter the space. What on earth was going on? If he couldn't enter the space in the future, what would happen to the things he had hoarded? Ming Xi was so anxious that he turned around in circles, but he couldn't find any solution. Thinking of the apocalyptic stories he had read before, some spaces had time limits for entry. Could this space also have one? Ming Si sat on the sofa, roughly estimating the time. He entered the space at around 10 o'clock in the morning, and now it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is almost 5 hours. Ming Si had never stayed in a space for so long before. Could there really be a time limit? Ming Si comforted himself in his heart that it didn't matter, but he was afraid that the space would really disappear, and he would have nothing to eat in the future. Besides, there will be a power outage tomorrow. Ming Si hurried to act. He scooped 2 bowls of flour, mixed them well, pressed them into fresh noodles with a noodle press, packed them in plastic bags one by one. The rice cooker also steamed 2 full pots of rice. Ming Si cooked all the vegetables in the kitchen at once. Braised eggplant, vinegar fried cabbage, boiled fish fillet. Then packed them in disposable lunch boxes, and placed them in the cabinet. The weather is very cold now, so there is no need to worry about the food going bad. And after the power outage tomorrow, the refrigerator will be of no use. It would be better to put them here all at once, which would be more convenient. With the experience of installing gas in the space, Ming Si took out the gas stove and gas tank in the empty room, and then quickly assembled them. He also found the charging cable and charged all the things in the room that could store electricity. Ming Si then pounded his waist and shoulders, and sat on the sofa to rest. During this period, Ming Si kept trying to enter the space, but he still couldn't get in. Ming Si was in a bad mood. Therefore, when he saw Lu Jie and Li Xiaoya being affectionate in the surveillance video, Ming Si got angry. It's the end of the world. Why can they talk about love here, while I'm working so hard here? No. Since I'm not happy, they can't have a good life either. After thinking about it, Ming Si put some rice in a lunch box, picked up a chopstick like the dishes he made, and hung it on the drone. These 3 people have been eating instant noodles for several days, and they are probably tired of it. Seeing this fragrant rice at this time, I don't know how they will react. If they can fight, it will be the best. Taking advantage of the night, Ming Si released the drone. Li Xiaoya and the other 2 were sitting in the living room. So Ming Si let the drone gently hit the glass of the living room balcony a few times. Lu Jie heard the sound, and his eyes lit up. It was this sound when he delivered instant noodles last time. Maybe there will be delicious food again this time. After telling Li Xiaoya about this, she, who was leaning in Lu Jie's arms, sat up straight. Then she was pulled by Lu Jie and followed him step by step. Full of expectations, Zhang Lu was not willing to lag behind, and hurriedly followed. Lu Jie put the drone in, and everyone smelled the aroma of food. The 3 of them looked at the plastic bag with wolf-like eyes. Although Lu Jie was impatient, he had not forgotten that the drone could bring delicious food. So he gently placed it on the coffee table, in order to prevent the drone from being damaged. Ming Si controlled the remote control to fly the drone out of the window. The 3 people in the room were focused on the lunchbox, and did not notice the drone leaving at all. Brother Jie, what's in it? Li Xiaoya asked expectantly. When Lu Jie opened the lunchbox and saw the food inside, the 3 of them were very excited. Rice. It's rice. Li Xiaoya grabbed Lu Jie's arm and almost cried. These days, they had instant noodles every day. The rice they received was not enough to make rice, and the porridge they cooked was not enough to fill their teeth. Now they had a bowl of hot rice. How could they not be excited? Lu Jie was very happy to be served by Li Xiaoya these 2 days, since she wanted to eat this meal. Lu Jie generously gave it to Li Xiaoya. Thank you, Brother Jie. Li Xiaoya was very excited holding the lunch box. Zhang Lu was not happy about this. Ya, I'm your mother. Why don't you give me the food? Si Jie, don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? I'm Yaya's mother. How could Li Xiaoya let go of the food at this moment? Mom, this is what Brother Jie gave me. Li Xiaoya held the lunchbox tightly behind her. I can't give it to you. What do you mean Lu Jie gave it to you? Zhang Lu exploded, and her face was hideous. This food was exchanged for your father's body. I'm his wife, and I'm the one who eats it. Zhang Lu said, and was about to fight with Li Xiaoya for the lunchbox. Li Xiaoya hid behind Lu Jie. Why? He is my father. I am his daughter. It is only natural that he should give me the food he exchanged. What do you mean by natural? Zhang Lu was hysterical. She reluctantly exchanged the food with her husband, and gave it to this person and that person. Now there is food, but she is not given it. Why? Zhang Lu's eyes were red, and she was about to grab the lunch box in Li Xiaoya's hand without caring about her image. Lu Jie naturally sided with Li Xiaoya. Auntie, don't be impulsive. If it doesn't work, We can go to that fat guy to get some food. No. I want this one. John Lu, who was already mentally abnormal, didn't care at all. She scratched Lu Jia with her nail polish, leaving several cuts on his hands and arms. Lu Jia was tickled so hard that he hurt. He ignored the two crazy guys and stepped aside to stop the fight. Ya. Why don't you give the rice to Auntie? And I'll go get another portion from that fat guy. Seeing that he couldn't persuade John Lu, Lu Jia could only persuade Li Xiaoya. Impossible. As expected of a mother and daughter, they are both stubborn. John Lu's chest rose and fell with anger. Great. Since she can't eat it, she won't eat it at all. This time, John Lu made a fake move, pretending to raise her hand to slap Li Xiaoya. But when Li Xiaoya dodged, he knocked the lunch box in Li Xiaoya's hand to the ground with his right hand. Bang! What are you doing? Li Xiaoya looked at the rice on the ground, furious. Ah! Li Xiaoya was shaking with anger, and after a wild roar, she rushed over and wrestled with John Lu. The two women fought, either grabbing hair or scratching people. Lu Jia touched his arm and did not dare to stop them easily. The food on the ground was trampled by the two people, and it was already dirty. I'm your mother, you beat me for a little food. I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to a shameless person like you. Do you know what filial piety is? You are my mother, why did you snatch my food, and you beat me? The food is mine, no one can snatch it. The two talked and fought, it was so lively. Lu Jia saw that he couldn't help, and he was indeed a little hungry, so he ran to the kitchen to boil water. After all, these two are mother and daughter. Maybe they will make up after fighting for a while. Bang! Ah! Lu Jia in the kitchen didn't know what happened outside. Suddenly, only Li Xiaoya's voice was left. Brother Jia. Brother Jia. Li Xiaoya's voice became smaller and smaller. Lu Jia felt that something was wrong. After coming out, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. Chapter 32 Brother Jia, did you catch that guy? Brother Jia, what should I do? Seeing Lu Jia coming out, Li Xiaoya, with disheveled hair, flusteredly grabbed his arm, looking at a loss. This was the first time Lu Jia encountered such a situation, and he swallowed his saliva. It's okay, I'll go check on her first. At this time, John Lu closed her eyes tightly, leaning against the wall, her hands drooping weakly, without any sound. And just above her head, the bright red color was dazzling. Lu Jia stretched out his finger, tremblingly. He put it under John Lu's nose. Brother Jia, how is it? Lu Jia fell to the ground, supporting himself with his hands and moving back. She's not breathing. Li Xiaoya also fell to the ground, looking at her hands. Brother Jia, I killed someone. I killed someone. Li Xiaoya looked at her hands, pale and trembling. She didn't want to kill anyone. Who told her to come and take her rice and slap her? Li Xiaoya sat on the ground with her head in her arms, holding her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Ming Xi didn't expect that. He just wanted to watch them fight among themselves, and vent his dissatisfaction caused by the sudden disappearance of the space. But he didn't expect to see such a good show. Alright, these people who need revenge, let others kill them one by one, and his hands are always clean. In the surveillance, Lu Jia and Li Xiaoya have recovered, and then discuss what to do now. Li Xiaoya's mind is full of her own murder, and she can't think. In addition, he killed his own mother with his own hands, and his guilt gradually increased. Lu Jia was still cruel, and suggested that since it was raining heavily outside, John Lu could be thrown directly into the flood. In this way, the rain could cover up all the evidence. Li Xiaoya held her head, and didn't know what to do. John Lu was her mother. If she was washed away by the flood, there would be no bones left. When the rain stopped, how could she be buried in peace? Seeing Li Xiaoya hesitate, Lu Jia said, if you don't throw her into the water, you will go to jail. You have to think about it. Your fingerprints are all over Auntie's body, and you won't be able to defend yourself when the time comes. Hearing that she would go to jail, Li Xiaoya immediately agreed to Lu Jia's method. She is still very young, how can she go to jail for this matter? If she really goes to jail, her future will be ruined. She can't go to jail. She can't go to jail. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaoya gradually recovered. I believe that if her mother were still alive, she would definitely forgive her. After the two of them made instant noodles and ate them, they sat in the living room in silence. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening, when they saw the lights downstairs go out one after another, Lu Jia carried the body on his back, Li Xiaoya explored the way ahead, and the two of them came to the third floor in the dark. The residents on the third floor, seeing the floodwater level rising, feared that their homes would be flooded one night. So they had moved to other floors. It was late at night, and there was nothing else except the sound of rain and water. Li Xiaoya had done something wrong. So she looked around from time to time, fearing that someone would suddenly come and find out what she had done. The flood had completely submerged the second floor. Two people grabbed Zhang Lu's arm and slowly put her into the water. Then they let go. With a splash, there was no big wave. Silently, Zhang Lu's body was quickly washed away by the flood. Then, there was no trace. The heavy rain and flood will cover up everything for this accidental murder. Brother Jia, is this really okay? It was pitch black outside, and nothing could be seen. Li Xiaoya looked outside with lifeless eyes. Don't worry, no one will find out, Lu Jia assured. Click. After he finished speaking, the sound of a camera horn sounded in their ears, and the white flash was particularly obvious in the dark. Who? Lu Jia saw that something was wrong, and hurried to the corridor, but there was nothing. Brother Jia, did you catch anyone? Li Xiaoya ran over barefoot and panting. Lu Jia shook his head, with a heavy face. No. What should we do then? Li Xiaoya was very scared when she thought that she would be found out about killing someone and dumping the body. Murder was originally a matter punishable by death, and now dumping the body was added. If she was really found out, her future would really be over. It's okay. It's so dark. He won't be able to take any photos. The corridor was dark, and the man was far away from them. He definitely couldn't take any photos. Besides, it was so dark, and the photos he took would definitely be pitch black. Even if he did take photos, I will testify for you and say that it was your legitimate defense. There will be no problem. Lu Jia's words were full of loopholes. Let's not talk about the murder. And dumping the body would be enough to put two people in jail. However, Li Xiaoya now trusted Lu Jia very much and believed his words. Li Xiaoya was comforted by Lu Jia, and the two slowly returned to the fifth floor. Lu Jia, lying on the bed, could not fall asleep. How could that person leave so quickly? And there was not even a sound of footsteps. Did they see it wrong? Or did Zhang Lu die with his eyes open, and the ghost came to find them? Lu Jia became more and more scared, and could only hug Li Xiaoya tightly in his arms. Auntie, I'm sorry. Your death has nothing to do with me. Don't come to me even if you want revenge. If you want to find someone, find Yaya. Lu Jia closed his eyes and prayed in his heart that the demons and ghosts would leave quickly, and pushed all the responsibility onto Li Xiaoya. Of course it couldn't be a ghost. It was Ming Xiai. When Lu Jia and the others were going to dump the body, Ming Xiai went downstairs first, hid in the dark, and watched the two people dump the body. Then he deliberately turned on the flash and sound of his phone, before raising it to take pictures, just to scare them. When he was discovered, Ming Xiai was going to hide in a house nearby. But then he thought that it was already past 12 o'clock, and maybe he could enter the space, so he tried to enter the space. Unexpectedly, he actually entered the space. When Ming Xiai appeared in the space again, he was so excited. He explored back and forth inside and found that nothing was missing. He also took a cup of milk tea in his hand to ease his tense mood. However, he still had to find out the reason why he was kicked out of the space. Otherwise, if he wanted to hide in the space when he encountered danger in the future, he would be kicked out for no reason. Would he still be alive? After finding no clues outside, Ming Xiai returned to the room in the space. He searched floor by floor, and finally saw the answer he wanted to know on the open-air balcony on the third floor. There are a few lines of words on the wall. Since the space was opened, every 24 hours in the outside world, the space will have 1 hour of living creatures entering it. Time can be accumulated. After Ming Xiai saw these 2 lines of words, they disappeared instantly. No, what does this mean? I didn't even have a chance to react. But Ming Xi's memory is still good, and he still remembers a few lines of words. Could this mean that after 24 hours in the outside world, the space will have 1 hour for people to survive in? Ming Xiai has had the space for 40 days, and can stay in it for about 40 hours. In the early stage, Ming Xiai would go into the space from time to time to check if there was anything missing, which probably wasted some time. In addition, when he went out to find something, he spent more than 2 hours hiding from people. It took him nearly 5 hours to practice shooting, and the accumulated time was used up. So he was kicked out of the space. It seems that he has to save some time in the early stage. so that he can hide in the space when he encounters danger later. Chapter 33 Shinkei, come over and discuss. Are there any other explanations? Meng Xiai touched the smooth wall and talked to himself. The space described in other people's books has mountains and water, but here he has a bare piece of land, with nothing. The soil in the space is not suitable for planting. If you want to plant plants, please find soil yourself. After Meng Xiai complained about the wall in his mind, a line of words suddenly appeared on the wall. What the hell? You have to go outside to find soil to plant plants? It's raining so hard outside now, where can you find soil? And he wasted 2 bags of rapeseed, and so much tap water. Such an important matter? Why didn't you tell him earlier? Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Although Meng Xiai complained, he still wanted other explanations. Can there be water in the space? Meng Xiai looked at the wall expectantly. However, the wall seemed to be angry, dissatisfied with Meng Xiai's complaints, and did not respond for a long time. The line of words did not disappear. Okay. Seeing that the wall did not respond, Meng Xiai thought that the space had no other use. So he left the space. It seems that in the future, unless it is necessary, don't easily enter the space to save time in the future. Meng Xiai left the space and stayed at the place where he had taken the photo. Lu Jie and Li Xiuya had already gone back, so Meng Xiai went upstairs in the dark. It was already 0:30. Meng Xiai washed his face and went to bed. Friends upstairs and downstairs. Do you still have electricity at home? Who has a power bank? Lend it to me. Who has gas? Lend it to me to cook a meal. Meng Xiai was awakened by the shouting of the residents downstairs early in the morning, and rolled on the bed angrily. Rubbing his eyes, Meng Xiai took the phone and found that it was only 10 o'clock. Are these people idle and have nothing to do? Aren't they tired of yelling? Oh yes, they really have nothing to do now. But don't they know how to save their energy and consume less physical strength? Opening the phone, every group is complaining about the power outage. Some said that their phones will be turned off if there is only 5% power left, and some firmly believe that the power will come soon. The tap water has been cut off for a few days, and no one cares. Who will care now that the power is out? Don't be too pessimistic. It's raining so hard outside. It will take time for the maintenance staff to fix it. That's right. I think the government has given up on us. They don't give us food or water. When will the rain stop? When there is electricity, I can play games to distract myself from hunger. Now that there is no electricity, there is no spiritual food. How can I live? There are both positive and negative voices in the group. Meng Xiai lurked for a while, and then turned it off. Then he opened a novel reading software and read the article. Meng Xiai was reading a doomsday article, mainly to see if there were any reliable methods suitable for surviving in the doomsday. After reading for half an hour, Meng Xiai stretched a few times and got up to cook. After dinner, Meng Xiai called Shinkei. Do you want to come to my place and discuss where to find food tonight? Okay. Shinkei agreed and knocked on the door soon. But he was holding a plastic bag in his hand. Didn't I tell you not to send me food? If you insist on taking it, then don't come in. Meng Xiai paused as he was about to open the iron sliding door. There was a lot of food stored in Meng Xiai's space, so he was not short of food at all. Besides, Shinkei treated him well on weekdays. Meng Xiai naturally couldn't just ask him for things to survive. Shinkei chuckled, and then took out a bag of melon seeds from it. I didn't take any food. This is some snacks, melon seeds, snacks like potato chips. I thought we had to discuss something, and just talking would be a bit monotonous, so I took some snacks. Meng Xiai looked at the plastic bag he had opened, and there were indeed some snacks in it, so he let the person in. Since everyone brought snacks, Meng Xiai couldn't be too stingy. While he was pouring water, Meng Xiai took out 2 cups of brewed milk tea from the space, and brewed 1 cup for each person. Then he began to plan where to find food. Meng Xiai had saved a map of M City on his phone, and he called it up at this time. But it was a bit inconvenient for 2 people to see it. Shinkei took out a piece of paper from the pile of snacks, unfolded it, and put it on the coffee table. This turned out to be a map of M City, and it clearly showed what was where, much clearer than the one on his phone. We are here now. Shinkei found the exact location of Jinshan Jiayuan, and then took a pencil to write and draw on it. The rain has flooded the 3rd floor. These places are low-lying. Even if there are things inside, they have been flooded and useless. We can consider this place. Shinkei pointed to the east side of M City, which is high-lying. There are basically high-rise buildings here. And there are several large shopping malls. Even if the water floods the third floor, they can explore upwards. Okay. Ming Xiai nodded. He had studied the topography of M City before. This is indeed a good place. After figuring out the general direction, the two chose the largest shopping mall here. The underground floor sells snacks. The first and second floors mainly sell various accessories, and are places for children to play. The third and fourth floors are clothing stores. There is a large supermarket on the fifth floor. The remaining space plus the sixth floor are various restaurants. The seventh floor is a movie theater. There are also several places to play script-killing games. The main goal of the two people this time is the supermarket on the fifth floor. My rubber boat is quite big, and can hold a lot of things. We can load more when the time comes. Remember to bring more food. Ming Xiai nodded. I don't think the electricity will come for a while. If you can find a gas stove or something, you can bring one back. If not, you can only take things like bread and instant noodles. Yeah. Shinkei felt that what Ming Xiai said made sense, and his mind was working fast. Here. Shinkei suddenly pointed to a location. I remember there is an outdoor camping store here. Maybe we can find some suitable with stoves, portable gas stoves, and bring them back to use. Okay. After planning what to do, Ming Xiai and Shinkei said goodbye. The power was out, and the surveillance installed by Ming Xiai was useless. Fortunately, the two people moved out of the fifth floor early in the morning and came to 1206. It was closer to the 17th floor, and was also within the range of the fly's surveillance control. So Ming Xiai released a fly to monitor, wanting to see what Lu Jie and the others were doing. Now that they couldn't boil hot water, the two could only eat instant noodles. Brother Jie, what happened last night? Will it really not be discovered? Li Xiaoya stared at the white wall, feeling uneasy. Although the walls here were spotless white, Li Xiaoya sometimes felt dazed, seeing her mother bleeding from the back of her head, looking at her coldly. Don't worry. It was also Lu Jie's first time to dispose of a corpse, and he was also afraid, but it was easier for him to accept than Li Xiaoya. Don't think about it. Eat quickly. Filling your stomach is the most important thing now. Yes. Li Xiaoya took 2 bites of instant noodles, which were too dry to swallow. Suddenly, she remembered that before the rainstorm, she would not even look at this kind of junk food in order to maintain her figure. She didn't expect that she would have to rely on this kind of food to survive now. Lu Jie saw that Li Xiaoya was sad, and he was not in the mood to comfort her. Chapter 34 set off, go to the shopping mall to find food. Here. Ming Xiai took the helmet handed to him by Shinkei, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Shinkei explained, it's raining heavily outside, it's safer to wear it. Oh, thank you. Ming Xiai took it obediently in his hand. He had a helmet in his space, but he was afraid of the trouble of taking it out and explaining it. Now that Shinkei wanted to give it, Ming Xiai took it of course. The raindrops hit his head, which was very painful. Seeing Shinkei holding a suitcase in one hand and a storage bag for the rubber boat in the other, Ming Xiai reached out to help. Let me help you get it. No need. Shinkei took his things and walked downstairs. Ming Xiai shrugged, okay, forget about asking for help, he was relieved. Ming Xiai held the helmet given by Shinkei in one hand, and a thickened storage bag for quilts in the other hand, which was 1.5 meters long, enough to hold a lot of things. Because the third floor was flooded, the two of them took off their shoes and socks, lifted up their trouser legs, and waded into a room that had been lived in before. Put the shoes and socks in a plastic bag, and put them on the table first. Shinkei wore a headlight, took out the rubber boat, and started to inflate it manually. It took about half an hour for the rubber boat to reach full capacity. Shinkei opened the suitcase beside him, took out a life jacket from it, and asked Ming Xiai to put it on. He also took 2 raincoats, one for each person. Ming Xiai put the helmet on his head, and sighed again in his heart. Shinkei is really a good man. He has a good figure, is careful, and is handsome. If the two of them can survive the end of the world, Ming Xiai will definitely do everything he can to capture him. After making sure everything was ready, the two of them put the rubber boat outside through the window. Shinkei sat in the front, paddled, and Ming Xiai sat in the back, leisurely without having to do anything. TSK. It was good to have teammates. No need to work hard, and no need to use your brain to identify the direction. We're here. It took almost an hour to reach the destination. The terrain here is higher, and the floors are higher than ordinary residential buildings, so the flood only reached half of the second floor. The two were lucky, and the rubber boat finally stopped in front of the French window. The suction cup was firmly attached to the glass. Shinkei tied the rope of the speedboat to it to prevent the speedboat from being washed away by the flood, and then took out a safety hammer. Be careful. The rainstorm was too loud, and Meng Xiai didn't hear what Shinkei said. Seeing that Meng Xiai didn't move, Shinkei adjusted the rubber boat. Finally, the suction cup was attached to the tiles on the wall, and the speedboat was tied again. Let Meng Xiai stay in a place without glass, and Shinkei began to knock on the edge of the glass. Meng Xiai saw Shinkei hitting the glass from behind. His muscles were clear and powerful, and the lines were distinct. Meng Xiai wanted to touch the muscles if it wasn't for the situation. Then he pinched his arm in frustration. He had been exercising for more than a month, but he hadn't grown any muscles at all. Bang! With a loud noise, the glass shattered. The water inside was too deep, and it might be dangerous for two people to swim in. Shinkei continued to knock with the safety hammer, and he stopped when the hole he made was big enough for the rubber boat to pass through, driving the rubber boat into the mall. The escalator had stopped running, so Shinkei drove the rubber boat to the escalator. Shinkei got off the rubber boat first, tied it to the escalator with a rope, and then pulled Meng Xiai down. You are not hurt. After getting off the escalator, Shinkei did not rush to clean himself up, but scanned Meng Xiai up and down with his eyes. Meng Xiai took off his helmet and put it on the steps, shook his hair, and said while taking off his raincoat, "It's okay." Knowing that Meng Xiai was okay, Shinkei was relieved. Their feet were already wet, so they didn't wear shoes. Hanging the raincoat on the handrail, Shinkei took the suitcase on the kayak and Meng Xi's storage bag in his hands and led the way. The two of them had a clear purpose and went all the way to the 5th floor. After opening the door of the supermarket, the two of them went straight to the ready-to-eat area. Canned food, instant noodles, baked food. The two of them didn't care whether they were expired or not, and they just put everything into the box. After Meng Xiai filled half of the bag, he found an excuse to go somewhere else to see if there was anything else to eat, and then started to wander around inside. Spicy strips, must be taken away. Melon seeds, take them all away too. Coke, beverages, mineral water, all have a shelf life, and can't fill the stomach. Meng Xiai put them into the space without hesitation. There are also 2 shelves of white wine, which is not in the space. Meng Xiai took the shelves into the space as well. Although Meng Xiai doesn't drink, when it snows heavily later, he can drink a little to warm his body. Then he walked to some elevator, opened a door, and saw a small warehouse. Meng Xiai stuffed everything into the space. Pots, knives, bowls, and chopsticks, Meng Xiai put them all into the space. Now, he doesn't have to worry about not having enough knives to cut vegetables. Electric frying pans, electric hot pots and other things are not useful, so Meng Xiai didn't take them. Clay pots and other things, Meng Xiai stuffed them into the space, so they can be used. After all these actions, only more than 10 minutes passed. Meng Xiai kept paying attention to the surroundings, making sure he would not be discovered by Shinkei, and when he went back, he had a bunch of spicy strips and melon seeds in his hand. I don't eat much in one meal, so I went to find some spicy strips to eat, Meng Xiai explained, and then put the things into the storage bag. Eating too much spicy strips is bad for your health. You should eat more rice, Shinkei said. Meng Xiai nodded perfunctorily. He had enough staple food, and there was still room for planting. But snacks are currently non-renewable resources, so of course, he should stock up more. Seeing that Meng Xiai didn't say anything, Shinkei probably realized that his tone was a bit stiff, and coughed lightly. Is this little spicy strip enough for you? You can take some more, and put them in the rubber boat. Meng Xiai shook his head. Enough? Enough. I had used up all the spicy strips. I definitely couldn't go again. It was not easy to come here, and it might be taken away by others in 2 days. So the two of them went to find a few large plastic bags, filled them up and stuffed them on the rubber boat. Before leaving, they went to the clothing store on the 3rd and 4th floors, picked up a few clothes and left. They had already observed the outdoor camping store mentioned before. The store was flooded, and there was no suitable place to park the kayak around. So the two of them decisively gave up the idea of going into the water to find a gas stove. It was past 4 in the morning. Although the residents were still sleeping, they were afraid that their belongings would be taken away. So Shinkei suggested that Meng Xiai stay here, and he would carry the things up first. There were a lot of things. Shinkei ran 3 times in a row. During this time, Meng Xiai suggested that he go once, but Shinkei decisively refused. On the last trip, Only 2 large plastic bags and a kayak were left. After the air was released and the equipment was neatly packed, the 2 of them went up, thinking that the kayak was heavy, and Shinkei had run twice. Ming Xiai thought of carrying 2 plastic bags. As a result, Shinkei didn't give him a chance to show off. He took a plastic bag and walked away quickly. Ming Xiai followed him breathlessly. It seemed that his exercise had no effect. Why not find a time to ask Shinkei for advice? Shinkei put all the things in his room. The 2 of them took advantage of the night to divide the things. So Shinkei had to open his door. Wait! After opening the door, Shinkei suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Ming Xiai was puzzled. Chapter 35. It's over, becoming the target of public criticism. It's okay, you come in first. Shinkei carried something into the house, put Ming Xiai in, and then turned around and fumbled on the ground to pick up something, and then closed the door. The headlight on his head had run out of power, so Ming Xiai couldn't see anything. Click! I don't know where Shinkei pressed, and with the sound of the switch, the room gradually brightened. But the light was warm yellow, not as bright as the incandescent lamp, but on the days of power outage, it was still very good. He looked at the curtains in the living room. Look at the thickness. They can block the light from coming out very well. I have a small generator at home. If you need to charge something in the future, you can come to me. Shinkei carried the things and walked to the living room. Okay. Ming Xiai nodded. The decoration of Shinkei's house is quite similar to his personality. The colors are mainly black, white and gray. There is no furniture such as sofas in the living room. Instead, there is a standing boxing sandbag in the middle, spinning bike, smith rack, dumbbells. No wonder this guy looks so muscular. It turns out that he has so many exercise equipment. Shinkei brought 2 plastic stools for 2 people to sit on. What did you pick up just now? Ming Xiai thought that he was usually calm and composed. But suddenly something was wrong just now, and thought that something big must have happened. Shinkei stretched out his palm, and Ming Xiai saw a piece of iron in his hand. What is this? Ming Xiai was puzzled. What was so surprising about this thing? Shinkei explained. I heard you say before that someone tried to pry your door lock. So in order to prevent others from prying my door, if I go out, I will put a piece of iron in the keyhole. Just in case. The first few times I came up today, the iron piece was intact in the keyhole. This time, it may be because the kayak was deflated for too long. So someone tried to pry the door. Ming Xiai was silent for a while when he heard this. The 2 of them originally thought that it would be safer to go out to find food at night. But they didn't expect that they would still be targeted. Seeing Ming Xiai frowning, Shinkei comforted him. Don't worry. Come to me if you have any problems. Then, as if he had thought of something, Shinkei opened a cabinet beside him and took out a pair of walkie-talkies. Take this. Tune to channel 3 if you have any problems. And call me. Ming Xiai did not refuse and took it, since that person dared to pry open the door. It might not be long before everyone in the building knew that they had food. It will be troublesome then. In this building, except for him and Shinkei who can go out to find food, the others are Si Chen and his group. But Si Chen and his group are 6 big men, and they are all tall and strong. These people who bully the weak and fear the strong may not dare to go to them easily. And he and Shinkei are only 2 people, especially his hands and feet look quite slender. He may be the target of their trouble. Now that the 2 of them are the target of public criticism, it is most important to help each other. Originally, Shinkei wanted to keep Ming Xiai here for dinner, but after a busy night, and now knowing that he was being watched, Ming Xiai was not in the mood to eat, so he refused. Shinkei did not force it, and squatted down to divide the things. Ming Xiai saw that after Shinkei picked out the snacks he had brought, the other things were strictly divided into 2 portions. Shinkei stuffed all the odd-numbered items into Ming Xi's storage bag. No need to give me so much. I still have some in my room. And you worked hard, so you should keep more. As he said that, Ming Xiai was about to take out the things. No need. Shinkei held Ming Xi's hand. I still have the food I bought before the rainstorm. You can keep it for yourself. Seeing Shinkei's sincere words, Ming Xiai could only agree. And then thought to himself, I'll treat him to 2 more meals later. Shinkei helped Ming Xiai take the things back to his room, and gave him some worried instructions. Remember to block the door with something at night, and don't open it if someone knocks. If I have something, I will contact you through the intercom. If you have something, remember to contact me through the intercom. The intercom is out of battery. Charge it in time. Ming Xiai nodded obediently every time he heard a word. Then he complained in his heart. No. Does this guy treat him as a 3-year-old child? After all, in the real world, he is a 25-year-old young man. Even this body is an adult who has passed his 18th birthday. Is his appearance so worrying? But what he said was good. And if Meng Xiai refuted it, it would be a bit ungrateful. So he nodded obediently. This made Meng Xiai feel like he was in school. After sending Shen Ke away, Meng Xiai entered the space. In the space, Meng Xiai had assembled the generator before, and the water heater had already started working. After taking a 10-minute hot bath, Meng Xiai hurried out of the space, and then turned on his mobile phone and typed a 50 in a spreadsheet. This table was specially made by Meng Xiai for the purpose of counting the time and space. It was just to have a clear understanding of the time and space. In case he was kicked out again, he took out a portion of tofu pudding from the space, and 2 fried dough sticks. After eating them happily, Meng Xiai went to bed. The next morning, Meng Xiai was woken up by the noise of people again. Attention, residents. Please pay attention. If you need to collect food, please go downstairs as soon as possible to collect it. Meng Xiai yawned. It was only 10 o'clock now. He had slept for 3 hours at most. These people are really too much. Can't they keep their voices down? If it weren't for the end of the world, he would have reported these people for disturbing the public. One person only has 3 packs of instant noodles. How can they manage it for 3 days? And the electricity is out. How can we take a bath? When nothing happened, they said they were serving the people, but now that something is wrong, they treat the people like this. Can the electricity and tap water be repaired? The arguments continued, and the residents' dissatisfaction was about to reach its peak. I'm afraid that soon, the incidents of burglary and vandalism and injury will continue. In the book, the government provided good food and drink for a month, and there were many people who broke into people's houses in the middle of the night to rob them. Nowadays, food and drink are insufficient, and once they are extremely hungry, they will do something crazy. I was discovered when I went out to look for food last night. Maybe I would be the first one they targeted. These days, Meng Xiai has also been paying attention to Si Chen and the others. Except for the first time when they went out to look for food. The 6 of them did not go out these days. If Meng Xiai had not secretly used the fly surveillance camera to check and knew that they were still at home, I would have thought they had left. The speedboat left by Si Chen, after carrying food once, was taken by Wei Heng. In Wei Heng's home, in addition to his wife and mother, Wei Heng's younger brother moved in some time ago. It is estimated that Wei Heng carried a lot of food that time, and he has not gone out these days. In this way, bullying him and Shen Ke, 2 lonely people, is indeed more likely to win. The long knife was placed at the entrance, and Meng Xiai took out a longbow, 100 arrows, and a gun, 10 bullets. If the situation really gets out of control, the gun is the most threatening thing. The quarrels of the people outside did not receive any response. But the sound of the engine soon sounded. The boats delivering food left in an orderly manner, and the questioning of the residents gradually weakened because they did not receive a response. Meng Xiai yawned and continued to take a nap. Chapter 36. That's right, it's for self-defense. Ha! Meng Xiai hid the gun under the pillow. The army distributing food outside had probably left, and the sound of residents' disputes gradually weakened. The world was finally quiet. Meng Xiai stretched lazily, curled up in the quilt, and continued to sleep. However, not long after sleeping, there were various knocks on the door. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Zi la, Meng Xiai, what are you doing? Meng Xiai was really tired, half asleep and half awake, heard various noisy sounds. Meng Xi's reason told him that he should get up and beat these people up. However, at this moment, Meng Xiai felt like he was possessed by a ghost, or he was in a nightmare, and his body was slow to wake up. Even though his brain told him that someone was banging on the door and calling him, he should wake up. But he couldn't get up, and felt like 1,000 pounds of weight was pressing on his body. After trying his best, Meng Xiai finally woke up. I'm here. After taking a few deep breaths, Meng Xiai got up, took the intercom on the bedside table, and pressed the talk button. Shen Ke on the other end of the intercom let out a long sigh and paused in his action of opening the door. If this guy didn't reply, he would want to drive the group away, and then break into his house to see what this guy is like. Outside your door, there are probably a dozen men and women, some holding kitchen knives, and some holding stools. but their fighting power is about average. It seems that they want to buy food from you. Shinkei quickly explained the situation outside in 2 sentences. Okay. I'll come right away, Meng Xiai said. Buying food? Can you use a kitchen knife to buy food? Luckily, I had the agent replace the door before, and made special treatments on the door frame and other things. And there is an iron sliding door outside the security door. Otherwise, according to the situation, the door would have been knocked open by them long ago. Putting on a black coat, and putting the pistol behind his waist, Meng Xiai picked up the long knife at the entrance, opened the security door, and confronted them through the iron sliding door. The 2 who knocked on the door were not prepared, and hit hard, and almost hit Meng Xi's long knife. Oh my god! The 2 people jumped far away in fear. The people outside, seeing the long knife in Meng Xi's hand, could not help but step back. Meng Xiai opened the iron sliding door, walked out, and closed the 2 doors tightly. What's the matter? Meng Xiai took the knife and walked out step by step. His eyes were fierce, and his voice was cold. These dozen people were also afraid of death. Seeing the knife in Meng Xi's hand, they stepped back. Even if Meng Xiai opened the door, they didn't dare to rush in. He didn't stop until Meng Xiai stood at the door and closed the iron sliding door. Then, Shinkei next to him also opened the door. He held a butcher knife in his hand, which was probably quite old. There was a mixture of rust and blood on it, which was very creepy. Didn't we agree to open the door together in 5 minutes? Why did you come out early? Shinkei didn't even look at the group of people, but was polite to Meng Xiai. After Meng Xiai answered the intercom, the 2 agreed to come out together. Shinkei was wearing a pair of slippers at the time. When he heard Meng Xiai say that he wanted to change his clothes, he asked him to wait for 5 minutes. Shinkei didn't think much about it, and went back to the bedroom to change his shoes. He didn't expect that just after he put on his shoes, he heard something wrong, and hurried over to open the door. Why is this person so impulsive? What if he encounters danger when he comes out alone? Meng Xiai touched his nose. Isn't this something I can solve by myself? Meng Xiai thought. With Shinkei's solid backing, he could go out and try to be ruthless first, to see if he can scare them. Let them know that he is not easy to mess with, so that they will not dare to cause trouble to them easily in the future. If he couldn't deter them, it wouldn't be too late for Shinkei to come out then. Seeing the 2 talking as if no one was around, the group was naturally unhappy. I heard that you went out to find food last night, and we want to buy some. The man who knocked on the door before coughed lightly and said, although the army sent food this morning, they only gave 3 bags of instant noodles, which was not enough for 3 days. They were already starving in the previous 3 days. If they continued to starve, they would not be able to wait until the rain stopped. Therefore, after hearing someone say that 1706 went out to find food last night, several people decided to come up and take a look. Meng Xiai raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Heard? Who told you that? It doesn't matter who said it. The important thing is not to be shameless. That's right. Don't force us to go in and rob, or we won't be so easy to talk to then. Even though they didn't say who said it, Meng Xiai still saw Li Ping and Zhao Zhe in the crowd. Li Ping's psychological quality was average, and when she heard this, she obviously took a step back. It's really a confession, Meng Xiai chuckled, and rubbed the long knife in his right hand against his left palm twice. Buying food? Look at the things in your hands. Do you look like you're here to buy things? More like, you're here to rob. When the few people saw Meng Xiai smiling, they thought he was willing to buy things for them. They all smiled comfortably. Aren't we doing this for self-defense? You also know that it's very dangerous everywhere now. That's right, that's right. It's just for self-defense. Don't think too much about it. As they said this, they also hid the weapons they had brought behind their backs. Little brother, see what food you have, I will buy it at 5 times the price. Little brother, I am not greedy, whatever you are willing to give, I want, you can rest assured about the money. Little brother, what if I don't want to give? Meng Xiai suddenly spoke in the midst of everyone's chatter. I knew it, little brother, you. What? You won't give it? The smiles on the faces of several people froze, and they looked at Meng Xiai in disbelief. We are all residents of the same building, as the saying goes. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Why don't you give it to us? That's right, you helped us this time, and we will help you next time. Little brother, don't be too selfish. Meng Xiai was also hungry, heard enough of their moral kidnapping, and held his sword across his face, and glared at them. My things, I give them if I want to. I don't give them if I don't want to. What do you have to do with it? Besides, whether you guys can survive the heavy rain is another matter. If you can't survive, my things will just be fed to the dogs. When everyone heard Meng Xi's words, they were furious. Who do you think is the dog? Who do you think will die? If you don't want to give them, then don't give them. Why are you scolding me? Am I scolding people? Meng Xi glanced at several people coldly. I'm obviously scolding the shameless things. You don't have the ability to find food yourself, but you come to steal other people's. How can there be such shameless people in the world, and a group of them? Everyone was provoked by Meng Xi, and they all said they wanted to teach Meng Xi a lesson. Okay. Then come on. Meng Xi took a step forward with a knife, and several people retreated unconsciously. The most powerful weapon in their hands was a kitchen knife. But Meng Xi had a knife that was 30 to 40 centimeters long. No matter how you look at it, they are at a disadvantage. In the crowd, some people began to instigate. Why retreat? If we don't take their food, we will all starve to death. Yes, we will die anyway. Why not fight? I think he is just a weakling, and he may not dare to do anything. Chapter 37, but food cannot be given to him. Okay, then come on. Meng Xi had prepared himself mentally long ago. Killing people is just a matter of blinking an eye. After all, in this end of the world where the strong prey on the weak, cowardice and softness will only become sharp blades for others to stab you. Now that these people are willing to let him practice, then he will not be polite. We have more people, they only have 2 people. No matter what, we have the upper hand. That's right. A group of people rushed up with kitchen knives and benches. Shinkei didn't say much, but when they rushed over, he immediately took the butcher knife and blocked in front. Seeing that Shinkei was tall and strong, several people didn't dare to go forward. But after hesitating for a while, several people looked at each other and rushed forward. A man had a clothesline in his hand, and he took the lead because his weapon was long. Shinkei grabbed the clothesline and snatched it away before he could react. The man staggered and didn't react to what happened. Shinkei then hit several people hard, making them scream. Meng Xi stood behind Shinkei and had no chance to fight. Well, it seems that there is no chance to practice this time. Shinkei, be careful. Meng Xi saw a bench thrown out from the crowd and shouted hurriedly. Shinkei reacted quickly and got out of the way, and the bench flew past Shinkei's ears and finally hit the wall and then was scrapped. That's it. Although there were more than a dozen people, they were no match for Shinkei, and his face was covered with bruises. After Meng Xi finished speaking, Shinkei stopped obediently. Those who were beaten by him did not dare to act rashly again, and could only touch their wounds with grievance. I think you have seen it now. You are definitely not opponents in robbing things. We are not unreasonable people. It is better to leave obediently. Meng Xi saw clearly who the person who threw the bench just now was, and he would definitely not let him off easily. Some people retreated in the face of difficulties, while others would not give up until they got food. We don't have anything to eat now, and we have to wait for 3 days for the government to send food. I might starve to death by then, so I won't leave. Why don't you just kill me with a knife? That way I won't have to starve. The few people who were about to leave thought that he was right and stayed. The man sat down on the wall like a scoundrel, as if he would stay here forever unless the problem was solved. Others followed suit and sat on the ground. Meng Xi's face darkened. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. These people gathered here, whether they were threatening or not. It was annoying to watch. But those people obviously didn't intend to leave. Even if they were threatened, there will always be people coveting treasures. But then Meng Xi thought, maybe giving them a rubber boat could solve some problems. Now, there are only a dozen of them asking for food, and 2 people can still fight them. If the residents of the whole building behind them, they will definitely not be able to resist. Meng Xi took a rough look, and he thought that he could make friends with the men here. Maybe they will need help in the future, so it is not good to do things too extreme. Therefore, Meng Xi thought about it and spoke. I have a rubber boat in my room. I can lend it to you. Whether you can find food depends on your own ability, and you must share some of the food you find with us. If you agree, I will get it. If you disagree, we will not care even if you die sitting here. After hearing this, everyone stood up and said that it was no problem. Meng Xi saw Li Ping and Zhao Zhe in the crowd. These 2 people had been against them again and again. Of course, they couldn't let them have an easy time. But Meng Xi pointed at Li Ping and the other person in the crowd. They can't use my rubber boat. And they can't give them the food I brought back. If I find out that they have used my things, I would rather destroy them, and let us all start together than let you use them again. And the stool that almost hit Shinkei just now was thrown by Zhao Zhe. For those who have repeatedly provoked them, Ming Xiai said that he would not kill them personally, which was because he was kind-hearted. They even wanted to use his tools to exchange for food to survive, which was really wishful thinking. How could Li Ping and Zhao Zhe agree to this? They told these people that Ming Xiai had food, and now they are killing him. I don't agree. This morning, Zhao Zhe woke up from hunger and groped in the living room to find water to drink. He accidentally heard footsteps outside, and saw Shinkei carrying things back home through the cat's eye. And he went back and forth several times. On the last trip, Zhao Zhe waited for a long time, but no one came back. So he took something to pry the door open. Originally, Zhao Zhe took a hammer and tried to break it open, but he was afraid of being discovered. So he had to give up. Then he took 2 black clips from Li Ping and tried to pry the door open according to what he learned from the internet. After prying for more than 10 minutes, he didn't get the point, and he was afraid that the tall and strong Shinkei would come back. So he could only return home in frustration. After discussing with Li Ping, he joined forces with several familiar residents to try to grab food by relying on their numbers. But I didn't expect that now I would actually abandon them. Ming Xiai paused as he was about to open his own door, turned his head and said, "He doesn't agree. What about you?" It has come to this point, of course. Everyone should take care of their own business, and not care whether others are hungry or not. Little brother, don't worry. Since we promised not to give them, we will definitely not give them. That's right. If you are worried, every time we bring back something, we can divide it in front of you. We will definitely keep our word. Ming Xiai was very satisfied with the attitude of several people, went in and took out the rubber boat that he had used once before from the space, and took it out. Zhao Zhe and the others saw the rubber boat, which was a life-saving device. He had clearly told everyone that there was food at Ming Xi's house. But now, he was going to kill him. Don't blame him then. Zhao Zhe took advantage of the fact that everyone was happy to take the rubber boat and didn't notice him, and rushed over to grab the rubber boat. Since you won't let me live, let's die together. Zhao Zhe held the rubber boat and rushed to the window nearby. As long as he threw down this tool for finding food, these untrustworthy guys would not be able to find food. It was really satisfying. Zhao Zhe, what are you doing? Stop him. Everyone reacted quickly and reached out to grab him. However, Zhao Zhe might be too angry, and his speed was very fast, so it was impossible for a few hungry people to catch up with him. Let me go! Let me go! Zhao Zhe saw that he was only half a meter away from the window, and he felt that his neck was tightly grasped by someone. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Zhao Zhe held the rubber boat and tried to throw it directly over, let it break the glass, and then fall outside. However, it was just a delay of 1 or 2 seconds, and others had already rushed up. Shinkei, who was holding Zhao Zhe, saw that everyone was surrounding him, let him go, and then stepped aside. Soon, the rubber boat was taken away by them, and Zhao Zhe was also knocked to the ground. Chapter 38 Brother, I don't know about this. You still dare to rob? Do you want to die? A man in his 30s, who was hot-tempered and probably hungry for too long, kicked Zhao Zhe down with 1 foot. He hit his head against the wall and cursed. If you don't want to live, jump off the building? Throwing things is nothing. I told you to throw. I told you to throw. Are you still a man? You do such a mean thing? Zhao Zhe was beaten so hard that blood came out of his mouth. There was still a trace of rationality in the crowd, and they quickly pulled the man away. Zhang Mingtian, stop hitting him. If someone dies, you'll have to go to jail. It's not worth it for such a person. Zhang Mingtian was gradually persuaded, but he was so angry that he kicked him again. Li Ping saw her husband being released, and she ran over and squatted to wipe the blood from his mouth. Husband, are you okay? You murderers. I'm going to sue you. We brought you here to get food, but now you're kicking us away. Don't even think about having a good life. Zhao Zhe's breathing was already very weak at this time, and his eyes narrowed into a line. When the people heard what Li Ping said, they didn't care at all. Instead, they thanked Shinquebec. Thank you for your help. Little brother. It's okay. Shinkei's words were not right, and he had a cold face. No one dared to say anything more. Ming Xiai had seen enough of the show and was hungry. So he started to drive people away. Okay. Get the things and leave. By the way, take them away. So they don't bother us here. No problem. No problem. Several people lifted Xiao Zhe and Li Ping up at once, dragging them away by their arms. Li Ping struggled at first, but after being slapped by someone, she whimpered and calmed down. The problem was solved in time, and the two of them should go back to their own homes. But Meng Xiai thought that people gave him more food, and knocking on the door was to cause trouble for him. So it would be a shame not to invite them to dinner. Shen-Kei, why don't you come to my house for dinner? Shen-Kei didn't know how to cook at all. Even if he brought back so many things, he just had to add some oil and salt and cook them. Now that he could eat for free, Shen-Kei was naturally happy. After returning and putting down the butcher knife, Shen-Kei quickly arrived at Meng Xi's house. When the two of them were getting things yesterday, Meng Xi mentioned that there was still a can of gas at home that was not used. So Meng Xi went to the vegetable area and took back some vegetables that had not yet spoiled. So Meng Xi planned to make a meal of rice. There happened to be a clay pot that he brought back yesterday. Meng Xi brushed some oil on the inner wall and put the washed rice in it, which could make rice with rice crust, eggplant with fish flavor, dry pot potato slices, cold bean curd. Shen-Kei helped on the side, and even when mixing the bean curd, he asked Meng Xi to guide what seasoning to put in, so that the dish would be delicious. I'll teach you a versatile sauce that will make any dish delicious, Meng Xi said. After hearing this, Shen-Kei naturally perked up and started to learn. Put chili powder, chili pepper, sesame, mince garlic in a bowl and pour hot oil on it. Add 2 spoons of light soy sauce, 2 spoons of rice vinegar, 1 spoon of oyster sauce, 1 spoon of sesame oil, a little salt and sugar. Mix these things evenly and mix with the cold dishes you want to eat. When Shen-Kei made the sauce, he did every step by himself. After it was made, just looking at the color, it was very tempting. Then, at Meng Xi's reminder, he took a bite with chopsticks, and it tasted really good. Then Shen-Kei continued to learn to cook other dishes with Meng Xi. By the way, I studied the map today. Many liquefied gas stations and gas stations are low-lying. They are probably flooded by the flood. We don't have diving equipment, so it's hard to salvage them. There is a place selling coal, which is higher, and it's a self-built house, with 3 floors in total. We can give it a try. Meng Xi heard this, and said he could give it a try. There is so much coal in my space. When it gets cold and I bake, if there is a smell, I will definitely be suspected. Now that I have a clear way, I will not be afraid of being suspected. Now that the two of them are in the spotlight, they don't have to go out in the dark to find things. By the way, I have a diesel speedboat in my room. I can drive it tomorrow. I don't know if it can still be used. After the two of them finished eating, Meng Xi took the things out of the room where the rice and flour were stored. I used to go fishing with a few friends, but now that I'm in my 3rd year of high school, I need to study hard, so I don't have time to do it anymore. It's been half a year. Let's see if it leaks. Meng Xi deliberately made this speedboat look old, so he wasn't afraid that Shen-Kei would notice anything wrong. Then, Meng Xi brought out a pot of diesel. The two of them inflated the speedboat together, and Meng Xi pretended to check it. After confirming that there was no problem, the two decided to drive it out tomorrow. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a speedboat suddenly came from outside, and the two people went to the window to observe. They found that it was Si Chen and his group. This time, all 6 people were out, and they drove 2 speedboats in total. In the book, Si Chen started to unite everyone and fight for survival when the heavy snow came in the later period. At present, the government is still in charge, and Si Chen and his group should not start early. After a while, the sound of a speedboat was heard again. This time it was Wei Hung with his brother, and judging from the direction, they were planning to follow Si Chen and his group. After putting away the speedboat, Shen-Kei returned home, and Meng Xi started to exercise. After the end, Meng Xi turned on a TV series, watched half an episode and fell asleep. Bang, 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 bang. When Meng Xi woke up again, the sky was already blurry, and he heard someone knocking on the door. But there was no sound of Shen-Kei on the intercom, so he thought there was no danger. After lying awake in bed for 10 minutes, Meng Xi got out of bed. Through the cat's eye, he saw 2 people outside. Judging from their figures, They should be Lu Jia and Li Xiaoya. Who is it? What's the matter? Meng Xiai opened the security door, turned the flashlight in his hand to the maximum, and deliberately shone it into the eyes of the two people. Lu Jia and Li Xiaoya's eyes were hurt by the light, and they quickly covered their eyes with their hands. Brother, I'm Ya, Li Xiaoya said. Now that the power is out, there is no need to waste electricity for these two guys. So Meng Xiai quickly turned off the power. Don't call me brother. And I've said it a long time ago. We are no longer related. There is an iron sliding door between them, and they are not afraid of them coming in. Li Xiaoya's eyes were filled with tears. Brother, are you blaming Mom for taking Dad away? I didn't know she had been a mistress for so many years. But brother, I am innocent too. If possible, I don't want to be a mistress's daughter. Meng Xiai rolled his eyes. I didn't know that a stepdaughter like you could have such a good relationship with Li Shanong. I didn't know that you could regard everything in the Ming family as your own. Chapter 39 here. Actually, I want to raise snakes. I don't care if you are the daughter of a mistress, but when I think of, if you don't get out of here and bother me again, don't blame me for being rude. Meng Xiai didn't have a good face for the two people, but they are now dead pigs that are not afraid of boiling water, still staying here shamelessly. Especially Lu Jia. Lu Jia used to act arrogantly in front of Meng Xiai, and he was used to giving orders. Even though Meng Xiai didn't have a good face for him before, Lu Jia didn't change his arrogance. Meng Xiai, what are you talking about? Anyway, you and Yaya both have uncle's blood in your veins. And Yaya is a girl. You should be polite to her. Okay. Since you said that Li Xiaoya and I are Li Shanyang's children, you call him over now, and we can confront him face to face. Meng Xiai knew they couldn't call him over, because Li Shanong might have died long ago. Brother, it's not that we don't want to call Dad over, but because he's sick. Li Xiaoya began to talk nonsense. Meng Xiai was speechless. He was too polite to them, which made them come to trouble again and again. He took the long knife from the entrance, and the shiny blade reflected light. Meng Xiai pushed open the iron sliding door angrily and glared at the two people. Say it again. Get out. Li Xiaoya and Lu Jia retreated again and again. Brother, I don't mean anything else. I just want you to buy some food, or take us with you when you go out to find food next time. Meng Xiai ignored them. If you dare to knock on the door again, be careful with your hands. Don't forget. How did Li Shanong get the wound on his neck? Or, do you want to hit your neck too? The two people suddenly remembered Meng Xi's ruthlessness before, and they had to leave. Bang! Meng Xiai closed the door tightly, then turned on the lamp on the coffee table, and took out a spicy hot pot from the space. He found a comedy movie and watched it happily. Now that the power is out, there are no entertainment options, and the space cannot be easily entered. So after digesting the food, Meng Xiai lay on the bed, watched TV, and fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, at the time agreed by the two met at the door. This is something that Zhang Mingtian and his men brought to you. I saw that you didn't wake up this morning, so I kept it for you. Because Meng Xiai had been sleeping, Zhang Mingtian and his men didn't dare to knock too hard, for fear that Meng Xiai, who hadn't slept enough, would get up and chop them. Finally, Shen Ke came out and took the things back, just right for him now. After Meng Xiai took it, he looked at it, and found that some of the packaging was wet, and it didn't look fresh. However, in the end of the world, there was nothing to be picky about. You pick, and give me the rest. Shen Ke took 2 packs of instant noodles, and didn't take anything else. I thought about it, and I can put off the coal hunt for a while. At present, the most important thing is to protect the things at home. Now many people in the building know that we went to hunt for food. What if they come to knock on the door when we are not at home? No matter how powerful this anti-theft door is, it can't withstand their repeated knocks. Shen Ke felt that Meng Xiai was right. After all, there was a precedent of the anti-theft door being knocked open downstairs, bringing the person to his house. Meng Xiai opened the house with the windows blocked off. There was nothing inside, but there were more than a dozen bags of cement, sand, and a lot of steel bars and red bricks in the corner. These building materials were specially left by Meng Xiai for the agent to use in case of emergency. But Meng Xiai couldn't say it directly, but he had already thought of an excuse. I saw many people like to raise snakes before, and I happened to like a golden python at that time, which was only more than 1 meter long. So when I was decorating, I asked someone to seal up the windows of this house. I plan to build a nest for it with these things, and then keep it here. But before it was built, it encountered this heavy rainstorm. I don't know if the golden python can wait until I take it home. Shinkei didn't understand the pity in Mengxi's words. And this person's hobby was quite unique. He actually wanted to raise snakes. This heavy rain won't stop for a while. So I thought about building a wall outside. You can take down my door and install it outside. Shinkei said, your door is not strong. You can take down the anti-theft doors of 1704 and 1703 and install them. And then change the lock core. When Mengxi bought the house, the agent said that the other 5 households on the 17th floor had been bought. One household was Shinkei. One was Li Ping and her family. And 2 households had never been seen. It is estimated that they were bought for investment or were still under renovation. There is another family. Mengxi has never seen them. But he could see light in the house a few days before the rainstorm, but he didn't see it in the next few days. After being beaten, Li Ping and her family were probably scared, so they moved to other floors last night. Now there are only 2 families on the 17th floor. They did it right away. The 2 of them first dismantled the security doors of the 2 families. One family was indeed under renovation, and there was a key to open the door at the entrance of the house. The other family was still unfinished. The 2 of them moved the door and door frame to Mengxi's house. Then he thought about building a wall. I have a lot of cement, sand, and steel bars here. Why not build a square frame with bricks? Then insert the steel bars, and pour the cement and sand directly in. Would it be stronger this way? Shinkei accepted Mengxi's suggestion, and the 2 began to study how to mix cement. After mixing the cement and sand, they piled them together and dug a hole in the middle, and then poured water into it. After mixing it back and forth, it was either too thin or too dry, and it took half a day to mix the cement. Then the 2 of them moved some bricks out to build the wall. Neither of them had ever built a wall before, and they were afraid that the wall would be crooked. But there are always more solutions than problems. Shinkei went back and dismantled a table, divided the tabletop in 2, and then blocked both sides. Put down the bricks coated with cement along the tabletop, so there is no need to worry about it being crooked. Shinkei got the hang of it quickly, and Mengxi was average. So after laying a layer of bricks, Mengxi was responsible for holding the door frame. Neither of them had seen how the door frame was pressed, and now the mobile phone could not be used, so they thought if they pasted the door frame with cement, would it be more solid? The 2 people's plan was simple and crude. The wall was about 50 centimeters thick. The 2 doors were on both sides of the wall. As for the other positions, they were built with bricks, and then cement was poured directly into them. Shinkei spent 2 hours on the wall, and it was only 1 meter high. Mengxi, who went back to cook, had already prepared the meal. Each of them held a basin, which contained rice and braised eggplant on top. The 2 squatted at the door, eating and talking. Your craftsmanship is good. The wall is built straight. When the rain stops, you will have more craftsmanship. Mengxi sighed that people are indeed different. Some people are just smart. Chapter 40 Yaya. You are my lucky star. By the way, what do you do? Mengxi suddenly asked. To show my sincerity, let me introduce myself to you first. My name is Mengxi. I just turned 18 this year, and I was a senior high school student before. Mengxi realized that he didn't even know what Shinkei did. Now that he has time, why not get to know each other? After all, according to the current situation, the 2 of them are forced to form a group and will have to cooperate for a while in the future. Shinkei said, my name is Shinkei. I'm 23 years old, and I used to be a coach in a boxing gym. I served in the army for 2 years when I was 18 years old. After I was discharged from the army, I followed a boxing master for 2 years before I became a master. I also participated in several boxing competitions before. No wonder you have such a good figure. You are a boxing coach. Mengxi said enviously. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Shinkei said, hearing Shinkei's initiative to mention that he wanted to teach him. Mengxi's eyes lit up. But he was still a little reserved. Will this bother you? Shinkei shook his head. No. It's raining heavily now, and there's nothing to do. Teach you how to practice boxing. And I can also review my boxing skills. Mengxi nodded. It was not appropriate to pay Shinkei in such a rainy day. So Mengxi offered to pay for Shinkei's meal every day. Shinkei was happy to do so. After all, his cooking was terrible. Although it was only a little after 4 o'clock after dinner. It was raining, so the sky outside was very dark. And the 2 did not continue to build the wall. After everyone went home, Ming Xiai had nothing to do. So he wanted to see what Lu Jia and Li Xiaoyao were doing. So he put on a fully charged fly surveillance camera and went to the 12th floor. Brother Jia, I'm so hungry. When they were collecting food yesterday, they forgot about it. Then they heard from others that Ming Xiai and his friends went out to find food last night. So they shamelessly asked him for it. Lu Jia was also very hungry at this time, and he had no mood to care about Li Xiaoyao at all. After Li Xiaoyao felt Lu Jia's indifference, she remembered the good things her parents had done. But now Zhang Lu was killed by her by mistake, and only Li Shan'an was left. Brother Jia, why don't we go and bring my dad back? We can get an extra portion of food when the time comes. In fact, what Li Xiaoyao was thinking was, bringing Li Shan'an back would give her another person to rely on, and if Lu Jia is unreliable, she can rely on her dad. I hope that dad will not mind that I agreed to send him to that fat guy. Fatty! Lu Jia suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he stood up excitedly, walking back and forth. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Fatty! Fatty! Li Xiaoyao looked at Lu Jia in fear, wondering what he was suddenly going crazy about. Jia. Brother Jia. What's wrong? Li Xiaoyao curled up on the sofa, wearing ill-fitting clothes she had found from the home of a resident who had moved out of the 4th floor. In fact, she was very reluctant to wear them at first. But there was no way. Otherwise she would be freezing. Now, as long as she thought that these clothes belonged to someone else, Li Xiaoyao felt uncomfortable all over. I don't know if that guy has skin disease. What if he ruins his beautiful body? Lu Jia came over and hugged Li Xiaoyao's shoulders with both hands, his eyes shining. Ya, you are really my lucky star. If you hadn't reminded me, we would have starved to death. Li Xiaoyao was puzzled. She even suspected in her heart that Lu Jia was crazy because of hunger. And that's why he was talking nonsense here. Let's kidnap the fat guy now. There is food in his house. Then the food in his house will be ours. Right? Li Xiaoyao was also excited when she heard this. Yes, the fat man has so much food at home, he can't finish it all by himself. Why not contribute it to save the two people? The two of them did it right away. Just in case, Lu Jia also took a kitchen knife from the kitchen. Now, except for the fat man, everyone else on the 5th floor has moved upstairs. Even the residents on the 6th floor have moved to other floors one after another. The two people were not afraid of being discovered when they came down. Bang, bang, bang. Fatty, open the door for me. Open the door. But no one responded. Lu Jia was only thinking about going in to get food, so he didn't care about anything else. He started to slam the door with his shoulder and kicked it. The fat man's anti-theft door was not replaced when it was renovated. It was a low-quality door provided by the developer, so it was quickly kicked open by Lu Jia. Even though there was such a big noise outside, the people in the room didn't make any sound. There was something wrong everywhere. But Lu Jia and Li Xiaoyao were only thinking about food and didn't notice anything wrong. Fuck. Not long after entering the room, Lu Jia's angry voice was heard. Ming Xiai also went downstairs at this time and hid in the room next to the fat man. He put the fly surveillance camera into the fat man's house and just saw Lu Jia lifting one foot. The thing on the sole of the shoes seemed to be excrement. He controlled the fly surveillance camera to circle around the house again. The garbage inside was dirtier than when he saw it before. Where's that damn fat man? Come out and lick your shoes for me. Lu Jia rubbed his shoes on the sofa several times in disgust. His nose was filled with various smells of feces and the sour smell of garbage. How could there be such an unhygienic person? Li Xiaoyao covered her nose, tightly held Lu Jia, looked around, fearing that a mouse would suddenly appear in the garbage. It was smelly, but it was bearable, but being hungry was unbearable. After making sure there was nothing strange in the house, the two began to search everywhere. No, nothing to eat. Not even expired food. Packaging bags, empty packaging bags, no residue inside. Nothing was found in the living room and kitchen. So the two began to search other bedrooms. Ah! Li Xiaoyao entered a room and was so frightened by the scene inside that she fell to the ground. Then she touched a furry thing with her hand. She took it out of curiosity and found that it was a dying mouse. Ah! Li Xiaoyao screamed again and threw the mouse out. However, she didn't expect that it happened to fall on Lu Jia, who heard the sound and came to check the situation. Lu Jia jumped and let the mouse fall to the ground, and then kicked it away. What's wrong? Lu Jia came in and asked. And after seeing the situation in the room, he was also very scared. Chapter 41 Brother Jie. Killing people is not a good thing. My dad? Li Shanong was lying naked on the bed. His whole body was blue. And his chest did not move at all. He looked like he was dead. The fat man was sitting on the gaming chair next to him, with his head down and no reaction. Lu Jie helped Li Xiaoya up, and the two of them helped him over. He first checked Li Shanong's nose, and found that he did not breathe, and his body was frozen stiff. Dad. Li Xiaoya covered her mouth, and could not accept it. It had only been a few days since the heavy rain, and her father and mother had died one after another. Now she had become an orphan with no one to rely on. Looking at the mess under Li Shanong's body, one could imagine what kind of inhuman experience he had suffered before his death. Li Xiaoya did not look for the reason in herself, but instead blamed everything on Ming Xi. If it hadn't been for Ming Xi to trick everyone here, how could they be trapped here, with no food or drink? If it hadn't been for Ming Xi who clearly had food but didn't save them, how could their parents have been in trouble one after another because of food? Ming Xi, I will never let you go. Lu Jie swallowed his saliva again, trying to feel the fat man's breath. Oh my god. Fuck. Lu Jie just put his hand under the fat man's nose, and he was caught by the fat man without any defense. Li Xiaoya and Lu Jie both screamed in fear. Eat, I want to eat. The fat man grabbed Lu Jie's hand and murmured. When he saw Lu Jie's hand again, he stared at it, and then bit Lu Jie's hand with a groan. Fuck. Shut up. Lu Jie felt that the fat guy was going to bite off a piece of his hand, and his other hand was hitting the fat guy's head frantically. Let me go! The fat guy bit Lu Jie's hand tightly, showing no sign of letting go. He was dying. How could he still have so much strength? Ya. Where's the knife? Bring it to me. Lu Jie's eyes were red from the pain. Li Xiaoya handed the knife to Lu Jie tremblingly. Brother Jie, what are you going to do? Killing people is not good. Lu Jie was not in a position to kill people at this time, because his flesh was about to be bitten off by this guy. If he didn't get rid of this guy, he would be the one to die. Holding the knife in his left hand, Lu Jie fiercely chopped the fat man's neck twice. The fat man felt the pain, and finally let go of Lu Jie's hand, leaning back on the chair. His mouth was full of Lu Jie's blood. Food. I want to eat. Lu Jie put the knife in his hand on the table full of instant noodle buckets, holding his bitten hand. The teeth marks were so deep that the bone was almost exposed. The wound was so deep, and it was raining so hard outside. I wonder if there is a chance to get a rabies vaccine. Damn! What if this person has a disease? Lu Jie was furious, and kicked the gaming chair, causing it to flip over. The fat man's head hit the bedside table, and his mouth opened and closed, but eventually stopped moving. Li Xiaoya felt that the aura exuded by Lu Jie at this time was too terrifying. But now that his parents were dead, he could only rely on Lu Jie. So even though he was scared, he still went up to comfort Lu Jie. Brother Jie, is your hand okay? Lu Jie shook his head. It's okay. Let's continue looking for food. Killing people was originally a terrifying thing, but now that he had killed the fat man, Lu Jie felt relieved for some reason, and did not feel any fear. Instead, the irritability in my heart was relieved. The two searched the house, and found only half a pack of bread that was about to mold, a bottle of unopened Coke, and half a bucket of chicken legs. The half bucket of chicken legs already smelled, but for the two people who had been hungry for a long time, seeing the chicken legs was like seeing a full banquet. One of them didn't care that his hand had just touched a mouse, and the other didn't care that his hand was stained with blood. He took the chicken legs and started to eat. The bottle of Coke was also taken by each of them. After drinking, the two smiled at each other and burped at the same time. Although the chicken legs were greasy and smelled strange, the feeling of fullness in their stomachs made the two people feel very happy. After eating, the two people did not want to give up any possibility, and searched the house again. After confirming that there was really no food, the two took half a bag of bread and went upstairs. As they walked, they cursed the fat man, saying that he was dead, but he didn't even leave them some food. What a starving ghost! After seeing that Li Shanong and the fat man were both dead, Ming Xi lit an aromatherapy candle to celebrate and poured himself half a glass of red wine. He took out the steak he had bought in Country M and prepared a candlelight dinner. After eating and drinking, Ming Xi went to bed with satisfaction. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock. Ming Xi took out a cup of soy milk and a whole grain pancake from the space, and ate them while watching a TV series. Squeak suddenly. There was a sound of an alarm outside. Ming Ci saw through the cat's eye that it was Shinkei outside. And he didn't know what he had done. Shinkei. What are you doing? Shinkei heard Ming Ci's voice. Turned around and explained. I just happened to have an alarm at home. Press it. If someone approaches, we can find it in time. Oh! After all, it was for the safety of the two families. Ming Ci was embarrassed to leave after seeing it. So he stayed where he was to see if anyone needed help. After crossing the door built yesterday, Ming Ci saw that the wall outside had been lifted up by half. Who did this? There was no surveillance now. Ming Ci was so angry that he had to keep it to himself. I don't know either. Shinkei found out about this when he got up in the morning. So he took out the alarm and installed it. This thing is infrared sensing. And it will sound the alarm as long as someone approaches here. And it is battery powered. Which is very convenient. The wall was damaged by human beings. And the two of them decided unanimously that they must finish building the wall today. With yesterday's practice, the two of them worked together quickly. Shinkei was getting more and more proficient at building the wall. When the wall was about 1.5 meters high, Ming Ci took out a hacksaw and started sawing the steel bars. There was no requirement for the length. After sawing, he stopped it between the two rows of bricks. After the cement on the bricks solidified, he could add cement inside. When he was 10 centimeters away from the ceiling, he stopped. There was no need to worry about people breaking in with this gap. And he could add cement inside. In order to prevent the cement from being damaged again, Shinkei moved a chair and sat outside while the cement solidified, and placed the rusty butcher knife next to him. Some people came to see secretly, and after seeing the knife next to Shinkei, they left quickly. When eating, Ming Ci still prepared the meal and brought it out to Shinkei. After that, the two of them had nothing to do, and Shinkei began to teach Ming Ci boxing. Chapter 42 Shinkei, you can join me. You are just starting to learn, you can punch slower and with more force. Breathe steadily and look directly at the person you want to hit. Ming Ci brought out the standing boxing sandbag at home, and under Shinkei's guidance, he punched the sandbag. Raise your hands higher and squeeze your elbows. This was Ming Ci's first time practicing, so Shinkei let him practice for half an hour. Ming Ci also knew that things should be done step by step, so he started doing stretching exercises. Because the weather was too wet, the two stayed outside until after 5 o'clock. When the cement solidified, the steel bars had been put in, and now they just needed to pour cement in. After the wall was finished, Shinkei began to install the anti-theft door. The two doors opened in opposite directions. One opened outwards, and the other opened inwards. One anti-theft door was installed inside because it had a key. The other anti-theft door was installed outside by Shinkei after he removed a door lock from his house and replaced the lock core. Shinkei changed the position of the alarm and placed it on top of the newly built wall. This position was high, so there was no fear of damage, because they were worried that the wall would be damaged again at night. Shinkei and Ming Ci discussed that one person would guard the first half of the night and the other would guard the second half, in order to prevent Shinkei from guarding the entire night. Ming Ci offered to guard the first half of the night himself. Seeing Ming Ci's insistence, Shinkei had to agree. Ming Ci moved a lazy sofa from the room and placed it in the corner, and then took out a thick quilt. He brought out another folding table, on which were placed the melon seeds and spicy strips that he and Shinkei had taken together before. There was also a fully charged power bank from Shinkei. Ming Ci's life was comfortable, and it didn't feel like the end of the world. Are you here for vacation or to be a janitor? Shinkei was teasing people, so Ming Ci naturally responded to him. I call this finding joy in misery. Ming Ci lay comfortably on the lazy sofa, and then said, I have another sofa in my room. If you are envious, we can do it together, or we can lie together. My sofa is quite big. Shinkei shook his head and said, No. You should rest early, and I will replace you when the time comes. After that, he walked behind the two security doors. Ming Ci was still behind him and said regretfully, Shinkei, are you embarrassed? It's okay. We are all men. What's there to be shy about? In response to Ming Ci, the security door was closed coldly twice. Ming Ci sighed. It was really a tease. However, Ming Ci still had some expectations in his heart. Of course not for some embarrassing things, but to feel his abdominal muscles. The sky gradually darkened. Ming Ci put on headphones, took out a tablet, and put it on the table to start watching TV series, holding a mobile phone in hand, playing a small game. Not to mention, lying here is no different from lying in the house. The only bad thing is that there will be gusts of wind from time to time. If Ming Ci was not brave, he would probably be scared away. After playing until 10 o'clock, Ming Ci began to yawn, and then stuffed the phone into the quilt, buried his chin in the quilt, and began to sleep. Since the heavy rain, if there is nothing to do, Ming Ci basically goes to bed after 10 o'clock, rarely stays up late, and feels that his skin has become better. Are we really going to tear down the wall? Of course. Otherwise, when the cement solidifies, we won't have a chance to get food. They are so fierce. What if they find out? If they find out, they can find out. But they can't do anything to us. It's just, although the voices of several people were lowered, they were still very obvious in the silent night. The power outage was probably too long, and several people didn't take any lighting equipment, and just groped their way forward. Luckily, Ming Ci was lying in the corner, so he wouldn't be stepped on by them. Squeak. Several people just walked into the range detected by the alarm, and the alarm sounded soon. Several people were frightened by the sudden sound and hugged each other. Hey, are we still pushing? Push, since we are here. If we don't push, how can we deal with it later? That's right, we have a lot of people. As long as we work together, we can push them down when they come out. Several people groped together and walked towards the wall they built. Really? Ming Ci held a flashlight in his left hand and shone it directly on the group of people after turning it on. There were 5 people in total, both men and women. Ming Ci was sure that he had never seen them before, and had no conflicts with them. He really couldn't understand why he had to go against them. The few people hugged each other again, but when they saw that Ming Ci was alone, they instantly became arrogant. Since you are alone here, just open the door and send us the food. Otherwise, with so many of us, each of us will hit you. And I guarantee you won't survive tomorrow. What if I don't? Ming Ci put the knife in his right hand in front of the flashlight and asked with a raised eyebrow. Seeing the knife in his hand, several people were naturally scared. They came here just to push the wall and had no other ideas, so they had no weapons in their hands. Bang! At this time, the security door was opened, and Shinkei also came out with a flashlight and a butcher knife in his hand. Several people swallowed their saliva at the same time and quickly huddled against the wall. Last night, who broke the wall we built? At this time, the small corridor was illuminated very brightly, and Shinkei frowned. Several people shook their heads hurriedly, not daring to admit it. Don't admit it? Shinkei took a big step forward, and several people's legs trembled. Then don't blame me for being rude. Shinkei moved the butcher knife in front of several people. My knife. No matter how big the pig is, no matter how thick the fat is, one cut will make it stop breathing. Do you want to try? Shinkei stopped the knife in front of a man's neck. Did you push it? Several people wanted to run, but they were blocked by Ming Ci's knife, so there was no way to retreat. He pushed it. The man's psychological quality was too poor, and he quickly gave the person away. The man saw that he was given away, and soon Shinkei's knife moved to his neck, and began to blame each other. It's not me. It's not me. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Chapter 43 June. It was he who hurt me. He pushed me. It has nothing to do with me. The accused man began to say it was someone else. Ming Ci put the long knife on the neck of the woman closest to him. Dare to play tricks on us? Do you want to die here? As he spoke, Ming Ci's knife had already moved slightly. Ming Ci was not a gentleman. There was no rule not to kill women. The woman felt that the knife had cut her clothes, and her neck had already felt the coldness of the knife. Yes, it's him. It's really him. Did you lie this time? The woman's tears fell, and she kept begging for mercy. I was wrong, please, let me go. I don't want to die. What do you say? Ming Ci looked at the short-haired man in the middle, who was pointed at. The man simply gave up and said, That's right, I'm the one pushing the wall. Who told you to give the rubber boat to others, and not to us? Hearing this reason, Ming Ci and Shinkei were both puzzled. Those people took the rubber boat to find food, and didn't give it to us. Aren't they just watching us starve to death? You still have a speedboat. Why don't you take it out? Why? Ming Ci really didn't understand the logic behind this. He could give his things to whoever he wanted. Why should he blame them? So you come to bully us? Why don't you dare to cause trouble to those people? Do you think we are easy to mess with? The knife in Ming Xi's hand had already cut the man's neck. It seemed that he was too gentle on weekdays and had never hurt anyone, which made them think he was easy to bully. Moreover, there are already 4 households with speedboats and rubber boats in this building. Why not go and cause trouble for them? Isn't it just bullying them because they are outnumbered? After Zhang Mingtian and his men took the rubber boats back, 4 men went out and found food for the rubber boats. After a discussion, they felt that they lived too scattered and were afraid of being defeated one by one. So they discussed and moved to the 16th floor. They drove away the original residents of the 2 houses 1605 and 1606. And they moved in 2 rooms, 6 bedrooms, enough for more than a dozen people to live. So these 5 people naturally didn't dare to cause trouble to them. As for Si Chen and his group, 6 tall and strong boys, they were even more afraid. Wei Hung took the speedboat, relying on the diesel in his home, and united the 6 residents on the 9th floor to lock the door at the stairs, making it even more difficult for them to get in. So after looking around, they could only cause trouble to Ming Xi and his group. But unexpectedly, they saw them building a wall last night. If the wall was built, these 2 households would become an iron wall, and they would have no way to get food. So several people decided to push the wall down. No, no, big brother, hero, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. The man's legs were weak, but he didn't dare to kneel down easily, fearing that the wound on his neck would get deeper. Ming Xi put away the knife. This is the last time. You'd better tell others. If anyone comes to mess with us again, the flood downstairs will be his burial place. Yes, yes, yes. We got it. After being released, several people hurried downstairs. After everyone left, Ming Xi sighed. I should have known not to give them the rubber boat. I thought I had solved a problem, but I didn't expect to cause a bigger problem. Shen Kai comforted him. It's okay. Even if you don't send it, they will still come to cause trouble. Now there are just fewer people to cause trouble. Seeing that Ming Xi was still frowning, Shen Kai changed the subject. Okay. Don't think too much. After this incident, I guess no one will come to push the wall again. I'll help you move your things back, and have a good rest when you go back. Ming Xi shook his head. No. What if they think the same way? I'd better stay here. Shen Kai looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. It's okay, you go back, I'll stay here. It's the shift change time we agreed on. Ming Xi looked at the time, and it was indeed, so he didn't refuse. Then I'll let you sleep on this lazy sofa for 1 night. Remember to take good care of it. Okay. Shen Kai agreed. Ming Xi gave the keys to the 2 security doors to Shen Kai, and then went back home and went to sleep. The next morning, it was time for the army to distribute food. Ming Xi and Shen Kai thought about going down together to get some food, and see if they could hear any news. But as soon as the 2 of them went down, they heard a familiar voice accusing them. Soldier, you have to make a decision for me. Look at the wound on my neck. This is going to kill me. The woman whose neck was cut last night pointed at her neck and accused. The soldier's face was calm. If you have evidence, please keep it well. Wait until the rainstorm is over and call the police. There is no electricity. How can we keep the evidence? Can't you handle it now? Sorry. These things are not our business, the soldier said. These days, there are many residents who complained to the soldiers. But they were all minor incidents, and they didn't have time to deal with them, so they could only keep the evidence. The people behind him were also urging him to leave quickly, otherwise he would delay other people from getting food. And when his companions saw Ming Xi and Shen Kai, they hurriedly complained to the soldier. Soldier, these 2 were the ones who got hurt. The soldier repeated, please keep the evidence. After the rainstorm is over, call the police to deal with it. The woman was evaded by the soldier's words, and she was so angry that when she saw the pistol on his waist, she rushed over to grab it. Since he won't help, then I'll find a weapon to take revenge myself. But because he didn't estimate the distance well, his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell into the flood, and was quickly washed away by the flood. Wei Wei, Wei Wei. The man with the woman leaned against the window, and called the woman's name, but there was no response. A speedboat sailed out, presumably to rescue the woman. The residents who were collecting food behind numbly pushed the man away, and then collected the food. In the past month of heavy rain, they were no longer surprised by people being washed away by the flood. The collection of food did not stop because of the woman falling, and the team continued to proceed in an orderly manner. When it was Ming Xi and Shen Kai's turn, The soldier spoke. Please consciously abide by the laws and regulations. And do not kill people because of the temporary chaos caused by the rainstorm. Meng Xiai took the 3 packs of instant noodles. Nodded and smiled. Don't worry. Soldier brother. I promise. If someone doesn't come to hurt me, I won't even look at him. But if someone insists on making trouble for me, I can't guarantee it. Self-defense? Yes. But don't go too far. The soldier said. No problem. Meng Xiai nodded. Chapter 44 Shinkei, there is something wrong with the instant noodles. Shinkei, look, this instant noodles don't even have a production date. After Meng Xiai took the instant noodles, he felt that the amount was not right, so he looked at the basic information on it. He found that the bag was the same as the instant noodles he ate every day, but there was no production date on it. This can't be a 3-no product. Shinkei looked carefully at the instant noodles in his hand. It really doesn't have one. But this packaging bag is quite new, it doesn't look like something expired. And the brand name is correct. As he said, Shinkei opened the instant noodles bag, and there was not even a seasoning packet inside. There was only a transparent plastic bag, which contained about half a spoonful of salt. This can't be newly produced. Meng Xiai also opened a pack of instant noodles. The contents were the same, and the noodles were not pure wheat, the color was a little black. Shinkei broke off a little and tasted it. This seems to be a mixture of wheat and buckwheat. With this bag of instant noodles in his hand, Meng Xiai was more certain someone must have been reborn. Because they knew that the end of the world would take many years, they restricted the distribution of food from the beginning. As for the instant noodle machine, it must have been made before the rainstorm. Otherwise, how could such a sophisticated machine be obtained so quickly? It seems that he has to be more careful in the future, so as not to let people know that he is also reborn. The only thing that makes Meng Xiai feel fortunate is that there is no electricity and no internet. So the news that he bought things in bulk cannot be spread. As soon as the 2 of them arrived at the 17th floor, they saw Zhang Mingtian waiting for them at the stairs. Hello, brothers. What's the matter? Meng Xiai asked. Zhang Mingtian said, It's not a big deal. I just heard that someone caused trouble for you last night, and I want to ask if you need our help to deal with it. No, we can handle it ourselves. Meng Xiai refused. By the way, you didn't give the food to those 2. Zhang Mingtian shook his head and said, No. And that man died this morning. I heard that it was because of the high fever that wouldn't go away, and there was no medication to treat it. Meng Xiai nodded. The man was beaten so badly, it was amazing that he could still hold on for 2 days. Zhang Mingtian saw the 2 of them going down to get food, and asked, Brother, do you have nothing to eat? We are going out to find food today, and we will bring you more when the time comes. Meng Xiai did not refuse. Thank you very much. After seeing Zhang Mingtian off, the 2 returned home. Meng Xiai wanted to see if Zhang Mingtian was not sincere, and whether he was reliable. Therefore, he released a bee to monitor the situation. It happened that the window of a bedroom was open. So Meng Xiai controlled the bee to go in. A girl in a sweatshirt was about to go outside, and Meng Xiai let the bee land in her hat without her noticing. After we go out today, you guys stay in one room. No matter who comes, don't open the door. Zhang Mingtian instructed. There were 12 people in Zhang Mingtian's group, except for Zhang Mingtian's mother in her 60s and his wife. The others were 3 families. One family was a couple in their 30s, a 10-year-old boy, and the other was a young man in his 20s, who had just gotten married. The other was a couple with a father in his 50s and a 6-year-old boy. This time, there were only 4 young men from 4 families, leaving only 2 elderly people and women at home. And the rest were children. So they were naturally worried. Don't worry. We will stay in the house. With their assurance, Zhang Mingtian felt relieved. And then while packing up, he said, when you come back, you can give 1705 more. I didn't find anything good last time I went out, so I just gave them a few packs of instant noodles. And I felt bad about it. The man in his 20s was not happy. Why? We risked our lives to find the food, and now we have to share it with others. If you have the ability, go find it yourself. What's the use of asking others for help? Zhang Mingtian held the rubber boat in front of him. You went out to find food, and it was given to you by others. The man was not convinced. Even if he gave it to us, now it's in our hands, and we have the final say. And the instant noodles given before are enough. He's Xian. Zhang Mingtian called the young man's name. People should learn to be grateful. If there is no rubber boat, you would have starved to death long ago. Even if you have this rubber boat, if you don't have the ability, you will be drowned by the flood. Pa! Shut up. Suddenly, a female voice seemed to slap He Xian in the face, and sternly told him to shut up. This time He Xian didn't speak. Then, there was the sound of doors opening and closing. Although Meng Xiai only heard the voice, and didn't see the expressions of several people clearly, but he thought, giving things to others for free, some people must be unhappy. But if they give it to me, I will take it. If they don't give it to me, Meng Xiai won't ask them for it. Meng Xiai found an opportunity to get the bees back. Now that the wall outside has solidified, there is no need to worry about who will overturn it. The weather is getting colder and colder. If I don't get the coal back, I'm afraid I will freeze to death. So after dinner, Meng Xiai went to Shinkei to discuss getting coal. The two agreed, so they quickly prepared. After going downstairs, they met some residents. Little brother, can you take me with you? I just want a little food. Not more. I can do that too. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Someone saw Meng Xiai, and the others were about to go out, and asked hurriedly. They had been hungry for too long, and were skinny. Even if Meng Xiai was willing to take them, he probably wouldn't be able to help much. So the two of them didn't say anything. Those people didn't dare to step forward easily. After all, the long knife was on the windowsill. Chapter 45. Be careful. I'm afraid the newcomer may have bad intentions. Over there. Shinkei pointed in a direction, and Meng Xiai quickly adjusted the direction. When they came out, Shinkei said that the place where they bought coal was a 3-story building with yellow tiles on the outside. This place is considered an urban village, and the surrounding buildings are of different heights. And it seems very crowded. There are many 3-story buildings with yellow tiles. So the two of them walked and stopped along the way, fearing that they would miss it. Shinkei has good eyesight, and after finding a 3-story building with yellow tiles, he told Meng Xiai. When they got closer, the two saw a sign on the 3rd floor, which was about to fall off. But they could still see the word coal on it. They didn't miss it, and the two felt relieved. The terrain here is quite high, and because it was built by themselves, the floor height is also higher than ordinary floors. So the flood only flooded the 2nd floor. Along the way, they didn't see many houses with air conditioners installed outside. They thought that coal was indeed needed for heating in winter. I just don't know if the boss has purchased it. There is a balcony on the 2nd floor. Shinkei tied the rope of the speedboat to the decorative pillar of the balcony. In order to prevent the speedboat from being taken away, the two people put the speedboat into the balcony, and then they went into the house. The 1st and 2nd floors were already flooded, so the two people waded directly to the 3rd floor, hoping to try their luck and see if they could find coal. As expected, the two people did see half of the house's coal on the 3rd floor, which was well packed in bags. The two people planned to take 10 bags back first. They would come back to get more when they had time. Otherwise, if they took too much at once, the speedboat would be in danger of capsizing. Shinkei carried 2 bags of coal down first. When Meng Xiai was about to carry them, he suddenly heard an animal cry. Coo! Coo! Meng Xiai was curious about what kind of animal it was, so he looked around. Then in a room on the 3rd floor, he saw 2 rabbits locked in a cage, and a half-eaten carrot next to them. There was no one in the room, but there was so much food for the rabbits. So Meng Xiai guessed that the owner of the house was out for something and specially prepared enough food for the rabbits. Meng Xiai took up the cage. Shinkei, look, there are 2 rabbits. We can eat rabbit meat now. When Meng Xiai saw Shinkei coming up, he immediately showed off the 2 rabbits he had found to him. Shinkei came over and took a look, and saw that one rabbit had a big belly. Is it pregnant? Meng Xiai opened the cage, grabbed the rabbit, and took a look, and it was indeed a female rabbit, and its belly was much bigger than the male rabbit next to it. Wow, then we can keep the rabbits, and we won't have to worry about having no meat to eat in the future. Yeah. I don't know what word Meng Xiai said, which made Shinkei happy. But Meng Xiai didn't investigate further, and just thought Shinkei was happy because he had meat to eat. Meng Xiai was not very strong, and could only carry 1 bag of coal at a time. On the last trip, Shinkei directly carried 2 bags of coal, and asked Meng Xiai to carry the rabbit cage. After the things were placed, Meng Xiai drove the speedboat back. Shinkei held the rabbit cage tightly, but he didn't expect that halfway through he would encounter danger. If you want to leave the things on the boat behind. The two suddenly heard a horn behind them. But Meng Xiai and Shinkei ignored it, and continued to move forward. Shinkei looked back and found that there were 3 speedboats coming towards them not far behind them. I'm afraid they are not friendly. Ming Xiai concentrated on driving the speedboat and did not look back. It's okay. At most we can fight to the death. The book said that half a month after the rainstorm began, many people began to take advantage of the situation to rob. And there were many such cases of people relying on speedboats to gather together to rob. There was coal on the speedboat, so Ming Xiai did not dare to drive too fast, and was soon caught up by the group of people. One of the people on the speedboat deliberately got very close to them, and a water dragon soaked Ming Xiai and Shin Quebec. Okay. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to hell, but you come. Then don't blame me for being rude. Ming Xi's hand had already clenched the long knife. Didn't you hear me when I told you to stop? Or don't you take our words seriously? The leader sat on the speedboat with a sunshade, looking like a big shot, and holding a cigar in his hand to show off. Is there something wrong? Shinkei asked without any emotion. Why? If there is nothing wrong, I can't let you stop. Ming Xiai said, since there is nothing wrong, get out of the way. Don't block the road here. There are 4 people on a speedboat. A total of 12 people. No matter if you talk to them nicely or badly, they probably won't let them go. It's better to solve this trouble as soon as possible and go back before it gets dark. Okay. Since you don't know how to be polite, don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, do it. Ming Xiai thought that these people were so arrogant that they had cold weapons such as pistols. But he didn't expect that they only had a few knives in their hands. But none of the knives were as long as the long knife in Ming Xi's hand. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. So Ming Xiai took the lead in slashing at the approaching man. With one slash, the man's hand with the knife fell into the flood and was quickly washed away. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. The man was in so much pain on the speedboat that he moved all over, causing the speedboat to be unbalanced. The man fell into the water and was quickly washed away. The person driving the speedboat had to work hard to prevent it from capsizing. Seeing how ruthless Ming Xiai was, the other people were afraid. But in order to avenge their brother, they all rushed up. Shinkei was not willing to fall behind. When another speedboat was about to go around, he chopped it down with a knife. But the man was smart and dodged it quickly. Boss, they have rabbits on the boat. When the men heard that there was meat, their eyes lit up, and they attacked more fiercely. After such a long rainstorm, they ate vegetarian food every day, and their mouths were bland. Now that there was meat, they were extremely excited. But they were ruthless. Ming Xiai and Shinkei were even more ruthless, although they didn't use their knives often. But when they did, they would hurt people. Squeak! A speedboat was stabbed hard by Ming Xiai, and then it quickly deflated. Boss! Save me! Boss! However, the speedboat did not give them a chance to react, and it quickly shrank. For people shouted for help, and were washed away by the flood. Shinkei's butcher knife also cut a man's arm. There was a man on the speedboat who saw a long pole floating in the water and wanted to poke Shinkei and the others after he got it in his hand. Shinkei grabbed the long pole, and with a pull and a push, the man fell into the water. But this person reacted quickly and firmly grasped the speedboat he was sitting on. Old 4. Save me. I don't want to die. Save me. The people on the speedboat also wanted to save him. But when they pulled him, because one side was too heavy, the speedboat was in danger of capsizing. So that person could only be washed away by the flood because of exhaustion. Shinkei took advantage of the chaos to beat several people several times, and the person driving the speedboat couldn't control the balance well. Chapter 46: The End of the World. Only ruthlessness can survive. Mercy. Mercy. We were wrong. The 2 people on the speedboat were beaten without any resistance, and begged for mercy. But Ming Xiai and Shinkei both understood that if they were not killed, they might die if they met again in the future. Ming Xiai and Shinkei cooperated well. When Ming Xiai drove the speedboat close to the opponent's speedboat, Shinkei stabbed it with a knife. Then the 2 speedboats deflated one after another, and some of them tried to catch Ming Xi's speedboat, but were also chopped down by 2 people. Save me! Save me! I can't swim, and I have a 70-year-old mother at home. Ming Xiai and Shinkei ignored them, and soon they were washed farther and farther away by the flood. A man hugged a piece of wood in the flood. Ming Xiai and Shinkei did not let him go. They drove the speedboat over, injured the man's hand, and forced him to let go of the wood. And then, he was washed away by the flood. You are not injured. After resolving the danger, Shinkei asked worriedly. Meng Xiai shook his head. It's okay. Having just experienced a fierce battle, the two of them had no intention of talking. Meng Xiai drove the speedboat back in silence. Meng Xiai got off the speedboat first. Shinkei handed the coal to Meng Xiai on the speedboat. Meng Xiai took it and put it on the ground. When the residents of other buildings and this floor saw the two of them coming back, they only brought coal and no food. They said they were stupid, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, they saw the blood on the two people and the blood stains on the knife. Several people were so scared that they ran away. My God, these two guys actually kill people. If I don't like them, I will kill them too. Shinkei carried 2 bags of coal upstairs at a time. Meng Xiai was responsible for watching the coal here and putting away the speedboat. When several people saw the rabbit in the cage, they looked like wolves and tigers. They were greedy. Little brother, how much is your rabbit? I want to buy one. If you don't want one, you can buy one of my legs. Several people chattered in his ears. Meng Xiai was very annoyed. He clenched the long knife in his hand, and then chopped it hard against the wall. The knife was fixed on the wall. Not for sale. This wall was a cement wall. He actually pushed the knife so deep into it with his bare hands. If the knife had chopped on them, it would probably not just be a matter of broken arms and legs. All the onlookers could only leave reluctantly. And when they walked away, they were still saying that Meng Xiai was ignorant. Meng Xiai didn't care about these words. In fact, he was now just a strong man with a weak heart. After all, it was his first time to kill someone. If it weren't for those people watching here, Meng Xiai didn't want to show his weakness, and he would have sat down on the ground. At this time, the people around him left, and Meng Xiai sat on the ground, panting. His hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even zip up the bag containing the speedboat. What's wrong? Shinkei came down at this time and asked Meng Xiai with concern when he saw him like this. Meng Xiai shook his head and said, It's okay. Just my hands are a little weak. Shinkei zipped up and touched Meng Xiai's head. This will probably happen frequently in the future. You just need to get used to it. You take it easy here. I'll carry the coal up. Yes. Meng Xiai nodded. Then he saw Shinkei's hands were black, and he couldn't believe that he actually touched his head with these hands. Shinkei. Your hands. Shinkei looked at his hands, which were very black, and coughed awkwardly. Well, I'll boil water for you later so that you can wash your hair. That's better. Meng Xiai was satisfied, and Shinkei continued to walk upstairs carrying 2 bags of coal. After this period of joking, Meng Xiai felt less burdened. Although Meng Xiai had been threatening people with a knife before, he had never killed anyone. There are 12 of us today, but Shinkei is right, we have to get used to this kind of thing. The end of the world has just begun. If we are not used to it, the survivors will be more cruel than each other. If we don't have the heart to do it at that time, it will only hurt ourselves. Meng Xiai reached out and touched the rabbit in the rabbit cage. It was furry and cute. Fortunately, there were many carrots in the space, so we could keep it. We carried all the coal upstairs, 5 bags per person. Meng Xiai was carrying the rabbit cage and the speedboat. While waiting for Shinkei to open the door, he saw that the newly built wall had been hammered several times. Fortunately, the wall was thick enough for the two of them, so it didn't have any impact at all. After returning home, Meng Xiai asked Shinkei to stay for dinner, because Shinkei was too tired this time, carrying most of the coal. Meng Xiai didn't ask Shinkei to help. He took out 2 bags of noodles that had been pressed from the cabinet, and fried shredded potatoes. Each of them had a big bowl, and Meng Xiai also took 2 cups of brewed milk tea. Just as they put down their bowls and chopsticks, the alarm outside sounded again. The two took their knives and went out, passing through a 10-centimeter square passage left on the side, and saw that it was Zhang Mingtian. Zhang Mingtian saw 2 people and waved a huge plastic bag in his hand to them. 2 big brothers. We are back from looking for food. Zhang Mingtian was full of smiles. It seems that they found a lot of food this time. After Meng Xiai opened the door, he took the plastic bag from Zhang Mingtian and expressed his gratitude. Zhang Mingtian quickly shook his head to say that it was not necessary to thank him, and then said that this time they went out. They found a supermarket that was not completely flooded. Although a lot of food was stolen, they still found a lot of edible things and invited Meng Xiai and others to go together tomorrow. Meng Xiai shook his head. No. We need to find something else. Is it coal? Zhang Mingtian asked. Coal is indeed needed. Otherwise the food cannot be cooked? When Zhang Mingtian came back, he already knew that Ming Xiai and his friends had brought back a boatload of coal this time. Many people did not understand this. But Zhang Mingtian felt that Ming Xiai and Shen Ke were not ordinary people, and they must have their reasons for doing so. Ming Xiai nodded and said, in addition to cooking, there is another more important reason. The weather is getting colder and colder. It's November now, and winter has really arrived. If you don't find some things to keep warm, you may not survive the winter. If you freeze to death, the food you stockpiled will become someone else's. Zhang Mingtian felt that Ming Xiai was right, and hurriedly thanked him for his reminder. After closing the security door, Shen Ke asked in confusion, You are so kind to that guy. Are you sure he is good? Ming Xiai said, He looks honest. And if we are the only ones who bring back the heating supplies, if it gets really cold later, we will be a thorn in the flesh. Shen Ke nodded, thinking that Ming Xiai was thinking long-term. The two thought that the family still had a lot of coal, so they planned to go again tomorrow. It would be best if they could transport all the coal. Chapter 47 Brother, you still have to be careful. On the 35th day of the apocalypse, the rainstorm still did not stop. But when the flood reached the 4th floor, it did not continue to rise, which was good news for everyone. The only thing that surprised Ming Xiai was that Lu Jie and Zhang Mingtian were mixed together. Ming Xiai probably heard Zhang Mingtian mention the reason, because Lu Jie knew there was food there, and he did find food when he took them out, so he accepted them. Then he asked Lu Jie and Li Xiuya to move to 1606 and stay in the same room with Zhang Mingtian and others. Ming Xiai didn't let Zhang Mingtian drive the two away, just thinking of using one of them to get rid of another one. Brother, this is today's food. Every time Zhang Mingtian went out to find food, he would send some to Ming Xiai and his friends, no matter how much or how little. Ming Xiai didn't hesitate to take it directly. Brother, although you have this wall, you still have to be more careful. Do you know Wei Heng? He is the one who took the speedboats of several college students before. Although he united the people on the same floor, he was too cruel and gave too little food to others every time. Last night, someone broke into the house, not only robbing the speedboat, but also robbing the few liters of diesel left in the house. The food hidden in the house was also swept away. I heard that his old mother died because of this. Ming Xiai nodded to show that he knew, and also asked them to pay attention to safety, especially those around them. In the past few days, because Li Xiuya and Lu Jie joined Zhang Mingtian's group, Ming Xiai started to pay attention to them. He would use fly or bee surveillance to monitor them from time to time. Not to mention that these two surveillance cameras are quite useful. At that time, they cost 2 million each, which was almost as much as the food stored in Ming Xi's space. But now they are quite convenient to use. It was discovered that He Xian and Li Xiuya gradually had something to do. It just so happened that Ming Xiai had nothing to do recently, so he wanted to add some fun to the ordinary days. Ming Xiai took screenshots of what he had filmed and then developed 2 photos. While they were sleeping at night, he put the photos at the door. No matter who found this photo, it would definitely cause a lot of turmoil. Even if He Xian found it, he would definitely suspect that someone was watching him, or that Li Xiuya wanted to control him. He Xian's wife Wu Xiuyao had an unusual temper, and she had a clear distinction between love and hate. He Xian had been saying that he shouldn't give Ming Xiai and the others food, but Wu Xiuyao couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. When you say you don't care about the kayak, just shut up and don't eat. That's why He Xian has been quiet these days. The next day, Wu Xiuyao saw the photo on the ground first, but she didn't rush to confront He Xian, but came to Zhang Mingtian's house and found Lu Jie. Tell me, how do you deal with your girlfriend's cheating? Wu Xiuyao sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and threw the photo in Lu Jie's face. Lu Jie saw the 2 white bodies in the photo and felt disgusted. He had been working hard with Zhang Mingtian and the others to find food and firewood these days, just to make the 2 of them live comfortably. But he didn't expect Li Xiuya to dare to cheat on him. Brother Jie, what are we going to eat today? Li Xiuya came out of the bedroom, not knowing what happened yet. And when she saw Wu Xiuyao, she even smiled sweetly. Hello, Sister Wu. Wu Xiuyao snorted coldly. Hello? I'm not okay at all. Li Xiuya blinked, sat next to Lu Jie, and didn't know what Wu Xiuyao was doing. What's wrong with Sister Wu? Li Xiaoya asked casually, and then took Lu Jia's arm, and was about to act like a spoiled child. Unexpectedly, she saw the two photos in his hand. Brother Jia. This photo. Lu Jia shook Li Xiaoya off his arm, stood up with disgust, and threw the photo in her face. What's wrong with this photo? Are you trying to say that this photo was photoshopped by someone else? It's raining heavily now. How long has the electricity been out? And there's no internet. Tell me, how was this photo photoshopped? Ah? Tell me. Lu Jia was still trying to excuse Li Xiaoya in his heart at first. But then he thought that it had been raining heavily for so many days. And who would have the time to photoshop her photo? Li Xiaoya really wanted to say that the photo was photoshopped. But after hearing what Lu Jia said, she didn't know what to explain. Brother Jia. Li Xiaoya cried painfully, tears streaming down her face. Brother Jia. I am sorry for you. But I didn't want to do this. It was him. He's Xian, who threatened me. If I don't stay with him, he will unite with everyone to drive us both out. Brother Jia. Believe me, you have done so many things these days. I know everything. I don't want your efforts to go to waste. So I resorted to this desperate measure. If you think I am dirty, I will jump off the building right now. After hearing what Li Xiaoya said, Lu Jia really listened to her lies. Li Xiaoya is usually weak and timid, and there is indeed a possibility that she will be threatened. Where is he, Xian? Call him here. I want to see how he drives me away. And he dares to sleep with my people. Wu Shuya rolled her eyes. This man must have a problem with his brain. This woman has cheated on him. But he still thinks it is someone else's fault. There was such a big dispute in the living room, and people in other rooms naturally heard the noise and came out. The two photos on the ground were also seen by them. Although they are partners, it is not good to interfere in other people's affairs. However, if this matter is not resolved, it will cause dissatisfaction and may lead to infighting. When he knew that they were going to confront each other, Zhang Mingtian directly brought the three people to 1605. We are a group now. After something like this happened, we should naturally untie the knot in our hearts. Stop looking for things in the future and causing unhappiness. The other two families naturally agreed with Zhang Mingtian's words and asked them to make things clear. Wu Shuyao slapped He Xian in the face. After the rain stops, we will get a divorce. He Xian knelt down and kowtowed to Wu Shuyao. Wife, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't get a divorce. It's all that woman's fault. She seduced me first. I was wrong. I went the wrong way. Seeing that Wu Shuyao insisted on getting a divorce, He Xian knelt on the ground and began to slap himself. It was also at this time that the people present realized that He Xian was a phoenix man. After marrying Wu Shuyao, he had been living off her at home. The people present all despised He Xian's behavior. If you want to live off her, just live off her. Now you want to live off her. It's really too much. Several women persuaded Wu Shuyao not to be soft-hearted. Chapter 48 Brother Jia, I won't dare to do it again. Brother Jia. Seeing so many people want to drive her away, Li Xiaoya can only pin her hopes on Lu Jia, hoping that they will follow her. At the same time, she has deep resentment in her heart. These women want to drive her away. Aren't they afraid of her beauty? They are afraid that she will steal their men, but it is obvious that they are ugly, and they can't capture the hearts of men. Why are you jealous of her here? What a bunch of hateful and vicious women. Lu Jia is cruel, he just wants to survive. If he followed Li Xiaoya and left, how could he find food? What's more, this person dared to cheat on him. As long as he survived, he would have all kinds of women in the future. I agree to kick them out, Lu Jia said. When Li Xiaoya heard this, she was unhappy. Lu Jia, you actually want to kick me out? Are you worthy of my parents? If you dare to kick me out, you won't be able to get the Ming family's property. Lu Jia was not threatened by her at all. Besides, before Li Xiaoya came to him city, Ming Xi had always been like a scabby dog, following him around. At that time, Lu Jia had taken a lot of benefits from Ming Xi. If Li Xiaoya hadn't done all kinds of things to seduce him later, he might have been with Ming Xi. If Li Xiaoya hadn't been hinting that she could get the Ming family's property, how could he be with her? Now it seems that Li Xiaoya is inferior to Ming Xi in everything, according to Ming Xi's usual flattery. In this heavy rain, it is not his turn to do the hard work of finding food. The more Lu Jia thought about it, the angrier he got. Now that he had discarded those so-called filters, he discovered that Li Xiaoya was just a green tea. She said that she couldn't affect his relationship with Ming Xi, But whenever there was something, she would call him for help, either being distant with him or hugging him. Brother? She kept calling him brother. She was really good at it. Li Xiaoya saw that Lu Jia's eyes were getting more and more wrong when he looked at her. Although she didn't know what happened, Li Xiaoya could only see holding on to Lu Jia now. Brother Jia, I really can't leave you. I don't have a father or a mother anymore. If you leave me again, I will have no one to rely on. Brother Jia, can you bear it? As she said that, Li Xiaoya ran over and hugged Lu Jia's waist. Lu Jia pushed Li Xiaoya to the ground without mercy, and patted the place where Li Xiaoya touched with disdain. Stay away from me in the future. We have nothing to do with each other from today on. Lu Jia, are you really so cruel? Li Xiaoya gritted her teeth. Her eyes were red from crying. Don't forget, I know you killed that. Li Xiaoya was about to say that Lu Jia killed that fat man, but Lu Jia knew what she was going to say, and spoke directly. Then don't forget about Auntie. Both of them saw the other kill someone, and neither wanted to be discovered. Li Xiaoya didn't want to go to jail, so she didn't dare to threaten Lu Jia with the fat man's matter. Wu Xiao also agreed to kick He Xian out. But before that, she asked He Xian to sign a divorce agreement. The two signed and sealed, and they would go to get the divorce certificate after the rainstorm ended. Shuao, I treat you so well. Do you have the heart to kick me out? Shuao, I will never dare to do this again. However, Wu Xiao didn't listen to his confession at all. Men cheat, and once they do, they will cheat again. After Li Xiaoya and He Xian were kicked out together, Li Xiaoya thought she could stay together with He Xian. Unexpectedly, He Xian pinned her to the ground and beat her up. I told you to seduce me. I told you to seduce me. Have you never seen a man before? Then He Xian bullied Li Xiaoya severely at the door of 1605 and 1606. Brother Jia, save me. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Jia. Li Xiaoya kept asking Lu Jia for help, but did not get any response from Lu Jia. Unexpectedly, Lu Jia is so cruel. Wu Xiao in the room raised her eyebrows, and looked at Lu Jia, who was drinking tea leisurely. Why? You don't feel sorry for hearing such miserable noises outside? Lu Jia snorted coldly. Sorrow? I was hurt so badly by her before. Now he cheated on me again. If I feel sorry for him, it would be a problem. Lu Jia's mind was full of thoughts at this time. How to get Ming Ci? Then, wouldn't all the food he stored in his room belong to him? As for Li Xiaoya outside, she was the culprit who caused his downfall. It's good enough that I didn't hit her. TSK TSK TSK. Wu Xiao shook her head and sighed, with a cigarette in her hand, puffing smoke. Men are cruel. Wu Xiao's family is considered rich in M City, but they are not as good as the Ming family upstairs. As for the relationship between Lu Jia, Li Xiaoya and Ming Ci, she also heard a little bit. So when they joined Zhang Mingtian, Wu Xiao didn't object. She just wanted to see what these two people were capable of, to make the young Master Ming so crazy. Now I saw it with my own eyes, and found that the rumors were not true at all. Even Ming Xiao was not as stupid as the legend said. He was only 18 years old, and in this abnormal rainstorm, he lived a more comfortable life than a 26-year-old like her. It was really enviable. As for Li Xiaoya's hooking up with He Xian, Wu Xiao had already discovered it. He Xian was just a tool she used to resist her family's control over her marriage. It just so happened that this guy wanted to curry favor with her. He looked good and had an ordinary family background, which was in line with Wu Xiao's idea of a tool. Now that it's dirty, it's okay. At worst, we can just change someone else. After dealing with He Xian and Li Xiaoya, several people went out to look for food again. Zhang Mingtian and a man from another family set out. The man from another family had a cold and couldn't go. Add Lu Jia. Now, there are only 3 of them who are suitable. At this time, Wu Xiao volunteered to go with them to look for food. Zhang Mingtian didn't look down on girls, but he thought that in such bad weather, boys should be in the front. But Wu Xiao insisted, and Zhang Mingtian did not refuse again. When the 4 of them went out, He Xian leaned against the stairs on the 16th floor and looked at Wu Xiao expectantly. Shuao, are you going out to find food? Leave me here. I can go for you. He Xian knelt on the ground and hugged Wu Xiao's legs. Wu Xiao thought of what happened outside the door just now, and she felt sick. She kicked him away with disgust. Get out of here. If you dare to appear in front of me again, you know my methods. He Xian thought of Wu Xiao's methods in the past, and quickly retreated. Chapter 49 Shinkai, where can I find soil? Don't mention it. Meng Xiai admires Wu Shuyu's energy, just like appreciating a rose with thorns. However, Meng Xiai didn't plan to make close friends. In the end of the world, he has a treasure. It's better to keep to himself. After all, keeping oneself safe is the way to survive. On the balcony, the rapeseed planted by Meng Xiai finally grew out, like bamboo shoots after rain, can't wait to stick their heads out. It seems that the soil in this space can only grow things in this space, but it can still be used outside. The soil in the space cannot be planted in the space, but soil must be obtained from outside to plant in the space. Meng Xiai really couldn't understand why there was such a requirement. The rules of this space were set up. Was there something wrong with his brain? Complaints aside, planting vegetables should still be put on the agenda. After all, there are so many seeds in the space. If they are not planted, Meng Xiai would feel it's a pity, like a precious treasure being left idle. Moreover, the vegetables in this space will be eaten up one day. Only by planting them yourself can you have an inexhaustible supply. It's just dirt. Where can I get it? Meng Xiai saw his 2 pots of food. His eyes lit up. He could ask someone, but before asking anyone, Meng Xiai first cleaned the rabbit feces for the 2 rabbits in the rabbit cage. As for the rabbit feces, Meng Xiai left a little to sprinkle on the 2 pots of food, and the rest was thrown directly from the balcony without any sense of public morality. Meng Xiai touched the 2 rabbits. Don't learn from me about throwing things from high places. Who made me lazy? Then he took out half a carrot from the space and stuffed it into the cage. After washing his hands, he took out an apple from the space, peeled a piece for each of the 2 rabbits, and watched them finish eating before leaving. Knock. 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 Meng Xiai put his ear to the door, trying to see if there was any sound inside. Ouch! The door suddenly opened, and Meng Xiai, who was listening to the sound, didn't react and almost fell to the ground. Are you okay? Shinkai grabbed Meng Xiai's arm. Meng Xiai stood up, coughed twice, and shook his head and said, It's okay. Well, I came here just to ask. Do you know where there is soil? Soil? Shinkai was puzzled, and there seemed to be a big question mark on his face. Yes. Meng Xiai nodded, and then led people to his balcony. These are the vegetables I planted a few days ago, and now they have sprouted. When they are ripe in a few days, I will invite you to taste them. Okay. Shinkai nodded. I just happen to have a few packets of vegetable seeds here, so I wanted to plant them and see if they can grow. But there is no soil. These 2 flower pots are the ones I used to plant flowers. Just because I want to plant vegetables, I pulled out the flowers. Seeing Meng Xiai's sad face, Shinkai said he would find a way. As for soil, you can get it at the flower market or the gardening market. I remember there is a gardening market in the suburbs. You can go and try it. If there is really nothing, we can go and dig. The villa that Meng Xiai bought before was halfway up the mountain. Now I don't know what the situation is. If I go there to dig soil, I can also go and take a look secretly. The 2 of them discussed it, and felt that the flower market and the like were very likely to be flooded. So they decided to go to the mountain to take a look. The villa area is located in the west of M City, close to the city center, with very convenient transportation on weekdays. It is 20 kilometers away from the residence. The heavy rain outside is not stopped, and some roads are probably blocked due to collapse. It will take 2 hours to get there. It is only a little after 10 o'clock now, and there is plenty of time. The 2 of them left as soon as they said they would. They took the speedboat and went downstairs. But when they were on the 6th floor, they actually saw Li Ping. Li Ping and a man were discussing something. After seeing this, Meng Xiai and Shinkai didn't want to pay attention to her at all and went downstairs. But unexpectedly, Li Ping actually called them over. Meng Xiai, is your name correct? Meng Xiai didn't want to pay attention to this person at all, and walked away without stopping. Brother Ding, what do you think of the woman named Li Xiaoya that I found for you? Ding Yang thought of Li Xiaoya. She was indeed good. But when he thought of the marks on her body, he frowned. She is good, but she is covered with wounds, which is troublesome. Li Ping hugged Ding Yang's neck tightly with both hands, and said in a tender voice, Brother Ding, don't worry, I will take good care of her. The reason why Li Ping brought Li Xiaoya back was to discuss Meng Xiai. Li Ping originally thought that Li Xiaoya was Meng Xi's sister after all. And if she knew that she was sent to another man, she would definitely be angry. She just wanted Meng Xiai to see how his sister had fallen. But she didn't expect that Meng Xiai was so cruel, and didn't care about Li Xiaoya's life or death at all. I just don't know if Li Xiuya, who was so deeply injured, will become a sharp weapon for her revenge? Li Ping's move did not affect Meng Xiai and Shen Kei's mood. When the two went down to release the speedboat, they looked at them covetously, but did not dare to step forward easily. Someone kept asking if he could be taken with him to get food, as he only needed a little food. Two big brothers, please be kind and take us out to find food. I've been hungry for several days. Please, the man said, kneeling down in front of Meng Xiai and the others. The man looked pitiful, but Meng Xiai and Shen Kei ignored him. After the speedboat was placed, the two set off. The two headed west, and there were many more speedboats and various rubber boats on the road than before. I think people began to understand that, in the rainstorm, the government's control over them was only enough to keep them alive, and it was powerless to do anything else. Therefore, looting and smashing began to prevail. At first, people only dared to rob at night, but gradually, seeing that no one was managing them, they became increasingly arrogant, and many people began to make money by selling the stolen things. In particular, a pack of instant noodles could be exchanged for a gold bracelet. The price of a speedboat or a rubber boat might be only 2,000 yuan one day, 5,000 yuan the next day. And now, in just 10 days, it has risen to 20,000 yuan. And these people only want cash. If they don't have cash, they can only exchange various gold and silver jewelry. As for how many grams of gold can be exchanged for how many things, it all depends on their mood. They form gangs and factions, and they form cliques for personal gain. At present, large-scale slaughter has not started, but Meng Xiai knows that it is not far away. In the end times, men who are stronger than women are destined to be the rulers, and many women can only exchange their bodies for food in order to survive. There are also some women who resist oppression and grow step by step into a thorny rose in the end times. In the end times, the Virgin Mary dies first. So after Meng Xiai was reborn, he just wanted to take care of himself, and others were powerless. Chapter 50. No, I'm not a fool. Meng Xiai and Shen Kei hid their knives under their raincoats, and were watched by several people along the way. Some even deliberately passed by them. But when they saw that their speedboat was empty, they left with contempt. However, two of them drove rubber boats, and followed them all the way. No matter how Meng Xiai took a detour, he couldn't get rid of them. His intention to intercept their speedboat was self-evident. Let's go over there. The direction Shen Kei pointed to was a commercial area, with tall buildings everywhere. It was indeed a good place to deal with trouble. Yeah. Meng Xiai turned the speedboat around, moving at a leisurely pace, making sure that the two rubber boats would not be lost. Where are the people? There were 5 people in the 2 rubber boats. After the leading man entered the fork, he didn't see Meng Xiai and the others, and he spat into the flood in anger. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on them? You can even lose people. What's the point of having you? Are you looking for us? Meng Xiai drove the speedboat, and somehow got behind a group of people, and suddenly spoke, scaring several people. But thinking that they are many in number, what is there to be afraid of? The man with a scar on his face, who was in the lead, saw the 2 people reappear, and smiled smugly. Yes, I do have something to do with you. Meng Xiai nodded, looking easy to deceive. I'd like to hear the details. The scarred man thought that the 2 of them were scared by him, and spoke frankly. You are just 2 people, using such a big speedboat. I think it's a waste of talent, and you won't find anything. How about, let's make an exchange? How? Meng Xiai seemed very interested in this deal. The scarred man and his men looked at each other, showing a determined look. Take our rubber boat, and trade it for your speedboat. Okay. Meng Xiai agreed immediately. And then, as they were all satisfied, Meng Xiai pointed to his head. Do you think there's something wrong with my brain? Or, do you think I'm a fool? Or, you're a fool. So you think everyone else is a fool? After seeing several fools in a row, the scarred man's face turned fierce. What do you mean? What do you mean? Meng Xiai snorted coldly. Of course, I reject your request. You don't understand what I'm saying. I think you're really stupid. After saying that, Meng Xiai took out the long knife from under his raincoat. Don't refuse a toast, and then drink a forfeit. The scarred man cursed. There were 5 people on the 2 rubber boats, and they all took out their tools. There were axes and knives. Seeing how arrogant they were, Meng Xiai thought they would have some powerful weapons, but he didn't expect that they were just common knives and axes. Meng Xiai and Shen Kei, who had experienced a bloody fight before, were not afraid at all. Stop talking nonsense if you want to fight. Then fight, we have something else to do. Ming Xiai thought that he would have to dig the soil later. If he didn't solve it quickly, he wouldn't be able to dig much soil. Wouldn't it be a waste of their trip? The people on the 2 rubber boats rushed up all at once. But they were rubber boats after all, which required people to paddle, so their speed was naturally not as fast as Ming Xi's. Ming Xiai drove the speedboat and teased a few people. When a few people were about to catch up, he would speed up to get rid of them, and then slow down and wait for them to catch up. Because the 5 people wanted Ming Xi's speedboat. They didn't dare to use knife easily, fearing that the speedboat would be deflated. Therefore, they kept thinking of ways to push Ming Xiai and Shen Ke off the speedboat. Ming Xiai and Shen Ke had no such concerns. When driving the speedboat close to the 2 rubber boats, Shen Ke stabbed one of the rubber boats with a knife. With a puffing sound, the 2 people held the rubber boat tightly. Brother he, save me. I can't swim. The 3 people on the rubber boat saw that Shen Ke and Ming Xiai were so cruel, and they didn't dare to move forward for a while. It was actually the first time for them to do such a thing. When they saw that Shen Ke and Ming Xiai were the only 2 people, and they had a speedboat, they had evil intentions. But they didn't expect that these 2 people were so cruel and really wanted to kill people. The scarred man and his 3 men had several cuts on their hands and arms by Shen Ke, so they didn't dare to step forward easily at this time, and could only watch the 2 people being washed away. Are you coming again? Ming Xiai asked. The scarred man shook his head quickly. No, I don't dare anymore. Let's go now. As he said that, several people paddled away quickly. Ming Xiai and Shen Ke did not stop here, and drove the speedboat north. After driving for another half an hour, the 2 arrived at their destination. The flood on the mountain was like a stream, rushing down, because there was a villa area halfway up the mountain. The wide asphalt road was winding. Ming Xiai and Shen Ke put away the rubber boat and walked up the road, trying to find a suitable place to enter the woods. Why? Seeing that they were about to turn a corner, Shen Ke suddenly pulled Ming Xiai aside. But before he could say anything, Shen Ke covered his mouth. Hush! Shen Ke told Ming Xiai to stop talking, and then found a place and led them into the woods. After walking a distance into the woods, the 2 stopped. What's wrong? Ming Xiai asked in a low voice. Shen Ke said, there are troops on the mountain. What? Ming Xiai was not questioning Shen Ke's words, but wondering why the army was stationed here. But he figured it out after a while. Since someone was reborn, he must know the importance of this mountain. And the book describes that when zombies appeared in the later period, it was Si Chen and the government who built a high wall here to resist the zombies. It's a pity that I spent so much money to renovate the villa. However, Ming Xiai did not plan to give up the villa, because his property certificate was still in this space. Even if the army wanted to station here, it would not allow him, a resident with legal procedures, to live here. The reason why Ming Xiai did not live in the villa area from the beginning, in addition to revenge, was also because of heavy rain and heavy snow. Ming Xiai was not afraid of heavy rain, because the drainage system in the villa area was well done. But there was no solution to heavy snow. In more than a month, the weather turned cold. Overnight, the flood outside froze into ice. Soon, heavy snow fell from the sky. Many people survived the heavy rain, but they would freeze to death in the snow. The snow was too thick. The villa had only 2 floors, and would definitely be buried in the snow. Then let's just dig here, Ming Xiai said. As for his own villa, he couldn't go to see it. Yeah. In order to save a distance, the 2 walked down a little bit, and then started digging the soil with the knives in their hands. Then the 2 were amused by their own actions. No. Shen Ke, do you think we are mentally ill? Chapter 51 Shen Ke, if you have something to say, tell me. A little bit indeed. Shen Ke's face was also a little innocent. He really didn't expect that he would do such a childish thing. What should we do now? Ming Xiai asked. It's okay. I have a way, Shen Ke said as he opened a flour bag he brought with him, and then put the bag on the ground, and used a knife to dig the soil above the bag. Under the impact of the flood, the soil went directly into the bag. Ming Xiai gave Shen Ke a thumbs up, and then he also took a bag and started digging. The rain was too heavy, and the soil that the 2 people had just dug out was quickly washed away by the flood. After digging for a long time, there was no soil left. It was a futile effort. So Ming Xiai said that he was mentally ill. However, even with this method, The two dug for a long time, but they didn't even get half a bag of soil. And they got muddy. The two did not give up. Finally, they walked a distance in the forest and found a small mound of soil. The two rushed over and filled more than 2.5 bags before going back. Driving the speedboat back, the sky gradually darkened, and there were more speedboats and kayaks on the road. However, these people did not dare to take action openly. So the two were relatively safe. Ming Xiai and the other man did not dare to delay and went all the way back to Jinshangjia, carrying 2 bags of soil upstairs. As expected, the two saw Zhang Mingtian again, and there was an annoying person beside him. 2 brothers. What are you doing? Zhang Mingtian looked at Ming Xiai, looked at Shen Ke, and it was the first time he saw the 2 people so embarrassed. They were wet all over, and their faces and hands were covered with mud. If he hadn't known that the 17th floor was occupied by 2 families, Zhang Mingtian would have suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. Ming Xiai. What happened to you? Were you bullied? Following Zhang Mingtian, it was Lu Jia, who was holding a bag of food in his hand. Who bullied you? I'll help you get revenge, Lu Jia said as he looked at Shen Ke next to him. Lu Jia thought that he would definitely not be able to beat Shen Ke, but if he was beaten up, it would be good to make Ming Xiai feel sorry for him. Ming Xiai ignored Lu Jia and turned to talk to Zhang Mingtian. When Shen Ke and I went out to look for things before, I brought back a few bags of vegetable seeds. So I went out to find some soil to see if I could grow vegetables. Oh! Zhang Mingtian nodded. Brother is worthy of being the eldest brother. You are so far-sighted in doing things. Going out to look for things will eventually run out. It is far less convenient than growing them yourself. What vegetables are you growing, Xiao Xiai? Are you having trouble finding food? It doesn't matter. When I find food in the future, I can give you some of my share. Lu Jia thought about what he heard these days, that Ming Xiai and Shen Ke went out to look for coal or soil, and never brought back any food. Could it be that he can't find food? Then his chance has come? Here, Xiao Xiai, take these first. Lu Jia was thinking that after getting Ming Xiai, he would suppress him every day and make him go out to get food. Now he was suffering a little, and it didn't matter if he gave Ming Xiai more food, because Ming Xiai would give him double the amount in the future anyway. What Zhang Mingtian was thinking at this time was, is there something wrong with this guy? Zhang Mingtian knew that Lu Jia and Ming Xiai had conflicts, but after knowing that he said he could find food, he came to find Ming Xiai. After asking, Ming Xiai agreed to let Lu Jia join them. Lu Jia behaved quite normally in front of them at first. Why did he start talking nonsense now? Brother, this is what we went out to find today. Keep it. Ming Xiai took the food, but still didn't give Lu Jia a look. Zhang Mingtian and his friends promised to give this thing before, so there was no need for him to be angry with the food. By the way, I think I have a lot of rapeseed. If you need it, I can get you 2 bags. Zhang Mingtian naturally wanted it. It has been raining for more than 40 days. Even if they go out to find food, the vegetables will have rotted. Eating instant noodles every day will lead to a lack of vitamins in the body. Several of them have started to suffer from constipation, and even have oral ulcers. They dare not eat at all. Ming Xiai and Shen Ke carried soil upstairs, while Zhang Mingtian waited behind the wall built by Ming Xiai and others. As for Lu Jia, Zhang Mingtian directly asked him to go back first, in order to prevent this guy from saying something nonsense again, making the 2 big brothers angry. And then, they will not be given any benefits. After Ming Xiai entered the room, he took out 5 bags of vegetable seeds from the space, which were tomatoes, small green vegetables, and other vegetables. Ming Xiai felt that Zhang Mingtian kept his word and was a reliable person, so he made friends with him. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Mingtian took the vegetable seeds and thanked him repeatedly, and said that he would give him the soil when he found it later. After Ming Xiai went back, he took a shower in the space and put the clothes he changed into a plastic bag, intending to throw them away directly. It was too late. So Ming Xiai took out a portion of spicy food from the space, ate it, and went to sleep. Ah! Help! Bang! In the middle of the night, Ming Xiai was awakened by a voice, and from what he heard, it seemed to come from Shen Ke's side, and something seemed to have fallen into the water. He took the intercom on the table and pressed the button. Shen Ke. Shen Ke. What happened? The intercom was connected soon. Nothing. Just now I heard a sound outside the window, so I got up and opened the curtains to take a look. I didn't expect there was a person standing outside the window. When he saw me, he was so scared that he fell down. And Shinkei knew the person. It seemed to be He Xian, who was driven away from Zhang Mingtian. Oh! Ming Xiai nodded. There is no guardrail on the glass over there. You should pay more attention to safety. Call me if there is any problem. Yes. Knowing that Shinkei was fine, Ming Xiai hung up the intercom, yawned, and went back to sleep. The next day, the army distributed food again. Because Ming Xiai was too tired yesterday, he did not go down to get it. This building, before the rainstorm, had a total of 55 permanent residents, and a population of about 150 people. During the 47 days of the rainstorm, some elderly people and children died, and some people were probably very hungry. Sometimes they took a foam board or a swimming ring to go out, but very few of them could come back. So now there are only about 90 residents left. Ming Xiai was quite surprised by this data. But if you think about it, you can understand that these people only need to eat a pack of instant noodles a day to maintain their basic vital signs. But it is impossible to fill their stomachs. Many people also realized that someone was stealing things outside. So they took the instant noodles and stayed at home, blocking the door tightly to avoid any accidents. Chapter 52. No. You are treating him like a fool. Bang. 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 Where are the people living inside? Come out quickly. I have something to ask you. Where are the people? If you don't come out, I will tear down the door. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Ming Xiai was reluctant to get up from the bed. It was mainly because it was too cold outside. He took out the thermometer and measured it. The temperature had dropped to 6 or 7 degrees. It won't be long before it will be below zero. Ming Xiai didn't know how he would live without air conditioning and heating. Although the space can be entered, there is a time limit. Alas, if it weren't for the thought of dealing with the soil brought back yesterday, Ming Xiai felt that he could stay in bed forever. After getting up, Ming Xiai took a bowl of hot noodle soup from the space and ate it, and then took out an alcohol stove. Although it is cold now, Ming Xiai burns coal on the balcony. Sometimes he puts a fully charged desk lamp on the balcony. So after more than 20 days, the vegetables are now edible. Ming Xiai thought that it was just right that it was too cold now, so he could call Shinkei over and have a hot pot for the two of them. As a result, just when he moved the flower pot to the balcony, he heard someone knocking on the door frantically outside, and the alarm was squeaking non-stop. Ming Xiai hesitated for a moment, and then put the pistol in his waist. Hearing the sound outside, he knew there were a lot of people, and he was afraid that this time it would be a fierce battle. He took a long knife in his hand, opened the door, and just saw Shinkei opening the two security doors. Hearing the sound, Shinkei turned around. Together? Yes. Ming Xiai nodded. Ming Xiai asked Shinkei to change the direction of the outermost security door 2 days ago, and then pressed the iron sliding door outside his house to the outside of the newly built door. Although it is troublesome to open the two security doors inside, it is safer, and you can talk to people through the iron sliding door, which can well isolate contact and is safer. Open the two security doors and look at the people outside through the iron sliding door. The person outside is Ding Yang, who is surrounded by people. He was about to order people to saw the door with a chainsaw, but after seeing Ming Xiai and others open the door, he waved his hand to stop. It just so happens that since you are here to open the door, I don't have to waste diesel. What's the matter? Ming Xiai stood in front. I was thinking, with this iron sliding door, it would be like being visited in prison. Ding Yang asked for a lot of money, treating others as fools. I heard that you two have a lot of food at home. Why not take it out and count it as you're joining the gang? As for these two houses, just consider them as your welcome gifts. Zhang Mingtian said that Ding Yang somehow got involved with a group of people outside, relying on the people behind him. He united most of the people in the building and had a tendency to dominate, but they never caused any trouble. Seeing the two women beside Ding Yang, one is Li Ping, the other is Li Xiaoya, what else is there to not understand? Of course, among this group of people, there are also a few people who were previously dealt with by Ming Xiai and Shinkei. Now that they have someone to rely on, they will certainly seek revenge. Ming Xiai did not speak, and opened the iron sliding door. Ding Yang was proud, thinking that they agreed with his statement. You two are sensible. Don't worry, if you join me, I will never let you suffer. Ming Xiai was puzzled. Why are there so many people who treat others as fools now? Or maybe they were trapped for too long, and they have become stupid. Ming Xiai opened the iron sliding door, and Shen Ke followed him out. The two anti-theft doors at the back had no support, and they closed automatically with a bang. No more nonsense. If you want our things, you have to die. The two men held knives in their hands and decided to take the initiative. Talking to a fool is a waste of words. Ming Xiai slashed at a short-haired man on the side, and Shen Ke went straight to Ding Yang. Ding Yang was a coward, and pushed Li Xiuya on the left. Therefore, Shen Ke's knife directly hit Li Xiuya's shoulder, and she screamed in pain. It hurt so much. Woo woo woo. Brother Yang, save me. Ding Yang's men and women, more than 20 people, rushed forward. Ding Yang hid behind the crowd and spat on the ground. You two are really stubborn. In this case, die here. Although Ding Yang had many people, they had little fighting power, and were no match for Shen Ke and Ming Xiai. But they were outnumbered, and the round-robin tactics made the two of them a little overwhelmed. Seeing Li Xiuya crying loudly, Ding Yang, who was already annoyed, became even more annoyed and kicked her to the ground. Why are you crying? Go up and help. If you keep crying, I'll kill you now. Seeing the knife in Ding Yang's hand pointing at her, Li Xiuya could only pick up the knife that someone had thrown on the ground and rush forward. Li Ping, who relied on being favored by Ding Yang these days, was also afraid and hid behind Ding Yang, staring at Ming Xiai and Shen Ke with vicious eyes. If they kill her, it won't be in vain that she has been subservient to others for so many days. At this time, Ding Yang had no feelings for men and women, and asked her to help. Li Ping took the knife from Ding Yang's hand, thinking of the tragic death of her husband Zhao Zhe, and blamed these two people. She could kill her enemy with her own hands, and she could also go to hell to see Zhao Zhe. After all, if they hadn't insisted on not letting Zhang Mingtian take them, how could Zhao Zhe die? Li Ping was cruel, not as timid as Li Xiuya, and she watched the opportunity from the side and planned to kill him with one knife. Li Xiuya stumbled in the crowd, not daring to go forward and chop people, nor to retreat easily, because retreating, her fate would only be worse. Ding Yang united many people in the building, keeping women as pets. Other men who wanted to bully them could do it at will. And those robbers outside, as long as they gave Ding Yang half a pack of instant noodles, a handful of rice, a potato, they could come in and pick women to play with. There was no need to look for women everywhere, just a little food, to vent desires. Why not do it? Ugh! Li Xiuya covered her stomach, looked down and saw the knife stuck in her stomach. She couldn't believe it. The crowd was in chaos. Someone bumped into Li Xiuya from behind, making her stumble and bump into the knife of the person in front of her. The man with the knife saw that Li Xiuya was injured by his knife, and quickly let go of his hand. She bumped into him herself. He didn't mean to kill her. Li Xiuya lost her support, covered her stomach and gradually fell to the ground, blood slowly flowing out. Even at the last moment of her life, Li Xiuya still looked at Ming Xiai with resentment. Why was he born with a father and a mother? And his family background was so good. Why was she an illegitimate daughter, and couldn't live a good life? Why was Ming Xiai living a more comfortable life than her even after so many days of heavy rain? And she could only be kicked around. Li Xiuya was unwilling to accept it. However, when she saw a knife behind Ming Xiai, which was about to stab him, Li Xiuya closed her eyes in satisfaction. Chapter 53. This gun is just a simulation. Ming Xiai. Shen Ke saw that Ming Xiai didn't notice the knife behind him, kicked the man in front of him away, and stretched out a hand to block it. Although his arm was injured, the man was also cut by Shen Ke. Are you okay? Ming Xiai protected Shen Ke behind him. It's okay, because he was wearing thick clothes. Shen Ke's arm was not seriously injured. Now that Shen Ke was injured, they would suffer if they continued to fight. Stop! Ming Xiai shouted coldly. When these people saw what Ming Xiai was holding, they were so scared that they dared not move anymore and quickly raised their hands. Put down your weapons. Ding Yang saw the people he brought with him, and they all obediently threw down their weapons. How could this be possible? If they really put them down, they would not be able to survive. And the two men were so cruel. They would definitely be ruthless to him. Don't be scared by him. What kind of place is this? How could he get a gun so easily? It must be to scare people. If you really put them down, you will be fooled by him. Everyone thought about it, and felt that Ding Yang was right. The country has strict control over guns and ammunition. How could an ordinary citizen get a pistol? Therefore, they stopped putting down their weapons, and even got angry because they were frightened by Ming Xiai. Scary? Fake? You can try it if you can. Ming Xiai sneered. It seems that they can't give up unless they see the real power of this gun. Ming Xiai moved the muzzle of the gun to Ding Yang and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ding Yang knelt on the ground in fear, and hurriedly touched his ears and head to make sure there was no wound. He swallowed his saliva and stood up. Do you still think it's fake? Ming Xiai asked. No. It's not fake anymore. Brother. Spare me. Brother. Spare me. I won't dare to bother you again. Ding Yang begged for mercy immediately, and then began to shirk responsibility. It was her. She instigated me to come here. Brothers. It has nothing to do with me. Ding Yang pulled Li Ping out. She said you have a lot of food here, and she started to stock up food at home before the rainstorm. She also said, your territory is safe. Let me fight for it. Brother. I won't dare to come again. Ming Xiai nodded. Okay. Since you said she lured you here, I believe it. Let you guys go. Hearing this, several people felt relieved. Two big brothers, you can ask us to do anything, we promise to complete it. Ding Yang flattered. Clean up this place first. Secondly, Ming Xiai pointed his gun at Li Ping. I don't want her to live past tomorrow. If she does, you won't have to live anymore. Not only did this guy go against them again and again before, he just injured Shen Ke with a knife. He really couldn't stay any longer. Li Ping was not convinced, and wanted to rush over to fight with Ming Xiai and the others, but she was quickly caught by the two men. You two cruel beasts. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You are the ones who killed my husband first. Why are you still alive? Why don't you just die? Ding Yang came over and slapped Li Ping, and asked the people beside him to cover her mouth. Don't worry, brother. I guarantee she won't survive tonight. Ming Xiai was satisfied and took Shen Ke back to the house. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Ming Xiai took out alcohol and cotton swabs from the first aid kit, disinfected them, and bandaged them with gauze. If this happens again, don't block it for me. Shen Ke didn't agree. It's okay. I have thick skin anyway. It doesn't hurt at all. Ming Xiai pursed his lips, frowning. At the beginning, I agreed not to get involved with him. But now, the more I get involved, the deeper I get. And what do you mean by he has thick skin? Is it because I have delicate skin? He is also a man. Okay. He doesn't need protection from others. Shen Ke saw the gun that Ming Xiai had carelessly placed on the sofa. Your gun. If you don't keep it well, you won't be afraid of it going off accidentally. Speaking of guns, Ming Xiai suddenly became interested. This is fake. When buying guns and ammunition in Country M, Ming Xiai asked the bald tattooed man if there was any imitation gun, which would be the best if it could be mistaken for the real thing. The man recommended this to him, not to mention that its sound and weight are the same as a real gun. The only difference is that it can't fire bullets. Of course, the price is not comparable to that of ordinary toy guns, and it was barely worth 7 figures. Ding Yang and his men were probably scared by Ming Xiai, and didn't check if there were any bullet holes or anything like that behind them. Actually, Ming Xiai wanted to take a real gun at first, but he thought that tomorrow was the day when the army would deliver food. If these people went to complain, he would have a hard time explaining himself. So he took this imitation gun. Shen Ke took the gun after hearing this, and weighed it. The weight and workmanship were indeed like the real thing. Ming Xiai did not dwell on this matter. Seeing the alcohol stove and small hot pot on the table, he sighed. Among the things Zhang Mingtian and the others took yesterday, there were 2 packets of hot pot ingredients. I was thinking I could call you over today and cook a hot pot together. But now you are injured. You definitely can't eat anymore. Shen Ke put the gun on the coffee table, shook his head and said, It's okay. I can eat it. But you can't eat spicy food with your wound. Ming Xiai said seriously. It's okay to have one meal. Shen Ke insisted. Since Shen Ke insisted, Ming Xiai did not refuse. If the wound did not heal, it would not be his fault. He began to prepare the dishes happily. There was medicine in the space. I would give Shen Ke a box of anti-inflammatory medicine later and let him take it on time. Maybe it would not have much impact. Ming Xiai also pulled some of the green vegetables in the flower pot, washed them, and put them in the pot. Sliced the potatoes, sliced the lotus roots, and cut the cabbage in half. Take out a bag of wide noodles that Shen Ke and I found in the supermarket before and eat it. Hey, There is still so much meat in the space, but now I have to eat it with Shinkei. It is not easy to take it out. I can only pamper them next time when I eat alone. Here. Shinkei put a bag of things on the operating table. Ming Xiai did not refuse. His eyes lit up after opening it. How did you get all this meat? There were 2 packs of mutton rolls, a piece of pork, and half a bag of hot pot meatballs in the bag. I bought it before, and it has been frozen in the freezer. Shinkei explained. Ming Xiai nodded. He knew that Shinkei had a generator at home, and it was probably connected to the freezer, so the meat didn't go bad. It would take some time to defrost. So Ming Xiai soaked the pork in cold water. The meatballs and lamb rolls could be put directly into the pot. He fried the hot pot ingredients, boiled the water on the gas stove, and then poured it into the alcohol stove. He brought it to the dining table and ignited the solid alcohol block below. Ming Xiai didn't ask Shinkei to help, and quickly brought out the dishes. Fortunately, Shinkei's injury was his left hand, which didn't affect his eating, but cooking would probably be a bit troublesome. After all, it was to save himself. Ming Xiai said that he would be responsible for Shinkei to the end and cook for him until his injury healed. Chapter 54 Rescue. There is a refugee resettlement site. It's delicious. After taking a bite of the meatball, Ming Xiai squinted his eyes happily. It's so cold, having a hot pot is really good. Ming Xiai also cooked rice on the stove, so there's no need to worry about not eating enough. Bring the rice crust, split it in the middle, half for each person. The golden rice crust made a crackling sound in the mouth. Ming Xiai was once again pleased with his superb cooking skills. Bang bang bang. Squeak. The alarm and the knock on the door sounded at the same time. Ming Xiai and Shinkei looked at each other, took the knife together, and came out alertly. Ding Yang was accompanied by 2 people. After seeing Shinkei and the others, he smiled flatteringly. Brothers, this is Li Ping. Li Ping was probably dead, her head was hanging down, and then Ding Yang grabbed her hair without mercy, forcing her to raise her head, so that the others could confirm her appearance. She is dead now, and I brought her here to show you. There was no good part of Li Ping's body, and her legs seemed to be broken, and she was lying on the ground in an extremely weird way. Ming Xiai nodded. Thank you for your hard work. From now on, we will settle our grievances. As long as you don't bother us, we can live in peace. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ding Yang nodded quickly, and then directed the 2 people he brought to throw Li Ping out of the window next to him. Soon, Li Ping's body was washed away by the flood. Just as Ding Yang and his team left, Zhang Mingtian and Lu Jia came up again. When they had a conflict with Ding Yang, Zhang Mingtian and his team did not come up to help, which Ming Xiai and Shinkei could understand. After all, in this chaotic time, it is right to protect yourself. 2 big brothers. Zhang Mingtian put a bag in front of the iron door. This is the soil I swept from the uninhabited house downstairs these 2 days. I'll give you some. Also, Zhang Mingtian frowned and looked at Lu Jia on the side. Bring the things here. Oh! Lu Jia put the cardboard box in his arms on the ground, and then took the initiative to open it. Xiao Xiai. This is the flower pot I found. You can use it to grow vegetables. Xiao Xiai. Do you need me to help you grow vegetables? Xiao Xiai. Lu Jia wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Mingtian. Well, brothers, we'll leave first. Ming Xiai looked at Lu Jia's back, thinking that Li Shanong, Zhang Lu, and Li Xiaoyao were already dead, and now only Lu Jia was left. This guy had gone crazy these days, saying nonsense all the time. It's better to deal with it as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. After moving the soil and flower pots brought by Zhang Mingtian in, Ming Xiai sighed again, saying that he was really stupid sometimes. Others can think of where to collect flower pots, but he has to go out to dig soil, and after digging for so long, he still didn't get as much as others did. It was really sad. Ming Xiai refused Shinkei's help and moved the flower pots and soil to the balcony. In addition to the 2 flower pots for growing vegetables on the balcony, there was also an iron pot burning coal. Although the temperature dropped in the past 2 days, Ming Xiai did not warm himself by the fire. After all, the blizzard that was coming was the most terrifying. The temperature dropped from above 0 to -20 degrees overnight, and many people died in their sleep without being prepared. However, the smell of coal was too strong, so Ming Xiai had found a method on the internet before, saying that he took some coal and burned it outside first. After the smell of gas dissipates, put it in a sealed iron bucket to extinguish the coal. so that the smell will be reduced when it is used later. Ming Xiai found an iron basin, put some soil underneath, and put the burning coal on the balcony. It just so happened that vegetables were planted on the balcony, and the burning coal could help the vegetables germinate better, which was a two birds with one stone deal. Ming Xiai placed flower pots around the iron basin, put soil in it, and poured some water to plant the seeds in it. Ming Xiai left some soil, intending to take it to the space to try it out. After picking a few leaves, Ming Xiai closed the door from the balcony to the living room, and came in to feed the little rabbit. The mother rabbit's belly was already very big, and it was unknown when she would give birth. After running for half an hour in the room where the equipment was placed, Ming Xiai followed Shen Kei's instructions, did some boxing, brought the soil into the space to plant vegetables, and took a hot bath before coming out. After saving for a few days, Ming Xiai had saved for 20 hours. The next day, Ming Xiai was awakened by the sound of horns and people's exclamations. Attention! All residents, attention! All residents! The refugee resettlement site has been built. The refugee resettlement site has been built. Please pack your things if you want to go, and leave in an hour. If you don't want to go, register here to receive food. The government army will not come to deliver food later. Hearing this, Ming Xiai sat up from the bed. What? Refugee resettlement site? This made him more determined that this world, there are also people who are reborn. It is even more impossible for Ming Xiai to go. If his space is discovered, he will be in an irreversible situation. Whether these people leave or not has little to do with Ming Xiai, so he turned over, took his phone to check the time. It is now the 50th day of the apocalypse, and this rainstorm will continue for another 30 days. On the 80th day of the apocalypse, the rain will stop for a day, and just when people are excited about the rain stopping, an acid rain falls quietly. During the acid rain of the past 10 days, many houses have been corroded and collapsed. But the houses in Jinshan Jiayuan are very solid, and have withstood the rainstorm and acid rain. So it's safe to stay here. Ming Xiai suddenly thought of Shen Kei next door, wondering if he would leave. Oh, forget it, just leave. It's just right that he will be the only one left on the 17th floor, so he can eat as much as he wants, and he doesn't have to worry about being discovered. But Ming Xiai was no longer sleepy at this time, so he got up. He cooked a pot of porridge, and made 2 pastries, and fried some shredded potatoes. After eating, Ming Xiai squatted on the balcony, loosening the soil in the flower pot, while looking down. Few people came to collect food. Most residents took their luggage, and walked to the boat impatiently. Squeak, the alarm outside sounded again. Ming Xiai shook off the dirt on his hands, took a piece of paper to wipe his hands, and then came out to open the door. Zhang Mingtian was outside the iron door. There was a big bag of things on the ground. Brother, are you going to the refugee resettlement site? Ming Xiai shook his head. No. Collective living. The time for eating and other things must be very concentrated. I will definitely not get used to it. So I won't go. Zhang Mingtian nodded. Brother is very capable. He can live anywhere. Then he brought the bag behind him to the front. Brother, several of our families are planning to go to a centralized location. These are some things that we no longer need. If you think they can be used, take them and use them. Ming Xiai opened the door and brought the things in. Thank you. There are many people at the refugee resettlement site. I guess there will be a lot of things to do. You should still pay more attention to safety. Zhang Mingtian nodded. Chapter 55. Junyi. He is the one who carries a gun. By the way, Big Brother, I heard that Ding Yang's group is not going to leave. Big Brother, you have a grudge against him, so you should be more careful in the future. Ming Xiai nodded, indicating that he understood. After thinking about it, he went back to get 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 packs of rapeseed, and 2 bottles of vitamins, and handed them to Zhang Mingtian. Zhang Mingtian waved his hand and refused. I haven't planted the rapeseed I gave you before. I plan to plant it when I get there. Brother, you keep these. We don't know what the situation will be when we go to the refugee resettlement site. If these things are confiscated, it will be a pity. Ming Xiai forcefully stuffed the things to Zhang Mingtian. It's okay, I still have them. They shouldn't confiscate your things, you can keep them with confidence. The book never said that the government would take everyone's things, and it shouldn't happen this time. You keep the things, and go and plant them well. If I can't make it here anymore, I'll need you to protect me. Zhang Mingtian said he would definitely come if he had a chance. But before he finished speaking, he heard several footsteps coming from the stairs. Sir, The criminals with guns are on this floor. You must arrest them. You don't know that after we knew they had guns. We were worried all day long. Brother. This. Zhang Mingtian recognized the voice of Ding Yang. And it seemed that he had brought soldiers up with him. Meng Xiai was not worried at all, shaking his head and saying, "It's okay. If you have something to do, leave first. Don't let it get to you." He knew Ding Yang would not give up. So it was just right. When most people in the building had left, he would go to meet him. Soon, several soldiers with guns on their waists and wearing military uniforms came up, not giving Zhang Mingtian a chance to leave. Meng Xiai recognized one of them as the soldier who distributed food to them before. And it seemed that Ding Yang did not find someone to pretend to be him. Meng Xiai was standing outside the iron gate at this time, looking at the lieutenant with 1 bar and 2 stars in the lead. "Hello." The lieutenant took off his leather gloves and shook hands with Meng Xiai. "Hello." Meng Xiai shook hands back and asked knowingly, "I wonder what you are doing here." "Lieutenant, my name is Lu Chen, and this is my ID." Lu Chen took out the ID he already had from his pocket and handed it to Meng Xiai. "We received a report that you were illegally carrying a gun. Please let us into search, so as not to cause chaos among the residents." Meng Xiai took the ID and looked at it casually. He couldn't understand it anyway, and didn't know whether it was real or fake. "Okay." Meng Xiai accepted it calmly. "But if nothing is found, what punishment will the informant receive?" Lu Chen said, "For now, we can only give him a verbal education." "Okay." Meng Xiai looked at Ding Yang with regret. Ding Yang saw a hint of threat in Meng Xi's eyes, and was a little scared. But then he thought, if he took the man's gun, it would be uncertain who would win, and he straightened up instantly. "What's going on?" A man came clattering down the corridor, and several people looked over. Ding Yang relied on the officers around him. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke did not dare to do anything to him. So he quickly pointed out, "Him, General. And him. They are in the same group. General. You have to check him too." Shen Ke, with wet hair, folded rubber boat in one hand, and a bundle of firewood in the other, strode to Meng Xiai. "What's the matter?" Shen Ke asked Lu Chen, ignoring Ding Yang at the side. Lu Chen repeated what he said to Meng Xiai before. Shen Ke looked at Meng Xiai on the side, and asked for his opinion. Meng Xiai said that he could search, but Ding Yang could not enter the newly built wall. Lu Chen agreed. Seeing that the two were so calm, Ding Yang was afraid that they might have moved the things. When he saw Zhang Mingtian, he asked Lu Chen to search him as well, just in case. Lu Chen knew that no one at the scene could leave. If someone really had guns, it would cause unnecessary panic among the residents if they were not seized in time. If 2 people took guns and did something to disturb social order, causing unrest, it would be a big deal. Lu Chen entered the 2 people's house and directed people to search. When he saw the vegetables Meng Xiai planted on the balcony, he was quite surprised. "You can plant vegetables?" Meng Xiai shook his head. "No. I just went out to find food before, and saw a few bags of vegetable seeds, and wanted to bring them back to try, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to survive." Lu Chen nodded, and saw the 2 rabbits he fed. "Not bad. With meat and vegetables, life is better than others." Meng Xiai nodded. "Thank you for the compliment. Report, I have found something." A soldier who was searching Meng Xi's sofa took out the gun from under the pillow. LV Chen looked at Meng Xiai with a strange look in his eyes, and turned to walk over. Meng Xiai looked calm, and was not afraid at all. LV Chen took the pistol, waited, and felt something was wrong. "This is a simulated gun." Meng Xiai nodded, and even had the leisure to praise Lu Chen. "I didn't expect Lieutenant Lu to be so good. He knew the gun was fake just by weighing it with his hand. That Ding Yang, I fired a shot in front of him, and he didn't realize that my gun was fake, but was so scared that his legs went limp." Seeing that Meng Xiai thought the fake gun was nothing, and looked indifferent, LV Chen said, "Even if it is a simulated gun, it is forbidden to scare people. Especially someone like you, who can make a fake look real." "Confiscate it," Meng Xiai said. "Lieutenant Lu, can you be flexible? You know we don't know when the rainstorm will stop. And it's so chaotic outside. I'm holding this imitation gun just to protect myself. And I will never do anything illegal," Meng Xiai said, holding up 4 fingers. "And swore, if I use this imitation gun to do something illegal, curse me to never eat a bite of meat in this life." Lu Chen thought for a while, and threw the gun to Meng Xiai. "You'd better remember your words." Then he took his men out. Ding Yang saw Lu Chen's gloomy face. and thought that he must have found the gun, and then stepped forward to take credit. General, I'm right. He has a gun. You have to arrest him according to the law. Lu Chen stopped and waved his hand. A soldier came over with a bag. Ding Yang's eyes lit up. Could this be a reward for his meritorious service? He hurriedly stepped forward to take the bag with both hands. Thank you, General. Thank you. Reporting criminals is my responsibility. Why are you so polite? The soldier let Ding Yang's hand go and kicked it to Meng Ci. Meng Ci was honest. Since the other party was willing to give it, Meng Ci would of course accept it. In the end times, who would dislike having too much food? Ding Yang's face suddenly became bad. General, what do you mean? Lu Chen glared at him. What do you mean? A simulated gun can scare you? Chapter 56. What? Who said I was leaving? Impossible. Ding Yang didn't believe it. How could he not find such a big gun? Right here, right here. He fired the gun here yesterday. Then he took Lu Chen and the others to find the bullet hole, but found nothing. At this moment, Ding Yang suddenly remembered that the gun only made a sound yesterday, and there was no sound of the shell falling to the ground. It must be a fake gun. You? Ding Yang pointed at Meng Ci, but he didn't dare to continue, after all. The next thing was Meng Ci threatening him to kill. If he continued, he would definitely be blamed. Ding Yang was furious. Because of Meng Ci's threat, he lost Li Ping. It was not because Ding Yang had deep feelings for Li Ping, but because some resettlement site had suddenly been built, most of his people had left, and no matter how he threatened them, it would be useless. Ding Yang was also afraid that if he threatened them too much, some noise would be made, and the army would be attracted, then his previous actions would be exposed. So he could only watch his subordinates and cash cow leave. And Li Ping used to be very dependent on him, so he had one more tool to earn food. Now, because of Meng Ci's deception, he lost his cash cow. Thinking of this, Ding Yang resented Meng Ci very much. Meng Ci raised his eyebrows and deliberately said, "Thank you, Lieutenant Lu. No need to thank me, just remember, don't scare people with imitation guns in the future. If I know that this happens again, watch your head," Lu Chen warned sternly. Meng Ci nodded and promised, "Don't worry. Lieutenant Lu, I will definitely remember your words." Lu Chen left with peace of mind. After seeing off Lu Chen and his group, Zhang Mingtian came over and advised worriedly, "Brother, Ding Yang will definitely not let you go. Why don't you go to the refugee resettlement site with us? Stay there for a few days, and leave when you really can't adapt." I know Zhang Mingtian means well, but Lu Chen and his group already know about the things in the house. Some things cannot be moved by manpower, and they are necessities. If I go there, I will have to take them out and use them, and it will be bad if Lu Chen and his group find out. Besides, Meng Ci didn't care about Ding Yang. No, besides, many people have left Ding Yang's side. He definitely can't beat me. Meng Ci rejected Zhang Mingtian's kindness, and then sent him away. After Meng Ci went back, he began to plan. Because there were too many residents leaving, there were always soldiers on the road, Ding Yang would definitely not dare to act rashly during the day. Even if he wanted to find someone, he would definitely go at night. Then Meng Ci decided to go to the 10th floor to guard. When there was a sign of Ding Yang coming out, he would rush up directly, catch him, and then with 2 clicks, he would get rid of him. Knock. 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 Hearing the knock on the door. It must be Shen-Kai. So Meng Ci went to open the door. After seeing what he was holding, Meng Ci thought, "This guy must have come to give him something to leave. This is the firewood I got outside. I'll give you half of it." "No." Meng Ci refused. "You can take it and use it yourself. After all, we're going to the refugee resettlement site, and we don't know what the conditions will be like. You can take as much as you can. Besides, I'm more free here. I can go out to find firewood whenever I want." Shen-Kai said, "Who told you that I was going to the refugee resettlement site?" "Ah?" Meng Ci blinked, feeling very embarrassed. This guy really didn't say he was going. It was all his guess. "Well, I'm just guessing. Don't mind it." "Uh-huh. Well, do you want to come in and sit down?" Meng Ci moved aside, wanting Shen-Kai to come in. Shen-Kai held the firewood in his hand and asked persistently, "Then this. Do you want more?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Meng Ci took the firewood and hurriedly brought Shen-Kai in. Seeing the food on the table, Meng Ci got angry. "Didn't I say yesterday that I would cook for you before your arm wound heals? Where did you go so early in the morning? And it's raining so hard outside. Aren't you afraid that the wound will get wet if you go out? And it will get inflamed? Meng Xiai got up in the morning, prepared the food, and went to call Shen Ke. But he didn't see anyone coming out after calling for a long time. Thinking of the refugee resettlement site outside, Meng Xiai thought he was leaving. Shen Ke said, "You don't have to do it. I have instant noodles. It's very convenient to eat and not difficult. As for going out, I saw that the weather outside was getting colder and colder, and I thought about finding some firewood to prepare." Meng Xiai frowned. "You can't ignore your injuries just to find something. What if your arm gets inflamed and water gets in, and you have to amputate it? As for finding firewood, don't worry. It's raining too hard outside now. If you are not careful when bringing things back, there is a possibility of capsizing." So Meng Xiai thought about waiting a little longer, and going out to look after the rain stopped. Shen Ke said indifferently, "I'm in good health. There won't be any danger." Meng Xiai knew it wouldn't be that dangerous, but he said it on purpose to scare Shen Ke. "Why not? Don't you know how many people died because of high fever? And how can a pack of instant noodles be enough for you?" As he spoke, Meng Xiai had already heated up the porridge and vegetables on the table, and brought them to Shen Ke. "Eat." Meng Xiai forcibly rebandaged Shen Ke's left hand. After dinner, Meng Xiai felt that since this man was not going to leave, then it was the responsibility of both of them to deal with Ding Yang, so he mentioned this matter. Shen Ke naturally agreed. The two of them went down to the 11th floor together. The 10th floor was where Ding Yang and his friends were staying. The door at the staircase was locked with an iron chain, so they couldn't get in even if they wanted to. So they could only go to the 11th floor. Meng Xiai went out for a while, and posted the fly surveillance camera at a high place, so that if someone came in or out, they could see it in time. Then they went back to the 11th floor. The windows on the 10th floor were tightly shut, and there was no way to get in. When Zhang Mingtian left, he said that there were still 7 people left from Ding Yang's side. The two planned that if Ding Yang did not go out during the day, they would break the window from the 10th floor and go down. Shen Ke brought a rope, and everything was ready, just waiting for dark. "By the way, Shen Ke, I haven't had time to tell you, where is my identity?" Shen Ke was puzzled. Meng Xiai said, "My mother's name is Meng Wan. Do you know Meng Wan? She is the boss of Meng Group." Shen Ke nodded. The surname Meng is not common in M City, so when Meng Xiai said his name, Shen Ke probably guessed it. "So, it shouldn't be strange that there are some dangerous equipment in our house," Meng Xiai said casually. Shen Ke was puzzled. Dangerous products? What dangerous products? Then he thought of something, and looked at Meng Xiai fiercely. It wouldn't be what he thought. Chapter 57. Yes. This time it's a real gun. Yes. It's just what you think, Meng Xiai said, pulling out 2 pistols from his heavy down jacket, and throwing them on the table. This time it's real. Shen Ke had been a soldier, and he took the pistol and looked at it. This time it was indeed real. "I took this thing out of my mother's safe, but it has been unused. Most of the residents in the building have left this time, and I believe many bandits will come to loot. Whether we can defend this house depends on us." Meng Xiai didn't expect that this time, the army would directly build a refugee resettlement site, and take all the residents away. At that time, the robbers outside will certainly go door to door, and those who are unwilling to leave will definitely be bullied by them. Before that, they have to make full preparations. It just so happens that he has never killed anyone with a gun, so he can try his hand on Ding Yang and others. And Shen Ke, who has been a soldier, can just give him some guidance. Shen Ke was obviously surprised, but he thought that rich people should have everything. So his surprise disappeared in an instant, and he studied the gun in his hand instead. After taking the gun, Shen Ke found that it even had a silencer, and the gun was fully loaded. Seeing that Shen Ke had been holding the gun without saying anything, Meng Xiai said, "Can you give me a definite answer?" "Sure." Shen Ke nodded. He had no reason to refuse, and it was also to protect his own interests. Now that he had a more handy weapon, he could solve the problem more quickly. The fly surveillance had been monitoring the 10th floor, and Meng Xiai had not found anything unusual. Until it got dark, Meng Xiai and Shen Ke began to act. The B surveillance was put down, and an empty room was found. Shen Ke tied a safety rope around his waist, and lay on the glass. After cutting a piece of glass, he threw it into the water, making a splashing sound. This kind of sound is very common in heavy rain, so no one came out to watch. He reached in and opened the window, and then entered the house. After Shen Ke checked, There was no danger, and he leaned out to signal him to come down. After receiving the signal, Ming Xiai also climbed the rope and slid down. There was no one in this bedroom. The two of them quietly opened the bedroom door, but still did not see anyone in the living room. The remaining 2 rooms were checked one by one, but there was still no one. It seemed that Ding Yang and the others did not sleep here. After opening the security door gently, the two heard snoring again and again. Ming Xiai quietly left the room, came to the corridor, and after searching, found that the snoring came from the west. The security door was ajar, and the snoring was deafening. Ming Xiai held a gun in one hand and opened the door with the other. There were 7 people in the room, lying in the middle of the living room, covered with 2 quilts, and on top of the quilts were several fur coats. The generator on the side continued to work, and the 2 stoves were emitting heat. No wonder these guys slept so soundly. They were not afraid of the cold. Ming Xiai took a fancy to the fur coat on the quilt, thinking that it must be very warm in winter. So he came to their heads and pulled the trigger. 1 person died quietly. Ming Xiai felt that they should thank him. After all, he didn't let them suffer. Shinkei did the same as Ming Xiai, and killed 2 people in succession. Suddenly, the person on the bed turned over and pushed the person next to him. Xiangzi, check what time it is. Don't oversleep. We still have things to do? The man pushed several times, but Xiangzi didn't respond. So he opened his eyes to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a black tube in front of him. Behind the black tube was Ming Xi's smiling face. You? Before he could finish his words, Ming Xiai shot him dead. After 2 trigger sounds, there was only 1 person left in the room. Wake up! Wake up! Ming Xiai stood up and kicked Ding Yang in the face. The other 6 people have been dealt with. As for this one, he must die in fear. Who is disturbing my sleep? Ding Yang was woken up, and immediately picked up the knife under the pillow, looking aggressive. After seeing the faces of Ming Xiai and Shinkei, Ding Yang thought that their guns were fake, so he had nothing to be afraid of. Besides, there were 7 of them. If they came, they would just walk into a trap. Xiangzi, Dongzi, get up quickly. Ding Yang paused while shaking his hand, and looked around. Why was there blood everywhere? You? After seeing the gun in Ming Xi's hand, Ding Yang sneered. Isn't it just a simulated gun? What's so great about it? Holding the knife tightly in his hand, Ding Yang stood up to avenge his brothers. You 2 guys only know how to take advantage of others. If you have the guts, have a fair fight. Replica gun? Ming Xiai put the muzzle of the gun against Ding Yang's forehead. The muzzle was still a little hot because it had fired 3 shots in a row, and it burned a circle on Ding Yang's forehead. Ding Yang swallowed his saliva. It's over. This time it seems to be real. Look at your brothers first. How did they die? Ming Xiai motioned Ding Yang to turn around. Ding Yang looked and found that they all died of a bullet in the brain. He was even more afraid to move and begged for mercy. 2 big brothers, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. I will be your slave in the future. However, it was useless. Ming Xiai and Shinkei both knew that if they spared him this time, it would only lead to greater disaster. With the sound of the trigger, Ding Yang fell to the ground and slowly closed his eyes. If he had known earlier, he would not have provoked Ming Xiai and the others. In this way, he could live a little longer. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. Even if you want to regret, you can go to the King of Hell to tell him. Ming Xiai put away the pistol. It seems that after the previous actual combat, he can now face death and killing calmly. This gun is more exciting to use than a knife. The 2 people used Ding Yang's knife to dig out the bullets, and then threw the 7 bodies into the water. There were not many people in the building, and the weather was getting dark, and no one would find them dumping bodies. Fur coat, thick quilt, snow boots, generator, electric oven, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, chocolate. Ding Yang had a lot of things here, and they could be used, so Ming Xiai and Shinkei didn't hesitate to move them all to the 17th floor. Even the chain that Ding Yang and his men used to lock the staircase door was taken away by Ming Xiai and locked to the door on the roof. Shinkei had experienced someone climbing down from the roof before, trying to break into the house and steal things, and maybe someone would follow suit. Now that he had the iron chain, he just locked the door to prevent such things from happening again. Because Shinkei had a generator at home, he gave the generator he got from Ding Yang to Ming Xiai. Ming Xiai did not refuse, and Ding Yang had the most. And that was diesel. More than a dozen barrels of 20 liters of diesel. Enough for them to use for a long time. Chapter 58. Hello, can I call you brother? Shinkei's arm injury was originally shallow. After a few days of recuperation, now it is completely healed. The army took away a large part of the residents before. Meng Xiai and Shinkei killed Ding Yang and 7 others. Now, there are only 8 people in the building including Meng Xiai. 5 of them are teachers in the same high school. During the 5 days of heavy rain, they felt that something was wrong, so they united together. They are all aspiring young people in their 20s, who have just graduated from graduate school, and have only taught high school students for 1 year. The 5 people all graduated from the same school, and the classes they taught overlapped. So the relationship between the 5 people was more solid. One of the physics teachers, relying on the knowledge he had learned, made a paper boat with cardboard on the 6th day of the rainstorm, and took everyone out to buy food. He was even very far-sighted, and bought a speedboat. The rainstorm did not stop, and the food sent by the government was searched and searched, causing dissatisfaction among the residents in the building. Several teachers knew that if they publicized that they had food, it would only cause everyone to attack them. So when they ran out of food, they would go out to look for it in the dead of night. On weekdays, they would also come down to collect the food distributed by the government. Because the 2 girls knew how to put on makeup, every time they went out to meet people, they would make themselves look extremely weak, as if they had been hungry for several days. And every time the 5 people took the food, they would leave quietly and never cause trouble. If Meng Xiai and Shinkei hadn't gone out to look for firewood yesterday, they would have happened to run into them and chatted with them for a while. I'm afraid Meng Xiai didn't know that there were these powerful people in the building. Moreover, the 5 people also saved a high school student. It is said that his parents were washed away by the flood when they went out to find food because they were too hungry. When the 5 teachers rescued him, the boy was being bullied by a few hooligans. The boy was handsome, so he was alone and helpless, and became the target of bullying. Fortunately, they rescued him in time, so he was not really bullied. But Meng Xiai was surprised. Why didn't the teachers go to the refugee resettlement site? After all, even Si Chen and the others chose to go to the refugee resettlement site, and they didn't expect that the teachers were here. After knowing Meng Xi's confusion, several teachers explained that they felt that they did not need help now, and should leave their positions to more people in need. They have hands and feet, and they can live a good life. One of the male teachers, who teaches biology, started planting on the balcony of his room. It is said that they have achieved vegetable freedom. Several teachers just came out of school, with a warm heart, and did not know that people's hearts are evil. Meng Xiai thinks that they are very noble, but he just hopes that they will not be defeated by the cruel society in the future. Several teachers saw that Meng Xiai was about the same age as the students they had taught before. Even if some people said he was very powerful and hurt people, they felt that a senior high school student could be forced into this state because he was bullied too much. So, do you want to join us? A female teacher, Yun Jingsen, said she taught Chinese in the 2nd year of high school. She had big eyes, double eyelids, and fair skin. Thinking that Meng Xiai was also a child, several teachers decided to protect Meng Xiai as well. Meng Xiai shook his head. No. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yun. It's just that I built a wall there, which should be safer than an ordinary house. Yun Jingsen nodded, showing his understanding. Then he thought that for a child of this age, he should let him do what he wants. At most, he could share some of the good things he found on weekdays with him. The 57th day of the apocalypse. The temperature has dropped to 2 or 3 degrees, and it will be below 0 in a few days. We still have to hurry up to find some firewood. Meng Xiai and Shinkei decided unanimously to go out and salvage some wood. The trees that were knocked down by the flood around the residential buildings had been salvaged by them. So Meng Xiai and Shinkei could only drive the speedboat to a farther place. The direction was where Meng Xiai and his team had been looking for coal before. The flood here had already reached the 3rd floor, and some of the lower buildings had been completely submerged. After finding a suitable piece of wood, Meng Xiai and Shinkei tied a rope to the wood, climbed up to the roof of a building that had not been flooded, and pulled the wood up. Although there was water on the roof, it was better than being in the flood. The rain was too heavy, so they didn't dare to use an electric saw. So Shinkei took a manual saw and started to cut the wood into sections for easy transportation. When Zhang Mingtian left, he returned the rubber boat that Meng Xiai had given them. It was just right, so he could use it to load firewood. He neatly stacked the wood on the rubber boat, connected the rubber boat and the speedboat with a rope, and put a lot of wood on the speedboat. The two of them drove the speedboat back home. There was nothing in the building now, and Ming Xiai believed that Yun Jingsen and the others would definitely not bother to take his little wood. So after moving the things into the house, Ming Xiai and Shin Kei went upstairs to eat a meal before they started moving. Two brothers. Do you need my help? Ming Xiai and Shin Kei carried the wood upstairs. When they came down, they suddenly saw a boy wearing a white down jacket and light blue jeans. He had black hair, a pair of bright and clear eyes, dimples on his cheeks, and fair skin. He was estimated to be 1.76 meters tall, with a round face, and looked like a cute boy. I think this is the high school student Wan Qing who was saved by Yun Jingsen and his friends. Yun Jingsen and his friends doted on this child very much, and even thought that as teachers, they should do more. They never asked Wan Qing to do any work at all, and even gave him the first time when they found something delicious. Ming Xiai and his friends naturally didn't dare to order such a precious student around. Thank you for your kindness, we can do it ourselves. Ming Xiai rejected his kindness, and even reminded him that it was cold outside, and he should go home quickly. Wan Qing didn't listen to him, but followed the two people downstairs. Brother Ming? Ah, can I call you like this? Ming Xiai heard this, and his mind immediately went on fire. No. Why is this way of speaking so familiar? Brother Ming? Wan Qing shouted. Ming Xiai came back to his senses, cleared his throat. You can call me Big Brother. What is brother? It doesn't sound too majestic. Wan Qing refused. But calling me Brother Ming sounds better. Brother Ming? What do you think? Ming Xiai felt that he was about to get goosebumps. But the person looked at him with wet eyes, which really made him reluctant to refuse. Okay, whatever you want. Ming Xiai sighed. Wan Qing was happy now. Brother Ming, you can call me Wan Wan or Qing Qing. Soft? Qing Qing? Ming Xiai felt that he could call her that, but it was a girl's name. And calling her that with a double word, it would be too embarrassing. But then Ming Xiai thought, this guy wouldn't be attracted to me, otherwise. Why would he come to me? Chapter 59 Brother. I'll help you. Brother Ming. Don't you want to call my name? Wan Qing stood aside, seeing Ming Xiai in a daze, and began to play the victim. Brother Ming. Is it because I did something wrong that makes you hate me so much? If I did something wrong, tell me, and I'll change it. Ming Xiai shook his head quickly. No. No. You did a good job. No. This is our first meeting. Who knows if I did a good job or not? So, are you willing to call me brother? Wan Qing looked at Ming Xiai expectantly. Ming Xiai said with a stiff face, yes. Yes. No. How come he started calling me brother after just a while? Hey. Shin Kei. Wait for me. Shin Kei couldn't wait any longer, and he just carried a bundle of firewood and left. Ignoring Ming Xi's shouts, Shin Kei's figure quickly disappeared on the 5th floor. Brother. Ignore him. He's a grown man. And he stinks. Let's not play with him. Ming Xiai looked at himself, and then at Wan Qing. What does Shin Kei mean by a grown man? Is it that I am not a man anymore? Did Wan Qing forget that he is a man? And Shin Kei is such a disloyal guy. Seeing that he was being entangled by a male cuckold, he didn't even know how to save him, but ran away directly. Ming Xiai decided to give only 1/3 of the firewood he brought back today to Shin Kei, and never cook for him again. Pick up a bundle of firewood, Ming Xiai put it on his shoulders, and was about to go up. Brother, wait for me, I'll help you carry it too. Seeing that there was another bundle of firewood on the side, Wan Qing suggested. As a result, Wan Qing's face turned red, and he still hadn't picked up the firewood on the ground. But Wan Qing was stubborn, and he would not stop until he picked it up. He even thought that there was something wrong with his clothes, because he was wearing too thick clothes. His performance was restricted. Brother, wait for me for a while. I'll take off my clothes and come. Ming Xiai saw that he was really going to take off his clothes, and hurriedly stopped him. It would be inappropriate if he caught a cold because of such a small matter. Don't delay. Come and help me carry the firewood. I can't move it anymore. Ming Xiai pretended to stumble, and the firewood on his shoulder was about to fall off. Okay, brother. I'm coming right now. Wan Qing heard this, ran over happily, and lifted the wood. Brother, do you feel relieved now? Yeah. To be honest, Ming Xiai didn't feel the weight was reduced. But seeing Wan Qing's happy expression, Ming Xiai didn't tell the truth. Shinkei had already carried a bundle of firewood up. And seeing Ming Xiai and the other man still standing still, he walked over without any expression and continued to carry it. Brother, let's go quickly, Wan Qing said from behind. Yeah, Ming Xiai nodded, and walked upstairs quickly. Shinkei had already carried a bundle up, so he had to speed up, and he must not fall behind. After Wan Qing went up 2 floors, he began to apply eye drops to Ming Xiai. Brother, look at that big guy, didn't he just carry one more bundle of firewood? Why is his face so dark? It's really scary. Ming Xiai explained for Shinkei. He just doesn't like to laugh. There's nothing else to say. Wan Qing frowned and said aggrievedly, Do you think I'm timid, and are you trying to sow discord between you? No. Even if Ming Xiai didn't look back, he could imagine Wan Qing's aggrieved face, and then he felt very tired. Why do some boys like green tea? He was almost driven crazy by the torture. Throwing the firewood on the corridor of the 17th floor, Ming Xiai planned to go down and carry another bundle. When Wan Qing reached the 9th floor, he stopped. Brother, I have something else to do today, so I won't help you. Tomorrow, I'll come to see you again. Okay, Ming Xiai agreed, thanking the heavens and the earth in his heart. This little ancestor finally left. Wan Qing used the key to open the chain that locked the door of the corridor on the 9th floor, and after entering, he waved goodbye to Ming Xiai, and then closed the door tightly. There were 3 bundles of firewood in total. Ming Xiai went down this time to get some loose wood and the speedboat. Shinkei had already found a bag and put the firewood in it. Seeing that Shinkei had almost filled it, Ming Xiai wanted to carry the bundle of firewood. Shinkei didn't let him. You can't carry it. Can't you? Said Shinkei, and handed the bag of firewood in his hand to Ming Xiai. Who said I can't carry it? Ming Xiai was not convinced. Before the rainstorm, he could be said to be weak, that he had no strength, but it has been so long, he has become very strong through exercise. Shinkei snatched the wood from his hand. Since you can carry it, why do you need help? Shinkei finished speaking, carrying the wood on one shoulder, holding a speedboat in one hand, and walked upstairs. Ming Xiai reluctantly took the firewood and rubber boat from the bag, and followed behind him muttering. Wan Qing wanted to help on his own. I couldn't stop him from helping you. He has such a small body, and he has to carry wood. Do you think he can do it? If I don't let him help, the child might freeze to death here. After Shinkei heard this explanation, his steps became faster and faster, and Ming Xiai gradually fell behind. No, did this guy eat explosives today? He actually ran so fast. Upstairs, Shinkei was dividing the firewood. This time he strictly divided it into 2 portions, without the intention of giving more to Ming Xiai. After bringing the divided firewood into the house, he slammed the door shut, leaving Ming Xiai in a daze, not knowing what this guy was doing. With a sigh, Ming Xiai moved the firewood back. Then, he started cooking. When adding water to cook noodles, Ming Xiai subconsciously added 2 portions of water, but then he reacted. Shinkei had already had a conflict with him, so why would he cook for him? Besides, his arm was healed, so there was no need for him to serve him anymore. Thinking of this, Ming Xiai took out the water. He cooked a bowl of shrimp noodles, and ate it in one gulp, feeling very happy. In order to prevent Shinkei from finding out that he had something delicious to eat, he had been eating grass for several days. Squeak! Ming Xiai suddenly heard a sound similar to that of a mouse, and instantly became alert. Could it be that a mouse had entered the house? It was raining heavily now, and he was not full. So how could he feed the mouse? Thinking about it, Ming Xiai found a book, and planned to slap the mouse to death. It sounded like the sound came from the place where the rabbits were fed, and when he went over to take a look, Ming Xiai was extremely surprised. When did this baby come? When Ming Xiai came to feed the rabbit this morning, he didn't find that it was about to give birth, but Ming Xiai had made preparations before. There were various sawdust in the rabbit's nest, and a piece of cotton bedding that was probably used by someone's baby, which was washed and laid inside. Chapter 60 Ming Xiai. This is what Wan did. Ming Xiai had never raised rabbits before, and didn't know what newborn rabbits should eat, but he only knew that rabbits couldn't drink water. So he fed the female rabbit a lot of carrots, apples, and green vegetables. Fearing that the male rabbit would harm the female rabbit, Ming Xiai found a new cage, and put it in it. There were 6 little rabbits in total. Ming Xiai was afraid that the little rabbits would be infected with his scent, and would be bitten to death by the female rabbit, so he didn't dare to move, and just watched from a distance. These little rabbits are quite like newborn mice. Taking out his phone, Meng Xiai took several photos, planning to record them. After taking the photos, no one shared them. The first person that flashed through Meng Xi's mind was Shin Kei. But this guy was arguing with him for some reason, so he could only suppress this thought. Squeak! The alarm outside rang. Although there were not many people in the building, Meng Xiai still took out a long knife. When he opened the security door, he found that it was Yun Jingson, who was holding a basin in his hand. Opening the iron sliding door, Meng Xiai walked out. Teacher Yun. Meng Xiai himself was also a senior high school student, so he addressed all of them as teachers. Yun Jingson handed him the basin in his hand. These are the dumplings that Wan made for us today. He asked me to bring some up for you to eat. The stuffing is a mixture of several kinds of green vegetables. Don't be disgusted. Then he seemed to show off to Meng Xiai. We all told Wan not to cook, but he insisted on doing it. Really? This child is too sensible. What did he say about us finding food outside? Which is too hard. He has nothing to do at home, so he can only do this little thing for us. But this is not a small matter. None of us can cook. Wan. He really helped us a lot. Meng Xiai took the basin from Yun Jingson's hand and didn't want to listen anymore. Thank you, Teacher Yun. Please thank Wan Qing for his kindness. I'll go in first. Take care. I'll take this basin down for you later. No. Is this teacher here to deliver food or to show off Wan Qing? And isn't it just cooking? He can do it, too. What's there to show off? By the way, classmate Ming, Wan said, you can only give one dumpling to Shin Kei. Not more. If Wan knows you gave more, he will be sad. Meng Xiai agreed. But he was confused. Did Shin Kei offend Wan Qing? Yun Jingson sighed. Classmate Ming, Wan is so gentle. There are not many people he doesn't like. Do you know what Shin Kei did to offend Wan? We should help each other in the future. If there are too many, we should solve them quickly. No wonder Yun Jingson used to call Shin classmate. But today he called Shin Kei by his name. It turned out to be for Wan Qing. But Meng Xiai didn't know what happened between the two. Could it be that Shin Kei and Meng Xiai had some unpleasantness before? Then he roughly told what happened between the three of them this morning. Teacher Yun. Could it be that Shin Kei always had a cold face and didn't like to laugh? So he scared Wan Qing? Meng Xiai began to speculate. After all, Wan Qing looked like the rabbits in the house. When the rabbits first saw Shin Kei, they would be scared. But they would get better after seeing each other more often. Yun Jingson nodded after hearing this. It's very possible. Meng, I think you look pretty good when you smile. You can teach Shin how to smile in the future. After all, a smile makes you look 10 years younger. And it can also bring people closer together. Meng Xiai nodded, complaining in his heart. He doesn't like to smile. It's just his personality. How can he be taught? Besides, it would be more realistic to let Wan Qing practice more courage. Or let him look at Shin Kei's face more often, rather than teaching him to smile himself. After closing the security door, Meng Xiai went to knock on Shin Kei's door. What's the matter? Shin Kei had just heard the alarm, and he knew through the peephole that the person outside was Yun Jingson. So he didn't go out. Meng Xiai handed the dumplings in his hand to Shin Kei. Teacher Yun sent them to us. Do you want to eat them? Shin Kei refused. No. You can eat them yourself. Meng Xiai disagreed. No. Wan Qing said. You can eat one. If Shin Kei didn't eat one, Wan Qing would know about it and dislike Shin Kei even more. Whatever Wan Qing says, it's what it is. Shin Kei folded his hands, snorted. What Wan Qing says. You must do it? Are you in love with him? Yes. Meng Xiai nodded. Wan Qing is cute. Just like a younger brother. Isn't it normal for people to like him? In fact, Wan Qing sometimes speaks badly. But Meng Xiai didn't see any problem for the time being. Shin Kei raised his eyebrows. Just treat him as a younger brother? Yes. Meng Xiai nodded. What else can he be if not a younger brother? He can still be a brother. Shin Kei then made way. Come in. Meng Xiai did not hesitate, and walked into the room with the dumplings. After seeing Shin Kei bring 2 bowls, Meng Xiai decisively picked one for him. Shin Kei saw the lonely dumpling in his bowl, and asked in disbelief, Are you really only giving me one? Meng Xiai nodded. Yes. Wan Qing said he would give you one. I can only give you one. What if I give you more? And Wan Qing finds out one day. He will be angry then. Shin Kei seemed to be angry with this, and laughed out of anger. You really listen to him. Whatever he says is what he does. Ming Xiai felt that there was nothing wrong with what he did. After all, the dumplings were made by Ruan Qing, and Ruan Qing had the right to distribute them. Ruan Qing could let anyone eat them. And let anyone eat a few. If you want to eat them, we can make them ourselves. Ming Xiai took a bite of the dumplings, and found that although they were filled with vegetarian food, they tasted really good. There were not many entertainment activities in the end times, so he could make some dumplings and save them, which would be convenient for eating later. Okay. Shen Ke agreed. Ate a dumpling in the bowl. Got up and took a pack of instant noodles. Soaked it and ate it. As Ming Xiai was eating, he suddenly felt that Shen Ke's question was very strange. What do you mean by liking Ruan Qing? Could it be that Shen Ke thought that he liked Ruan Qing in a gay way? Ming Xiai rolled his eyes directly, and really wanted to dig open his brain to see what was in this man's head. Even if Ruan Qing liked boys, she would be the one below. And he, Ming Xiai, only wanted to be the one below. As the saying goes, 2 zeros cannot be together. Shen Ke rolled his eyes for no reason, and wondered in his heart. Could it be that he had offended Ming Xiai by eating instant noodles? What's wrong? Ming Xiai shook his head, and he couldn't say that he was cursing him in his heart. Chapter 61. What? Do you like Ruan Qing? By the way, the female rabbit gave birth to 6 little rabbits this morning. Do you want to go and see them? When Shen Ke finished washing the dishes, Ming Xiai suddenly asked when he stood up to leave. Shen Ke wiped his hands, thought that he would have nothing to do later, so he agreed, okay. In order to prevent the little rabbits from freezing to death, Ming Xiai especially put an electric stove in front of the cage. At this time, the little rabbits were probably full, and they were nestled in front of the mother rabbit's belly, sleeping soundly. I heard that rabbits reproduce very quickly. I believe that we will be able to eat rabbit meat soon. Ming Xiai thought that when these 6 rabbits grow up, he can see the male and female ones. It would be best to keep 2 pairs and breed them. It won't be long before there will be a large group of rabbits. Shen Ke nodded, and was about to leave after looking at the rabbits. Ming Xiai stopped him. Shen Ke taught him boxing before, but Ming Xiai only practiced with sandbags. There will be many fierce battles in the future, so he wanted to have a real-life training with Shen Ke. Is it okay? Ming Xiai asked. Shen Ke didn't have any objection. Fighting could improve each other's strength. But, if we really fight, I won't show mercy. No problem. Ming Xiai felt that it was best not to show mercy, so that he could really test his strength. Bang. Pound. In the next hour, Ming Xiai began to fall to the ground in various postures. Until the last moment, Ming Xiai, who was lying on the ground and completely unable to get up, was still sighing in his heart. Fortunately, the place where they fought was covered with a thick foam mat, otherwise, he would have fallen to death. Are you coming again? Even though the 2 of them had been fighting for an hour, Shen Ke didn't breathe much. Ming Xiai shook his head. No. If they continued to fight, Ming Xiai felt exhausted. This Shen Ke said he would not show mercy, and he really did. He was really good. After Shen Ke went back, Ming Xiai lay on the ground to recover, entered the space to take a hot bath, changed his clothes, and came out, and sent the bowl of dumplings that Yun Jingson had brought to Ruan Qing and the others. Bang. 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 The staircase door on the 9th floor was locked, so Ming Xiai could only shake the door vigorously. Click. Hearing the sound of the security door being opened, Ming Xiai stopped shaking the door. Click, click. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Ming Xiai could tell that it was Ruan Qing's footsteps. Sure enough, after a while Ruan Qing, wearing furry slippers, came over, and after seeing Ming Xiai through the crack in the door, she smiled sweetly. Brother. Ruan Qing opened the door, and through the crack in the door, Ming Xiai saw 2 men in their 20s not far away, presumably one of the teachers. After seeing that it was indeed Ming Xiai, he turned around and left. However, Ming Xiai did not hear the sound of entering the door, so he must be still guarding nearby. It seems that these teachers really protect Ruan Qing very well. Yeah. Ming Xiai agreed, and handed the basin in his hand to Ruan Qing. Thank you for the dumplings. Ruan Qing held the basin, and shook his head and said, Brother, you're welcome. Do you think the dumplings are delicious? Seeing Ruan Qing's expectant eyes, Ming Xiai nodded. Very delicious. Then he handed a plastic bag in his hand to Ruan Qing. These are some snacks I found before. See if you like them. Ruan Qing happily took it, and saw the spicy strips and potato chips inside, and thanked him quickly. Thank you, brother. I like everything that brother gives me. As long as you like it. Ming Xiai felt that he could not accept Wan Qing's coquetry, because it would only make him give more things to Wan Qing. No. He must not be tempted by cuteness. Brother. Am I okay? Wan Qing suddenly asked. Ming Xiai was puzzled what was good or bad, but still answered, okay. Wan Qing continued to ask, is it better than that Shen-Kai? Shen-Kai? Ming Xiai did not understand. How did this involve Shen-Kai again? I can cook, and the food I cook is delicious. Isn't it better than that big guy, who only has brute force? Ming Xiai did not know what Wan Qing meant, so he touched his head. Why are you asking these questions? Are you two okay? Okay, lock the door quickly. Don't let the two teachers wait anxiously. Okay. Wan Qing obeyed obediently, and reluctantly retreated. While locking the door, he asked, Brother, can I find you later? Of course. Ming Xiai answered without hesitation. After going upstairs, Ming Xiai pedaled his bike for a while, before sitting down to rest. TSK. Now that Li Xiaoyao and the others are dead, Ming Xiai doesn't know what to do when he has free time. If only Lu Jie hadn't left with Zhang Mingtian. I could have caused him some trouble, and added some fun to my life. However, Lu Jie wasn't dead, and Ming Xi's revenge hadn't been completed. It seemed that I had to find a time to get rid of Lu Jie. However, there were probably many soldiers stationed at the refugee resettlement site, and it would be difficult to take revenge. With nothing to do, Ming Xiai took out a Lego from the space and started to build it while listening to music. It wasn't until about 5 in the afternoon, when the sky gradually darkened and suddenly, there were many engine noises outside. Ming Xiai sat up quickly. Coming to the window, Ming Xiai held a telescope and could clearly see 5 speedboats parked in front of a building in front, and then 4 people got off one of the speedboats. The 20 people had a clear goal, and after entering the building, they began to search everywhere. Ming Xiai could only see a room near this side, where a man with tattoos on his arms was rudely rummaging through the cabinets and boxes. It seemed that these robbers finally came. When those people searched the 7th floor, it was estimated that there was someone in this room that was forced to open. So soon, something happened inside, but the balcony curtains were pulled open, and half of the man's body was pushed outside the balcony. I don't know what was said, but the tattooed man who was pinching the man's neck slapped him twice, and then threw him downstairs. The man was not prepared at all, and was quickly washed away by the flood. When the men on the balcony saw this scene, they all laughed. These people now take advantage of the fact that no one is watching them, and start to do evil, and take human lives lightly. In just 2 hours, these people had searched enough things. Food, clothes, and Ming Xiai even saw several boxes of condoms, which they stuffed directly into their trouser pockets. Boom! 5 speedboats left one after another. Ming Xiai looked through the telescope, and saw that the curtains of several buildings nearby were obviously moving. It seems that there are still many people who did not go to the refugee resettlement site. I just don't know how long they can stay here after the robbers made such a fuss. He took out a box of bullets from the space, loaded the gun chamber with bullets, and made preparations early. Chapter 62 Ming Xiai, we have to cooperate. Shen-Kai. Seeing the intercom on the bedside table, thinking that the two had not spoken through the intercom for a long time, Ming Xiai picked it up and shouted. After a long while, the intercom was connected. At this time, Ming Xiai had already laid on the bed, and threw the intercom to his ear. What's wrong? There were bursts of panting sounds coming from the intercom, which made Ming Xi's ears hot. The quality of this intercom was too good, it felt like the breathing sound was next to my ear. Ming Xiai sat up suddenly, rubbing his ears, and holding the intercom far away. It's not this person. Is he doing something strange? Why is he panting like this? It's that thing. You saw robbers in the building opposite. Did you go in to search for things? I think it won't take 2 days. They will search our building. Do you want to plan how to resist the enemy? Okay. Shen-Kai agreed. I'll take a shower and come over. Take a shower? Ming Xiai felt that he was thinking a little bit wrong, but he didn't dare to tease. After hanging up the intercom, Ming Xiai rolled over on the bed, and then climbed up. It was already dark outside. Ming Xiai went out to turn on the desk lamp connected to the generator, and took out 2 bags of snacks, and put them on the coffee table. While eating snacks, he waited for Shen-Kai to arrive. Squeak. Ming Xiai did not wait for Shen-Kai, but waited for the alarm outside. It was probably Yun Jingson and the others who saw the robbers robbing things. So they wanted to come up and think of a solution together. After Meng Xiai opened the security door, he found that it was indeed Yun Jingson. Behind her was a male teacher wearing glasses, holding a flashlight. Meng, let's cut to the chase. I believe you've noticed what happened on the opposite floor. Since fate has brought us to the same building, we should cooperate and fight the enemy together. What do you think? Meng Xiai nodded. Teacher Yun is right. Originally, Meng Xiai planned to go down to find Yun Jingson and the others after discussing with Shinkei. No matter how strong the two of them were, they were always outnumbered. Shinkei had changed his clothes and walked out and greeted Yun Jingson and the others. Then the two of them closed the security door, and the four of them went down to the 10th floor. Even if several people wanted to cooperate, they couldn't easily bring the other party to their place. So Ruan Qing and the others found a room on the 10th floor and tidied it up a bit. 2 candles were already lit in the room, and the yellow flames emitted a faint light in the darkness, but it was enough for everyone to see each other's solemn faces. When Ruan Qing saw Meng Xiai, he came over happily and grabbed Meng Xi's arm. Brother, you're here. Let's sit here. Ruan Qing pulled Meng Xiai to sit on a double sofa, and then took a bag of potato chips from the coffee table and gave it to Meng Xiai. Brother, these are the snacks that the teachers found. Eat them quickly. Meng Xiai took the potato chips, nodded to the male teacher sitting on the single sofa opposite, and then started eating. Since we are going to cooperate, we should get to know each other. Meng Xiai and Shinkei first gave a brief introduction. As for Yun Jingson and Ruan Qing, the two were familiar with each other, so they did not elaborate too much. Yun Jingson, 26 years old, is a Chinese teacher. Ruan Qing, 22 years old, was 17 years old in 2 months, and was a high school student before the rainstorm. There was also a female teacher, Mao Sinyu, a biology teacher, with chestnut curly hair and a pair of 6-centimeter boots on her feet. The male teacher who accompanied Yun Jingson to the 17th floor was Fang Shuhui, a chemistry teacher, 27 years old this year. The male teacher sitting on the single sofa is called Duan Yin, a physics teacher, with a round face and baby fat. The male teacher leaning on the single sofa is called Chengyu, with a strong body and deep eyes, and is a physical education teacher. The reason why the latter two teachers are introduced together is because they are a couple. Yun Jingson paused and said, You two should not mind this. Meng Xiai shook his head. No. It was just that I didn't expect that I would actually see a living homosexual. And just looking at the appearance, if I didn't say it, no one would know that they were a couple. Ruan Qing leaned on Meng Xi's shoulder, and dimples appeared on her face. I told you that my brother wouldn't care about this. Meng Xiai was still a little uncomfortable with Ruan Qing leaning on his shoulder, and leaned back a little. As a result, he saw Ruan Qing's accusing eyes, and Meng Xiai could only put his body back to the previous position. Sit down. Duan Yin, who was sitting on the single sofa, suddenly spoke. Oh! Ruan Qing could only sit up reluctantly, and then pushed the snacks on the coffee table to Duan Yin, with a clear intention of begging for mercy. Duan Yin then turned his eyes away from Ruan Qing, and then took a bite of the spicy strips in his hand. Yun Jingson and Mao Sinyu sat on the 3-person sofa, and Fang Shuhui sat on the armchair near the single sofa. As for Shinkei, there was no place to sit now. Yun Jingson said, Ruan, come and sit with us. Ruan Qing was reluctant, and squeezed her, but in front of Meng Xiai, making a space. There is a seat here. Duan Yin paused while chewing the spicy strips, and when he saw what he was about to say, Ruan Qing hurriedly stood up. Okay. I'll move to another seat. Then Ruan Qing glared at Shinkei, and sat down next to Yun Jingson with an unhappy look on his face, but still next to Meng Xiai. Shinkei let Meng Xiai sit in the seat where Ruan Qing had just sat, and sat down in Meng Xi's seat, completely separating the two of them. This action again made Ruan Qing dissatisfied, and he could only bite several potato chips fiercely. Several people gathered together, and everyone began to discuss the fight against the robbers. Yun Jingson was the first to speak. What are you two planning? Meng Xiai and Shinkei hadn't discussed this matter yet, and Yun Jingson and the others came to find the two of them, which must have been an opportunity. He said truthfully, we haven't thought about it yet. Let's listen to the teachers first. Yun Jingson nodded, and then talked about their plan. When we went out before, we found a few iron nets. Duan Yin found a way to connect electricity, which can stop the robbers. Fang Shuhui used the various peppers he found to make some pepper water. As long as they are touched, They will not be able to open their eyes. Don't worry about Chengyu. He is in good health, and is a black belt in Taekwondo. He has been training us for the past 2 months. We will definitely be able to keep up with him. The only thing we are afraid of now is that they will defeat us one by one. Yun Jingson and his family lived on the 9th floor. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke lived on the 17th floor. And the two families were too far away. They were afraid that after the robbers came, if one side did not provide timely support, they would be attacked from both sides. Chapter 63 Strange. There are refugees coming back. So we thought it would be best if everyone could move to the 1st floor. Either we go up to the 17th floor, or you go down to the 9th floor. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke certainly couldn't go down after all. They built a wall. Even if they couldn't beat them, the wall could still hold them back for a while. And the two of them thought what Yun Jingson said was right. Moving to the 17th floor, as long as the door to the roof is locked, then this place is much safer than other floors. Then I'll trouble you teachers to move to the 17th floor. Yun Jingson nodded. Since we have to move, it's better to move early rather than late. We'll move tonight. Tomorrow morning, we can set up a device to prevent robbers. The other teachers all agreed. After discussing what to do tomorrow, Meng Xiai and Shen Ke separated. Originally, Meng Xiai and Shen Ke offered to help Yun Jingson, but were rejected, saying that they should rest early. Meng Xiai heard this and complained in his heart. No, these teachers are only 7 or 8 years older than him. How can they speak so maturely? Or as a teacher, they must speak like this, since they didn't allow them to help. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke didn't insist. After all, it was the end of the world, and it was not good for others to know what they had found. It would be bad if someone got jealous of their good things and had bad intentions. So Meng Xiai and Shen Ke said goodbye. Wan, take your doll up. I'll make a bed for you later. Go to sleep first. Mao Sinyu's cold voice came. Wan Qing refused and said, No, I want to help the teachers. Yun Jingson said, What help? As a flower of the motherland, what you need to do now is to have a good rest. Otherwise you won't grow taller in the future. Don't. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke didn't hear the rest of the words because they walked far away. However, Meng Xiai felt that Yun Jingson and the others would definitely not let Wan Qing help. Seeing that the teachers were so nice to Wan Qing, Meng Xiai couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that they were too bored in the end times? So they kept Wan Qing as a pet? They went back to their own homes and didn't care about other people's affairs. Before going to bed, Meng Xiai habitually took out the night vision binoculars and looked at the surrounding situation. Then he saw several rubber boats coming from a distance, carrying a lot of things. Meng Xiai's alarm bells rang. Could it be that those robbers came to commit crimes again? Meng Xiai quickly took the walkie-talkie in his hand, so that if there was anything wrong, he could notify them immediately. After observing for a while, Meng Xiai found that he was overthinking. These people were just ordinary residents, and the rubber boat they were riding on had a message saying made by the M Province military region of the Xia People's Liberation Army. What's going on? Meng Xiai remembered that the people who came to distribute food before were soldiers from the M Province military district. Did these people run back from the refugee resettlement site? Wouldn't it be better for these people to stay in the refugee resettlement site? Why did they run back? Did they think their lives were too long? Or was it that the refugee resettlement site was really managed militaristically, which made them unbearable? The current situation is really getting more and more confusing. But after knowing that they were not robbers, Meng Xiai felt relieved. Because there were important things to do tomorrow, Meng Xiai forced himself to sleep. But I had too many things on my mind, and I didn't sleep very well. When I woke up the next day, the sky outside was still hazy. After Meng Xiai got up, he took a cup of coffee bought in the United States from the space. It was so bitter, but it really refreshed me. After drinking a cup of coffee in one breath, Meng Xiai started to exercise, until 8 o'clock. Meng Xiai took a hot bath in the space, came out to feed 2 rabbits, and then started to cook a pot of vegetable porridge, 2 scallion pancakes. After eating, Meng Xiai went out. Because the security doors of the rooms on the east and west sides were removed by Meng Xiai and his team. Yun Jingson and his team lived in the 2 rooms on the south side. The door lock was pried open by Chengyu, and the lock core was replaced with the lock core of the room. They lived on the 9th floor. The door leading to the staircase on the 17th floor was locked with 2 more locks. Yun Jingson and his team were busy with something, and Meng Xiai did not see them. Instead, he saw Duan Yin and Chengyu holding iron nets. installing them at the staircase leading to the 17th floor. Brother, you help me get the pliers. Okay. Duan Yin had a baby face and was afraid that students would not listen to him. So when he taught on weekdays, he was used to having a cold face when facing students. Maybe it was because there were only Duan Yin and Cheng Yu at this time. So his voice was not so harsh. And he looked like a high school student. No wonder he pretended to be so sophisticated. When Cheng Yu took the pliers, he suddenly saw Meng Ci and nodded to him. Meng Ci said, Teacher Cheng. Teacher Duan. Is there anything I can help you with? Duan Yan's face immediately became stern after hearing Meng Ci's voice. No. We can do it ourselves. Okay. If you two teachers need my help, you can find me at any time, Meng Ci said, and left. People have started to set up the equipment. Meng Ci looked at the house and thought that he could move the bricks and cement out. If that doesn't work, he can still hit people with bricks. Cement can also be sprinkled down to catch the robbers off guard. But the dust can blind their eyes, causing them to lose sight of the road and fall down if they miss a step. There are still a few bows in the space. And Meng Ci took out 2 more. 3 bows, 50 arrows, and 2 long swords. Shinkei also got up at this time, holding an alarm in his hand, indicating that it can be pressed at the entrance of the stairs on the 17th floor. The volume has been turned up to the maximum, so that anyone who comes can be heard in time. There is also an intercom, which was given to Cheng Yu. The channel is set to 2, so that everyone can contact in time if there is any situation. To celebrate the cooperation between the 2 companies, Yun Jingson and his family cooked hot pot at home and invited Meng Ci and Shinkei to eat at home. The 2 did not refuse, and one of them brought some food from home. Spicy hot pot smells delicious. Meng Ci also took a bottle of red wine, but because they had to resist the robbers, they only drank a little. Ruan Qing also brought out a large bottle of Coke. I only have 2 bottles of Coke left. After Ruan Qing distributed them to everyone, she sighed while holding the Coke that was only 1/3 left. Ruan Qing liked Coke the most, and was afraid that if he drank it all at once, he would only pour a small cup and drink it when he was craving it. For the rest, he would tighten the bottle mouth, and then store it upside down, for fear that the air inside would escape. Seeing Ruan Qing's expression so aggrieved, Meng Ci said, Where do I have a can of Coke? If you like to drink it, I'll get it for you. Really? Ruan Qing suddenly came to life. Yeah. Meng Ci nodded. Ruan Qing hugged Meng Ci's arm, and said coquettishly, I knew that my brother is the best. Chapter 64 Xiao Ci, I only like you. Squeak. The alarm outside suddenly sounded. Meng Ci and Yun Jingson and the others took out their things together. Could it be that the bandits had sneaked in, as a result? Before opening the door of the corridor to find out what was going on, Meng Ci heard a familiar voice coming from outside. Fuck, who set up this electric grid? It's electrocuting me to death. When I get Meng Ci, I'll throw you guys out. Hearing this, Meng Ci rolled his eyes. It's embarrassing to mobilize so many people for such a thing. Meng Ci introduced Yun Jingson and others. Well, that guy has a grudge against me. Yun Jingson nodded, calmly put down the baseball bat in his hand, and then asked, Do you need help? No. Since he didn't need help, Yun Jingson and others didn't stay here for long and left. Ruan Qing was reluctant to leave. Brother, do you need my help? Meng Ci shook his head. No. You can go back. With Ruan Qing's small body, if he stayed here, he would not only help, but also have to take care of him. Let Ruan Qing look at the long knife in his hand. Meng Ci said, See, I have this thing. No one dares to bully me. Brother, I can help you here, Ruan Qing said with his hands on his waist, trying his best to make a fierce expression. But Ruan Qing was cute, and at this time, it seemed that she was just acting cute, not scary at all. Thank you for your kindness. But it's better to have Shinkei and I here. And the sword has no eyes. What if I accidentally hurt you? What if the teacher blames me? Okay. Ruan Qing saw that Meng Ci really didn't need his help, so he was reluctant to leave. I was still wondering in my heart, why did my brother only let Shinkei help when they were both men? Shinkei helped open the staircase door, and saw Lu Jia hesitating there, studying how to destroy the power grid. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Jia looked over expectantly, and saw Meng Ci as expected. Meng Ci. Xiao Ci. Take this thing away. Meng Ci rolled his eyes. What are you doing? Lu Jia. You have no brains. Or is there something wrong with your brain? Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Lu Jia was not afraid at all. Instead he said shamelessly, Xiao Ci. I know you like me. I liked Yaya before. But I was deceived by her sweet words. Now I'm sober. I know that the person I like most is still you. Xiao Ci. Can you give me a chance? Ah! Before Lu Jia finished speaking, an arrow flew past his ear and fell to the ground. The arrow was cold, brushing past Lu Jia's ear, and frightened him so much that he sat down on the ground. Xiao Ci. You? Ming Ci put down the bow in his hand, and said coldly, Get lost. Don't get in the way here anymore. When several people were preparing yesterday, they arranged the back of the door, put 2 tables, and put a lot of weapons on them. Lu Jia swallowed his saliva, thinking of his previous experience, and didn't want to leave easily, so he played the emotional card. Xiao Ci. You see, we are classmates. Just take me in this time. I promise to be obedient in the future, and I will never fall in love with others. You tell me to go east. I will never go west. Ming Ci saw that Lu Jia didn't want to leave even though he had threatened him to this extent. He was very curious about what happened at the refugee resettlement site that made Lu Jia and so many people run back. And I also brought back a rubber boat. Xiao Ci, the most important thing in the rainstorm now is the rubber boat. With it, we can find food. Lu Jia pulled out a crumpled thing from the back. If he didn't say it was a rubber boat, no one would know. Xiao Ci, look. Ming Ci leaned against the door, nodding his head and said, If you want me to keep you, I can. Lu Jia looked at Ming Ci with surprise. Xiao Ci, I knew you still like me. You must not want me to be alone and helpless. After saying that, Lu Jia didn't want anything in his hand, and walked up 2 steps. Seeing the electric fence in front of him, Lu Jia was still a little scared. Xiao Ci. Take this thing away quickly. Let me go up. Now Ming Ci is going to be with him. What is the point of these broken things? Shin Ke stood aside, wanting to say something, but thinking that Ming Ci should not be such an impulsive person. He stopped. Ming Ci said, Wait. I haven't finished talking yet. Lu Jia stood there, frowning. Xiao Ci. What else is there to say? Let me in quickly. Make me a meal. You don't know how hungry I am these days. Ming Ci rolled his eyes directly. This guy has not changed his arrogant temper until now. If you want to come in, tell me what happened in the refugee resettlement site first. If you are satisfied, I will let you in. Speaking of the refugee resettlement site, Lu Jia had endless complaints. What kind of refugee resettlement site is that? It's clearly for us to work for free. Lu Jia showed his hands to Ming Ci. Xiao Ci. Look at my hands. They are all worn out. It turned out that the soldiers who had left before took the refugees to the villa area bought by Ming Ci. However, when the heavy rain started, the area was divided into 2 halves by the army. One half was the rich area, and the other half was used as a refugee resettlement site. In the early stage, because there were not enough houses, it was useless to take all the refugees, so only a part of the residents were taken. These residents could only work in the heavy rain every day to exchange for food, and the work they had to do was to dig canals and build houses. The houses built were for refugees to live in. A room was only a few square meters, and could only fit a simple single bed, not to mention the bathroom. It took a long way to wash your face, and once someone made trouble, they would be driven away. Of course, if the people there left, the soldiers would give them a rubber boat, and the rest they could take away were their own personal belongings. Many people couldn't stand this kind of suffering, so they had no choice but to leave. However, the rainstorm outside continued, and bandits were rampant. Many residents who went out, without exception, ran back in the end. If they were working, there was a soldier guarding at every distance. If anyone was lazy, it would be recorded, and when it was time to eat, their appetite would decrease. Lu Jia had never done this kind of work before, so he couldn't stand it. He often had to rest after digging for a while, so he couldn't eat enough every time. Make trouble? Of course some people made trouble, but after seeing several people who led the trouble being mercilessly shot, they no longer dared to make trouble. They could only pray in their hearts that this rainstorm would end soon. Ming Ci heard this and roughly understood. There were still several days before the end of the world, and it would be a blizzard soon. If they didn't build the house now, when the blizzard came, They wouldn't even have a place to hide from the cold. And I'm afraid more people would die. Chapter 65. Sorry. It's all my fault. Shao Ci. I've told you what I know. Can you let me in? Lu Jie asked naively. Meng Ci chuckled, and then raised the bow in his hand. No. Because I'm not satisfied with what you said. Swish. This time Meng Ci didn't hold back, and shot an arrow, which directly rubbed Lu Jie's face. Arrows are not consumables, and they can be taken back and used again after shooting. So when Meng Ci has nothing to do, he will take them out to practice his accuracy. Although he can't be called a master archer now, his accuracy is good enough. Lu Jie touched his face and saw the blood on his hand, and he was very angry. Meng Ci, don't go too far. I said I like you, which has given you a lot of face. Don't be shameless. Meng Ci felt that he could go even further and be shameless with your family. But if it weren't for Wan Qing being upstairs, Lu Jie's body would dirty his eyes, and Meng Ci would have wanted to shoot him to death with one arrow. Lu Jie saw Meng Ci's arrow, which was pointed directly at his forehead this time. He didn't dare to stay here anymore, and could only leave in embarrassment. When leaving, Lu Jie was still muttering that he would teach Meng Ci a lesson. After driving him away, the two went back to their own homes. After closing the door tightly, Meng Ci went back to feed the rabbits, water them, and fertilize them. Then he sat on the balcony and began to observe the outside. Unexpectedly, he saw Lu Jie, who was afraid of death, paddling out in a rubber boat. Did this guy feel that he could not find any benefit here, and went back to the refugee resettlement site? Meng Ci originally wanted to go downstairs to chase Lu Jie and kill him directly, but thinking that it was raining so hard outside, it would be troublesome to go out. Since Lu Jie wants to go out and die, let him go. Maybe Lu Jie will be killed by the bandits. Therefore, Meng Ci stopped going down to find Lu Jie. But he didn't expect that Lu Jie would bring greater disasters because of his laziness. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Meng Ci observed 5 assault boats coming from a distance, and each assault boat had a flag hanging in front of it, with the words Qing Long Gang written on it. This group of people did not search the nearby buildings one by one like yesterday, but came to the building where Meng Ci was in a menacing manner. Meng Ci had a cold face. He saw Lu Jie on the speedboat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Meng Ci couldn't help but slap himself. If he hadn't been decisive enough and hadn't dealt with Lu Jie earlier, how could Lu Jie have brought people here? Meng Ci, Meng Ci. Shen Kei's voice came from the intercom. Meng Ci, are you there? The bandits are coming. We have to start preparing. Meng Ci took a deep breath and connected the intercom. I saw it. I'll come right away. Okay. Shen Kei heard that something was wrong with Meng Ci's tone. He also saw Lu Jie on the speedboat of that group of people, and he probably understood what Meng Ci was angry about. Don't think too much. Even if Lu Jie didn't bring them here, they would have found this place sooner or later. Shen Kei comforted. Meng Ci said, I'm fine. You should tell Teacher Yun and the others first. I'll come out when I'm ready. Yes. After hanging up the intercom, Meng Ci put his pistol behind his waist, and even stuffed a flash bomb into his pocket. In fact, there was a grenade in the space. Yet he wasn't afraid that this thing was too powerful. Meng Ci really wanted to throw it out and blow these people to death. Especially Lu Jie. If I can't kill him this time, I'll just jump off the building. Before Meng Ci came out, he looked outside and saw that the robbers were already at the bottom of the building. When he reached the stairs, Yun Jingsen and the others had already arrived. Sorry. Meng Ci felt that he had to tell them about Lu Jie. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let Lu Jie go, these robbers wouldn't have come so quickly. Mao Xinyu held a long knife in her hand, still wearing a pair of high heels and delicate makeup. Even though the temperature had reached 1 or 2 degrees, he was not wearing bulky clothes like them. You also said that the robbers would not come so quickly. So what difference does it make if they come early or late? That's right. Yun Jingsen consoled him. The sooner you come, the sooner you can finish the job, and you won't have to worry anymore. After being consoled by several teachers, Meng Ci felt a little better. But at the same time, he reminded himself in his heart that he must not be soft-hearted in the future, and must not cut the grass without rooting it out. Soon, several people heard the sound of footsteps becoming clearer and clearer, coming from below. There were 5 speedboats, and 5 people were squeezed on each one. Wan Qing came out of the room at this time, holding on to the wall and said, Teacher Yun, I can help too. Yoon Jingson hadn't said anything yet. But Duan Yin had already glared at him and said, "Go back quickly and close the door." It was only yesterday that Ming Ci found out that the reason Duan Yin was so strict with Wan Qing was because Wan Qing was a classmate of his. Duan Yin had very good grades in school. After graduating and entering their high school to teach, he did not start from the ordinary class like other teachers, but divided the students into one top class and one ordinary class. Wan Qing is in the elite class. I heard that his other grades are pretty good, except for physics, which makes him the last in every exam. In order to prevent his classmates from falling behind, Duan Yin often gives Wan Qing extra lessons. Sometimes when he does a question incorrectly, Duan Yin will hit his palm with a ruler. Even though it is raining heavily outside and it is the end of the world, Duan Yin still insists on giving Wan Qing an hour of extra lessons every day. He even shoulders the burden of the class teacher and asks other teachers to find time to teach Wan Qing. Fortunately, Wan Qing did well in other subjects, so life was not very difficult. It was also because of these reasons that Wan Qing was still a little afraid of Duan Yin. Although he knew that Duan Yin was doing it for his own good, he was still afraid. So the timid Wan Qing, after hearing the short and unquestionable words, could only reluctantly return to the room. But he kept his ears pressed against the door, thinking that if the teachers outside couldn't beat him, he would rush out and die with them. "Brother Long, there are a lot of food in the room, and there must be a lot of good things. Are you sure? If you dare to lie to me, I will cut you into pieces." Don't worry. I will definitely not lie to you." Lu Jia led the way in front, thinking in his heart, since Ming Ci didn't care about their past friendship, don't blame him for being cruel. If Ming Ci knew what Lu Jia was thinking, he would definitely spit at him several times. Where does the friendship between the two of them come from? Don't flatter yourself. Chapter 66. No. We still have to use it. Brother Long. It's right here. Look at the iron net they installed. And there are so many locks on the door. There must be a lot of good things hidden in the house. The man called Brother Long's eyes were shining. We searched so many places, but there was nothing good. Brothers, we really made a fortune this time. 24 people shouted together. Seeing the other side of the electric fence, there were 7 people standing, both men and women, not to mention that the woman looked really good. You guys, are you going to surrender obediently, or let me beat you into surrender? Yoon Jingson folded his hands and chuckled. Before you brag, let's see if you can come up first. Since these people choose to overestimate their abilities, there is no need to waste too much time. Then Brother Long commanded 2 people, and asked them to dismantle the power grid. The 2 people rushed up quickly. Hiss! As soon as the 2 people put their hands on it, they felt a wave of numbness and backed off. Brother Long, there is electricity on it. Brother Long held an iron rod in his hand and hit each person. It's electric. I didn't electrocute you to death. Hurry up and get rid of it. Yes. The 2 thought about it. The electricity just now was just like static electricity. There was no danger. It's okay to endure it. So they called 2 more people to help. The 4 of them went forward together to get rid of the electric net in one go. However, this time, the 4 of them were not as lucky as before. Ah! Fuck! Duan Yin stayed behind Chung Yu, secretly turned up the current, and with a sizzling sound, the smell of barbecue began to fill the air. The 4 people retreated together. One person even missed a step and rolled down the stairs. The people behind him were not prepared and rolled down. Suddenly, wailing and cursing echoed in the corridor. Ming Ci couldn't help laughing. Seeing Lu Jia, who was pressed at the bottom and grinning, Ming Ci cursed in his heart that he deserved it. Brother Long was provoked by Ming Ci's laughter, and he turned sideways and kicked the person who fell beside him. Get up quickly. You only embarrass me. Then he ordered the people behind him to find wood to get rid of the iron net. This power grid is only 4 layers high. Duan Yin tied one side of it to the guardrail and nailed a few nails on the wall on the other side. It is easy to remove it. The reason why it was not reinforced was not because it was troublesome, but because of the problem of electricity. Now the power generation depends entirely on generators and diesel, and there is not much diesel stored. Duan Yin and his friends don't know how long this rainstorm will last, and diesel should be saved as much as possible. Therefore, this generator only puts 2 liters of diesel, and can only produce more than 10 degrees of electricity. The power is adjusted very small on weekdays, which only serves as a deterrent. Some cowards who are afraid of death will leave immediately when they see the electricity. But the desperate people in front of them will not stop until they achieve their goal. So after electrocuting the 4 people, Duan Yen directly cut off the electricity. There was no need to waste electricity for these guys. Duan Yen had told Ming Xiai and the others about this before. So several people had already tightened their weapons. The guys who rolled into a ball had already climbed up. 2 of the 4 people who were electrocuted had already suffered cardiac arrest and were no longer breathing. The other 2, even though they stood up, their arms twitched. Their hands couldn't hold anything. And their eyes were bright. If they were not sent for treatment, they would probably die in half an hour at most. 2 people found 2 pieces of wood downstairs and came up. And they were going to destroy the electric fence. Ming Xiai and his men certainly couldn't let them destroy it. They brought a bow over. Ming Xiai put an arrow on it. And with a whoosh, he shot the man in the neck. Nowadays, because it is too cold, people wear a lot of clothes. So Ming Xiai can only shoot arrows at the exposed skin, which makes the target smaller. And people move, so the accuracy becomes lower. The man who was shot with an arrow touched his bleeding neck and moved faster with a piece of wood to destroy the electric fence. Then, a basin of cold water was poured down. The people standing in front, unprepared, howled, "My eyes, my eyes!" The people were in a mess, unable to see the direction, stepped on the air and rolled over, and some even fell directly from the guardrail. Fang Shui, who did this, calmly put down the basin in his hand. Long Ji's eyes also got pepper water, but he was far away, so he recovered quickly. With red eyes, Brother Long threatened to make them pay. This group of people seemed to be enraged, and some picked up wood from the ground and began to destroy the power grid. Soon, the power grid fell to the ground. The group of people from the Qinglong gang rushed forward. Ming Xiai put down his bow and arrow, and fought with several people with a long knife. Shen Kai and Cheng Yu were both strong and powerful, and the Qinglong gang's mob was naturally no match for them. But they couldn't stand the large number of people in the Qinglong gang. And although Yun Jingsen and his group had Cheng Yu to help train, the time was too short, and the Qinglong gang gradually fought to the 17th floor. Fortunately, some of the people who were splashed with pepper spray before have not recovered yet. Therefore, Ming Xiai and his team acted ruthlessly. If they don't deal with this group of people quickly, it will be even more troublesome when the group below comes up. Ming Xiai and Shen Kai are always not far away. If the other party is in danger, they can rush to help in time. Some of the people below who were injured in the eyes by pepper spray gradually recovered and joined the battle. Ming Xiai touched the flash bomb in his pocket. It seems that he still needs to use this thing. Thinking that there were 2 rooms on the east and west sides without doors, he could hide in these 2 rooms when he threw the flash bomb. Yun Jingsen and the others didn't want the bandits to get close to the house they lived in, to prevent Wan Qing from getting hurt. So they were in the middle, closer to the houses on the east and west sides. Ming Xiai and Shen Kai were close to the wall they built. And the Qinglong gang members got even more excited when they saw the wall. Such a thick wall meant there were a lot of good things inside. Everyone was imagining in their minds what good things they would find later. "Go to the middle," Ming Xiai said as he and Shen Kai approached. Although Shen Kai didn't know why, he obeyed and followed Ming Xiai to the middle. Gradually, the 7 of them gathered together. "I'll count to 3 later, and everyone will run to the houses on the east and west sides." "Yes." Ming Xiai lowered his voice and asked everyone to remind each other before starting to count. 3, 2, 1, run. The 7 people didn't fight and ran to both sides. Ming Xiai walked at the end, and after making sure everyone entered the house, he took out a flash bomb and threw it out. When he turned to enter the house, Ming Xiai was caught off guard and was slashed on the back by a person close to him, and his steps staggered. Shen Kai was guarding the door and quickly reached out to pull Ming Xiai in. Chapter 67 Xiao Xiai, I won't dare to do it again. Bang! A strong bright light instantly emanated from the corridor, accompanied by a strong explosion. The Qinglong gang members were caught off guard and suffered temporary blindness, and their ears lost their direction. "Ming Xiai, are you okay?" After Shen Kai pulled Ming Xiai in, he quickly checked the wound on his back. Mao Sinew, who came in with him, also looked at Ming Xiai worriedly. "It's okay." Ming Xiai shook his head. To make it easier to fight today, Ming Xiai didn't wear much inside, so he could feel the abnormal pain in his back, and blood was flowing out. But time is running out, and now is not the time to talk about these things. If we don't take advantage of the blindness of the Qinglong gang and the direction they can't see clearly, and kill them, they will kill us later. Let's deal with them first. After saying that, Meng Xiai had already walked out first. Hiss, it hurts to be chopped. Meng Xiai immediately turned the pain into strength, and chopped 2 people with a bang. However, the pain did not transfer, but because Meng Xi's movements were too big, the wound hurt more. But there was no way, the enemy had not been driven away. Even if the pain was so severe that tears were about to flow, Meng Xiai could only endure it. When Yun Jingsen and the others saw Meng Xiai coming out, they also rushed out to finish off the enemy. The effect of the flash bomb quickly disappeared. Seeing that most of their companions were dead, they hurried downstairs. Ruan Qing ran out at some point, holding a box of marbles in his arms, and fell down the stairs. Although the marbles were small, they were very fast. He quickly caught up with a group of people. The person running behind was not prepared and stepped on the marbles, slipping. Then the group of people who wanted to escape fell down like dominoes. Yun Jingsen and the others hurried down to finish off the enemy. When Duan Yin passed by Ruan Qing, he said, "Go back." In Duan Yin's mind, this place was bloody and not suitable for an underage student in the 2nd year of high school to see. Okay. Ruan Qing held the box of marbles and obediently went back to the room. Meng Xiai went down the 16th floor, but did not rush to finish off the enemy, but went to find Lu Jie. "Lu Jie, come out. You have the guts to find someone to deal with us, but you don't have the guts to face us?" The doors of the several rooms on the 16th floor were tightly closed, and Lu Jie had nowhere to go. He wanted to jump directly from the window that was not closed, but he did not have any courage. When Meng Xiai found him, Lu Jie leaned against a corner, trembling. "Xiao Xiai, I'm sorry. I didn't want to come to them either. They threatened me." "Yes, they threatened me." "Xiao Xiai, let me go." "Xiao Xiai, we are not just classmates, but you also like me. Have you forgotten?" Meng Xiai didn't want to listen to him anymore, and directly grabbed Lu Jie's clothes and dragged him to the 17th floor. Seeing that Meng Xiai was going to tie him up with a rope, Lu Jie struggled and begged for mercy. "Xiao Xiai, Xiao Xiai, don't be impulsive." Meng Xiai was annoyed by the noise, and without blinking, he stabbed Lu Jie's thigh with a knife. "Ah!" Lu Jie screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Shut up." Meng Xiai hadn't put down the knife in his hand yet, and the bright red blood fell to the ground along the knife. "If you shout again, I will cut your neck directly with the next knife." Lu Jie was afraid of death, biting his lower lip tightly, and dared not shout out. Meng Xiai tied Lu Jie's hands and feet first, and then cut a piece of clothes from a man who fell to the ground and was silent, and stuffed it into Lu Jie's mouth. "Woo woo woo. What are you doing?" Lu Jie struggled. His face was covered with tears and snot, making people feel sick. Meng Xiai used his knife to cut Lu Jie's clothes, and then pulled them off piece by piece. Shin Kei and the others had finished dealing with the people below, and when they came up and saw Meng Xiai like this, they were all terrified. Yun Jingsen thought Meng Xiai was provoked by Lu Jie, so he did such a thing as pulling people's clothes off. Meng classmate, are you okay? I took psychology as an elective in college. Do you want me to help you with your problem?" Meng Xiai raised his head, said with a smile, "Thank you. Teacher Yun, I'm fine, don't worry." Then he looked at Shin Kei. "Shin Kei, can you do me a favor?" Shin Kei nodded directly. Meng Xiai only left Lu Jie a pair of underwear, and then he pushed him downstairs, Shin Kei holding a bundle of ropes in his hand. On the 5th floor, Meng Xiai entered a room. "Are you familiar with it?" Meng Xiai asked Lu Jie. "This is where you and Li Xiaoya killed Zhang Lu." Meng Xiai pointed to the wall, which had turned dark red. The place where Meng Xiai and his friends were was the house Meng Xiai rented for Li Xiaoya. Lu Jie was very surprised when he heard this. How did Meng Xiai know this? He suddenly remembered the flash when he and Li Xiaoya dumped the body. Could it be Meng Xi's trick? Woo. Lu Jie wanted to explain that he did not kill Zhang Lu, but Li Xiaoya did. However, Meng Xiai did not want to know what he was going to say. "Remember? The food you hid outside the kitchen window was stolen. Actually, I found the contact information of the person downstairs and told him." When Lu Jie heard this, he looked at Meng Xiai with a look that seemed to be poisoned. No wonder, the food he hid well was stolen. And, if the hidden food was not gone, how could he be sent to the fat man's bed by Zhang Lu and others? Thinking of what Fatty did to him during those 2 days, Lu Jie hated Meng Xiai to death. Meng Xiai tied the rope around Lu Jie, while continuing to rub salt into his wounds. Lu Jie was sent to Fatty's bed by Zhang Lu and the others because of Li Xiaoya. The affair between Li Xiaoya and Yi Xian was exposed, which was a gift from Meng Xiai to him. After the rope was tied, Meng Xiai tied one end to the coffee table in the room, and then pointed a knife at Lu Jie. Let's go to the balcony. The knife was pressed tightly against his waist, and Lu Jie dared not to leave. On the balcony, Meng Xiai took the clothes out of Lu Jie's mouth. Xiao Xiai, let me go. I promise, I will never appear in front of you again. Meng Xiai will not be soft-hearted this time. Go up. After reaching the balcony, Meng Xiai asked Lu Jie to climb onto the windowsill, and then jump down. How could Lu Jie agree to this? He still wanted to live. He didn't want to die. Xiao Xiai, don't be impulsive. Not wanting to listen to Meng Xi's nonsense, he stabbed Lu Jie in the waist with a knife. Go up. Lu Jie was now in a situation of wolves in front and tigers behind, so he had to climb up. Once he got on the window, he had no choice but to jump. Plop! Lu Jie was pushed into the flood by Meng Xiai, and was quickly washed away. But with a rope tied to his hands, he could not be washed away at all. Little. Plop! Little Xiai. I won't dare to do it again. Save. Save. Me. Lu Jie's voice was intermittent, and his figure rose and fell in the water. If he was not careful, a large mouthful of floodwater would go into his stomach. Chapter 68. Ouch! I accidentally fell into his arms. Are you calm? Shinkei stood side by side with Meng Xiai, looking at Lu Jie, who was exhausted in the flood. Not even close. Only when Lu Jie was really dead, Meng Xiai felt that his anger would completely disappear. Before you calm down, can you treat the wound first? When Meng Xiai heard Shinkei's words, he remembered that he had an injury on his back. It seems that fighting can't make people forget the pain, only anger can make people forget. Seeing that Lu Jie had drunk enough water in the water, Meng Xiai asked Shinkei to help pull him up. It was not that Meng Xiai was soft-hearted, but he felt that if he went up to bandage the wound, what if Lu Jie was washed away by the water, or rescued by someone else? He must not be soft-hearted this time. After pulling him up, Lu Jie spit out water from his mouth. The only underwear Meng Xiai had left on his body had been washed away by the water. At this time, he was lying naked on the ground. It was really eye-catching. Meng Xiai quickly looked away. Lu Jie had already started to roll his eyes and spit out water. Xiao Xiai, I knew you still like me. After Lu Jie finished vomiting, he got excited again and started to be sentimental. Meng Xiai was speechless. Like him. What's there to like about his two tails of meat, with a knife in hand? While Lu Jie was about to say something, Meng Xiai killed a man with a knife with an expressionless face. He threw the man into the flood, and by the way, he pierced the speedboats of the Qinglong gang. After destroying the body and the evidence, Meng Xiai and Shinkei went upstairs. On the 17th floor, Yun Jingsen and the others were more or less injured. At this time, they had already dealt with each other, and were planning to throw the bodies down the stairs. After seeing Meng Xiai and Shinkei coming up, Yun Jingsen asked, Have you dealt with it? Meng Xiai nodded. Shinkei said, I'll go and bandage his wound first, and then come out to help you deal with these. It's okay. We have a lot of people, and we will deal with it in a while. You guys go about your business. Yun Jingsen said considerately. What? Brother is injured? Wan Qing opened the security door, but before he stepped out of the door, he could only step back under Duan Yan's eyes, and then close the door. Okay. If you don't want to go out, then don't go out. We've already seen the bodies of those people outside, so what's there to hide from? Shinkei brought the person to his home, turned on 2 stoves first, and then let Meng Xiai take off his clothes and lie on the sofa. Disinfect with alcohol, bandage the wound with gauze. Meng Xiai didn't say a word during the whole process. Shinkei thought that Meng Xiai had strong endurance, but in fact, Meng Xiai was thinking about something. It's the end of the world, and it seems difficult to live without worrying about worldly affairs, because if he doesn't look for trouble, there will definitely be trouble. Maybe one day, I won't fight the enemy, and will be killed directly. If that's the case, I might as well live my life according to my own wishes. Thinking of this, Meng Xiai glanced at Shinkei. Shinkei was confused by this look, and his hand that was taping the tape paused, and asked, Does it hurt? Then, Shinkei deliberately softened his hand. Meng Xiai shook his head and turned his head back. This guy looks pretty good, and I have been thinking about him for so long. If I don't take him down, will we meet again in the underworld? At worst, I can eat, and wear worse in the future, and live a tighter life. He did what he said. So when Shinkei treated Ming Xi's wound and helped him up, Ming Xi pretended to feel pain in his wound, and then fell into Shinkei's arms. Ming Xi blinked. Sorry. I just pulled my wound by accident. Then he sighed in his heart. These two open doors are so comfortable to lie on. It's okay. Shinkei helped him sit down. Since your wound hurts, then stay at home. I'll go and help them treat it. Ming Xi didn't agree. After all, Yun Jingsen and the others were also injured and didn't rest. He is still a man. Is it appropriate for him to stay in the room to rest? Seeing Ming Xi insist, Shinkei didn't know what to say. The bodies on the 17th floor had been dealt with almost. Ming Xi and Shinkei went down to the 16th floor, and the two of them carried the bodies and threw them outside. After throwing the bodies, they began to collect rainwater to wash the ground. At this time, Ruan Qing came out again holding his box. This time Duan Yin didn't care about Ruan Qing. Ruan Qing went down to the 16th floor and began to look for something. When Ming Xi saw him, he came down and asked him what he was looking for. Fine marbles. Ruan Qing squatted down, picked up 2 blood-stained marbles, and threw them into the box. These marbles are round, and they just rolled down from the upstairs. I don't know where they rolled to. It's probably difficult to find them all. Ruan Qing nodded. I know I can't find them all, but I'll find as many as I can. Mao Sin heard this and said, since Ruan wants to find them, then I'll trouble Ming to help him find them. As for the others, leave them to us. Ming Xi had a back injury, and dragging and pulling would also affect the wound. Since he said so, Ming Xi didn't refuse. After searching at the staircase, the two went to the 16th floor to see if there was anything that had rolled down here. After searching, they went down the stairs 1 floor at a time. Ruan Qing held the box, and finally found only half of it. This is what Teacher Duan brought back for me. He said I could play with it when I was bored. Some time ago, when Duan Yin and his friends went out to look for something, Duan Yin brought back a box of marbles and a flying chess for Ruan Qing. When they were fighting just now, Ruan Qing had been observing the outside. When he saw those people trying to run away, Ruan Qing knew that if he didn't get rid of the root of the problem, there would be endless trouble. So when he saw the marbles in the room, he took them out and scattered them on the stairs. Now that the danger was over, Ruan Qing naturally found the marbles. Ming Xi heard this and said with emotion, Teacher Duan is really good to you. Ruan Qing heard this and stopped walking upstairs and complained, not good. Teacher Duan is too much. I am only in the 2nd year of high school now, and Teacher Duan teaches me high school physics. He even sorted out a lot of university physics books and said he wanted me to learn. Do you know how thick those books are? And Teacher Duan asked Teacher Yuan and others to find the books and teach me together. Ruan Qing said this. His expression was very aggrieved. Wow, physics is so hard. I just can't learn it. When Ming Xi was in college, he just couldn't understand the advanced mathematics in his freshman year. So he knew this kind of pain, and proposed, then I'll tell Teacher Duan to stop teaching you physics. No. Ruan Qing refused without thinking, and then walked upstairs. Teacher Duan doesn't want me to be biased in one subject. If I don't learn, he will be sad. Ming Xi shook his head after hearing this. Well, it seems that these two are willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. He should stop meddling in other people's business. Duan Yin, who was originally going to look for 2 people, nodded with relief after hearing this. Chapter 69. Wow. Learning is really useful. Brother, come to my house for dinner today. I'm a good cook. Thinking that everyone had a hard time fighting today, Ruan Qing suggested that he cook. Ming Xi nodded, and then he plucked some vegetable leaves from the flower pot at home and sent them to Ruan Qing and the others. Yun Jingsen and the others were mopping the floor outside. So Ming Xi came out to do what he could. What was even more amazing was Duan Yin. Because some walls were stained with blood, he actually took a basin, took Chengyu to the downstairs corridor, scraped a lot of wall powder up, mixed it with water, and began to apply it on the wall. Ming Xi saw this and suspected that Duan Yin studied civil engineering, not physics, in college. Otherwise, how could he look so weak and gentle? But actually paint? Chengyu and Fang Shirui helped Duan Yin fix the electric grid. This time, the height of the grid was increased by more than 30 centimeters, and hinges were added to facilitate opening the grid from the inside. After the outside was almost done, Yuan Jingson and Mao Xinyu went in to help Ruan Qing cook. There were many people, so they chose to make hot pot. On the induction cooker, the Mandarin duck pot exuded a strong spicy smell. Although it was a double-flavored hot pot, the hot pot ingredients were only spicy. But one side had less, and the other side had more. Ruan Qing was serving dishes. When she saw the can of Coke in Ming Xi's hand, her eyes lit up, and she ran over quickly. "Brother, is this for me?" "Of course." Ming Xi handed the Coke to Ruan Qing. "Thank you, brother." Then Ruan Qing ran back to her room with the Coke and came out a minute or two later. "Brother, don't tell the teachers about you returning the Coke to me. They think it's not good to drink too much Coke, so they only give me one bottle every few days." Ming Xi nodded. "No problem. But you hide the things well. Don't let the teachers find out. Even if they find out, you are not allowed to betray me." Ruan Qing nodded, and then went in immediately to help Yuan Jingson and the others serve the dishes. Now that the Qinglong gang has just been dealt with, I believe there will be no threats for the time being. Therefore, Ming Xi brought a can of beer, and even took out a bottle of red wine bought in Country M from the space. Everyone was not a heavy drinker, so everyone drank half a bottle of beer. However, when they drank the red wine brought by Ming Xi, they all praised it. Only Mao Xinyu, who usually looked elegant and intellectual, drank several glasses out of character. "Ming, this is a good thing." Mao Xinyu held a disposable cup, leaned against the back of the chair, put the cup to the tip of her nose and sniffed it, with an intoxicated expression on her face. Her posture was elegant, as if she was at some high-class and elegant banquet. Yuan Jingson pushed her with his arm. "Why are you pretending? If you like to drink, drink it quickly. Don't pretend." Mao Xinyu snorted. "People like you who don't know how to enjoy life don't understand wine." After that, Mao Xinyu drank the red wine in the glass. "Do you understand wine?" Yuan Jingson said. "I am venting my depression now," Mao Xinyu said, taking the red wine bottle and pouring it into the glass. Most of the bottle of red wine went into her stomach. Ruan Qing was sitting on the side, seeing Mao Xinyu drinking. When she put down the bottle, he took it away stealthily while no one was paying attention. Before he could pour it in, Mao Xinyu grabbed it. "Children can't drink. Bert, drink your Coke," Duan Yen said with a straight face. "Since you don't want to eat, go review the class you're going to take later. If you still don't understand what I taught you yesterday, add another hour today." Ruan Qing was deflated when he heard this, and felt like the sky was falling. Teacher Duan had just experienced such a big fight, and now he has to supervise his study. Is the teacher made of iron? Doesn't he know how to get tired? Woohoo! It's raining heavily. Why can't he stop studying? In the end, Yuan Jingson rescued Ruan Qing. Ruan, don't listen to him. He's just drunk. Talking nonsense here. You eat your meal. I'm not drunk. Duan Yan's eyes were straight, and he was still shouting that he was not drunk. Several people didn't expect that Duan Yan had such a poor alcohol tolerance. But he drank half a glass of red wine, and he was drunk like this. "Ruan Qing, you should follow me now." Duan Yan stood up, but he didn't expect his legs to go weak, his eyes closed, and he fell drunk. Cheng Yu kept an eye on Duan Yan's situation, and when he fell, he quickly hugged him. "Xiao Yin is drunk, I'll take him to rest first. I'll trouble you here." "It's okay, you go and take good care of him." As the only two people who didn't drink, Yuan Jingson and Ruan Qing helped to clean up the dishes, and Fang Shuhui, who could drink a lot, also helped to bring the dishes in. Ming Xi had been looking at Duan Yan and Cheng Yu. When he saw Cheng Yu carrying Duan Yan like a princess, his eyes lit up. At this time, everyone had almost finished eating. Ming Xi and Shen Ke had also drunk some wine, so Yuan Jingson did not ask the two to help clean up. Ming Xi had been very calm, walking steadily into the two security doors. Seeing Shen Ke on the side didn't say anything. When he was about to open the door and go home, Ming Xi's eyes turned, his feet tilted, his body fell, and he didn't care about anything. Ming Xi. Fortunately, the two doors were close, and Shen Ke caught Ming Xi in time. "Ming Xi, wake up." Shen Ke shook Ming Xi several times, but Ming Xi didn't respond. He used his fingers to detect his breath. Except for a little rush, there was no other abnormality. Is he drunk? After shaking Ming Xi several times, there was no response. Shen Ke could only look for the key on Ming Xi. He touched the pockets of his coat, but there was nothing. Shen Ke couldn't start anywhere else. Sighing, Shinkei could only continue to open the door of his house. Putting one of Meng Si's arms on his neck, Shinkei helped him into the house. Meng Si lowered his head, opened his eyes slightly, and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, learning from experienced people is effective. But why is this different from others? Why doesn't he hug him like a princess? Then Meng Si was annoyed in his heart. If he had known that he wanted to chase someone, he should have asked the boss to download some chasing videos and learn from them. Now it seems that he can only rely on himself to explore most of the things. Otherwise, if he keeps staring at Duan Yin and the others, he might be regarded as a bad guy who wants to destroy their relationship. Shinkei helped the man into his bedroom. Thinking of the wound on Meng Si's back, Shinkei wanted to help Meng Si lie down. As soon as he grabbed Meng Si's shoulders, Shinkei was caught off guard and was knocked down by Meng Si. Meng Si? However, Meng Si did not react at all. Instead, he hugged Shinkei's neck and breathed smoothly. Meng Si's plan succeeded, and he was secretly happy. If he pressed Shinkei to sleep like this, he wondered what his reaction would be when he woke up tomorrow. Chapter 70. It's over. It's so embarrassing. No! Shinkei tried to get Meng Si off him, but Shinkei's hand moved, and Meng Si began to hum unconsciously. And the hand around his neck tightened. Some long hair brushed his neck. It was itchy. He couldn't scream, and he couldn't get it off. Meng Si clearly heard Shinkei's sigh, and then he put down the hand that pushed him. Meng Si was satisfied. It seems that he has great potential to seduce people. Keep up the good work, and take down Shinkei soon, so that he can live happily in the end times. However, we still have to try to survive and live one more day. It is now December 6th, and there are still 13 days before the rainstorm stops. However, other nightmares will come soon. On December 19th, acid rain began to fall intermittently. Many people in the book thought that the rainstorm was over and drove out in rubber boats to celebrate. However, soon an acid rain suddenly fell, corroding people's skin and destroying the rubber boats. Some people were exposed to acid rain for too long, causing breathing difficulties. In the end of the world, hospitals and clinics are not functioning, and these people can only lie at home and wait to die. Many houses are corroded and then collapsed. Fortunately, the house in Jinshang Jiayuan is strong, and there is no major problem. This is also a major reason why Meng Si chose to stay here at the beginning to survive the early stage of the rainstorm. Meng Si rested his head on Shinkei's chest for a long time, pretending to turn his face over unconsciously. This chest is a good pillow. It's a pity that there are so many clothes between them. I don't know how he will react if I pretend to be drunk and put my hand into Shinkei's clothes. Forget it. Let's proceed step by step first, so as not to scare people away, and then the gains will outweigh the losses. I just don't know if Shinkei likes men, but seeing that he didn't have a big reaction to Duan Yin and Cheng Yu's affairs, he shouldn't be homophobic. Thinking of Shinkei's daily care for me, maybe he is a closeted person. Then I regretted that I didn't download some teaching videos when I had the internet before. What if Shinkei doesn't know anything? Should I take the initiative? Forget it. Forget it. If it doesn't work, I can be on top of him at that time. As for other lubricants that need to be used, Meng Si said that there are plenty of them in the space. They were all looted by Meng Si in the previous pharmaceutical factory, and he would ensure that Shinkei would not be hurt. The more Meng Si thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and he didn't know when he fell asleep. Anyway, when he woke up, there was no trace of Shinkei on the bed. Meng Si was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt. Meng Si huddled in the quilt and took a deep breath. Well, it was all the smell of Shinkei. It smells good. The cricket pupa moved its body, and Meng Si's eyes widened with fear. Oh my god, Meng Si realized that something was wrong, and quickly lifted the quilt and sat up. He quickly took the military coat on the stool beside him, and put it on, planning to run away while Shinkei was not here. He gently opened the bedroom door, and stuck his head out. There was no one outside, so he could leave. Awake? As soon as he closed the bedroom door, Meng Si heard Shinkei's voice. Meng Si nodded. Yeah. Why am I here? Am I drunk? Well, thank you for taking me in. I'll go back now. After saying that, Meng Si gathered his clothes and was about to go out. Shinkei said, I prepared the meal. Stay and eat before you go. As he said that, he took out a plate of shredded potatoes and placed it on the dining table. Meng Si saw that Shinkei was not abnormal. He was also hungry, so he endured the discomfort and coughed lightly. Okay. Sitting at the dining table, Ming Xiai saw the dish on the plate and was confused. Is this shredded potatoes or potato sticks? How can someone's knife skills be so bad? Then, Shinkei brought out 2 bowls of noodles from the kitchen. This noodle was prepared by Shinkei borrowing Ming Xi's noodle press before. There is no problem. Each person gets half of the shredded potato. Ming Xiai mixed it well, and the shredded potato tasted okay. The most important thing is that the potato is cooked. How is it? Shinkei suddenly asked. I followed the seasoning you put in when you cooked before. Ming Xiai nodded. Okay. It's much better than my first time cooking. Ming Xiai praised sincerely. Ming Xiai is worried now, and is not in the mood to talk. After eating, he hurried back. As soon as he closed the security door, Ming Xiai entered the space. He quickly ran into the bathroom, took off his clothes, and took a shower. But this time, when he was showering, his eyes kept sneaking glances at the clothes on the side. What did he do yesterday? His pants were wet. Moreover, when he slept, he was lying on Shinkei. Shinkei must have felt something and thought he was making a statement. Now, how could he face him again? Ming Xiai thought of this and couldn't help but cover his face. Social death is complete. However, Ming Xi's eyes lit up. There was nothing unusual about Shinkei's expression today, which meant that Shinkei didn't know about it. It was possible that Shinkei was sleeping soundly and didn't know what he had done. Or, Shinkei was also interested in him. Anyway, Shinkei's reaction now, in Ming Xi's heart, was still very favorable. It seemed that catching up with Shinkei was a long way off. Before leaving the space, Ming Xiai went to the roof as usual, to see if the words on the wall had changed. This time, when Ming Xiai came to the wall, the words on the wall suddenly changed. A line of words reappeared. A large amount of acid rain needs to enter, so that the space can have unlimited water. Ming Xi's eyes lit up. Acid rain will be there soon. There are 2 glass jars in the space, which are used to store acid rain. There will be running water in the space soon, which means that I can use unlimited water. I don't have to be stingy anymore. I don't even dare to run water when taking a shower. Ming Xiai happily left the space and sneaked down to the 5th floor with a plastic bag in his hand, and then threw it out. Well, now that the evidence of my shameful crime has disappeared, there is nothing to be afraid of. During the recovery period, there were residents returning from the refugee settlement, and the army began to patrol everywhere by boat. It is estimated that more residents have left the refugee settlement, so the army came out to maintain order. In any case, with the protection of these soldiers, they are safer than before. At least there will be no large-scale robbers. After Ming Xi's careful care, the little rabbit has grown for now, and I believe it will be edible soon. The green vegetables planted before have been eaten almost. Ming Xiai turned the soil over and sowed some seeds again. He picked a few bags of vegetable seeds for Yunjingson and others. After all, they had eaten and drank other people's food for free before, and they also contributed a lot to cleaning the battlefield. Chapter 71 Ming Xiai, are you hurt in the head? Shinkei, Quebec. Ming Xiai thought, I'm fine now, so we can practice and have some intimate contact. The intercom was connected, and Shinkei's lazy voice came from the intercom. What's the matter? The voice was hoarse. Are you sleeping? Ming Xiai asked. Did I wake you up? Go back to sleep. As he said that, Ming Xiai was about to hang up the intercom. Shinkei said, I've been awake for a while. Is there something wrong? Nothing. I just thought if you were okay, we could practice and improve our strength. When Shinkei heard this, his tone suddenly became stern. The wound on your back is just healed, and you want to fight now. Don't you want the wound to heal? When Ming Xiai heard this, he slapped his forehead. As expected, beauty can lead to misleading people. Just now, I was only thinking about getting in close contact with someone and forgot about the wound. Ming Xiai coughed lightly. It's just that I'm too bored. And your skill in bandaging the wound is so good. I can't even feel the existence of the wound. After saying this, Ming Xiai praised himself in his heart. He not only praised Shinkei inconspicuously, but also reminded him to look at his back. If this happened in ancient times, Shinkei would have to take responsibility for looking at his body. Shinkei frowned when he heard this. I can't feel the wound, which means it's almost recovered. It has nothing to do with my bandaging skills. You didn't get a fever because of the temperature drop last night. And you're talking nonsense. Right? The temperature has dropped sharply in the past 2 days, and it is faintly trending to 0 degrees. A few days ago, Mao Xinyu and Wan Qing caught a cold. But fortunately, they stocked up on medicine and have almost recovered. And last night, the temperature dropped again. Ming Si had heard Shinkei getting up over there, and swallowed his complaints about Shinkei's lack of understanding of romance. No, I'm fine. Ming Si would measure the temperature every day, and when he woke up this morning, he found that the temperature had dropped to 0 degrees. But because the water outside was always flowing, it did not freeze. It was just that Ming Si boiled a pot of hot water in the morning, and just as he poured a little into the glass exploded in front of his eyes. Ming Si pulled open the curtains a little, and saw that the rain outside was a little lighter than before. And an idea came to him. Let's go out and see if we can catch any fish. Ming Si just said it casually. In addition, when he read a novel last night, there was a doomsday novel that mentioned catching fish in a flood. After Ming Si finished speaking, he thought about it carefully. And it might really be possible. There is a river in M City, and it is located downstream. There may be fish rushing down from upstream. Ming Si was not mainly here to catch fish, but to have more contact with Shinkei, so that he could possibly catch him. Shinkei knew that Ming Si did not have a cold or fever, so he did not come to see him. It is estimated that Shinkei also went to the window to see the situation outside, and agreed with Ming Si's words. However, when he came out, Shinkei held a large box of waterproof stickers in his hand. Rebandage your wound first. Although the wound has a scar, it is still possible to fester when it encounters water. Okay. Ming Si entered the room and started to take off his clothes. Hiss. When Ming Si took off his second sweater, he accidentally lifted the clothes inside a little, revealing his white waist, and gasped for air out of cold. As soon as he threw the sweater on the sofa, he felt a piece of hot clothes draped over his body. You? Ming Si was confused. Shouldn't he rebandage the wound? Are you stupid? Shinkei had already come to the sofa and turned on Ming Si's stove. It's going to be below freezing soon. Just take off your clothes. Did you get hurt in the head by those bandits? Ming Si gathered his clothes and was speechless. No. This guy doesn't like to talk on weekdays. Does he know that his words are not pleasant to listen to? After the stove was warmed up, Shinkei called Ming Si over. Shinkei didn't let Ming Si take off all his clothes. After he could directly lift his clothes up, Shinkei removed the gauze tape and put on a waterproof bandage. Just in case, Shinkei put on 2 more waterproof bandages before letting Ming Si put on his clothes. The two took a speedboat, a gun and a knife, and went downstairs. Not far away, the two saw several people paddling rubber boats from a distance. When they saw the two of them, they were obviously nervous and picked up the knives and axes in the rubber boats. Ming Si and Shinkei ignored them and drove past them in the speedboat. The men were obviously relieved. Did you see that there seemed to be fish on their boat? Ming Si said. Shinkei, who was driving the speedboat, nodded, then adjusted the direction and walked along the way they came. Slowly, more people were seen, driving rubber boats everywhere, and there were fish on almost every rubber boat. Ming Si had memorized the topography of M City by heart. He remembered that there was a cross-river bridge in front, connecting the two banks. At this time, the terrain was only slightly higher than Jinxiujiayuan. The flood had already flooded the shore, and the buildings had also flooded to the 3rd floor. The bridge was no longer visible, and several buildings had collapsed. Many people parked their rubber boats in front of the ruins and searched up and down in the ruins. When Ming Si and Shinkei arrived, they saw many people catching fish in the ruins. I think the upstream of the river, the reservoir, or the fish farm was washed down by the water, and these fish were washed down. Many fish were trapped in the ruins, and became everyone's food. There were basically rubber boats here except Ming Si and Shinkei's speedboats. In order to prevent others from stealing the speedboats, Ming Si stayed on the boat, and Shinkei went down to look for fish. Don't mention it, Ming Si was lucky. When he was bored waiting on the speedboat, he saw several fish being washed over by the water, and then blocked between the ruins and the speedboat. The fish were still alive and kicking, trying to escape. Ming Si was quick-witted and caught 2 fish on the boat. Splash. Help! Help! One man was catching fish, but he was caught off guard and fell into the flood and was quickly washed away. This was not surprising to others, who continued to catch fish numbly. However, when Ming Si saw this, he quickly threw away the fish he had caught. He even wanted to throw away all the fish on the speedboat. I don't know how many people were drowned in the flood. And these fish, unable to find food, Might just eat the bodies. Ugh. Ming Xiai lay beside the speedboat and retched twice. Those who came to catch fish might also think of this. But it's the end of the world. So they don't care about these things. Being able to fill their stomachs is already a blessing. Ming Xiai adjusted the position of the speedboat, letting the fish in the water swim away quickly. As for the 3 fish on the speedboat, let's keep them for now. Chapter 72. No, this is a piranha. Okay, let's go back. Shinkei held a bucket in his hand, which looked quite full. Yeah. Ming Xiai no longer had the same interest as when he came here. Looking at these fish, it was like seeing a flood and a beast. Shinkei carried the bucket to the speedboat, and didn't understand what was wrong with Ming Xiai. Could it be that teenagers' temperaments are so unpredictable? But Shinkei thought back to when he was 18, and he wasn't so unpredictable. When Shinkei saw that there were only 3 fish at the tail of the speedboat, he wondered if Ming Xiai was angry because he didn't catch more fish. So he turned the speedboat around and praised him in a sincere and stiff way. You are quite good. You can catch fish even on the boat. Ming Xiai didn't like this compliment, and even wanted to soak his hands in disinfectant. His hand touched the fish. The man-eating fish? On the way, Ming Xiai saw the fish in the bucket and suggested, after returning, you can give some to the teachers. There were still many fish in his space, but they were all frozen. We will find a way to get the remaining fish and exchange them for the fish in the space. As for the teachers, I am sorry. If you mind eating these fish, just throw them away secretly. Besides, these fish may not have eaten human flesh. Back on the 17th floor, Ming Xiai took the initiative to pick half of the fish and sent them to Yun Jingsen and the others. He received a small piece of bacon from Yun Jingsen in return. We bought this bacon at a high price during the heavy rain, so don't waste it, Yun Jingsen instructed. Ming Xiai nodded, promising that it would not be wasted. There was no bacon in Ming Xi's space, so he could use it to make bacon stewed rice. After Yun Jingsen asked where they caught the fish, Ming Xiai told him the location. So Yun Jingsen and his men drove out in a speedboat, and quickly caught 2 buckets of fish. Yun Jingsen generously handed one of the buckets of fish to Ming Xiai. As long as Ming Xiai thought that these fish might have eaten human flesh, he would refuse outright. And he said that if they wanted to eat, they would catch it themselves later. Seeing Ming Xi's refusal, Yun Jingsen did not insist, thinking that Mao Xinyu was teaching biology, and that she had taught how to make fermented bean curd and pickled radish in the textbook. She might also be able to pickle fish. When the time comes, she will process these fish and give some to Ming Xiai and the others. This way, they can be kept for a longer time. After Ming Xiai returned, he did not directly give the fish in the bucket to Shinkei. I'll take these fish back and process them, and then give you half, in order to prevent the fish from being out of water for too long. They will go bad and become inedible. If he really gets together with Shinkei in the future, Ming Xiai will not be able to kiss Shinkei as long as he thinks of Shinkei's mouth eating these piranhas. So I took it back myself, changed it for the fish in the space, and then gave it to Shinkei. It just so happened that the fish caught today were some common perch and crucian carp. Ming Xi's space was also full of these species. Even if it was changed, Shinkei couldn't tell. Okay, thank you for your help. Shinkei didn't hesitate, and said that he would come to help Ming Xiai after changing clothes. Ming Xiai refused, and made a far-fetched explanation in Shinkei's puzzled eyes. It's raining now, and I have nothing to do. It's just right that I can slowly process the fish, which can keep me busy and not feel bored. If you help, and it's done quickly, then I won't have anything to do in the future. After hearing this, Shinkei didn't understand but showed respect, and didn't insist on helping him. Seeing Shin was convinced, Ming Xiai praised his own wit. Then he suggested that they could make braised fish for lunch and asked Shinkei to come over. Shinkei nodded in agreement. They went back to their own homes. Ming Xiai went into the space to wash his hair, wiped his body casually, changed clothes and left the space, holding a thawed fish in his hand. Ming Xiai had taken this fish directly from someone's cold storage into the space. And the things in the space were in a static state. That is, they were the same when they were put in, and they were the same when they were taken out. Therefore, even after such a long time, the fish is still frozen. However, when Ming Xiai entered the space, he took out the fish in his hand and put it in the microwave oven in the space kitchen to thaw. While Shinkei was not here, Ming Xiai scraped the scales, gutted the belly, removed the internal organs, removed the gills, and washed the fish before cooking. Add oil to the pot, and sprinkle a little salt to prevent sticking. After putting the fish in the pot, fry both sides until browned. Put the onion, ginger and garlic in the pot to sauté. Pour a bowl of water and the prepared sauce. And simmer for 15 minutes. When Shinkei came back after changing his clothes, he could smell the aroma of fish. The fish will be ready soon. Meng Xiai moved the fish with a spatula to prevent it from sticking to the pan. Stir-fry some shredded potatoes and some stir-fried green vegetables later. Okay. Shinkei nodded. After just looking at the kitchen, Shinkei turned around and went out. When he came back, Meng Xiai saw what Shinkei was holding and said, "Didn't you say that I don't need to take things anymore? Why are you still taking things?" Shinkei put a bag of 10 kilograms of rice on the operating table and explained. "Didn't you run out of rice?" Meng Xiai said. "I have rice." Then he opened a cabinet, and there was still more than half of a bag of rice in it. Shinkei stopped opening the rice bag in the morning. "Oh, are you going to eat noodles later? It seems I misunderstood. I thought you were out of rice, so I didn't steam the rice." When Meng Xiai heard this, he realized it immediately. I was so stupid. Just now, Meng Xiai only thought about processing the fish quickly, so that Shinkei would not find out that something was wrong. And thinking about how to make the dish delicious, so as to capture Shinkei's heart, he forgot about making rice. It was really embarrassing. Meng Xiai coughed lightly. "I was thinking of eating noodles. But since you want to eat rice, let's steam the rice." As he spoke, Meng Xiai had already taken out a clay pot and put some rice in it. Shinkei said, "No. If you want to eat noodles, just eat noodles. I'm not picky about food." Meng Xiai scooped water from the bucket and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. Let's eat rice. Braised fish. It's good with rice." "Okay," Shinkei replied. After the braised fish in the pot was ready, Meng Xiai put the pot aside and took another pot to start cooking. Shinkei volunteered to take off his coat and wanted Meng Xiai to teach him how to cook. Meng Xiai nodded. At the same time, a picture flashed in his mind. A child just started to learn to write, and his writing was crooked, and his father held the child's hand to teach him how to write. Then the scene changed, and it became a picture of Shinkei cooking incorrectly, and Meng Xiai holding his arm and stirring the food from behind. Meng Xiai smiled lightly. Not bad. It gave the two people more opportunities for close contact. Chapter 73. Start the fight. A quick victory is the best. You can soak the potato shreds in water before frying them, so that they will taste crispier and prevent them from sticking to the pan. The potato shreds you fried this morning were a little sticky. Shinkei nodded while listening to Meng Xi's words. Seeing that the oil in the pan was almost burned, Meng Xiai had an idea and did not remind Shinkei to put the vegetables in. Instead, he grabbed Shinkei's wrist and guided him to pour the potato shreds into the pan. The oil is too hot, and it will catch fire. Turn it over quickly, or it will catch fire. Shinkei did not think much and began to stir-fry the potato shreds. Meng Xiai stood a little behind Shinkei, taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't see his face. And he was very happy. Then Meng Xiai began to stir-fry and flip the pan under the pretext of teaching Shinkei how to cook. It was because Shinkei was a boy that he didn't care about Meng Xi's behavior. Otherwise, he would have called the police and said that this person was harassing him. After dinner, Meng Xiai didn't find an excuse to keep him, and could only watch him leave with regret. Then Meng Xiai opened the curtains a little and began to loosen the soil in the flower pot. 2 days ago, Mouse and you taught them that they could cut potatoes into pieces, apply wood ash on them, and plant them in flower pots. And maybe they could successfully grow potatoes. Since he had nothing to do, Meng Xiai thought of giving it a try. But just after planting the potatoes, he saw 2 speedboats approaching from a distance, and each speedboat had a flag in front of it. Meng Xiai wiped his hands and took a telescope to look. He could barely make out the words by Hutang on the flag. And there was a crooked tiger head in the corner. No. These bandits who can make it out and rob people now. Can't they have some meaningful names? Why are their names so ordinary? Either Qinglong Gang or Bai Hutang. The 2 speedboats stopped and started along the way. When they were about to stop in front of their building, Meng Xiai quickly took the intercom and told Shinkei about it. There were only 7 people on the speedboat this time. They didn't look very strong. So Meng Xiai wanted to practice. So he didn't tell Yun Jingsen and the others. Shinkei. Someone is coming. Shinkei heard this and went to the window with the intercom. As expected, he saw 2 speedboats. Yes, I saw them. Don't tell the teachers first. Let's go down and deal with it. Do you think it's okay? Meng Xiai suggested. Yun Jingsen and the others were in the south, and their view was blocked by the houses on the east and west sides, so they couldn't see the situation here. Okay. They left as soon as they said they would. The two of them took long knives, put their guns in their pockets, and went down to the 9th floor. It would take some time for those people to search up floor by floor. So Meng Xiai and Shen Ke stayed outside the room on the east side. Shen Ke leaned against the wall, lowered his head, held a butcher knife in his right hand, and closed his eyes to rest. Meng Xiai took advantage of Shen Ke's lowered head, not knowing his perverted behavior, and looked at Shen Ke unscrupulously. TSK, even if he was wearing a bulky military coat and a hat of the same color on his head, it couldn't hide Shen Ke's handsomeness. Sure enough, being handsome means you can do whatever you want. What are you looking at me for? Meng Xiai was intoxicated by Shen Ke's gorgeous face, when he suddenly heard Shen Ke talking and was caught by someone. Meng Xiai was embarrassed for a moment, and then smiled and said, "Look at how handsome you are." Shen Ke was teased by Meng Xiai openly, and his mind went blank for a moment. When he reacted and wanted to speak, he saw Meng Xiai making a gesture to keep quiet. "Hush, people are coming." Meng Xiai and Shen Ke stood up straight and prepared for battle. These people all ran to the refugee resettlement site, and left without leaving anything behind. Hey, I'm still hungry. If I can't find anything, I won't have anything to eat when I go back. They are eating and drinking well in the house, so they let us come out to find something. I think this building is pretty good. Why don't we stay here and not go back? Of course, they were just complaining casually. If they really wanted to stay here, they wouldn't dare to. There are many gangs outside now, and they wouldn't survive for 2 days. As the voices of several people complained, they also went up to the 9th floor and were searching in the south. These houses had been searched countless times, and nothing useful could be found. The families who had moved back from the refugee resettlement site moved to the 16th and 15th floors, hoping to stay together for warmth, so they could only walk to where Meng Xiai and the others were, cursing. Nothing. It's not a wasted trip. Hey, there's stab. A man came over first. When he saw Shen Ke and Meng Xiai, he was so excited. However, before he could finish his words, Meng Xiai cut his throat. Bang! Having killed so many people, Meng Xiai already knew how to kill them with one blow. The remaining 6 people heard the sound and ran over in unison, holding knives in their hands, seeing their companions bleeding on the ground. Their eyes were bloodshot. You dare to kill our brothers. I think you are going to die. A quick fight is the best way, without giving the 6 people a chance to talk nonsense. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke rushed up with knives, silently like the god of death. The 6 people had killed people before, so they rushed up with roars. But they were no match for Meng Xiai and Shen Quebec. The two cooperated well, and soon the two fell to the ground without a sound. The remaining 4 people saw that they could not win, and fled in panic. Shen Ke picked up a knife that a person had dropped on the ground, threw it directly, and chopped the man's shoulder. And then Shen Ke took 2 big steps and ended the man's life. Meng Xiai ran fast and caught up with the person. As the person begged for mercy, he killed him with one knife. There were 2 others, who ran even faster, and had already walked downstairs. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke chased after them one after the other. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival. One person rolled and crawled, running very fast, and when Shen Ke and Meng Xiai caught up with him, he had already driven away in a speedboat. This person was also very thoughtful, and he slashed another speedboat nearby with a knife, making it impossible for them to even catch up. Shen Ke was holding another person in his hand, who kept begging for mercy. Brothers, spare me. Brothers, spare me. We just want to see if there is any food. We have absolutely no intention of harming anyone. Please spare me. Shut up. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke ignored this man, just looked at the guy who was running away, with a serious expression. Now, even if he ran to the 17th floor and took the speedboat down, there was no possibility of catching up. And if this guy ran back to complain, when the people from the White Tiger Hall came, they would not be able to resist. It might even implicate the people in this building. Now, the most important thing is to find a way to minimize the loss. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, when Brother Tiger comes, you will be finished. The man saw his companion running away, and he immediately felt confident. Chapter 74 Shen Ke, the first to strike is the strongest. Shen Ke, have you ever heard a saying? Ming Ci put his eyes on Shinkei. Shinkei said, "I'd like to hear more about it. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer." So, Ming Ci looked at the trembling man being grabbed by Shinkei. "Let's go and destroy the White Tiger Hall directly." Okay. Shinkei agreed with this idea. Ming Ci went upstairs, took the speedboat, and took out a grenade from the space. When buying guns and ammunition, the bald man said that this thing was very powerful. So the supply was very short. It was still the bald man who tried his best to find a grenade and 3 flash bombs. Just these 2 things cost 100 million. Ming Ci didn't know whether it was true or not. But he had a lot of money. And as long as it was powerful enough, it could save his life. So Ming Ci didn't care whether it was expensive or not. So he bought it without hesitation. After taking the things to the 5th floor, the 2 people inflated the assault boat while questioning the man who was tied up. The man's name was Qianzhe. He survived by stealing after the rainstorm. Later, he went to a refugee resettlement site. But he didn't want to work. So he ran away. He accidentally entered the White Tiger Hall and relied on helping them in exchange for the hope of survival. The leader of the White Tiger Hall was called Brother Tiger by them. His base camp was in a 7-story hotel in M City. This Brother Tiger was a gangster before the rainstorm. Within 2 days of the rainstorm, he took 5 people to occupy the hotel. Because it was a hotel, the kitchen had a lot of food. And there was also a power generation device. Brother Tiger took advantage of the first come first served principle and took it for himself. Since the water flooded the 5th floor, they lived on the 6th and 7th floors. Brother who had about 30 basins under his command. And only his 5 brothers were the leaders, controlling most of the food. These 5 brothers were strong and fierce. Brother who wanted to take advantage of the heavy rain to recruit some people and become a local tyrant. And every time they took something back, whether it was food or daily necessities, as long as Brother who and his brothers thought it was useful, they could exchange it for food. Moreover, Brother who also captured a dozen boys and girls and locked them up in the hotel for his own enjoyment. The 6th floor was occupied by some minions, and Brother who and the group of boys and girls lived on the 7th floor. The weapons were just some knives and guns. However, many people in the White Tiger Hall said that Brother who and his men had killed a soldier some time ago. So they had a gun. After understanding the information of the White Tiger Hall, Qianzhe was no longer useful. Ming Ci did not untie the rope on him, but directly pushed him into the water, leaving him to die. "Help! Help!" Qianzhe struggled in the water for help. However, Ming Ci and Shinkei ignored him and drove away in the speedboat. This hotel is not in the city center, but it is also a prosperous place, with many buildings around. In order to prevent the sound of the speedboat engine from alerting the enemy, the 2 began to paddle from a distance. There was a residential building in a small alley next to the hotel, which was suitable for observing the situation on the opposite side. However, this building was closely connected to several other buildings, so the 2 could only put the speedboat in a room and then swam to the residential building. After arriving, Ming Ci opened the backpack on his back, took out a sealed small box, took out the fly surveillance camera inside, and quietly released it. He flew around the hotel. The curtains of several windows on the 7th floor were drawn. Some were sleeping soundly inside, and some were sitting in a circle, playing mahjong. In the mahjong room, more than a dozen candles were lit, making the room bright. Most of the curtains on the 6th floor were drawn, and there was a room with the curtains drawn, which was probably used as a kitchen. An old man in a white chef's uniform was busy inside, retracting the flies. The 2 decided to go in from a room on the west side of the 6th floor. The window there was half open, although there were 2 men in the room. They thought that they would leave after the door was opened. The 2 people's clothes were wet, and they were very cold. But there was no way. They could only endure it. Ming Ci took out a pack of compressed biscuits and gave half to Shinkei. Shinkei drank mineral water, while Ming Ci took a bottle of Coke and drank several mouthfuls. "Burp Coke tastes good." Shinkei didn't say anything. After eating, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. The people of the White Tiger Hall started eating at 6 o'clock. So Ming Ci set an alarm for 6 o'clock, set it to vibrate mode, and held it tightly in his hand. Then he sat next to Shinkei, leaning shoulder to shoulder with him, and resting with his eyes closed. Even though his clothes were wet, perhaps because he had just fought and exhausted his energy, Ming Ci fell asleep quickly. Then he tilted his head and leaned on Shinkei's shoulder. Shinkei opened his eyes, looked at Ming Ci deeply, and closed his eyes again to rest. It was not yet 6 o'clock, and there was a knock at the hotel opposite, which woke Ming Ci and Shinkei up. At this time, most of the curtains of the restaurant were drawn, but through the gaps, one could still see the bright lights inside. Ming Ci released a fly to monitor, and found that the window of the house on the 6th floor was indeed not closed. He controlled the fly, let it enter the house, and after making sure that no one was in the house, let it stick to a cabinet opposite the door. Wearing helmets on their heads, each of them had night vision glasses, and with guns and knives ready, the two entered the water, swam to the hotel, and then climbed up. After locking the door, the two men searched through the boxes and cabinets, and found some clean clothes to change into. This is much more comfortable, Ming Ci sighed softly. After putting on the helmet and night vision goggles, the two men opened the door and let out the fly surveillance camera. The 6th floor was pitch black, and the two men quietly went up to the 7th floor in the dark. At the staircase on the 7th floor, the two men heard the voices of people inside. Brothers, eat and drink tonight, and go out to avenge Qianzhe and his brothers later. The fly surveillance camera was posted on the wall, reflecting the situation here one by one. Half of the 7th floor was occupied by various rooms, and the other half was a banquet hall. Several square tables were put together, and a bald man in mink sat at the main seat, holding a girl in a short skirt in his arms. The girl was red from the cold, but she still lay in Brother Long's arms, smiling sweetly. Revenge! Revenge! More than 20 thugs shouted in unison. The room was bright, entirely because of a crystal chandelier hanging in the air. Shinkei and Ming Ci saw someone pouring wine, so they waited patiently until they finished drinking before starting to fight. Shinkei took out a silenced pistol and aimed at the chandelier. With a bang, the crystal fell to the ground, and the room darkened in an instant. Damn! Brother Hu threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground, and the noisy crowd became quiet in an instant. Brother Hu stood up and pushed the woman who was frightened and screaming in his arms to the ground. Someone, go and see what's going on. Yes. While these people were in a panic, Ming Ci and Shinkei took action. Chapter 75 Shinkei, looks good. Ah! Bang. In the darkness, several people hadn't reacted to what was happening before they were killed by Ming Ci and Shinkei. What's that sound? I think there's someone beside me. The person who spoke soon lost his voice, and then fell to the ground. The smell of blood wafted around, and everyone finally realized that an enemy had entered the house during the chaos. Then there was chaos. Because the house was too dark, the people of the White Tiger Hall couldn't see clearly whether they were enemies or friends around them, and began to kill each other like a headless fly. Ming Ci and Shinkei were wearing night vision goggles, and were able to see the movements of these people, so they quickly eliminated more than half of them. Come out if you can. Let's fight openly. What's the big deal about using dirty tricks? Brother Hu roared helplessly, and chopped with the big knife in his hand, only killing 2 of his own people. Throwing the cigar in his hand to the ground, Brother Hu took out a gun from his clothes. Bang bang. The 2 gunshots made everyone present dare not act rashly. Find a way to brighten up the room for me. Brother Hu tried to command everyone, but now it was pitch dark in the room, and there was a possibility of being killed at any time, so no one was willing to do anything. Ming Ci and Shinkei had a tacit understanding, and did not kill Brother Hu first, but killed his men bit by bit. Brother Hu was now blind, and holding a gun with extremely high lethality. It was useless. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, either hitting the glass or the wall. When the 5 bullets were fired, the gun in his hand was no longer effective, and Brother Hu threw the pistol away in anger. In addition to Brother Hu's brothers, there were also 7 or 8 girls. Ming Ci and Shinkei did not attack them. Ah! Help! Bang! The banquet hall was filled with various sounds. Women's screams, things breaking on the ground. Some people saw that the situation was not right and jumped out of the window. Soon, Brother Hu was the only one left in the banquet hall except for those boys and girls. Brother Hu deserved to be the boss. He was not only strong, but also had good skills. However, because it was dark, he could not use his fists and feet, so he could only be killed by Ming Ci and Shinkei. The White Tiger Hall is here, and there must be a lot of good stuff. So Ming Ci lowered his voice. Now, within 10 minutes, everyone leave this hotel. Otherwise, you will end up like them. The young men and women who were still alive heard this and hurried downstairs. The speedboat and kayak were on the 6th floor, and several people were very familiar with this place. So soon, several people worked together to paddle the rubber boat away. Ming Xiai and Shinkei waited for 20 minutes, searched the 2 floors of the hotel from inside to outside, and even checked the stairs leading to the 5th floor. After confirming that there was no one, the 2 of them felt relieved. Taking advantage of the night, the 2 decided to transport the things back quickly. Several houses had generators, and they were too heavy, so they didn't take them. Diesel, gasoline and other things were necessities, so they definitely took them. Bread, instant noodles, various fish, canned beef, and even in a room on the 7th floor, half a piece of pork was found. Flour, rice, and various dry goods. Ming Xiai and Shinkei each took a speedboat and moved all the things to the previous building under the cover of night. Then the 2 changed into clean clothes, spread the bedding they took from the hotel on the ground, closed the doors and windows, and slept. At 6 o'clock, they secretly moved some of the things back to the 17th floor. Then the 2 of them drove the speedboat back to the place where they put the things, pulled the curtains tightly, and observed whether anyone went to the White Tiger Hall. Shinkei, do you think we will have a fierce battle today? Maybe the boys and girls who were released last night were caught by other gangs, and then brought people to the White Tiger Hall. Or they met patrolling soldiers, and told them that someone was killing innocent people, and brought the soldiers here. I don't know. Shinkei sat against the wall, closing his eyes and paying attention. If you are sleepy, take a nap first. I'll be here. I'll sleep after you wake up. Ming Xiai saw that Shinkei looked a little tired, so he said considerately, Yeah. Shinkei was not polite. At this time, he felt his mind was muddled and fell asleep quickly. Ming Xiai kept watching if there were any suspicious people outside, so he didn't pay attention to Shinkei anymore. It was past 12 o'clock. Ming Xiai was a little hungry, so he thought of calling Shinkei to eat before sleeping. As a result, when he turned around, he saw that Shinkei's face was abnormally red. Shinkei. Shinkei. Ming Xiai called several times, but only got Shinkei's confused response, and soon fell asleep again. Ming Xiai touched Shinkei's head. Oh my god! Why is the fever so high? Ming Xiai looked at the things he brought back yesterday, and there was nothing to treat colds. He called Shinkei a few more times, and after confirming that there was no response, Ming Xiai had to enter the space. Thermometer, cold patch, amoxicillin, Gong Kong, cold granules. Ming Xiai took 2 bottles of mineral water and an alcohol stove and left the space. Light up the alcohol stove, pour a bottle of mineral water and heat it up. Put the cold patch on Shinkei's forehead, help him lie down, and cover him with several quilts. The mineral water was a little hotter. Ming Xiai took a disposable cup and poured some water. Shinkei, Shinkei, wake up. Take the medicine. But Shinkei still didn't respond. Ming Xiai could only force his mouth open, stuff amoxicillin into his mouth, and then feed him water. Shinkei, swallow it. Fortunately, although Shinkei was dazed, he could still understand what he said, and swallowed his saliva obediently. Ming Xiai didn't know if amoxicillin was enough, so he made another half cup of cold medicine, and fed it to Shinkei all at once. Sitting aside, looking at Shinkei lying on the ground, Ming Xiai sighed. If this guy couldn't swallow it himself, he would have a reason to feed him mouth to mouth. Ming Xiai thought of this, and patted his head. It's time. And he's still thinking about this. After Ming Xiai spit it on himself, he took out a spicy salad, a cup of mango sago, and a bowl of rice from the space, sat in front of the window, and ate while observing the situation outside. After finishing the meal, Ming Xiai threw a few things directly into the water to destroy the evidence. After half an hour, he took Shinkei's temperature and wiped his sweat with a wet tissue. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shinkei still showed no signs of waking up. Ming Xiai was about to suspect that this guy had fainted from hunger. Shinkei. Shinkei? Do you want to get up and eat something? He still couldn't wake him up. Ming Xiai could only sigh and sit on the ground. When he saw Shinkei's mouth, he was afraid. This guy's mouth looked pretty good. If he kissed him, he shouldn't be discovered. Shinkei? Shinkei? Ming Xiai bent down and called out twice more. Chapter 76. What? I hate that I drank it. Shinkei, Shinquebec. Seeing that he still couldn't wake up, Ming Xiai licked his lips, then supported himself, and slowly put his mouth close to Shinkei. Since he didn't wake up, then don't blame him for taking advantage of him. What are you doing? When he was still a few centimeters away from Shinkei's mouth, Ming Xiai suddenly heard Shinkei's voice. Looking over, he found that Shinkei's eyes were already open. Bang! Ming Xiai was startled, his hands softened, his body lost support, and he fell on Shinkei. As luck would have it, their mouths were touching. Ming Xiai blinked, thinking that although the process was a little problematic, the result was still what he wanted. He didn't lose out. Ming Xiai was even thinking whether he should lick it. Shinkei saw that Ming Xiai hadn't gotten up yet, so he reached out and pushed him. You? Ming Xiai got up quickly, interrupting Shinkei. Well, I just wanted to see if you fainted from hunger. It was all an accident. Ming Xiai denied several times in a row, which made him seem like he was trying to cover up his guilt. Shinkei didn't open his mouth, but uttered him in his throat, and then propped himself up and sat up. He was neither angry nor happy about what had just happened, which made it hard to figure out Shinkei's true thoughts. Shinkei saw that he was covered with several quilts, and Ming Xiai was sitting on the side. His face was frozen white. No wonder his mouth was so cold just now. Here. Shinkei lifted 2 quilts from his body and handed them to Ming Xiai. Ming Xiai shook his head and said stubbornly, You cover yourself. I'm in good health. I don't need it. Then he lit the alcohol stove next to him. Wait until the water is hot, and drink the medicine again. Shinkei nodded and stubbornly covered Ming Xiai with the quilt. Ming Xiai had no choice but to cover himself with a blanket, pour a cup of hot water for Shinkei, add some more water to the pot, and cook 2 packs of instant noodles for Shinkei. Among the things moved from Baihu Hall, there were several boxes of ham sausages and boiled eggs, and Ming Xiai also put 2 of them. While Shinkei was eating, Ming Xiai continued to observe the situation outside. He also put out a fly surveillance camera, and after a round, he did not find any suspicious people around, and finally felt relieved. Now they just need to wait until dark, and the 2 of them can transport the things back one by one. After Shinkei finished eating, he took the pot outside and washed it with rainwater. Ming Xiai, have you noticed that the rain is getting lighter now? Shinkei sat back and put the pot down. Ming Xiai nodded. At the beginning, the rainstorm was heavy, as if someone was pouring water down with a basin. In the past 2 days, the rain has been getting lighter day by day, but the temperature has not risen at all, always hovering around 0 degrees. Does this mean that the rainstorm should end? Shinkei looked at the things on the ground, as if he was thinking whether it was necessary to take these things back since the rainstorm was about to end. Ming Xiai shook his head and said, I don't know. No one can predict natural disasters. Who knows if this rainstorm is the end or a warning of a bigger natural disaster? Ming Xiai also looked at the pile of things and said, We got this with great difficulty. No matter whether the rainstorm is over or not, we have to take it back. If you don't want it, then it's all mine. Okay. Shinkei nodded, and it was not clear which one he agreed to. But Ming Xiai didn't care. He would definitely give Shinkei a share after taking it back. A 2-month rainstorm caught many people off guard and brought them endless pain and sorrow. Even those who survived the rainstorm were probably covered in wounds, both mentally and physically. Once people relax, they tend to fall asleep. Ming Xiai was no exception. He leaned against the wall and yawned several times in a row. Seeing Ming Xi's sleepy eyes, Shinkei said, You should take a nap. I'm fine now. You can watch. Shinkei's muscular body was indeed not grown in vain. After sleeping for a few hours, his fever subsided. Yeah. Ming Xiai didn't act pretentiously. He took off his outer coat and burrowed into the quilt, falling asleep quickly. Shinkei sighed when he saw Ming Xiai curled up in the quilt, and then got up to sort out the things he had brought back from the White Tiger Hall. From time to time, there were sounds of speedboats passing by outside. But fortunately, they didn't stop here. There were also military patrol boats passing by twice, probably because some soldiers were killed by Brother Tiger and his men before. So there were at least 4 people patrolling back and forth this time. The sky quickly darkened. Shinkei waited until 7 o'clock, and then woke Ming Xiai up. After all, they were outside, and even with a thick blanket, Ming Xiai still had a stuffy nose after getting up, and even sneezed twice. Shinkei imitated Ming Xi's actions during the day, heated a cup of water, and asked Ming Xiai to drink some medicine. After drinking the medicine, Ming Xiai held the hot water in the cup and suggested, Why don't you drink the medicine again to consolidate it? Shinkei nodded, but because he only heated a cup of water just now, Shinkei opened the mineral water and prepared to heat another cup. Here. After Meng Xiai finished speaking, Shinkei saw a glass of water in front of him. What? Do you dislike me? Seeing Shinkei hesitate to take the cup, Meng Xiai raised his eyebrows and asked. Forget dislike, I'll drink it myself. As he said that, Meng Xiai pretended to withdraw his hand. No. Meng Xi's hand was half withdrawn, but was taken away by Shinkei, and then, under Meng Xi's gaze, Shinkei put the medicine in his mouth and drank it all. Seeing Shinkei drink the water, Meng Xi's face was full of joy. After taking the medicine, the two began to move things. This time, each of them drove a speedboat. Shinkei found a rope to connect the two speedboats together to prevent them from being washed away by the flood. They first took the necessary items such as food and drinking water, and then various cooking supplies such as gas tanks. After filling the speedboat, Shinkei led the way. The two paddled for a distance before starting the motor. This was to prevent the sound of the generator from attracting people's attention and then robbing their things. On the way back, Shinkei did not go back directly, but took many detours to prevent being followed. When they were close to where the two lived, they turned off the generator and continued to paddle. Meng Xiai and Shinkei quickly moved the things to the 17th floor, and then went back to move things. Whether moving things or coming back, the two took many detours to prevent being followed. The two moved things 5 times in one night, and they were exhausted and panting. Shinkei boiled some water, and the two of them made a bucket of instant noodles. After eating, they went back to their rooms to sleep, because they knew that with acid rain, there would be unlimited water in the space. So the clean-loving Meng Xiai entered the space and took a hot bath. Meng Xiai left the space dressed warmly, covered with 3 quilts, and put a few heat packs in the quilt. Well, it was much warmer than sleeping outside. Chapter 77 The End of the World, Quality is Useless. Shinkei, Quebec. Meng Xiai woke up, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. I don't know how Shinkei's cold is. What if he faints after a high fever? So Meng Xiai took the intercom and started shouting. Well, what's wrong? Luckily, Shinkei's voice came over the intercom soon. It's okay, I just want to see if you're awake. Meng Xiai thought to himself, it's impossible to say that he's going to see if he's dead or not. The pickled cabbage that teacher Mao taught me to make a few days ago is ready to eat. So I plan to make pickled fish. Would you like to come and eat with me? Okay. Shinkei agreed. The weather has been getting colder these days, and Meng Xiai decided not to let himself down any longer. So he moved the coffee table in the living room away, and took out a stove from the space, assembled it, and started a fire. He also placed the rabbits next to the stove. Several little rabbits have opened their eyes, and they will probably be able to run out in a few days. Originally, Meng Xiai planned to sleep in the living room at night and keep the stove burning all day. But he was afraid that he would be poisoned by gas in the middle of the night. So he had to give up this idea. So after Meng Xiai got up, he first lit the stove with firewood, and then took out a fish from the bucket that had replaced the fish and put it on the stove. After feeding the rabbit, the firewood was already burning, and Meng Xiai put 2 pieces of coal in it, and then started to process the fish. The rice was cooked on the gas in the kitchen. Not wanting to bother making other dishes, Meng Xiai picked a lot of green vegetables from the flower pot and directly mixed a cold dish. While the fish was cooking on the stove, there was a knock on the door. Meng Xiai opened the door and saw Shinkei, who was holding a bag in his hand, handing the plastic bag to Meng Xiai. Shinkei explained, I have some mung beans, so I used some water a few days ago to make bean sprouts. See if you can use them. Okay. Taking the bean sprouts, Meng Xiai boiled some hot water, boiled the bean sprouts, and then put them in a basin. After the fish was cooked, he poured them directly into the basin. The fragrant boiled fish was ready, and the two of them lay on the stove and ate. After eating, Shinkei left, and Meng Xiai began to process the fish in the bucket. There were 30 fish in total, and Meng Xiai planned to salt 20 of them, tied a rope, and took 10 of them to Shinkei. Later, a stick could be tied to the balcony to hang the fish up to air dry. There were still 10 fish, and Meng Xiai only cleaned the scales and internal organs, and put them in the refrigerator. In a dozen days, a blizzard would come, and the refrigerator would not be needed, and there would be no need to worry about the fish going bad. As for the fish caught outside before, Meng Xiai also salted them with salt, air-dried them, and put them into space. If you need something in the future, you can exchange it with others. At night, the two of them went to the hotel and brought back the remaining things, because there was still half pork in the things. They called Shinkei to their home in the next few days and started to process the pork. Cut half of the meat into strips of about 5 pounds. Heat the salt on the fire. Then pour in star anise, pepper and other spices. Stir fry on low heat for 1 minute. And serve. First, use white wine to apply some on both sides of the meat strips. Then spread the fried salt evenly. And finally apply the sauce mixed with light soy sauce and dark soy sauce. Put the marinated meat strips into a basin, cover them with plastic wrap, turn them over after a few hours, marinate for about 3 days, then hang them to dry. The remaining half of the pork also weighs 50 kilograms. Meng Xiai cut 10 kilograms and gave them to Yun Jingsen and the others. Now the two parties are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. It's better to improve the relationship. There's no harm in that. What's more, Mao Xinyu and the others are knowledgeable, and they taught Meng Xiai and Shinkei many ways to grow vegetables. And the things Yun Jingsen and the others found outside will also be shared with Meng Xiai and the others. Of the remaining 40 kilograms of meat, Meng Xiai kept 20 kilograms of meat, cut it into small pieces, packed it in bags, and fried it on weekdays. For the remaining meat, Meng Xiai directly boiled a pot of ingredients and cooked the meat, which was more convenient to eat. Of course, the meat was divided equally with Shinkei. But Shinkei gave some of the meat to Meng Xiai. My cooking is not good, it's a waste to take the food. Put the meat here with you. When you cook, call me to come and eat. Meng Xiai was of course happy to do so. Wouldn't this increase the chances of contact between the two people? In the next few days, Meng Xiai planted vegetables, fed rabbits, and took advantage of Shinkei's tofu from time to time through sparring. The little rabbit felt warm outside, and sometimes it would run out for a spin, running and jumping around in the house. However, it was too small, and Meng Xiai was worried that the little rabbit would be stepped on to death before it grew up. So Meng Xiai took some cardboard boxes and surrounded the rabbit cage. In this way, the little rabbit had space to move around, and there was no need to worry about being stepped on to death. When life was good, people tended to slack off, because he was afraid of the cold. Meng Xi's activities were greatly reduced except for sparring with Shinkei. Sometimes, having a meal and then going into the space to eat some snacks is enough. This morning, it was just past 9 o'clock. Meng Xiai, who was still sleeping in bed, suddenly heard the shouts of residents outside. Ah! The rain finally stopped. Woo! This inhuman day is finally over. Meng Xiai took the phone and looked at it. It was December 18th. The rain stopped that day, and people cheered, thinking that the rain was over and hope was coming. But they didn't know that tomorrow acid rain would come one after another. The rainstorm stopped. Not the end, but the beginning. It was still early, and there was nothing to do after getting up. Meng Xiai continued to curl up in the quilt, planning to take a nap. At 11 o'clock, Meng Xiai finally got up from the bed. The end of the world is good. As long as you have enough food, you can let it go and sleep as late as you want every day. After getting up, Meng Xiai heated up the stove, took out a portion of crayfish, a portion of hot rice, and a portion of cold cucumber salad from the space, opened the tablet, and found a TV series to watch. After eating, Meng Xiai put these things in a plastic bag, and also put some other garbage in it, opened the balcony window, and threw the things directly down. After the heavy rain, people piled up garbage at home at first, and when the garbage became smelly, they threw it into the corridor. Gradually, the garbage in the corridor began to hinder people's travel, and after the stench was overwhelming, people began to throw the garbage out of the window. Of course, there is another very important reason why these garbage smells so bad. After the tap water stopped, the sewers in the house began to be blocked, and the toilets were blocked layer by layer to the 17th floor. So many residents would poop and pee at home, and then put them in plastic bags, which naturally smelled bad. Anyway, even if the garbage was taken downstairs, it would be thrown into the water and carried away by the flood. So why would they have to climb up and down and waste their energy? Besides, it's the end of the world, and quality can't be eaten. Chapter 78 Space, Earth is Infinite. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the iron door outside. Meng Xiai opened the door and went out, and saw Yun Jingsen carrying a bag. Meng, this is the fish we caught before. It has been processed. You can take it back and hang it. It can be stored for a long time. Seeing Yun Jingson's insistence, Ming Xiai took the things. Thank you, Teacher Yun. Yun Jingson shook his head. No need. Then Yun Jingson looked outside, and said with emotion, I see the rain has stopped. I believe the flood will recede soon, and everyone can return to normal life. Seeing that Yun Jingson didn't show much happiness on her face, I think she didn't think so in her heart. Not necessarily. Maybe the rainstorm is just the beginning. There will be a bigger disaster later. After all, things are unpredictable. Yun Jingson chuckled. In fact, we think so too. But there is still a glimmer of hope. Before the rainstorm, various environmental problems emerged one after another. Either our country discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea, or country has been secretly dumping chemical waste into the sea, or that country has a nuclear leak. Environmental problems are becoming more and more serious, and the weather is becoming more and more unpredictable. For 3 consecutive years, the temperature in summer has been getting higher and higher, and the temperature in winter has been getting lower and lower. Yun Jingson and his friends joked that the end of the world might have come when the rainstorm started. After all, the rainstorm was happening all over the earth at the same time. So Yun Jingson was not optimistic about the future. Ming Xiai said, Teacher Yun, don't think too much. We have survived all the difficulties in the past, and we can't give up no matter what happens in the future. Yun Jingson chuckled. Look at me. I am your elder, and I still need your comfort. Okay. Come in quickly. Is it cold outside? Yeah. Okay. Ming Xiai kept a decent smile on his face, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Teacher Yun is only 7 or 8 years older than me. How can he be my elder? After taking the fish back, Ming Xiai did not share it with Shinkei, and Shinkei did not ask why. As for the reason, of course, it was because these fish might have eaten human flesh. So Ming Xiai stuffed the fish that Yun Jingson took into the corner of the space, and then took out the fish in his own space, marinated it, and hung it up. In the afternoon, Ming Xiai made spicy braised fish fillets, but this time he picked a small fish, and ate it for a few days in a row. Even if the fish is too delicious, you will get tired of it. A spicy potato chip, a cumin ham sausage. All 3 dishes are spicy, and go well with rice. Ming Xiai got a can of Coke, and Shinkei got a can of beer, both of which were obtained from Brother Hu. Shinkei, do you think this abnormal weather is over? Ming Xiai asked after burping a Coke. Shinkei shook his head. I don't know. Ming Xiai chuckled, ate a piece of ham sausage. It doesn't matter if it's not over, we're not living a bad life. Come on. Ming Xiai picked up the Coke, and toasted with Shinkei. Let's thank Brother Hu for the food. After dinner, everyone went home. Ming Xiai took out 2 glass jars from the space, and placed them in the room, where the bricks and sand were stored before. Tomorrow's acid rain is just a drizzle, so we can't collect much. The day after tomorrow will be a good time to collect. Before Ming Xiai entered the space, he would take a quick shower and come out. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that there were still vegetables planted in the space, so he thought about going in to take a look. Everything in the space was in a static state, so he didn't know if the vegetables could be grown. Although Ming Xiai bought a lot of things before the end of the world, and the things were neatly stacked on the shelves, there was still a lot of space left. When he arrived at the place where he planted vegetables before, Ming Xiai was stunned by the scene in front of him from a distance. The soil he found before was limited, so Ming Xiai only put about 3 square meters of soil in the space, sprinkled fertilizer in it, and planted vegetable seeds. Fortunately, the green vegetables have grown now, and the growth is very gratifying. This is not what surprised Ming Xiai the most. What surprised him the most was that a small mound of soil more than 1 meter high had been piled up in the corner next to him. Ming Xiai picked up a hoe and dug some soil. However, he did not expect that the soil was just like the dog licking noodles, and the chicken pecking rice in Journey to the West. As soon as the soil was dug, it was covered again. This discovery made Ming Xiai feel very novel. The most lacking thing for growing vegetables is soil. Now that the space has been solved, I don't know how fertile the soil is. Therefore, Ming Xiai moved 6 flower pots over, filled them with soil, and then took out the space. 3 of them had fertilizer in the soil, and the other 3 did not. This time, Ming Xiai planted peppers, tomatoes, and snow peas in it. He watered it, and placed the flower pots around the stove, waiting for them to sprout and bear fruit. However, the time accumulated in the space was too little. He could only accumulate 1 hour a day. Sometimes Ming Xiai would waste 10 minutes to take a shower. since he was kicked out of the space for no reason. He has only accumulated more than 30 hours. At first, Meng Xiai thought that if it was too cold or too hot outside, he could hide in the space and ignore the world. Now it seems that it is no longer possible. The acid rain will continue for 10 days, but it will be intermittent, about 2 hours a day, and then stop for a while. And 10 days later, that is, December 28th, until May of the following year, the whole world will be in a blizzard. The flood that flooded the 4th floor froze overnight. The heavy snow fell and lasted for 5 months until the 10th floor. Moreover, the temperature outside dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero overnight, and many residents were not prepared and died directly in their sleep. Meng Xiai remembered that more than half of the people would die in this cold spell. But it shouldn't be so tragic this time. Most of the residents are in refugee settlements, and the army should be able to settle them. Meng Xiai took a small generator from the space and placed it in the bedroom. After placing it, he took out the electric blanket and plugged it in. In the 2 bedside tables, Meng Xiai filled them with hot packs. 5 charged hot water bottles, placed in the bedroom, and 5 hot water bottles filled with hot water were placed in the living room. Warm clothes, sweaters, down jackets, fur. Meng Xiai filled the closet with nothing left. 2 quilts weighing 5 kilograms were spread on the bed as mattresses, and 2 cotton quilts weighing 10 kilograms were placed aside in preparation for use before the rainstorm. 10 bags of coal were taken and placed together with a glass jar. Even if Shinkei came to Meng Xi's place, he would not rummage through things at will. So Meng Xiai was not afraid of being discovered by him. After preparing these, Meng Xiai entered the space, took a hot bath, and put the clothes he changed into the washing machine. The main reason was that Meng Xiai was afraid that it would be too cold in winter, and that there would not be enough clothes stored. These clothes were only worn once, and could still be used. After leaving the space, the electric blanket had already warmed the quilt, and Meng Xiai crawled in with satisfaction. Chapter 79. Are you going? Put glass on the roof. Fuck, why is it raining again? Is there something wrong with the rain? Why are my arms so itchy? Is this acid rain? Meng Xiai actually woke up at around 9 o'clock today, but he stayed in bed playing games. Fortunately, the quilt was big enough. No matter how Meng Xiai turned around, not much wind would enter. The fly monitor was placed outside by Meng Xiai last night. When he heard voices outside, Meng Xiai turned on the monitor. There were more than a dozen people outside. 3 speedboats, 5 rubber boats, and they gathered together. At first, they were still talking and laughing, saying that they had shared the same hardships, and that they had survived for such a long time, and that they would be blessed in the future. They also said that when everything returned to normal, they would meet for drinks and barbecue. But soon, after the acid rain fell, these people hurriedly paddled the rubber boats, drove the speedboats, and walked back to their buildings cursing. The acid rain was getting heavier, and one of the rubber boats fell behind. The man on it had his eyes irritated by the acid rain, and he rubbed them hard with his hands, and the rubber boat was quickly corroded. Help! Help me! The rubber boat was deflated faster and faster, and the man fell into the water. The man stretched out his hands and splashed in the water. The people who had said they would get together often in the future did not help him, and let the man be washed away by the flood. Meng Xiai saw that everyone had left, turned over, turned off the fly monitoring, put down his phone, and slept for more than an hour before getting up. After washing up, Meng Xiai took out a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a bowl of pancakes from the space. He was a little tired of eating fish and meat these days, so it was good to find some light food to eat. After eating, Meng Xiai threw all the packaging bags into the stove to destroy the body. He continued to play games. Meng Xiai stayed in the house, and could also hear the sound of acid rain hitting the roof. Oh! Right, Meng Xiai suddenly thought of something. Threw his mobile phone on the sofa, took a glass, held the handle with tongs, and stretched it out of the window. After filling half a cup with acid rain, Meng Xiai brought the quilt in and placed it on the balcony. Looking at this cup of acid rain, Meng Xiai was entangled. It is written in the novel that the zombies that appeared in the late apocalypse are humans with superpowers. The reason why they mutated was because they were exposed to acid rain. Looking at the cup of acid rain in front of him, Meng Xiai put his right index finger into it. Hiss! Just by lightly touching the acid rain, Meng Xiai felt that his finger was in great pain. If the whole person was exposed to acid rain, he didn't know how painful it would be. Moreover, even if he was exposed to acid rain, he didn't know whether he would become a zombie or a superpower. After a short period of hesitation, Ming Xiai made up his mind. There are so many foods in my space. And I can grow things. So I can be self-sufficient. So there is no need to be exposed to acid rain. When the zombies come, I need superpowers mainly to fight against the zombies when I look for food. Ming Xiai began to think. If it doesn't work, I will find a tall building and hide in it all day. And I will just eat food first. Opening the window, Ming Xiai threw the glass and fire tongs into the flood, and continued to play games on the sofa. After more than an hour, Ming Xiai heard the sound of people walking back and forth on the roof. Ming Xi's alarm bells rang loudly. But he soon relaxed. The alarm bells at the stairs did not ring. And Yun Jingsen and the others did not call him. He probably thought they were doing something on the roof. Therefore, Ming Xiai put on a thick coat and planned to go out to see what was going on. However, when he was halfway through putting on his clothes, Ming Xiai heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Shen Ke wearing old clothes and a pair of gloves on his hands. What's wrong? Ming Xiai asked. Shen Ke explained. Teacher Yun and the others removed the glass in the room downstairs, saying that they would install it on the roof to reduce the damage to the roof. I plan to help. Will you go? Ming Xiai shook his head quickly. No. Ming Xiai was still thinking about whether he should find a way to find an excuse to let Shen Ke and Yun Jingsen go out to get wet in the acid rain. If they can survive to the end of the apocalypse and evolve superpowers, it will be more or less a guarantee. Now that they are taking the initiative to get wet, Ming Xiai doesn't have to waste his brains to think of a solution. Shen Ke was surprised to hear this. But he still asked, Are you really not going? You can help lay the glass at the door. There is less acid rain there. Well, I won't go. Ming Xiai was surprised. What was wrong with Shen Ke today? He seemed to be very persistent in asking him to go out. Shen Ke saw that Ming Xiai really didn't plan to go. Shen Ke looked at him deeply and said, Okay, then I'll go. Ming Xiai thought about it and felt that since everyone was working to feed the roof and prevent it from being corroded, it would be inappropriate for him not to do something. Shen Ke, tell Teacher Yun and the others, come to my place for dinner when you're done. Shen Ke turned around and said, Okay. Then he opened the door and walked out. Since they were going to come for dinner, it would be inappropriate not to make something rich. So he took out 2 fish and made them into boiled pork slices. He took out a piece of pork and made a big pot of braised pork, cut the potatoes into shreds, and made a pot of vinegar potatoes. He pulled out some of the various green vegetables in the flower pot and cut a few ham sausages and made ham sausage stir-fried vegetables. He picked 2 of the largest clay pots and put them on the stove to cook rice. Yun Jingsen and the others knew about these things, so he was not afraid of them getting suspicious. Ming Xiai put a can of beer and 5 cans of Coke next to the stove to heat them up first. He put all the dishes on the stove to warm them up. And Ming Xiai put on his coat and walked to the roof. Brother, you're here. Ruan Qing was walking down from the upstairs. And when he saw Ming Xiai, his eyes lit up. He wanted to come over to pull Ming Xiai. But when he saw his hands corroded by acid rain, he didn't reach out in the end. Well, why are you moving glass there too? Ming Xiai was curious. After all, according to the pampering of Yun Jingsen and the others to Ming Xiai in the past, they would definitely not let him get wet in the acid rain. Ruan Qing explained, I insisted on going. One more person can help more. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. By the way, brother, I just heard that big guy say that you are going to cook for us. Ming Xiai nodded. Ruan Qing's eyes were full of stars. Wow, brother, you are amazing. You can even cook. I must eat 3 big bowls later. As he said, Ruan Qing showed 3 fingers. Ming Xiai chuckled. Okay. As long as you can eat it. After seeing Fang Shui and Cheng Yu carrying the glass up, Ruan Qing hurriedly said goodbye to Ming Xiai. Brother, I'm going to move the glass. See you later. After Ruan Qing finished speaking, he walked downstairs. Okay. See you later. Teacher Fang. Teacher Cheng. Ming Xiai greeted the 2 teachers, and then made way for Fang Shui and the other 2 to go up to the roof. Ming Xiai did not hesitate, and followed them to the roof. Chapter 80. Oh my god. This is an indirect kiss. Meng is here. Yun Jingsen saw Ming Xiai coming up and was about to go outside, and quickly pushed him into the house. Come in. We'll be done soon. Don't come out in the acid rain. Ming Xiai had no choice but to retreat. Originally, Ming Xiai was thinking, Why not take advantage of the acid rain now that it's less? And get a little wet. Since Teacher Yun doesn't allow it. Forget it. Downstairs, Shinkei, Ruan Qing, and Duan Yen came up one after another, and put the glass in the empty space. Several people were wearing thick clothes, hats, and gloves. However, the acid rain was too heavy, and the gloves had been corroded. Ming Si could see that their hands were red and swollen, and their faces were covered with wounds of various sizes. Now we don't have to worry about the roof being corroded. Mao Xinyu crossed his arms and smiled happily. Even when working, Mao Xinyu still wore a pair of 6-centimeter short boots and a navy blue fur coat, which looked very delicate. It's such a pity, my pair of shoes. I bought them for 50,000 yuan, which cost me a year's salary. Ming Si really didn't expect that at this time. Teacher Mao was still lamenting about the problem of clothes, rather than the wounds on her hands and body. She is a girl, aren't you afraid of disfigurement? Yun Jingson comforted. It's okay. When there is a chance, I will go out and lend you a pair of shoes worth 100,000 yuan. Of course, Yun Jingson and the others have already accepted the setting of the end of the world, and the word borrow here means stealing. Mao Xinyu was comforted at once, and immediately threw away her shoes. After locking the door to the roof, several people went downstairs and went directly to Meng Si's room. As soon as they entered the room, they felt the warm air. Wow! Classmate Meng, your room is so warm. Mao Xinyu couldn't help but rub his hands and sigh. Meng Si took out 2 basins filled with water and explained, I am afraid of cold. So I found coal and wood before. I put some baking soda in this basin. You can wipe the wounds on your body, Meng Si said, and took some disposable towels to them. Baking soda is alkaline. Shinkei and several teachers have been exposed to acid rain for too long. I don't know if it will work. Thank you, classmate Meng. Several teachers helped each other. The places corroded by acid rain were cleaned with baking soda water. The stove is quite large. Several people can sit around and eat here. But Meng Si didn't have small stools here, so he moved some from Shinkei's house. The rice was in the kitchen. Meng Si took out 8 disposable bowls and chopsticks. The rice started to be served. Shinkei silently helped Meng Si to serve the rice. Ruan Qing also came in and helped to carry 2 bowls of rice. When he saw the fish and meat on the table, he took a deep breath. He said exaggeratedly, Wow, brother, you are so good. Yun Jingson was also surprised, indeed. I didn't expect that you are so good at cooking at such a young age. Yun Jingson and other teachers usually rely on takeout for meals. If it weren't for the heavy rain, Ruan Qing followed the recipe in the house to study. I'm afraid they would have been poisoned by the food they cooked. I also studied it casually during the heavy rain. It just looks good, but it may not taste good. If it doesn't taste good, teachers, don't mind. After Meng Si said his name before, Shinkei guessed that his family was once the richest man in M City. Maybe these teachers, when they knew his name, also guessed it. How could the child of the richest man cook and cook so well? So Meng Si lied. Meng Si opened the beer and put it on the table. Then he asked everyone to eat and drink Coke. Originally, Duan Yen also took a can of beer, but Cheng Yu forced him to change it to Coke. Duan Yen was still a little unconvinced, whispered, I can drink. Cheng Yu opened the pull ring of the Coke and put it in front of Duan Yen. You fell asleep after drinking 2 glasses of beer. You call that a good drinker? Seeing that Duan Yen was still unconvinced, Cheng Yu placed his beer in front of Duan Yen, crossed his arms, and threatened him. Drink it. If you get drunk, don't blame me for punishing you. Duan Yen heard this, and didn't know what he thought of. His face was slightly red. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Duan Yen took a sip of Coke. Meng Si saw Duan Yan's appearance in front of Cheng Yu, and thought that it was no wonder that teacher Duan usually had a stern face. If he didn't keep a straight face, the students would probably just tease him, and wouldn't study hard. However, seeing Duan Yen blushing, Meng Si was curious about the punishment, so he looked at them expectantly, hoping that the two of them could continue talking. Here, Shinkei, who was standing by, suddenly picked up a piece of fish for Meng Si. Ah! Oh! Thank you. Meng Si was still a little surprised, and didn't understand what was going on. He could only thank him instinctively. After eating the fish, Meng Si suddenly coughed lightly, although he didn't show it on his face. He was very excited inside. Oh my god! Shinkei just used his chopsticks to pick up the food for himself. Does this count as an indirect kiss? What's wrong? Is there a thorn? Shinkei saw Ming Xiai coughing, lowering his head and not eating, and asked hurriedly. Ming Xiai shook his head quickly. No. No. Come on. Let's raise a toast to thank classmate Ming for treating us to a big meal. Mao Xinyu had already drunk a can of beer. Seeing that the couples at the table were so sweet and happy, she didn't take the singles seriously at all. So she took advantage of the alcohol to speak. Several people raised their cans and cheered. After eating, Yun Jingsen and the others were supposed to help clean up, but Ming Xiai mostly used disposable bowls and chopsticks, which he just put in the stove to burn. Therefore, Ming Xiai refused their help. The little rabbits in the rabbit cage had grown up and no longer needed to drink rabbit milk. And it was said that after rabbits gave birth, they would soon get pregnant again, so Ming Xiai picked a male and a female and gave them to Ruan Qing. Ruan Qing held the 2 rabbits in her hands, with a look of surprise in her eyes. Brother, are you really giving me these 2 rabbits? Ming Xiai nodded. Of course. 6 rabbits. 3 males and 3 females. I heard that rabbits can breed with close relatives. I gave Ruan Qing 1 pair. And I still have 3 pairs of rabbits. Maybe in less than 2 months. Ming Xiai will have another group of rabbits. It's mainly because Ming Xiai didn't help put the glass on the roof today. Although I know that this building will not collapse due to acid rain corrosion. But he did help after all. This pair of rabbits is a thank you gift. Thank you, brother. Ruan Qing held the rabbit and excitedly bowed to Ming Xiai at a 90-degree angle. Ming Xiai quickly pulled him up. You're welcome. He then said a few tips on raising rabbits. The most important of which was that you must not give the rabbits water. Ruan Qing memorized everything, and then took the rabbit back home. With the help of Yun Jingsen and the others, he made a nest for the rabbit with a cardboard box. Duan Yin was afraid that the rabbit would freeze to death, so he processed the extra electric blanket and laid it in the rabbit's nest. Chapter 81 Space, Achieve Water Freedom. I have a tube of erythromycin ointment here. Do you want to apply it on the wound? Ming Xiai and Shinkei took care of the hygiene of the house. Ming Xiai took out a tube of erythromycin ointment from a medicine box and asked. When he was stockpiling medicine before, Ming Xiai searched the internet, what medicine should be applied after being exposed to acid rain. There were a lot of erythromycin ointment in the space. Ming Xiai originally wanted to take it out for everyone to use. But he thought, what if the teacher asked him why he stockpiled medicine? Ming Xiai couldn't answer, so he didn't take it. As for Shinkei, Ming Xi's intuition told him that Shinkei should not be a dangerous person. Besides, Ming Xiai was planning to hook up with Shinquebec. What if he got a wound on such a handsome face? Thank you. Shinkei took the ointment and rubbed it on his hand first. You can't see the wound on your face? How about I rub it for you? Ming Xiai automatically ignored the need to get a mirror for Shinkei. Shinkei did not refuse and handed the ointment back to Ming Xiai. Thank you for the trouble. Ming Xiai squeezed some ointment on his hand and rubbed it on the wound on Shinkei's face. Watching closely, Ming Xiai couldn't help but sigh. Shinkei is really handsome. With his nose, eyes, and mouth. And even at such a close distance, he couldn't see any blackheads or pores. No wonder he was bewitched by Shinkei. He was about to develop a love brain. But Ming Xiai still had a trace of rationality in his mind. In the future, if Shinkei wanted to harm him, the grenade that he didn't use in the White Tiger Hall that day would be Shinkei's final way back. As for Ming Xiai, he ran into the space at the moment when the grenade was thrown away. And he would not lose a single cent. Not finished yet? Shinkei thought. His face was so small. Ming Xiai had been applying it for 2 minutes. And it was not finished yet. Could it be that he was embroidering on his face? Okay. Okay. Ming Xiai applied the last bit of the ointment on Shinkei's face and withdrew his hand. Shinkei took the ointment and lowered his head to continue applying the ointment on the back of his hand. Wait a minute. Ming Xiai suddenly spoke. Shinkei was about to look up in confusion, but was stopped by Ming Xiai. You still have a little wound here. Ming Xiai took the ointment from Shinkei's hand and applied it on Shinkei's neck. It was just a small wound. But when Ming Xiai saw a mole on his neck, he couldn't help but touch it with his hand, and then took his hand back. Seeing that Shinkei didn't react, he thought he probably didn't know he had a mole on his neck. So, could it be that only he knew about this mole? After applying the ointment, Ming Xiai didn't mean to return the ointment to Shinkei. If Shinkei wanted to apply the ointment again tomorrow, he would have to come to him, and he could take advantage of him again. Right? Meng Xiai praised his own wit. At night, Meng Xiai put the 2 glass jars on the roof while no one was around, and then set an alarm for 7 a.m. the next morning. After a night of acid rain, it should be enough. Lying in the warm bed, Meng Xiai turned on a tablet, listened to the TV, and played Tetris. At 10 o'clock, Meng Xiai yawned, put down his phone, and went to sleep. The next day, Meng Xiai got up on time at 7 o'clock, went to the roof to put the 2 glass jars into the space, and returned home, and Meng Xiai entered the space. 2 glass jars were placed in the middle of the space. In the room, Meng Xiai would come here to take a bath from time to time. The water consumption was large. The side where the vegetables were planted also needed watering. Meng Xiai didn't want to move the water from one end to the other. It just so happened that there were 2 glass jars, one on each side. I just don't know how this acid rain can be turned into pure water. Oh, Meng Xiai ran to the 3rd floor. There must be a hint on the wall. Sure enough, after Meng Xiai came, he saw that the words on the wall had changed. Dig a hole, pour out the acid rain, and you will get endless water. After Meng Xiai saw it, the line of words disappeared instantly. No. How could the words disappear? It's not something confidential. Who else could come into this space except me? Who is it protecting? It's so stingy. Complaining, Meng Xiai still took the hoe and dug the ground. He dug a hole more than 50 centimeters wide and only 20 centimeters deep. Meng Xiai looked at the glass jar and was in trouble. Not to mention that the glass jar was surrounded by acid rain. It was estimated that with his small body, it would be difficult to lift it. Thinking that some spaces can be controlled by their owners, Meng Xiai tried to use his mind to direct the glass jar to pour itself into the pit. After trying for a long time, it didn't work. Meng Xiai could only resign himself to finding a glass cup and pouring it into the pit 1 cup at a time. Fortunately, the acid rain only filled the bottom of the pit, and Meng Xiai heard a sound of water flowing. Meng Xiai looked at the pit he dug with expectation. And sure enough, a stream of water soon seeped out from the ground and soon filled the pit. When the water reached the edge of the pit, it stopped producing water. Meng Xiai took a cup and scooped out some water. Soon, the puddle was full again. He drank a sip of the water in the cup, which was sweet and delicious, without any odor. Meng Xiai was very satisfied with the puddle. But how to connect it to the house? Would it be possible that with the puddle here, the water would be directly connected to the house? After disconnecting the bucket connected to a ton of water from the water heater, Meng Xiai entered the house and opened the faucets in the house. But no water came out. There was no other way. Meng Xiai could only go to the roof. Sure enough, words appeared on the wall again. If you want water in the house, please get it yourself. This line of words did not disappear for a long time, as if provoking Meng Xiai. Meng Xiai was furious. No, other people's spaces are so smart. Why can't you do anything? Despite his complaints, Meng Xiai also knew that time in the space was limited, so he could only accept his fate and took the hoe, digging a channel to bury the pipe from the puddle all the way to the room. Luckily, Meng Xiai saw a faucet near the door. Put one end of the pipe into the pit. Pull the other end over. Connect it to the faucet. Turn on the faucet. And Meng Xiai entered the house. Now it's good. There is water everywhere in the house. Meng Xiai came out and buried the pipe while wondering whether this space is smart or not. You say it is smart. It needs to dig a pit and pull the pipe. You say it is not smart. Meng Xiai only connected the kitchen water, and the whole house can use water. The pit here disappeared in an instant after Meng Xiai connected the pipe. Fortunately, Meng Xiai tried to see if there was still water in the room. If the water was gone, Meng Xiai would point at the space and scold it. He was already sweating from exhaustion. But Meng Xiai thought that there was still no water in the place where he planted vegetables. Meng Xiai still insisted on going to the place where he planted vegetables and dug a pit more than 1 meter wide. Later, he brought back some acid rain and poured it in. And soon the pit was filled with water. Meng Xiai found a basket, dug some soil, and planted some vegetables on the side. After dealing with these, Meng Xiai took a hot bath and left the space. Chapter 82 Temperature drops. Heavy rain and extreme cold are coming. After the water in the space was fixed, Meng Xiai was in a good mood for the next few days. So he called Shen Ke over every day, cooked dishes in different ways, and ate Shen Ke's tofu by the way, and lived a happy life. After nearly 10 days of acid rain, many houses collapsed. But fortunately, the building where Meng Xiai and his friends lived Because the roof was repaired by Feng Shui and his friends, there was not even a crack. Until the night before the blizzard, Ming Ci began to instruct everyone. Shinkei, I see the temperature is getting lower and lower today. Remember to cover yourself with more quilts at night. Teacher Yun, the temperature has dropped sharply in the past 2 days. Remember to wear more clothes when you go to bed. After several people agreed, Ming Ci put down the intercom with a sense of relief. Turning on the electric blanket, Ming Ci threw 2 10-pound quilts on the bed, and then went to bed. Then he set an alarm for 2 a.m., because this was the time when the temperature began to drop sharply, so he could wake up and check on everyone's situation. Maybe because Ming Ci was ready for everything. He was not very scared. After putting down his phone, Ming Ci fell asleep quickly. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Ming Ci was woken up by the alarm clock. After turning off the alarm clock, Ming Ci stretched out a hand to feel the temperature outside, and quickly retracted it. It was freezing cold outside. Ming Ci huddled in the quilt, and then took the intercom and started calling Shinkei. 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 Ming Ci shouted for 3 minutes, but did not hear Shinkei's reply. Could it be that this guy was frozen to death? Ming Ci was planning to leave the bed with difficulty and go to find Shinkei. Fortunately, Shinkei's voice was finally heard from the intercom. Yeah. Although it was only a soft yeah, Ming Ci was relieved. Ming Ci was relieved and shrank into the quilt. In the darkness, Ming Ci began to nag. Shinkei, is the quilt you are covering enough? Wake up quickly, put on more clothes, cover more. Shinkei, Shinkei. Without hearing any further sound from Shinkei, Ming Ci kept repeating his name. I'm awake. Shinkei finally had the strength to speak this time. Oh! Ming Ci replied somewhat embarrassedly. Then quickly cover yourself with a blanket, and put on more clothes. I'll see if I can wake up Teacher Yun and the others. Yes. Shinkei replied. Ming Ci turned the button on the intercom, and began to call Yun Jingsen and the others. Teacher Yun, Teacher Yun. Teacher Yun. Wake up! Teacher Yun, the temperature has dropped, don't sleep. The intercom has been placed with Yun Jingsen, mainly because Yun Jingsen said that he had a light sleep and could respond well if there was any situation. Ming classmate. Hearing Yun Jingsen's voice coming from the intercom, Ming Ci felt relieved. Teacher Yun. Are you okay? Ming Ci asked. Yun Jingsen said, not bad. Thanks to you for reminding us to cover more quilts at night. Yun Jingsen listened to Ming Ci's words, and found all the quilts in the room, and distributed them to several people, and asked them to cover themselves with all kinds of coats before going to bed. It's okay. Teacher Yun. Please go check on the other teachers. It would be bad if they were frozen to death. Yun Jingsen said he understood. Yun Jingsen shivered, put on a lot of clothes at once, and then knocked on the door one by one. Mao Xinyu, Ruanqing, Fang Shui, Cheng Yu and Duan Yin. After making sure everyone was awake, Yun Jingsen felt relieved. After replying a letter to Ming Ci, and confirming that Shinkei was fine, everyone felt relieved. Yun Jingsen and the others were no longer sleepy, so they gathered together, and started to assemble a stove that they had brought back when they were looking for something outside, and started a fire. Seeing the fire, Yun Jingsen threw a few potatoes into it. I really want to thank classmate Ming today. If it weren't for him, we might have frozen to death. Mao Xinyu rubbed his hands and said. The other people all agreed with this. Ruanqing held a hot water bottle in his arms and shivered. No. The end of the world is not coming. Several people were silent for a while. They had just looked outside and saw heavy snow falling. They could no longer hear the sound of the flood flowing below. But it was likely that the flood had frozen. Fang Shui took an air thermometer to measure, and found that the temperature was still 3 degrees yesterday. But it had dropped to minus 30 degrees in the past few hours. For so many years in M City, the lowest temperature is only minus 3 degrees. Duan Yin held a glass, his eyes against the hot water inside, and said, It's coming. We have endured for so long. What are we afraid of? Now it is unknown how long the blizzard will last. Yun Jingsen and his friends did not store a lot of firewood in the early stage. Nor did they find coal. So they made a plan. And several people were divided into 2 groups, going out to chop firewood twice a day, in the morning and afternoon. Originally, the 5 teachers did not agree with Ruanqing going out. But Ruanqing felt that it was the end of the world, and if he could not do anything, he would not be able to survive if he left the teachers in the future. The teachers thought about it, and realized that this was indeed the truth. They had originally just wanted to do their best to protect Ming Ci, the flower of the motherland. But it was the end of the world. If the flowers of the motherland were still living in a greenhouse, the motherland would probably have no hope. In the end, it was decided that Chengyu, Duan Yin and Mao Xinyu would form a group, and Yun Jingxin, Fang Shui, and Wan Qing would form a group, regardless of whether they could find wood. The most important thing was to save their lives. The round trip of a team could not exceed 3 hours, and the fire in the house cannot be turned off. The vegetables that were planted with great difficulty before are not frozen hard anymore, and it is estimated that there is no possibility of regrowth. Fortunately, the 2 rabbits given by Ming Ci have electric blankets in their nests, and they are plugged in at night, plus they have fur on their bodies, so it looks okay. Therefore, if everyone wants to eat fresh vegetables in the future, the temperature of the house must be raised, so that they can continue to grow vegetables. After arranging things, several people gathered around the stove, wrapped in quilts and dozing off. It's already 5 o'clock now. I have to get up soon. It's so cold in the quilt. Might as well stay here for a while. After Meng Ci confirmed that Shen Ke and Yun Jingxin were fine, he felt relieved. Meng Ci. Shen Ke's voice came from the intercom. Well, what's wrong? Knowing that everyone was fine, Meng Ci curled up in the quilt, feeling a little drowsy. It's okay. Shen Ke's voice came. Meng Ci turned over, released his hand on the intercom, and thought dazedly whether this guy's brain was frozen. Zizalotzi. I don't know what Shen Ke said on the intercom. Meng Ci no longer wanted to verify it. He just wanted to play chess with Zhou Gong as soon as possible. Chapter 83. What? Who are you referring to? Oh my god. When Meng Ci woke up the next day, he opened the curtains and looked outside. The snow had stopped, and the accumulated snow had now covered the 5 bunks of the building opposite. Meng Ci took out the air thermometer and measured it. It was already minus 36 degrees. It was terrible. Meng Ci quickly closed the curtains and ran to the stove to warm up. After just standing on the windowsill for 2 minutes, Meng Ci felt like he was in an ice cellar. After recovering, Meng Ci took out a portion of sauce-flavored pancake, a portion of tofu pudding, a plate of fish-flavored eggplant, a flour roll, and a cup of hot milled tea from the space. Meng Ci finished eating with satisfaction. He stuffed all the garbage into the stove and burned and destroyed the evidence. After feeding the rabbit, he sat on the sofa and continued to play games. Meng classmate Yun Jingxin and his friends suddenly heard their voices from the intercom. Teacher Yun. What's wrong? Yun Jingxin said. We just went downstairs to check. The snow downstairs has frozen hard, and we can walk on it. So we plan to go out and chop some wood to keep warm. Do you want to go with us? Although there is a lot of coal in the space. Meng Ci still feels that he should go out and chop some firewood from time to time, so as not to be found out. Okay. After Meng Ci agreed, he communicated with Shen Ke, and the two changed their clothes and went out. Chengyu, Duan Yin and Mao Xinyu were already waiting at the door. Chengyu and Duan Yin had always been wearing thick clothes, and now that the temperature has dropped, they are wearing more. On the other hand, Mao Xinyu used to wear less bulky clothes for fashion even when the temperature was around 0 degrees. At this time, she was not only wearing a military coat, but also a red scarf, and a black military cap on her head. When the two came over, Mao Xinyu was still complaining. I told you I don't want to wear a scarf. But Jingxin insisted that I wear one. This red scarf doesn't match my clothes at all. Don't they say red and green are just bullshit? I don't want to be compared with bullshit. And these boots don't even have heels. They don't show off my aura at all. Mao Xinyu is 1.6 meters tall, and usually wears all kinds of high heels to make herself look taller. Oh, why is the weather getting warmer? I want to wear a short skirt. Shorts, Duan Yin replied. When the weather gets hot, you can wear them. Mao Xinyu heard Duan Yin's nonsense, and she didn't know what made her laugh. She held her waist and suddenly laughed. I know you can wear it when the weather is hot. But Xiao Yin, why do you always say such cold jokes with a cold face? As she said that, Mao Xinyu was about to reach out and pinch Duan Yin's cheek. Chengyu slapped Mao Xinyu's hand away and protected Duan Yin behind him. Just talk. Don't touch me. Mao Xinyu was not convinced. What's wrong with me hitting you? Xiao Yin and I have known each other longer than you. Haven't you heard of the saying first come first served? Back then, I was her senior, and we were in the same club. You don't know how popular Xiao Yin was among the girls in our club at that time. Mao Xinyu is 1 year older than Duan Yin, and they both studied undergraduate and graduate degrees in the same school. However, Mao Xinyu worked for a year after graduating from undergraduate studies, before taking the postgraduate entrance examination. Although the two were in the same graduate class, Duan Yin still always called Mao Xinyu Sr. Cheng Yu was jealous when he heard this. He and Duan Yin only knew each other when they were graduate students, and they only got together slowly after they met again in the same school after graduation. Every time he heard Mao Xinyu say that they had known each other for so long, Cheng Yu sighed more than once, saying that it would be great if he and Duan Yin were in the same undergraduate school. Mao Xinyu saw Cheng Yu's face darken, and she wanted to provoke him even more. You don't know how introverted Xiao Yanyan was before. As long as we talked a little, his face would turn red. He would also open his eyes wide, look at you, and whisper, "Senior sister." Duan Yin heard that Mao Xinyu was going to talk about the past again, and quickly interrupted, "Senior sister, please stop talking." Okay. Listen to Xiao Yanyan. I won't say anything. Mao Xinyu said with a smile. When Duan Yin was in college, he was still a shy boy who spoke softly. Mao Xinyu's literary club has more girls, and seeing such a cute boy, it is easy to arouse everyone's love. On weekdays, when the club has meetings or activities, everyone will bring food to Duan Yin. However, during his internship in his junior year, Duan Yin had a baby face and spoke without authority, so the students didn't listen to his lectures. Even the sound of talking in class would drown out Duan Yin's voice. Duan Yin later began to train himself, changed his voice, and usually had a cold face, looking hard to mess with. Mao Xinyu thought of this and still shook her head and sighed. Horrible students. Damn school. Actually turned a little cutie into a big iceberg. Seeing Cheng Yu angry, Duan Yin reached out and held his hand. As a result, Cheng Yu grabbed his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. You are wearing so much. Why are your hands still so cold? Duan Yin saw Meng Xiai and Shen Kai, and felt a little embarrassed, and wanted to pull his hand out. Cheng Yu, let me go. This is not good, Duan Yin whispered. Cheng Yu didn't let go. Instead, he grabbed his hand. Don't let go. It's the end of the world. There's no difference between teachers and students. Let them see it. Before, when they were in school, Duan Yin forbade Cheng Yu to hold hands in school, saying that being too intimate in school would have a bad influence if students found out. After the rainstorm began, although Wan Qing was there, they all lived together, so Duan Yin didn't ask for too much. But kissing in public was still forbidden by Duan Yin. Duan Yin saw that he couldn't get his hands out, so he had to give up. Mao Xinyu patted Duan Yin's shoulder, glanced at Meng Xiai and Shen Kai, and laughed. That's right. Why are you shy? Maybe they have done something more outrageous. You are just holding hands. In their eyes, it's just a little dirty meeting a big dirty. Meng Xiai was puzzled by Mao Xinyu's look, and wondered, whose family is this? What is the more outrageous thing? After the bickering, the 5 people gathered and went downstairs together. Meng Xiai and Shen Kai each took an axe. Mao Xinyu and the others took 2 axes and a knife. The heavy snow had already submerged the 5th floor, so several people went down to the 6th floor and chose the window on the north side of the corridor to jump down from there. Shen Kai stopped Meng Xiai, who was about to jump down first, and jumped first. Sure enough, the snow was already frozen hard, so there was no need to worry about stepping on air and falling into the previous flood. After making sure that there was no problem around, Shen Kai let Meng Xiai and the others jump down. Chapter 84 Help. Brother and sister, save me. It is snowing heavily now, and the snow is very thick, due to the floods before. The green trees in the community and on the roadside have long been covered with ice and snow. The 5 people can only move north. There is a higher terrain and a forest there, so they may try their luck. They walked for nearly an hour before reaching their destination. At this time, there are already more than 20 people chopping trees. These people have empty eyes, tired faces, like robots, chopping trees numbly. Even though they saw Meng Xiai and the other 5, they only took a quick glance, and then continued to cut trees mechanically. Meng Xiai could actually understand. After finally surviving the heavy rain and acid rain, these people thought they had survived to the end and could live a normal life. But unexpectedly, the temperature began to drop again. The living people probably accepted the existence of the end of the world, and they didn't know what would happen in the future. They might die one day, so they thought they could live one day at a time. Meng Xiai and his men chose a place and started to cut trees. The terrain here is high. There was no water accumulation during the previous rainstorm, but the snow was more than 1 meter thick. Even if they cut down a tree, they could only cut half of it. If they cut too much, they couldn't take it back. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke worked together to cut down a tree. After the tree was felled, they sawed it into more than 1 meter long pieces. Then they tied them together with a rope. And one person pulled one end of the rope and started walking towards home. When they got home, they slowly chopped it into a usable length with an axe. Although Cheng Yu and his group were 3 people, Mao Xinyu was a girl after all. Even after so many days of training, her strength was not as great as that of a man. So they only cut down 1 tree. But in the end, they tied together some branches that others had cut and dropped, and asked Mao Xinyu to pull them. After getting ready, the 5 people began to walk back. Help! Help! From a distance, Meng Xiai and his friends heard a little girl's voice coming from the front. After walking a distance further, they saw a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Her lower body was buried in the snow, and her hands were struggling desperately. When she saw Meng Xiai and his friends, it was like seeing the dawn in the darkness. And she shouted hurriedly, her voice anxious and full of desire, as if a frightened bird was seeking shelter. Brother, sisters, save me, save me. The girl's face was red from the cold, and her nose was running. Mao Xinyu dropped the firewood in her hand and was about to help. Meng Xiai quickly stopped her. Teacher Mao, look at that little girl. She is well dressed and has some flesh on her face. I think her parents take good care of her. It's raining heavily now. It's impossible to leave her alone outside. Maybe there is no food at home now. So they let her out as bait. And her parents dug a trap. And now they are guarding around, waiting for you to take the bait. Mao Xinyu stopped, thinking that what Meng Xiai said made sense. So she didn't plan to meddle in other people's business. Several people were only 20 meters away from the little girl, so the little girl naturally heard what was said. The tears immediately gathered in her eyes, and it was even more heartbreaking. Brother, I'm not a liar. I'm lost. Wow. Dad and Mom are out chopping trees, and they didn't let me go out. But I was too bored at home alone, so I followed them out secretly. As a result, I was walking and walking, and I got lost. Brother, sister, I'm really not a liar. Please, save me. Mao Xinyu saw the little girl like this, and hesitant in his eyes. Ms. Meng, I don't think she's a liar. Mao Xinyu thought that the person in front of him was just a little girl of a few years old. How could she have such superb acting skills? The novel said that in the end of the world, many people use some children to gain sympathy from others and then seek benefits. Therefore, when Meng Xiai saw the little girl in front of him, he didn't believe her. Besides, the snow was frozen hard. How could she fall down? Shen Ke, what do you think? Meng Xiai asked. Shen Ke said, if it is really the end of the world, kindness will not be praised by people, but will cause disasters. Self-protection is the best solution. Obviously, Shen Ke and Meng Xiai have the same opinion. Mao Xinyu listened to the advice and went back to collect firewood to follow them. Oh! The crying little girl suddenly screamed and slid down. Help! Woo! Help! Mao Xinyu couldn't bear it anymore and threw the firewood in his hand. What if she is not a liar, and what she said is true? If she is a liar, then I admit it. If something happens, you just leave and don't worry about me. After Mao Xinyu finished speaking, he walked to the little girl with a fearless attitude and walked to her side without hesitation. Wow! Sister, save me! The little girl looked at Mao Xinyu with tears in her eyes, and even stretched out her hand to her. Don't be afraid. Sister will save you right away. Mao Xinyu stretched out her hand to the little girl, trying to pull her out. Cheng Yu and Duan Yin saw that Mao Xinyu had been gone for so long, and there was no danger. They thought that the little girl was really in danger, and the two of them went to help. Bang! Xinyu, Cheng Yu and Duan Yin took 2 steps, and saw Mao Xinyu suddenly fall from where she was. Soon, 5 people suddenly appeared in the snow not far away. 3 men and 2 women, wearing white cotton clothes, holding shiny long knives in their hands. 2 men and 1 woman quickly pointed the long knives in their hands at Mao Xinyu in the pit, and the other 2 worked together to pull the little girl out of the pit. Want to save her? A man with a height of nearly 1.9 meters and neat short hair stared at the few people and asked. Cheng Yu said with a dark face, what do you want to do? Mao Sinyu in the pit felt that her foot was sprained. Although the pit was only more than 1 meter deep, she could not get out in the current situation. Besides, there were several long knives pointed at her. Thinking of what Meng Xiai said just now, Mao Sinyu could only blame herself for being soft-hearted and not listening to him. Don't worry about me. Leave quickly. Anyway, I've lived enough. Mao Sinyu thought. There have been so many people outside for so many years. Meng Xiai and the others may not be opponents. And she has brought it upon herself. And she can't let them get involved. Although Mao Sinyu said so, Cheng Yu and the others couldn't just ignore it. Meng Xiai and Shen Ke also put down the firewood in their hands. Looking at this situation, if they are not killed, I'm afraid they won't be able to get away easily. The little girl squatted beside the pit with her face in her hands. She changed her pitiful look and smiled. Sister, thank you for saving me just now. Since you have come to save me, then save me to the end. I haven't eaten for several days. Sister, can you tell me where you live? Mao Sinyu rubbed his feet. After hearing this, he looked at the little girl viciously. Don't even think about it. Chapter 85 Otherwise. I will bury you. Sister, are you really not going to tell me? If it's true, then your life will be left here. As she said that, the little girl picked up a handful of snow and threw it into the pit, and the snow just fell on Mao Sinyu's face. At this moment, Mao Sinyu's heart was as frozen as the snow on her face. As a teacher, Mao Sinyu always had a pure heart, was kind and virtuous, loved her students, and did her best. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Mao Sinyu covered his feet. His heart was dead. Sure enough, just as Shen Ke said, in the end of the world, self-preservation is the most important thing. Cheng Yu, take them away. No need to save me. Mao Sinyu roared. Meng Xiai didn't want to spend too much time here. It was still early for them to come out. It was only about 12 o'clock now. If they spent too much time here, if more people came out to cut trees, there would be a fierce battle. The man sneered. Want to leave? You have to see if we agree. Don't think about leaving if you don't tell us where you live today. The 6 people in the man's group actually came out to cut trees for warmth. When Meng Xiai and his companions first arrived, the man had already noticed them. Seeing that Meng Xiai and his companions were dressed warmly, and their faces were not as pale and thin as his own, the man concluded that there must be a lot of supplies stored in their house, and that they lived a comfortable life. Seeing that they were still young, he thought that they were kind-hearted and helpful. So, the man gathered a group of people, dug a trap here, and covered the pit. Afterwards, he buried his daughter in the snow, and he and the others were covered with snow, lying quietly on the ground, waiting for the people to fall into the trap. Why are you talking so much? If you want to fight, fight. If you want to kill, kill, Meng Xiai said fiercely, holding a long knife in one hand and an axe in the other. It's the end of the world now. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Taking action is the best way to solve all troubles. Shen Ke also clenched the long knife in his hand. As long as Meng Xiai gave an order, he would follow up at the first time. Duan Yen was still a little hesitant. After all, Mao Sinyu was still in their hands. Cheng Yu whispered to comfort, It's okay. They only have 3 men who can fight. Then I will deal with these 3 people with Meng and Shen. I will also keep an eye on the 2 women. You just need to try to pull Teacher Mao up. Okay. Duan Yen agreed. It was snowing again. If we stayed any longer, it would be even harder to go back. Meng Xiai didn't hesitate, and rushed forward with a knife. Shen Ke and his men quickly followed. The 5 men on the man's side were also on high alert. Meng Xiai rushed directly to the leading man, and slashed his shoulder heavily with a knife. The man didn't expect that this weak boy could be so cruel. The knife in his hand was very sharp, and Meng Xiai used his strength, so he cut the man's shoulder. The man covered his wound, and raised his hand to fight with Meng Xiai. The same happened to Shen Ke and Cheng Yu. However, the man who fought with Shen Ke was of average strength and soon lost. The 2 women who were guarding Mao Sinyu, seeing that the situation was not right, also rushed up with knives. One fought with Shen Ke, and the other entangled with Duan Yin. And the little girl, after seeing her father, mother, uncle, and lost the upper hand, she was unable to help, and was very anxious. When she saw Mao Sinyu trying to run out of the pit, the little girl had a cold face, took a shovel on the side and dug the snow, trying to bury Mao Sinyu. Sister, tell them to stop immediately. Otherwise, I will bury you. Mao Sinyu said nothing. The snow melted as Mao Sinyu climbed up and fell down, and soon it turned into ice because of the low temperature, making it even harder for Mao Xinyu to climb out. Now the temperature was too low, everyone was wearing thick clothes, and the knives could not cause any damage even if they chopped each other. So Ming Xiai could only chop at the man's weak points, hands, face, neck. Ming Xiai was ruthless every time, but the man was not weak, and he dodged quickly. After fighting for 10 minutes, the man had 1 wound on his face and 1 wound on his hand. Nothing else. Ming Xiai, on the other hand, had 1 wound on the back of his right hand, and when he used his left arm to block his face, he was also wounded. He was wearing too much, and Ming Xiai gradually became breathless. The two men faced each other, and the man was full of energy. If you can't beat me, just surrender. Surrender? Ming Xiai chuckled. It was impossible for him to surrender. He rushed forward again with a knife in hand. But at the moment when he got close to the man, Ming Xiai instantly changed his weapon. You? The man was bleeding from his mouth. He couldn't believe that Ming Xiai actually had a gun. Ming Xiai knew that if they continued to fight, they would have no chance of winning. Therefore, he took a risk and replaced the long knife in his hand with a pistol with a silencer in the space when approaching the man. The trigger was pulled, and the man had no chance of survival. After putting the pistol back into the space, Ming Xiai replaced the long knife, and then stabbed the knife along the trajectory of the bullet. Following the man's fall, Ming Xiai also slowly squatted down. The long knife pushed the bullet deep into the man's body. The blade turned, covering the burns left by the bullet. The girl next to him saw her father being killed by Ming Xiai, picked up a shovel and rushed towards Ming Xiai. Ming Xiai was not soft-hearted. He pulled out the long knife and stabbed the little girl's neck. Blood flowed out, staining the snow. The man and the little girl did not close their eyes when they died, staring at each other. The leader of the team was dead, and except for the man's wife, they all fled in all directions. Shinkei had broken the man's leg, and his face and hands were covered with wounds. He picked up a piece of wood from the ground and threw it at the man. When the man fell to the ground and got up, Shinkei chased him and cut his throat with a knife. Cheng Yu also killed the man who was fighting with him, and then came to help Duan Yin deal with the woman. The little girl's mother was fighting with Cheng Yu, and after seeing her husband and daughter killed by Ming Xiai, she shouted and chopped at Ming Xiai. Her husband was not Ming Xi's opponent. So how could a woman beat Ming Xiai? With one cut. The family of 3 lay neatly together. The snow was getting heavier, covering the red blood on the ground. Soon, the bodies would be buried by the heavy snow, and no one would know what happened here. Cheng Yu and Duan Yin went over and tried to pull Mao Xinyu out of the pit. But the pit was too slippery, and the two had just fought and spent too much energy. So they tried many times but failed. Ming Xiai and Shinkei had to come to help. Ming Xiai took a piece of useless rope, threw it into the pit, and let Mao Xinyu tie it around his waist. And then several people worked together to pull Mao Xinyu up. Several people spent too much energy, and they lay on the ground gasping for breath, letting the snow fall on their faces. Even if there was a dead body lying beside them, they couldn't stop wanting to rest. Chapter 86 Shinkei, stay away from the teacher in the future. Okay, let's go back. After resting, Ming Xiai sat up, grabbed a handful of snow to wipe the blood off the long knife and axe, then said to Mao Xinyu and the others. Mao Xinyu's leg was injured. It was good enough that she could walk back by herself, and she couldn't pull the bundled wood, so she had to give up. She had a wound on her forehead, which was caused by the little girl hitting her with ice. Mao Xinyu followed behind the others, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Ming Xiai and the other 4 pulled a bundle of wood each, and walked back with difficulty. When they were almost there, Yun Jingsen and the others saw a few people from a distance, and hurried down to help. When they saw that the few people had gone out neatly and cleanly, and were now in a mess, they asked if they had encountered any danger. Mao Xinyu was not in a good condition, and did not answer this question. Cheng Yu explained the cause of the matter, and the few people were silent for a while. After all, in the eyes of these teachers, the children were still pure and innocent, and how could they do such a deceptive thing? Ming Xiai and Shinkei did not care whether the teachers would be psychologically shocked, and moved the wood they brought back to the corridor inside the iron sliding door one by one, because the wood still needed to be split. It was not placed in the house. The two people had a clear division of labor. Shinkei was outside processing wood, and Ming Xiai went into the house to cook. When he went out in the morning, Ming Xiai stewed potatoes and pork ribs in a casserole. He opened the lid and a fragrance came. He used chopsticks to stir it, and the bones and meat separated, and the soup was thick. He picked a little green onion from the flower pot, washed it, and cut it, and sprinkled it in the casserole, stirred it, and put it aside. Then he started to steam rice, and made a stir-fried ham sausage with vegetables. Half an hour later, the rice was cooked, and Ming Ci called Shen Ke in. They were too tired today, so the two of them basically didn't talk. Halfway through the meal, Ming Ci suddenly spoke. Shen Ke, let's go logging alone in the future. And don't go with Teacher Yuan and the others. Teacher Yuan and the others were honest and innocent. Even if they saw that Ming Ci had vegetables and rabbits at his house and lived a comfortable life, they didn't feel jealous at all. But it was precisely because of their honesty that Ming Ci thought that if he continued to accompany them, he might be in danger. For example, in today's incident with the little girl, he was lucky to have a gun in his hand, and the number of people in that group was small, so he was able to get away unscathed. But what about the next time? Okay. Shen Ke buried his head in his food. His expression did not change, and he did not comment on what Ming Ci said. Ming Ci had a blank expression on his face, but he didn't know in his heart whether Shen Ke would think he was too cold and ruthless. After all, they had fought side by side with Yun Jingsen and others, but now they had to draw a clear line with them because of a small matter. However, if the two people really had a rift because of this incident, Ming Ci felt that there was no need to let them get along any longer. Shen Ke, let me be frank. No one can predict what dangers will happen at the end of the world. Maybe one day, we will be in danger and be besieged. If you are caught by someone, and I am not sure I can save you, I will just run away. Of course, if I am caught, you can also run away. If you think I am so cruel, you can leave. In the future, even if we meet, we should pretend that we don't know each other. After Ming Ci finished speaking, he sighed in his heart. Goodbye, the delicious man. Goodbye, the man who didn't have time to confess. After hearing what Ming Ci said, Shen Ke held the chopsticks in his hand and stared at Ming Ci with deep eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Ming Ci swallowed his saliva. Oh my god, this guy must think that his words were too inhumane, and he wants to beat him up. Ming Ci has already found the grenade in the space. If Shen Ke really dares to do it, he will crush the grenade. Bang! Shen Ke put the chopsticks heavily on the stove, and then stood up. Just when Ming Ci thought Shen Ke was going to get up and beat him up, he saw Shen Ke turn around and walk out the door. Alas, Ming Ci sighed, looking at Shen Ke's chopsticks on the table, felt emotional. Luckily his stove top is solid. Otherwise, with Shen Ke's strength, it would have been broken by him a long time ago. Ming Ci put down the chopsticks in his hand, looking at the dishes on the table. He had no intention of eating. Goodbye, my secret love that I haven't had time to express. Squeak. Just now Shen Ke went out, and did not close the security door tightly, and at this time, it was blown by the wind, making a sound. Ming Ci was not in the mood to get up and close the door. After all, Shen Ke looked down on these things of his, and the bad guys couldn't get in. Sighing again, Ming Ci felt weak all over, and just wanted to lie down on the sofa for a while. As soon as he got up and sat on the sofa, he heard the sound of the door opening next door again. Ming Ci thought, Shen Ke is angry, and wants to move. Alas, it seems that even the idea of peeking at handsome men in the future is impossible. Bang! Unexpectedly, Ming Ci did not hear the sound of Shen Ke walking out, but saw Shen Ke push open the door of his room and walk in. You? Ming Ci's alarm bells rang. This guy is not angry, and wants to kill him. Shen Ke strode to Ming Ci, one hand still in his pocket. Fuck. There must be no weapon in his pocket. Shen Ke, this guy, wouldn't be so stingy as to kill him just because he said he wouldn't risk saving him. Ming Ci put one hand behind his back and took out the grenade. If Shen Ke really dared to hit him, he would let this building die with him. Well, he was referring to Shen Ke. After all, Ming Ci could enter the space. Bang! Ming Ci had thought of thousands of ways to resist Shen Ke, but he didn't expect him to kneel down in front of him. When his knees landed on the ground, he almost crushed a little rabbit. Hey! 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 Be careful! You are not going to kill the rabbit first. To show me your power. Shen Ke, what are you doing? Ming Ci thought. This guy is not asking him to save him when he is really caught. Actually, it is not impossible. Ming Ci thought to himself. All he needs is Shen Ke to give his body to him. Shinkei took out something wrapped in red cloth from his pocket and peeled it off layer by layer. Ming Xiai, this bracelet was left by my grandma. Ming Xiai looked down and saw a jade bracelet in Shinkei's hand. Grandma said this is our family heirloom. She gave it to my mom at the beginning. After my parents died in a car accident, it was passed to my grandma. Grandma gave it to me later and said that if I met someone I liked in the future, I should give this bracelet to him. When Ming Xiai heard this, his eyes widened and his heart beat fast. Oh my god, what does Shinkei mean? This. So Ming Xiai, I want to give this bracelet to you now, are you willing? Shinkei looked up and looked at Ming Xiai intently. Chapter 87 Ming Xiai, give me your hand. Ming Xiai? Seeing that Ming Xiai had not spoken, Shinkei called his name in confusion. And then seeing that he had not moved for a long time, he thought that Ming Xiai was unwilling. Shinkei lowered his head and wrapped the bracelet again bit by bit. I'm sorry, it's me. Before he said the word impertinent, Ming Xi's hand covered Shinkei's hand. Why, can you take back something you gave away? Just now Ming Xiai was just thinking that this situation was not right. It was obviously he who fell in love with Shinkei first. How come it was Shinkei's turn to confess first? But Ming Xiai didn't care about it, and Shinkei confessed first. Doesn't it mean that he also likes him? Thinking that he was not in unrequited love, Ming Xiai was happy. Ming Xiai took the bracelet and tried to put it on his wrist, but found that his hand was a little too big to put it on. Fearing that the jade bracelet would be damaged, Ming Xiai gave up the idea. He took the red cloth from Shinkei's hand, put the bracelet in it, and continued to wrap it. He looked for a safe place to put the bracelet away. So, you agreed? Shinkei knelt on one knee, did not stand up, and showed a look of joy on his face. Yeah. Ming Xiai raised his chin in a proud manner and hummed lightly. But his eyes were always on Shinkei's mouth. Thinking of the time before in Baihu Hall, he just touched his mouth lightly. So now, he has agreed to be with Shinkei. Why doesn't this guy come to kiss him? Shinkei won't be unable to do it. Ming Xiai coughed lightly. When Shinkei was about to stand up, he grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him. The two faces were very close, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Ming Xiai was puzzled. I was so proactive. Why didn't he know how to kiss? It seems that I have to take the initiative. What's wrong? Shinkei didn't know what happened to Ming Xiai, so he could only let Ming Xiai pull his collar, and then slowly adjusted his posture, from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both knees. Ming Xiai pulled Shinkei closer, and then their mouths pressed together. Although Ming Xiai was bold, he was also a novice in love. Even if he was 24 years old before he traveled through the book, he was still a single mother. So he was not familiar with kissing, and could only do this, and then he had to leave. Unexpectedly, Shinkei grabbed his clothes, and then pressed Ming Xiai to give him a 2-minute passionate kiss. Shinkei didn't let him go until Ming Xiai was out of breath. Shinkei knelt in front of Ming Xiai. His eyes were red. Ming Xiai felt that his breathing became difficult. But Shinkei's breathing was as steady as usual. Ming Xiai couldn't help but wonder. Could this guy have been in love before? Otherwise, why was the kiss so skillful just now? Aren't you going to get up? Ming Xiai leaned back and asked Shinkei. Forget it. Forget it, it's over, I'll settle with him later. Shinkei stood up obediently and sat next to Ming Xiai. Ming Xiai, I have something to tell you, Shinkei said suddenly. Well, okay. Seeing Shinkei sitting up straight, Ming Xiai also hurriedly became serious. Whether you believe it or not, please believe it. I'm actually a reborn person. Shinkei's words scared Ming Xi's eyes wide open. What is a reborn person? Does it mean that Shinkei has experienced the end of the world? Then he confessed this time. Isn't it because he found something suspicious about himself? What if he guessed that he had space? The purpose was just to let him relax his guard. Shinkei saw Ming Xiai like this, and thought he was shocked. No wonder you reacted so strongly. In fact, when I found out that I was reborn, I was also shocked. Ming Xiai nodded. It was indeed a little shocking. He really didn't expect that in such a small novel. Not only did he, the book crosser, come, but there was also another reborn person. Then Shinkei began to tell about his past life. When it rained heavily in his past life, Shinkei was still in the boxing gym where he worked. Fortunately, the boxing gym had a rest room, and Shinkei stayed there with several coaches that night. The next day, seeing that the rain had not stopped, the coaches left the boxing gym one after another because their families were worried. Shinkei's parents died in a car accident, and his grandmother also passed away before he was 18 years old. so he did not risk returning home. The boxing gym is located in the city center, surrounded by many shopping malls. In order to survive, Shinkei relied on going out for $0 shopping many times, and survived the blizzard with difficulty. When the flood receded and the heat came, Shinkei repaired an off-road vehicle, loaded some of the goods he had stored, and began to look for a place to escape the heat. By chance, he learned that the government was recruiting security personnel. With his military experience and extraordinary skills, Shinkei was successfully selected and began to work for the government. Shinkei successfully survived until the zombie era. But when he went out to fight zombies, because there were so many zombies, his companions pushed him into the zombie group in order to survive. However, after Shinkei woke up, he found that he was reborn. And he was reborn more than a month before the end of the world. Shinkei still remembers the severe pain when his body was bitten by zombies. Fortunately, Shinkei's retirement benefits after retirement have not been touched, plus the compensation for his parents' car accident. He began to prepare for the coming of the end of the world after his rebirth. Thinking of what he had heard in his previous life, the house in Jinshan Jiayuan had never had any major problems. Shinkei rented this house and began to buy a lot of things. Ming Ci, give me your hand, Shinkei said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Although Ming Ci was puzzled, he still stretched out his hand. Then, Ming Ci made an amazing discovery. This is my space. Shinkei lived until the zombies came in his previous life, and some of the surviving humans began to have a high fever. After these people woke up, they either became superpowers or zombies. And Shinkei became a rare person with dual superpowers, possessing a storage space and fire superpowers. This time, although Shinkei's fire superpowers disappeared, but the storage space unexpectedly remained. Since Shinkei let him see it, Ming Ci didn't hesitate and began to explore his space. This space was only about 100 square meters, but it was filled with Shinkei's piles of flour and rice bags. As for vegetables, there were only some common cabbage, potatoes, radishes and other foods that were easy to store. In one quarter of the space, there were a lot of pork and mutton, and basically a pig was cut in half and stacked roughly. On the other side, there were mountains of fast food, including instant noodles, snail noodles, ham sausage, salted duck eggs, etc. Not only that, the brand of the ham sausage looked particularly familiar. As if it was familiar. Did you put the things in the White Tiger Hall before? Ming Ci asked. Shinkei did not hide it and nodded. Yes. While catching people, Shinkei accidentally entered the place where Brother Hu and the others put food, and Shinkei took some things out. Chapter 88 Ming Ci, this is my secret. And more. After Shinkei showed the space to Ming Ci, he paused for a moment, and then continued. When I was reborn, I specially printed a letter about the coming of the end of the world, and put it in the mayor's suggestion box. In order to enhance the credibility of this letter, Shinkei racked his brains to recall all the available information. Suddenly, Shinkei had a flash of inspiration. He remembered something, even down to the minute and second. Shinkei recorded them at the beginning of the letter, just to show that what he wrote was true. Then, Shinkei picked up a pen and began to carefully outline the various plots and stories that would happen after September 30th. In order to ensure his own safety, Shinkei racked his brains and tried every possible way. He specially found the mini printer that he used to print wrong questions when he was in school, and printed out everything he wrote. When the work was completed, Shinkei destroyed the printer without hesitation, to avoid leaving any clues for others to track him. Shinkei had gone through countless trials in his previous life. He was agile and nimble. He easily avoided all the surveillance cameras, and then put the items steadily into the mayor's suggestion box. As for whether the letter could be discovered and taken seriously by government officials, or whether it would be adopted, these were beyond Shinkei's control. After saying that, Shinkei looked at Ming Ci with a sincere and firm look. This is all the secrets I know, Shinkei said seriously. Ming Ci nodded. I believe you, and you don't need to lie. Shinkei had already revealed all his secrets, but Ming Ci still retained a trace of rationality, and did not tell him about his experience in the book. Yeah. Shinkei nodded, and then the two of them didn't know what to say for a while. Then Ming Ci saw the empty space in the living room, and suddenly there appeared several bags of rice and flour, 2 halves of pork, 5 halves of beef, several boxes of instant noodles, and ham sausages. Things were still coming out one after another, and Ming Ci hurriedly called him to stop. Wait. Shinkei. What are you doing? Shinkei said. I'm getting you some food. This space can only store food. The food inside just spoils slower than outside. So I don't store too many perishable things. Ming Xiai nodded. He is not a pig. Why would he take out so many things at once? That's right. Shinkei seemed to have thought of something. And then Ming Xiai saw a pile of spicy strips, melon seeds and potato chips falling into his arms. Because there were too many things. Ming Xiai was almost drowned. Wait a minute. Enough. Ming Xiai felt that if he didn't stop it, Shinkei might really bury him to death. Shinkei quickly stopped throwing food out. He had been staring at the space just now, and didn't notice Ming Xi's situation at all. Now seeing Ming Xi's appearance, he hurriedly helped to take the things off him. Ming Xiai sighed helplessly. It seems that Shinkei was so good at kissing before. Probably because of his natural talent. Otherwise, with his style of doing things, he would probably have been abandoned long ago. Shinkei, put these things in your space first. Ming Xiai looked at the snacks in the room and said helplessly. Hearing this, Shinkei, who was picking up a bag of potato chips and preparing to open it, suddenly stopped. Don't you like these? No. Ming Xiai waved his hand and explained. I like them very much. But my room is too small. If you put all the things out, I won't even have a place to stay. As if afraid that Shinkei would not believe it. Ming Xiai continued, and like these foods, if they are exposed to the air for a long time, they will easily deteriorate and spoil. You better put them in quickly. And I'll ask you for them when I need them. Shinkei was relieved after listening to Ming Xi's explanation, and nodded to show that he understood. After doing all this, Shinkei thought for a moment, took out a few bags of potato chips, put the spicy strips on the sofa, and took out a can of Coke. Ming Xiai took a bag of potato chips and opened it, wondering, don't you think these snacks are unhygienic? Why do you still stock up so many? Ming Xiai remembered that when he and Shinkei went to the mall to find something, Shinkei said that eating too much spicy strips was not good. Then why did this guy stock up on these? Don't you like them? Shinkei asked back. After learning that Ming Xiai had a special liking for these snacks last time, Shinkei developed a new habit. Every time he went out to buy snacks, he would put them in his own space without hesitation. Ming Xiai was overjoyed and could not wait to take off his cotton shoes, sit cross-legged on the sofa, and start to enjoy these delicious snacks. Shinkei was already accustomed to Ming Xi's unique behavior. He silently picked up the kettle he usually used to heat Coke, poured half a cup of Coke into it, and then gently placed it on the stove. Bang, bang, bang. A crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Ming Xiai quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the room with Shinkei. Yun Jingson came into view. She was holding a piece of fragrant bacon and a bunch of attractive sausages. Teacher Yun. Ming Xiai greeted her politely. Yun Jingson smiled and said, Xin Yu has caused you trouble today. I really thank you for helping me. Please accept this little gift. After that, she handed the gift in her hand to the two of them. Thank you, Teacher Yun. But you are too polite. Ming Xiai took the gift quickly, his gratitude overflowing with words. Ming Xiai did not take it. Teacher Yun. No thanks. Since those guys have set their sights on us, it means they will not let us go easily. Helping Teacher Mao is just a matter of convenience. You don't have to thank me specially. Yun Jingson was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ming Xiai. Teacher Yun. You don't have to ask us to go with you when you go out to chop trees in the future. Shinkei and I have stored enough firewood before. After hearing this, Yun Jingson immediately understood that Ming Xiai was going to draw a clear line between them. In the end of the world, everyone is in danger. Ming Xiai must have thought deeply about what he said. Yun Jingson respected his choice, so he did not try to stop him. He just stuffed the things in his hand to Ming Xiai and the others again. The two of them did not take them, and finally closed the door. Yun Jingson had to take the things back. It was past 3 o'clock now, and the two of them had nothing to do. So they each moved a stool and started chopping wood. Ming Xiai now relied on Shinkei being with him, and he was slacking off without restraint. If someone had told Ming Xiai that he would become lazy before he entered the book, I'm afraid Ming Xiai would not believe it at all. We could only blame the end of the world. No need to work or study, stay at home all day, slacking off is normal. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the knock on the door, Ming Xiai got up and opened the door, and saw Ruan Qing standing outside with red eyes. Brother, what's wrong? Ming Xiai didn't open the iron sliding door, and just stared at Wan Qing through the iron door. Chapter 89 Knowing Acid Rain Caused Mutations. I haven't had time to repay you, and you don't want me again. As Wan Qing said this, tears flowed down. Again? Ming Xiai keenly caught this word. While Wan Qing wiped the tears that kept sliding down his cheeks with his hands, he murmured to himself, "You really don't remember me." The voice was full of resentment and loss. Time went back to before Ming Xiai entered high school, when he was still studying in a public school. However, in the second year of high school, the situation changed. Li Shunyang and Zhang Lu decided to transfer Li Xiuya to M City. However, because Li Xiuya's academic performance was not satisfactory, she could not enter a public school. So Li Shunyang shamelessly proposed that Ming Xiai also transfer to an aristocratic school, so that the two could support each other and make progress together. At that time, Zhang Lu treated Ming Xiai with great care. Therefore, Ming Xiai agreed to this proposal without much hesitation. What Wan Qing mentioned happened to Ming Xiai when he was in his first year of high school. The junior high school and high school of the public school Ming Xiai attended were connected. Wan Qing, who had a pretty face, was relatively weak in character, which made him a target of bullying by many people. One day, Wan Qing was once again pressed into the wash basin in the toilet by a group of people. Just when he felt desperate and helpless, Ming Xiai happened to pass by. Ming Xiai stepped forward without hesitation, stopped those who bullied Wan Qing, and successfully rescued him. These bullies knew that Ming Xiai had a powerful background, and thought that Wan Qing was protected by him, so they did not dare to continue to do anything to Wan Qing. Since then, Wan Qing finally got rid of the nightmare of being bullied and began to live a peaceful and stable life. However, when Wan Qing wanted to find a suitable opportunity to express his gratitude to Ming Xiai, he unexpectedly learned that Ming Xiai had transferred to another school. During this rainstorm, Wan Qing accidentally saw Ming Xiai and was very excited. But he did not expect that he did not remember him. Wan Qing didn't think about talking about this at the time, just thinking that the two of them could get to know each other again later. But Wan Qing didn't expect that there would be no chance to get familiar with each other again. Woo woo woo. Brother, this is the gift I prepared to thank you for. But I never had the chance to give it to you. I'll give it to you now. Wan Qing was afraid that if he didn't give the gift away, he would never have the chance to give it to you again. As he said this, Wan Qing handed Ming Xiai a box with exquisite packaging in his hand. Ming Xiai didn't want to take it, but Wan Qing stuffed it directly into the iron sliding door, bowed deeply to Ming Xiai, and ran away. This, Ming Xiai had no choice but to squat down and pick it up. Shen Ke came over, looking at the box in his hand. Do you still stick to your previous idea? Yeah. Although Wan Qing looked pitiful, Ming Xiai did not withdraw his idea of drawing a clear line between himself and Yun Jingsen and the others. Ming Xiai stood up and closed the security door. It was because of his indecisiveness before that those people from the Qinglong gang came, but it was impossible this time. Putting the box in the room, Ming Xiai did not open it to look at it, and continued to eat the potato chips, and by the way instructed Shen Ke to heat up some more coke for him. That's right. Ming Xiai suddenly spoke. Since you said that humans will become superpowers and zombies in the future, do you know what the opportunity is? Ming Xiai knew that the origin was related to acid rain, but there might be other opportunities, which were not described in the novel. Therefore, Ming Xiai wanted to ask Shen Ke if he would know more information. Shen Ke said, it's acid rain. The research of the medical professor who survived in the previous life showed that acid rain may trigger human gene mutation, and then produce superpowers. Shen Ke paused for a moment and continued, however, this mutation is random and not controllable. Therefore, when it rained acid, I repeatedly suggested that you go to the roof to place glass together. Ming Xiai suddenly remembered that Shen Ke did ask him to do things many times at that time. But Ming Xiai did not think deeply at that time. Then you should have told me earlier. Ming Xiai pretended to feel sorry. Shen Ke said solemnly, it's okay, I will protect you in the future. Ming Xiai was very happy with this. Every night, he went to bed with a sweet mood. In the morning, he would talk to Shen Ke on the intercom for a while before getting up. By the way, Shen Quebec, we talk on the intercom every day. Will Teacher Yun and others hear us? Ming Xiai thought of this, and recalled it in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't say anything that would not pass the interrogation, nor did he reveal that Shen Ke had space. Shen Ke said, it's okay, the channel is different. Ming Xiai also knew that the channel was different, but what if they changed it, however? Ming Ci and his friends were too embarrassed to use the intercom, and the view from the south was not clear, so they had to rely on Teacher Yun and his friends. After Ming Ci got up, Shinkei had come over to light up the stove, and there was a pot of porridge on the stove. Ming Ci took a deep breath. It smells so good. Shinkei took the fermented dough out of the basin, and kneaded it on the table. Wash up first, the meal will be ready soon. Yeah. You know. After being with Shinkei, you don't have to do anything every day, he had confessed a long time ago. After the two of them got together these few days, Shinkei came over to cook and clean every day. And Shinkei added the firewood to the stove. Although the food Shinkei cooked was not as delicious as his own. And Ming Ci had to sweep the floor again after Shinkei swept it. Ming Ci always praised him, and did not discourage Shinkei's enthusiasm. After dinner, Ming Ci sat on the sofa, touched his face and sighed. What's wrong? Shinkei stopped cleaning the rabbit cage and asked in confusion. I just thought, if I continue to live like this, I will be so fat that I can't be cut. As he said this, Ming Ci pulled his face. I feel my face is fatter than before. Shinkei turned his head silently, thinking that he should leave some things for Ming Ci to do in the future. Otherwise, he would be too idle and prone to hysteria. It's only been 3 days. Even if he is fat, it won't be so obvious. After 3 days of slacking off, Ming Ci continued to reflect on his mistakes, death in comfort, and birth in adversity. If you want to continue to live in the end times, you still have to work hard. After eating and resting, Ming Ci began to practice with Shinkei. Of course, it was agreed in advance that no one could let him down. In addition to sparring, Ming Ci would occasionally ask about things that were not described in the novel. After noting them down, Ming Ci would prepare in advance. For example, smog was not mentioned in the novel. This required Ming Ci to prepare a special anti-smog mask and an anti-smog nose mask. Chapter 90. Stop it, Ming Ci said arrogantly. Ming, Shin, someone is coming from the south. Ming Ci was curled up on the sofa at this time, and heard the shouting from the intercom in a daze. He was startled, and instantly woke up, and quickly replied. Okay, Teacher Yun. In order to be on the safe side, worrying that there might be a problem in the north, Ming Ci did not dare to delay for a moment, and rushed to the balcony. As soon as he arrived at the balcony, he quickly opened the curtains and looked out. Sure enough, as he expected, there was also a group of people coming towards this side from the north. However, after some observation, Ming Ci was puzzled. No matter how he looked at these people, they didn't seem to be dangerous. With full of doubts, Ming Ci picked up the telescope beside him and looked at the group of people. Through the eyepiece, he was surprised to find that there were not only men, women, but even children in this group. What was even more surprising was that everyone was carrying a huge package on his back. Could these be the people who originally lived here? Suddenly, a familiar figure entered Ming Ci's sight. It was Zhang Mingtian. At this moment, Zhang Mingtian was walking in the crowd with his elderly mother and wife. Teacher Yun, they seem to be the residents who were taken to the refugee resettlement site before. Yes, I saw someone I know in the crowd, Yun Jingsen said. After hanging up the intercom, Ming Ci sat back on the sofa. I didn't quite understand why these people came back suddenly. Shinkei went out to chop trees after breakfast in the morning. And because Ming Ci forgot to add diesel to the generator last night, the electric blanket stopped working at midnight. This caused Ming Ci to sneeze several times when he woke up in the morning. So Shinkei let him stay at home and went out to chop wood alone. Fearing that those who came back would kill Shinkei when they saw him alone, Ming Ci put on his clothes and started to walk downstairs. When those who came back saw Ming Ci, they were more surprised. They were probably curious again whether there were people who survived by going to the refugee settlement. But then, they thought, those who survived must be ruthless, so they should stay away from them. So when they saw Ming Ci, they quickly gave way like frightened birds. Ming Ci was very satisfied with their behavior. Finally, he didn't have to kill people to intimidate everyone. When Shinkei went out in the morning, he said he was going to the place where they cut trees, which was the place where they cut trees before, so Ming Ci went all the way north. When they were almost there, Ming Ci saw several people gathered together from a distance, holding knives and axes in their hands, and glaring at the man in the middle wearing a military coat. Ming Ci quickly took out the long knife he had always used. Wasn't it just that he didn't go out with Shinkei once? Why was he entangled by these people? TSK. It seems that Shinkei really can't do without me. Someone in the group found Ming Ci and quickly told others. Hey, little brother wants to chop trees. Please go to another place. We have some personal grudges to settle here. A mink brother spoke. Ming Ci did not stop and continued to move forward. What if I don't? Ming Ci said arrogantly. The man with the mink brother, who had just spoken, changed his face, showed a fierce look, and spat on the ground. Since you refuse to take the chance, then don't blame us for getting rid of you together. Shen Ke originally had his back to Ming Ci, but when he heard his voice, he quickly turned around. Ming Ci, why are you here? Didn't you say you have a cold today? Don't come out? Shen Ke frowned. What if the cold gets worse? Ming Ci showed Shen Ke his clothes. Don't worry, I'm wearing a lot of clothes, I'll be fine. Seeing the two chatting as if no one was around, big brother Yapai snorted coldly. Okay, since we know each other, let's die together. As Ming Ci got closer, these people slowly surrounded Shen Ke and Ming Ci together. Ming Ci and Shen Ke stood back to back skillfully, looking around vigilantly. What happened? Ming Ci tilted his head and asked. Shen Ke said, after I cut down a tree here, this group of people came and insisted that this forest belonged to them, and ordered me to leave the tree behind. Shen Ke was really unlucky today. Ming Ci did not come with him. And Yun Jingsen and other residents, who usually cut wood, did not come either. Seeing that Shen Ke was alone, these people naturally wanted to get something for nothing. Big brother Yopi said arrogantly and unreasonably, I said this forest is ours. So it is ours. If you want to cut down the trees here, you can. Cut down 3 trees and hand them over. And take one away for yourself. Ming Ci rolled his eyes directly. This guy must be daydreaming. If you are daydreaming, hurry up and hit a tree to wake up. Don't say anything funny here. Brother Yopi had only 9 people, all men, whose skills seemed average, and all of them were pale and thin. It was very easy for Ming Ci and the other 2 to escape unscathed. Brother Yopi was furious, and ordered his men to rush up and take down the 2 men. Ming Ci and Shen Ke worked well together, making sure that they would not be chopped from behind. Ming Ci felt someone hit his arm, and sighed again. Fortunately, he was wearing a lot of clothes. Otherwise, he would have bled so much. This guy actually cut through his heat pack, causing the iron powder and activated carbon inside to leak into his pants. It was too much. Ming Ci aimed at the man who cut his heat pack and cut off his hand with one knife. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. The man rolled on the ground and cried out in pain. Ming Ci didn't hesitate, and went up and killed the man with one knife. These people had all struggled in the end times. Seeing this scene, they were not afraid, but beat him harder and harder. Brothers, avenge Lao Wu. Yes. These people rushed up all at once. Ming Ci and Shen Ke were not afraid at all, and just did it. Don't say that these people looked pale and thin, and their strength was not very good, but they were very brave when they really fought. Ming Ci began to think in his mind whether to take out the gun and kill them one by one, or take out the grenade and do it all at once. But then he thought, this grenade must be left for Shen Ke, and it can't be wasted here. So, Ming Ci took out a gun from the space. Bang! Ming Ci's pistol hadn't been used yet, when he suddenly heard a burst of gunfire not far away. During the fight, he discovered that a group of soldiers were coming, and Ming Ci quickly put his pistol back into the space. People over there, stop! The pistol didn't have eyes, and even if these people were angry, they still stopped. When Ming Ci saw the leader of the pair of soldiers again, his eyes lit up. Oh, he was an acquaintance.